What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic striker burst rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests, along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top, or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having 1 close-range weapon and 1 distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy Zeke. We're here. We got Reese. We got Levin. And we're going to talk about Chapter 3 Season 2 preview. Let's jump into it. Guys, what are your initial expectations coming into the competition?
I'll tell you what, end games are a lot of fun with the new mechanics in terms of just seeing how things play out. Last season, everyone's always trying to get some sort of pepper, right? You know, you want to be able to move a bit faster in the end game, get to your destination that bit quicker.
Now what we've been starting to see in the duo cash cups in the start of the season is players are able to use the mantling when they've got like low materials, sneak up into players' boxes from behind, tack sprint behind them, just like pick up easy eliminations from players that wouldn't expect it. So like now you have way more options when you just have no materials, have nothing.
Let's talk about that for a second, right? We have these POIs. Last season felt really chaotic, right? We had these duos landing there, these head-to-heads that we just were like, why are you still going back there? What is the point of this? And now you put a blimp on top of that. So we've taken chaos from like a 10 to an 11.
We all know the struggles that people have in terms of trying to get surge, trying to get a good position on the map. Being able to sit up on a blimp and just sort of ping people from far away, it works wonders, you know what I mean? So that is going to probably be one of the biggest factors in how these new competitive games play out.
Think of the amount of vision you have across the whole map then when you're on top of a blimp. It's like, it makes rotating so much more difficult.
We're talking about the nerdy lines of sight. In terms of the blimps, there's just more loot on the map now.
That's true.
Right? And so we have POIs that were already very attractive POIs to land at, are even more attractive now, right? And there's sort of an extra incentive, an extra spot at a lot of these POIs for a new team to get involved at.
Is there any duos in particular you guys are kind of like looking forward to? I know right now we're kind of still in this state of shakeups, right? People are still trying to lock in who they think is the right duo for them.
I'm a simple man. I see Tayson. I like you know what I mean? And I'll be real, looking back at last season, of course they did well in terms of placement, but looking at the circumstances, they had the best POI on the map. And I think a lot of people would have expected the two best players in the region, two of the greatest Fortnite players ever, to do better.
So I'm really looking forward to Seti at the end of the day, right? Seti is just so good. He's one of the hardest workers in the scene, hands down. Now he's teamed up with Cammy. They won FNCS throughout Chapter 2 Season 8. They look super strong. They've got this incredible dynamism that we saw back then. Last season, they weren't playing together. It didn't work out that well for both teams. Now, Cammy and Seti back on it together, looking good in the cash cups. They could be that winner again.
It'd be criminal to not talk about the rise of Queasy and Hen in terms of just how great they've been, you know, last season and this season. Hen is someone who gets slept on in the GOAT conversations. And when you're talking about who's the best Fortnite player ever, Hen will be thinking, I'm only one away from catching up to Tayson in FNCSs, right? Like, I'm there, I've done it with multiple different people as well. Put some respect to my name.
Guys, I love talking with you both. The insight and unreal. But it's okay. We have to get ready. The battle bus is all warmed up, which means we're jumping in all the action right here, right now. EU, let's get this popping. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Last time on FNCS Europe, Andalex and X-Squeeze dominated the leaderboard, with Andalex securing 20 eliminations by himself across 5 games. He solo carried his team from 27th to 2nd place in Game 3, netting an impressive 44 solo impact points. Seti and Cammy were the model of consistency last week, scoring a minimum of 15 points in every single game played, the only team to do so. Will we see more teams qualify through consistency? Or will the challengers join the fold with explosive performances? FNCS EU Qualifier 3 Round 4 starts now. Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. This is it, qualifier number 3. The action is going down here in Europe. If this is your first time ever tuning in to an FNCS broadcast, it's great to have you here. We're very thankful that you're taking time out of your day to come hang out with us to watch some Fortnite. I'm looking forward to it. We hope that you are too. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, Zeke, why are you the only person there? I feel like shows need more people. Well, guess what? I have 2 people that will be joining us here on the analyst desk. It is Reese right here, and joining us for the first time, it's Mini Miner. Reese, how are you doing?
Bro, I'm doing fantastic. Qualifier number 3, the last chance to qualify right now. The last 2 weeks have been fantastic. We've got tons of action today. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, so much fun ahead of us today. It's going to be an incredible day of action. Qualifier number 3, round 4. It's going to be great, and I'm so pleased to be here alongside 2 legends of the game. I'm like the new kid at school, you know? Like, I mean, Zeke has already taken my lunch money, so I mean, I'm out of it. So
Don't tell them that. You know, they can't know that. I enjoy chocolate milk, and they can't know that. Hey, let's talk about the actual broadcast as we prepare to jump on board this battle bus. Starting off with the actual broadcast schedule. So we've already wrapped up 2 qualifiers, and if you're tuning in now for the first time, this is qualifier number 3. So this is kind of like the last big chance to make it on to next week's semi-finals. But for now, let's talk about that format, Reese.
Yeah, let's have a look in. Right, we're in qualifier number 3. This, like I said, is the last chance of those players to make it through to the semi-finals and the finals. But what do you actually need to focus on here? That far left-hand side, you see right at the bottom, says round number 4. 6 matches going through today. The top 5 out of the 50 teams that we have here today will qualify straight through to the finals. Everyone else is grabbing those very valuable, juicy series points to go through to the semi-finals, which will be next weekend.
And of course, to get there, you need some points. You need some of those placement points. You need those elimination points as well. And we have the format breakdown right here for you. Of course, a victory royale netting you 32 points. And you can see on your screen right there, top 25 is where the cascading placement points really start to kick in. So getting into that position will be so crucial for these teams. As you can see at the bottom left of the screen as well, we see each elimination being worth 3 points. So an elimination-heavy format here. Could we be seeing teams go for a little bit more placement, or will we be seeing them go for some high eliminations?
Oh, man, that's the question. That's it right there, right, Minnie? I mean, those points, the elimination points, people want them. They want them real bad. Here's a look at our qualified players. Remember, these are the players we'll be watching today. Reese, I want you to just throw some names that stand out immediately.
Okay, for me, bottom right, iDrop Juriki, right? There's a lot of names, some of the best players in the entire region here, but iDrop and Juriki have been running a rampage over the last kind of 2 qualifiers so far, and they've just been on height. They've been the disruptors, and I think today it's going to be exactly the same.
Yep, from one height team to another, we see Anas and Pink right there. Of course, landing at command cabin, so we know it's a little bit congested, but
a little bit.
You know, a little bit, well, quite a bit, I'll be honest. But you know, this team are a very, very dominant height team, and they will win. Maybe not with too many eliminations, but they will get there.
Absolutely. And on the second page, there's a lot of teams that pop out right here. Deceptos and Reason kind of up in that top right as well. A team this is the first time we're seeing them in FNCS. They've done super well in some of the cash cups. I think 2 second places, if my memory serves me correctly, but they have to actually now do it where it matters. Similarly to Vortex and Janice, last season placing in the top 5, somewhere in there, doing so good, and have almost just been non-existent this season so far in FNCS. So I think this is the time for them to shine and to do as good as they can.
Yep, and you can see right there at the top right of your screen, we see Nako and Dan, of course, such a dynamic duo. The Spanish duo, of course, as well. They just feed off each other so well. They have that great chemistry. I believe they are contested today, so we'll be having a look at that a lot, but it's going to be a very exciting lineup today.
Oh, man, I'm looking forward to it. So before we get into more, we're going to take a little bit of a pause here. If you've watched our content pieces that came out of Media Day, we got more lined up for your viewing pleasure. This one is called Ask a Pro. Super simple. We're going to ask some pros some questions, and we're going to get insight from them. So let's check this out.
Crazy. I don't even remember the feeling. It was too surreal, you know? It was too different.
It's way nicer to like win with a team. My day just consists of just Fortnite, really.
Grinding beats talent, so if you put a lot of time into it and work on your mistakes and everything that you do, I'd say you definitely improve a lot.
I usually get up around 1 or 2 p.m.
I don't really have a daily routine. I'm just waking up, going to school, playing Fortnite. That's all.
I feel very confident, happy to play the game.
What's your best Fortnite competitive memory?
My second FNCS win. We won the last game, and it was like really hype.
It was my first really big prize pool and really big placement. I was really happy after that.
100% the World Cup qualifier. Craziest day of my life. I went from having probably 50 viewers on Twitch to having 33,000.
On day 1 we came first with Anas, and all our hard work paid off. That was a very good moment for me because it was nice.
Was qualifying for reboot round in trio FNCS. We didn't make grands, but we clutched up in the reboot. It was crazy. We had our coach in the call, and I was streaming, and the hype was insane.
Me winning FNCS with my trio partners, Kami and Teak. We were having a very great time.
I've been attempting to get into the pro scene for a little while. I've been attempting tournaments, but somehow always miss out on placing. Any tips on how to get those final few points in?
What I try to do is just, in my last game, that I don't overthink.
Water your games, look through it, and see why you're always that close.
You're not gonna get better by just playing.
I would say don't push eliminations unless absolutely necessary. Try your best to make it to endgame and squeeze out as much placement as possible.
How do you guys keep a good mentality when things are going bad? And how hard is it to come back after having those things happen?
If you stress about it too much or get mad about it, you're just going to make your tournament worse.
It's just how it is. Zones aren't always going to put on you. You're not always going to get the best guns. That's on you. Can't blame the game for that.
Keep hope that the game will come, because it usually does.
Just make sure you don't tilt.
What does a daily routine look like?
I don't really have like a daily routine. I normally just wake up, drink a coffee and just play.
So I stream for a few hours, play the tournament, play some late night creative or customs or something.
Doing 200 maps and I'm doing like arena. I'm going to try to implement running, but that's not in it right now.
I like to play 1v1s, I like to play 2v2s, I like to play 3v3s.
Who is the best solo, duo, trio in Europe?
At the moment, Melibuka.
I think the best solo in Europe actually is me.
I think the best solo player is Tayson.
Yeah, maybe Tayson.
Tayson?
It's definitely Tayson, obviously.
The best duo is Quiz and N.
We'll probably say Queasy and 10.
Queasy and Hen, 100%.
I think we're probably the best on our day.
Aqua and Vino.
For trios, I'd definitely say me, Anas, and Thomas.
It was Tayson, Hen, and Japix.
Best trio is Queasy, Thomas, and Anas. And I don't think a lot of players compared to them, they have like the perfect combo.
You love to see it, right? Just getting that moment to kind of get in the minds of the players and hear from them. And now we're going to actually talk about one of those duos in just a minute. But first, let's keep this duo conversation going. I want to throw a couple ones your way, okay, for our analysts here. Let's start off with Trippin and Thomas HD. They're landing at the Cavern. Talk to me about this duo.
Yeah, the Danish duo dynamic. Of course, they haven't really hit the ground running. Of course, Thomas HD splitting with Tayson a little while ago, but they haven't really been having too many great performances. But with the skill of Thomas and Trippin, of course, who plays such an important role in the duo, they can definitely make a top 5.
Absolutely. These are stats from the previous game that we saw, 140 points total. Like, for me, when I'm looking at the stats, right, something blows up in my mind, because I think back to what I've seen from Thomas HD and Trippin so far, and it's solo gameplay, right? You know, we've had some messy stuff off spawn, which we'll come back to, but from this, like, I see average eliminations 5.44, and I think how many of those was Thomas HD popping off an endgame by himself, or Trippin popping off an endgame by himself. This team as a duo so far hasn't really seemed to trust each other. They seem to just be kind of just winging it, playing it by solos, and that's been pretty consistent so far that we've seen. So if these guys bring it together today, play as a duo, that average eliminations 5.404, we could see that skyrocket up to them playing at their maximum potential.
I mean, they want that, right? They want to make sure they can hit that top 5. Just go right to finals, right? Like, let's just take it easy, and then we don't have to worry about semifinals or anything like that. You know they're aiming for the top 5. Another duo, Hen and Queasy, right? These guys are landing Sleepy Sound. It hasn't happened for them yet, Minnie. What's going on?
Well, I mean, it's Hen and Queasy. We need no introduction for Hen and Queasy, let's be honest. Of course, duo FNCS winners last season. They've had a little bit more trouble this season, of course, with the vehicles getting removed, or most of the vehicles getting removed. But, you know, they need a couple of big games to qualify, and if anyone can do it, I think it's them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you nailed on the most important part here, that they have been probably the team who's been the most impacted by the removal of vehicles. They are a very north team. If they pull south zones, we're going to see a lot of difficulty, but we did see them adapt, right? We saw them in the last couple of qualifiers start to adapt a little bit more. And one of the things that I know it sounds kind of odd, slightly concerned about, is the fact that they actually only won a single game in this previous round. You can see our Victory Royale's only a single, because these guys are game winners, right? They are the height team, and once they've got it, they nearly always manage to win a game. So here today, I'm thinking we're absolutely going to see one of the 6 games go to these guys. Like Miner said, these guys are the reigning FNCS champions so far. You know, one of the best, if not the best duo on the region, and it's almost kind of a shock to see them not qualify at this point yet.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of in a tough spot, right? Because even if they don't make it in the top 5, I think we can anticipate seeing them in semifinals. But again, if they could just go right on to finals, they can start, you know, focusing up on a few more things.
I mean, also, like, if they get to semifinals, they're winning a game. Like, if we don't see Queasy and Hen in finals, I will be unbelievably shocked. Hopefully I haven't just like cursed them by saying that, but it's like they're a top 5 finals team undoubtedly. If we don't see them there, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, they really will. I mean, it's going to be like getting your homework done early, isn't it? Let's get them in the finals today. That's going to be their goal. Top 5, of course. We're going to see them in semifinals if not, but I'm sure they'll want to get it done nice and early.
That's right. Let's talk about a duo that has to make it into that top 5 if they want to make it to finals at all. Not even just semifinals, right? They need to make that moment happen for them now. It's Scram and Hellfire. They are uncontested right now in Greasy Grove. What can this duo do, Minnie, to try and secure themselves that top 5?
I mean, it's going to be tough for them, of course, but it seems as though they are uncontested at Greasy Grove at the moment, but there is a little bit of that added pressure because, of course, it is their first round 4 of the season, so will that have an impact? We'll have to see. But, Reese, there is even more pressure added onto them.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, like, this team should be an absolute winner, right? Because we saw, like, Hellfire at the start of last season was absolutely just doing amazing, and Cash Cups came to FNCS, just totally fumbled, unfortunately. Then this season, same thing kind of started. We saw him win the Cash Cup with Indreta, and we're like, this is amazing, this duo's working so good, and then it all seemed to fall apart. All the teams switched to the EU, they're no longer together anymore. So now we've got Hellfire and Scram at this point, and you know, they've kind of struggled to get the ball rolling. Like we mentioned, they've not managed to make it through to a round 4 of a qualifier. This is the first time they've been here, and you know, they're currently on 35 series points, so essentially they have to come top 5 to make it through to the first, or to the finals, of course. And if they want to try and make it to semis, I mean, I think if they come 6th, they might get through in series points. We'll obviously have to wait to see exactly if they make it or not, but the pressure is absolutely on for Hellfire and Scram. They're a team we have to watch today.
And I feel like they have a ton of pop-off potential, right? Like, they could be this dude that just shows up. I mean, uncontested, right? All this loot to yourself. There's a lot of potential here. And so I'm really excited to see how they perform here in this qualifier. Okay, we kind of talked about Command a little bit, okay? I was told a number today, Reese. I'm just going to throw the number out there. Is it 7 duos landing at Command Cavern?
7 duos indeed landing in Command Cavern. And I've checked NA East. I've skipped ahead a little bit. Same thing there as well. So I mean, this drop zone is just absolutely unbelievable with the chests that are completely spread out across the entire thing. Obviously, we see it on screen right now. Thomas HD Tripper alongside Aqua and Vino on that south side. You know, we've got Elias alongside Amiibi, and Bloomy and Moneymaker up the top, and Nas and Pink in the middle. We've got Rift. Look at all these teams. I'm not even gonna name them anymore. There's just teams left, right, and center in this drop spot. And usually, one of the beautiful things about this, right, is that the team that's landing down on the slurp truck, if they win that 50-50 off spawns, it's either going to be Tripper and Thomas HD or Aqua and Vino. If they win that off spawn, then they usually get to the vault, right? But now with so many teams all the way around them, it's like, somebody else is getting that card. You ain't getting into the vault.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, it is a vertical POI as well. It's something that's really, really interesting. It's a very unique POI in that sense because of the verticality of it. You know, you haven't got teams that are spread out horizontally. You've got teams on top of you. You've got teams on top of the blimp. You've got teams everywhere, all fighting for that vault. Of course, I believe there's let me get this right. There's 58 chests in the whole area, 28 IO crates, and 25 of the cooler boxes. So plenty of loot to go around. And I think that's why we see a lot of teams doing really, really well when they get out of Command Cavern.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that's what we've seen throughout the last 2 weeks, right? Qualifier 1, we've got so many teams qualifying from there. Last week, we also saw Malibuka, Mustache, alongside Tayson and Thomas HD as well coming from there. So, like, you know, I'm saying Thomas HD. Their all team names are in my head. We've got Tayson and Chapik, made it through from there. So, like, every single week, we've seen a team qualify from there. Now that I look and I see 7 teams, I'm like, oh, I'm getting a little antsy, you know? I'm getting a little shaky here. I'm not really sure who's going to manage to make it through.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, 5 of the 6 games in qualifier number 1 finals was won from a team that landed at Command Cavern. So even though it is so contested by so many different teams, there's potential for these teams to pop off, and it's by no means over if you go down off spawn. Of course, we saw that with Mustache and Malibuka. They had 3 games where they made it off spawn. Each and every one was a victory royale.
Yeah, but they were so good, right? When you watch those 3 games, it's like they're a team who can fight. They can play in terms of like a strategic. Every single time you see them in a position doing whatever you like, whatever they do, you're like, okay, these guys know what they're doing. There's a strategy. They understand it. And not many teams have that ability to be able to fight and at the same time be able to kind of play the game strategically out like that. So, you know, we have a ton of good teams here, but are any of them going to actually be able to get a top 5 from this? I mean, probably, let's be real, there's 7 of them, so mathematically, yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just so chaotic. And like you kind of said, we've seen this play out week to week, right? Now it's just someone wins, they're going to be like, well, I can be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th partied at this point. I got to be more careful about what I'm looking to do, right? We'll be tuning into Command for probably a large portion of the broadcast.
Like 50%.
Yeah, 50% at least. Let's shift this up. Let's go on over. We got Chonkers Speedway. So once again, kind of seeing a repeat from last week. We've got Clement and Floki going up against Lecce and Swilliam.
I mean, you know, you were saying last week. This is last season. This is last week as well.
I'm hopeful.
Is everything we've ever looked at was always coming down to Chonkers, but now we've got a full rematch from last season, right? Obviously, we saw Lecce Swilliam going up against
against Floki Clement in here. And like, you know, this is the stats that we've got right now from the previous rounds. But in all honesty, the stats that we're going to be taking care of today is who's winning more off spawn and who's higher up on the leaderboard. Because so far, you know, Floki Clement are just beating them out in terms of like placements. But it seems like Lecce and Swilliam are starting to do a little bit better off of spawn.
Yeah, they are, and I think it's interesting the way that the Chonka Speedway is split up. You have sort of like the north side and the south side, and the north side has infinitely more chests and more loot than the south side. So I think initially here at the start, we'll be seeing Lecce and Floki, of course, landing at that north side, trying to claim it, trying to sort of alpha that area in the first few games. But then maybe as things develop, maybe as things settle down, we might be seeing some of them back off a little bit, especially for Lecce and Co, because they definitely need to get those points and the placements to get them up in the series points leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. They're another one of those teams who really needs to place well today. And, you know, for them, their like original strat wasn't even 50-50 and landed there. They were the team who was landing on that far east side. Like, if you've watched the resub stream, the solo cash cow drop spot. So they were landed over there, right? So that was their spot, and they were always third partying in. But that was when there was a bunch more teams. Then they switched up their strategy. So I'm wondering, like, that's a safe option to either go to the east or go to the south of this drop spot. You know, while we'll almost definitely see Floki and Clement go to the north. But if we even see them 50-50 one game, like these fights, although they're 50-50, is kind of messy, because then what we've got is Hookah and Zestin over in Kondo uncontested, and these guys are early game fighters. They're aggressive. They're going to push, and they know that all of the contested teams are over to the west of them. So, like, even if this fight happens and it lasts anywhere from a couple minutes, like, you know there's a third party rolling into this, and it's just going to become a mess the entire day.
That's absolutely right. And of course, we're in a single lobby format as well. So every single one of these teams, they know where each other are. You know, they know their neighbors, they know their company, they're aware of what's going on. So they can really plan that surge route and stuff like that, going into the different POIs and maybe picking up some eliminations early on as well, as you mentioned, Reese. It's going to be interesting to see how those sort of strategies are applied today.
So good. The analysis breakdown. My mind's not working. Let's just run that back. The analytical breakdown. Good first try, Zeke. There, guys. We're gonna shift gears once again. You like that last content piece we made for Media Day? Check this one out. This one's called "Don't Say It."
We're going to play a game called Don't Say It, where I have some cards with items in Fortnite, and I have banned words, and you need to try and guess without me telling you what it is. Okay. You can get it in the red ammo boxes. Torch. You wear it on your head.
Helmet.
But in-game.
Chicken. Wait. No. No, skip. I don't know.
It's blue rarity, and you can get it in chests and floor loot. Gives you 20 HP as well.
Skip, I don't know.
It's next to the first slot in your inventory.
A pickaxe.
You get it when you start the game.
Glider.
What now?
Skip, I don't know.
It has like a blimp in it. One of the POIs with a blimp. And it's big.
Tilted.
Yeah.
Nice.
How am I supposed to explain this one? I'm gonna skip that one. Kids jump in your box with it.
SMG.
No.
Drum shotgun.
Yeah. It used to break you down when you're in endgame.
Boombox. Yeah, well, how do you think we did in the game?
Not that good, you didn't guess that many, but it's quite hard to explain them without saying the words at the same time.
Yeah, it was really hard because of the limit as well.
Yeah, the time limit put a lot of pressure on you as well.
Yeah. What do you get the launch pad of, like 100% when it randomly lands on the map?
Fly drop.
Yeah. Where do you get the Mythic Rock AR?
The Fortress?
No, but last season, where did you get
the
it?
Sanctuary.
Nice. Where did Puka and Miro land when they won FNCS?
Chunkers.
Yeah. The thing you can play pubs and just put loot in it, and then you have it in the next game.
The 10.
Nice. It's a new gun you can shoot with, and it has a scope, and it's like
MK7?
Oh, I said scope. I need to skip this one. You can, like, if you see loot, you can use this item and you can grab it like from afar away.
Harpoon.
Bubble kind of you throw, and then
shield bubble.
No, but like it's in the game right now. You can get like heal from it.
Oh, shield plate.
Nice. What do you need to get tags for? Well, how do you think it went?
That is a lot better improvement.
Yeah, I think it got like 7 points at least. I think I was like bad in guessing the words. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you're good at explaining it as well.
Yeah.
So, that's fair.
Yeah, I think the game was kind of fun though.
Yeah, it was fun.
Even though it was kind of hard.
There you go. Another content piece for you. We hope you enjoyed that. And again, thank you to the players for coming out for Media Day. Now, we have to turn our attention back to the competition going on today. But before that, we have to talk predictions, right? We have to look and see which of these duos we think could end up in that top 5. I'm going all the way, boys.
Oh, you're a believer.
I'm a believer.
You're a believer.
Scram and Hellfire, they've got to put all the cards on the table right here in this qualifier. They've got to make top 5 if they hope to compete at all in finals. I'm betting all my money. All my money's going on it. All my V-Bucks.
How much is that?
Wow.
How much
is that?
There's no amount.
200 V-Bucks.
200.
It's 0.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Whilst Zeke is over here not betting a good amount of money, me and Levin, like last time we aligned on our predictions, I think second. I think that's where we came. We nailed it. Hen and Queasy, we've obviously talked about why they're so good. They ended up qualifying through last season in the first qualifier. And like I said earlier, I hyped them up so much. I said, you know, they should be going through the qualifiers, but they have struggled, of course, a little bit. I'm a believer. Levin's a believer. Medi, who you believing in?
I'm believing in Shia. Me and Shia, we're on the same wavelength here, but I'm believing in the players. I wouldn't believe Shia if he was to go into it. I don't think I've seen him play, but I wouldn't believe in him here. I don't think I'd choose him.
I've seen it.
Janice
Don't believe.
have you
Don't
really?
believe.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wouldn't believe him. But Janice and Vortex are my pick. I mean, they had a rough time in the Qualifier 1 finals, of course. They came 49th at landing at Greasy Grove. They got, I hate to say it, they got absolutely dominated by Aiden and Hardfind. This time, though, they switched to Coney Crossroads. A little bit more of a central POI, of course, contested and uncontested POI as well, sorry. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how well they do in that more central area when we don't have the vehicles. Could that be useful for Storm Surge? It's going to be great to see. They're also coached by Flois today, who knows this place like the back of his hand.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things I really find interesting about this team is like they're scary, right? They're an emotional team, right? So what we normally see, quite frankly, I think it was like Qualifier 3 last time, so maybe we're just mirroring that, is that they won the final game. Maybe that was the semis. I can't quite remember exactly which one it was, but we know that if their mentality goes down and down and down so much, they get to a point where they're like, doesn't matter. So that last game from then is usually like 10 eliminations, a victory royale. Like, it's something to watch. So like, look, if they're not doing so good, keep an eye out for them in Game 6 at least, because I'm sure they're going to get maybe up into the top 10 at least.
We will see in just a moment. It's time. Qualifier number 3. Fortnite fam, we got 2 incredible casters for you. We got 11-2K. We got Shy Wager on standby. So let's find our seats on this battle bus.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Reese, and Mini Miner. Believe me when I say you're doing a bang-up job and the analytics are smooth as butter. Speaking of butter, oh my goodness, 2 smooth casters on the screen right now. Shy Wager, 11-2K11. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Look, I'll be honest, I only just got used to saying Zeke, Reese, and Boop, and so now throwing another name in there is making my life a bit difficult, but you know, I'll manage, right? We got some good Fortnite on the way. I'm sure that will distract me from all the naming problems I have. A very intense day, right, Shia? Because so many of these teams, they need to have a good day. You can't afford to mess up. There is no qualifier for. We're going right into the semis after, so you have to step up today.
Yeah, kind of the same sparks in the air as many other quals, but the vibe is definitely different. This is the last time for a lot of these teams, and it is a mumbo jumbo royal big royale rumble in the, you know, Covert Cavern right now. Levin, I'm trying to get all these words across. 7 teams in 1 POI.
Honestly, I want to just save anything you have to say about Covert, right? Because we're gonna have to, we're gonna be there every game, so we're gonna have to sort of just spread it out as we go along. Right? I'm sure as we head into this first game, there'll be plenty of Covert action, and we ain't got to wait much longer because it's right on the way.
All right, qualifier number 3 rolling right in. This is going to be one of the last moments we see some of these teams, a lot of them not even having the series points needed to go towards semifinals. But for this one, this game 1, this is where you can start all that momentum and really ride it out.
Yeah, look, you talked about how this is familiar grounds for us, and sure it is as casters, but there are a lot of players in this lobby who have not made a round 4, and therefore this will be their first opportunity to finally have their say in the FNCS, show what people have been waiting to see, show off that can do on the grand stage. And we're hopping right into Chonka Speedway, somewhere we have seen quite a bit of in previous seasons, as the analyst mentioned. And so I'm sure if you've been watching and following the FNCS, you're familiar with this one, but for the people who aren't, it gets really fun here at times. Floking Clement against Swilliam and Lecce, and already right off the bat, Clement taking some shots. And he needs to be careful, down to 7 HP now, and they're gonna aggress this. They'll know he's so low, he's so vulnerable. There isn't even a floor spawn, he doesn't have any loot, doesn't have anything to heal himself up with. He'll quickly head out there, but
no way.
Floki putting in work. Floki putting in work. Oh my goodness. He said, Clement, don't worry, brother, I got you. You ain't gotta worry around me.
Hey, it doesn't even matter. On EU, it just seems like off of spawn. Whoever has this revolver, Gosh, for FNCS doesn't matter. They get things rocking right here. Mirza as well with Lyzen, hot off the spot. Kind of Skyzoot and Joxel on the back looking at contestation towards the north side. And upper circle as well, getting control of this is gonna be huge. And jump shotgun in tow, or auto shotgun, excuse me, rolls right in and they clean it up fast.
Yeah, we used to see a lot of action take place at these 7 outposts. It's been a while since we have, but nevertheless, it's always good to see something popping off here. And Mirza and Lyzen will open up that vault. Not as good as the vault that we may be heading in to see over at Command Cavern. As we have a replay for you, everybody looking to fight for this vault. Thomas and Tripper and Offspawn. How did it play out against Aqua and Vino?
Back and forth, the movement, Enas is not there, unfortunately. And the first game looks like, what, the 5th one from last week? They're instantly down.
Oh my goodness, this fight over at Command Cavern has been so hectic, so chaotic. It swings on either side of the pendulum, depending on game to game, but today things get even more interesting because there's so many more teams than what we're typically accustomed to seeing. And so I'm sure we'll be constantly tuning in with that. And I think the big thing is just to see how the teams who do come out on top of it, how do they actually make use of that game, right? If you're Aqua and Vino, you might not have many more games today, so you've got to make use of this one. As we head over to Rocky Reels, there's some action going down here.
This just looks absolutely shambles for Duke and Sammy. On the slow ground, they're not even finding a single shot on the backside too. It's a pinch. A complete breakdown of a fight. As Rocky's just looking good with all this damage. The boys are rolling in, Launchpad already down. It's gonna be a quick escape, but not a sweet one. This is gonna be tough. A nice track down, possibly no, just lots of damage on the board for the duo on screen.
Yeah, did really good there to apply some pressure, sort of force them into an uncomfortable position. I'm sure he would have preferred the elimination, but the damage dealt will be good enough for the meantime. Maybe they'll revisit that as well. Dookie has the task now of trying to find a pathway to get his teammate back into the game and get a loadout that he can go into the end game with, which won't be easy, right? It never is, even if you don't have any problems off spawn, but this is a team I'm super excited about. Shayo, Queasy, and Hen. Reigning FNCS champions.
Yeah, I mean, it should be, I feel like, way long ago that they should have solidified their spot, maybe, especially last week, on how those zones went straight towards the finals, right towards the top 5. But for me, so far, I was high on hopes on them last week. This one, I still expect greatness. I expect that top 5. But why am I hesitating, Levin? Why can I believe?
Well, I think the big thing is that, you know, they're so great that, like you said, so many people would have expected them to already have had it done by now, and they came so close last week.
Yeah.
It just didn't quite materialize in the last couple of games. I will say they are off to a hot start, we'll say, right? Because the zone is sort of pulling towards the north a bit more, which, you know, they will like. And added with that, I think we saw Hen has a launch pad in his inventory, and we know what that combination can do with them. A launch pad, a good zone, and it's a recipe for success for Queasy.
Yeah, at one point they had a vehicle as well on that last week from God knows where, but we talked about the, you know, concoction they needed, either the pad or the vehicle, or no, yeah, it was pad or zone, and if they have both, that should be literally a win in the books. But Scram and Hellfire, a long time coming, and Minnie and Reese were talking about it on the desk as well, in terms of the partner switch up over and over again in duos. This is the lock-in week for them. If this doesn't go well uncontested with a vehicle too, you were talking earlier about predicting these guys potentially. Why is that?
Yeah, because I think ultimately anybody with a vehicle in this lobby is instantly buffed, right? You know, I don't make myself out to be a great player by any means, but I think give me a vehicle, I'd maybe be able to get a couple of points here and there, right? So, of course, these guys uncontested at Greasy, a vehicle, very much what you'd expect to be a good day for them. I think the big thing is, though, is that there is so much pressure because they need to have a good day, right? A lot of these teams playing, of course, you know, they want to get the bragging rights, they want to do what they want to auto-qual, but they know that whatever happens today, they're going to the semi-finals. Hellfire and Scram can't say the same.
No, absolutely not. And I like the fact that we're also kind of dropping back and forth between Cavern and Greasy because of what you set up in terms of they need to do it. Greasy, I think, might be contested in 3 or 4 games. It's one of those spots where you see there's only one team there. the possibility of the vehicle like you're talking about. You want to jump in, you want the best chance to get that POI. They have limited games in my mind, Scram and Hellfire, to get rolling with, and it's in the first few. For Cavern, it's kind of the reverse. 7 teams right now, you come to your game 4, 5, 6, people are like, okay, my ego kind of deflated, I kind of want to move out. All these guys, the big names need to do at this POI is survive. Meanwhile, Kinzel and Neps, they're here too, close to the Fortress. Where have these legends been the entire FNCS?
Well, yeah, I think it's great that, production showed us Hellfire, right? Because we go over to his former teammate Nebs, who's playing with Kinzel this season. And that was a duo in terms of Nebs and Hellfire that everybody expected to make it to the FNCS finals last season. And they completely capitulated. It just didn't quite happen. This season, they've split up. Nebs playing with Kinzel. In theory, what you'd think would be a great duo. But like you said, they've been missing. It hasn't quite worked out. I know Kinzel is one of the sort of legendary players of EU, someone who you sort of rely on, very reliable. But this season, he's sort of not had that same fire in him, not had that same drive. And I think hopefully getting to round 4 today would be, sort of the kick in the backside that he really needs to put in a good performance.
You're talking about, the fire and desire in one's heart and, kicking people on their backsides. In my opinion, that's a reason. In terms of a description of a player, combine it with, the sip toast, you kind of have like a spicy mayo thing going on in terms of like a flavor for a duo, right? It's going to be so cool watching them in this week specifically. But, correct me if I'm wrong, these are one of the players that need to maybe hit that top 5 for series points. They're way far behind.
Yeah, 100%. Another team that just hasn't made it to round 4. They need to have a huge day in order to qualify. And it's
no way!
Great start. Oh my god.
Pull up.
Wow.
This is the most active duo on the map right now. That's 2 different fights. Was it a hunt down? I'm not even sure, but Rocky Reels clearly looking sharp.
Look, I did say they might look to revisit that one. It's rare that you let a solo get away, right?
Yeah.
You take down one of the players and you go, hold on a minute, you can't do nothing about both of them. They couldn't even handle us when there was 2 of them up, right? You can't handle us with just one of him. So some nice stuff there. They got to just make sure now that they don't get overconfident, right? You see players sometimes lose their head a bit. They let it get to them and they lose that composure that is needed. But a very nice start for this duo here. And as you can see, right, as the blue highlight on the map shows, they're currently the team in #1 because of those eliminations. We'll see how long they can hold on to that one for, right?
Yeah, lots of Titans kind of coming at their feet right now. We already talked about Hen and Queasy a little bit. One of the teams to watch coming into this round 4, specifically just for these past few days of playing, Walks on Roban from the round 3 that just happened. First place overall, rocking in the day. Talk to me about them a little bit. We know a little bit about Roban, obviously, but Walks rolling in, that's also a new flavor for this duo.
Elimination machines.
Yeah.
These guys get elims.
Okay.
Relentlessly. like, I've seen these guys go off, right? And you talked about round 3. They had like a crazy final game where like they were like nowhere near like being first place going into the final game, and then it's like it ends with them just going off 10 eliminations or so, and it's just like, okay, these guys are the real deal. We'll see whether they can sort of replicate that now in maybe a more difficult lobby, you'd argue. But yeah, definitely a team that will provide for some entertainment in endgames, which is why we're all here.
100%, but the thing is, there's a different security guard on rotation in every endgame out of Covert Cavern. Not sure exactly which ones will be graduating. I know Pink and Anas are up in this game specifically as well. Yesterday they had a pretty good run too, rolling in towards that, top 10-ish type of side, or, somewhere within the boards. I could be completely incorrect. All these weeks are meshing into one. Fulgen Clemento off of spawn, winning over Aquavino on our screen here as well. I mean, it just seems like for Qual 3, usually a lot of these teams have already gone through. It's looking good. This time, it's in the Qual 3, we kind of, blueprint. It's the one where you have those red threads going everywhere. You're theorizing what teams are left. There's still some god squads on the board. They're actually here now, 11, and some of them just might not make it in. It's only 5 spots.
Yeah, well, these are the security guards on shift for this game, right, out of Command Cabin. And so we'll see, how their shift sort of goes. I think the big thing is, right, is that, of course, they want to play height. They want to make use of this game. And we know that they have had some chemistry issues in the past. I'll be kind with how I phrase it, chemistry issues.
Yeah.
They have to get along today. They can't afford to be arguing.
You say that, though, but the best game that we saw from them were allegedly where they muted each other. I think they literally won the next game. So, maybe those fights need to start early. I actually don't like this, though. Last time we saw Aqua and Vino in this spot in qualifier number 2, it went disastrous. They just got fought down, and it was an unfortunate situation. You have to get your medal up, though. Got to get that money up, so we'll see exactly how they roll in. Save It, still alive in the scene, still bopping. The content from Medium Day looks lit. You know, the brand as well, always awesome. And another chance here to make it towards the finals.
Yeah, it was good meeting Save It, actually. You know, really nice guy, of course, one of the more likable characters around. Played some arena with him as well. He wasn't as good as Janice when I played with him, though. So.
Really?
Yeah, Janice was like...
Oh, you played with Janice?
Yeah, he was Harry, man. That guy's insane.
You had a bundle in the shop as well, right?
Yeah,
we don't
that's no way. We don't talk about that anymore. Ooh, I like these guys. Hydrof and Juriki. The big drop, I should say.
Actually, should you say?
Well,
the medium, the medium big drop for me. Okay, I was on the big drop train in week 1. I was around for week number 2 as well. But when you're big, you got to be top 5, Levin. And they've been here, they've been close. But what do they need to do to kind of get right past that finish line?
I think ultimately these guys understand what their superpower is, right? They are a height team.
Okay.
And if they're not going to be on height, they need to find a way to be on height.
True.
You know, so I think the big thing with them is just how, you know, do they actually hold on to height? We've seen so many of these games where they are on it, they are just full shambles. You could almost argue they're literally just like griefing their games to get it. And they're names that you associate with being an elite team or at least moving in that direction. But the reality is, Shayo, is if you want to be an elite team, you have to be elite in all facets of the game. You can't just be an elite height team and you don't know what you're doing on mid and low, right? And so that's the next challenge for them. Can they sort of master those lower layers when it isn't possible to hold height, which will be inevitable in these games?
Absolutely. I think on that point then, I'm on the team of Big Drop. Let's roll with it. Because they have the most experience, as you're saying, just completely tossing the whole game going for height. They've limit tested, right?
Yeah.
So for these 6 games, they should know more than every team in the lobby right now for this specific meta, for this specific qual. So let's see how it goes as we go towards Surge. If this is your first time tuning in, you wanted to just see, hey, how do these qualifiers look? Who's making it towards the finals? Everyone's saying it's the last qualifier. Ooh, ah. This specific mechanic on the screen right now is called Storm Surge. You'll notice this lightning striking. It's basically if you're playing too passive, you're not dealing enough damage, the server will be like, hey, time to wake up. You got to get above the threshold. So that's what you're seeing on every single POV right now. These are some of the teams that are below that threshold. For this zone specifically, the server will stop being angry when we're down to 70 players. So 9 more need to go down. This is where we can kind of force a few fights and see some action on the map as well. And Slow-Mo, completely opposite of his name, is kind of trying to speed things up. He is above the threshold. Not sure why he's really pushing this fight. We never really see that go well for any team that's really good on the damage. But yeah, just focus on that right side. Pay attention to all the thresholds when this is up right now. No need to even look at how many people are alive really for the moment. Still 5 more to keep rolling in. Volko and Facelino, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, this is one of them awkward spots because these guys aren't in a position to just take a box fight and try to trade the damage, right? You can see they're just sort of trying to use all their heals, and as much as that might keep them in the game for a bit, that's going to be detrimental for them moving forward, right? And so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get any sort of tags. The splashes will come in clutch. The big pots are slowly running out as well. Can they hit a shot without over-peaking? No. Volko needs to be careful now. He is literally down to bare bones when it comes to HP. The big pot is huge there, but you saw, right, just over-peaking for a moment in this lobby can cost you near enough your chance in the game, right? You can go straight down if you're not careful, so can they connect when it matters the most? 27 there isn't, it's a start, but it's not great, and with just the HP continuing to just fall and fall, Volko will go down to Surge, and when you go down to Surge, Sayo, there's no reviving, right? You know, he's not been knocked, his teammate can't pick him up, he's out of the game. So Facelino will have to play the rest of this game alone, and I was gonna say for a moment, I thought Juriki might have been alone, he needs to be careful here. Down to just 6 HP. You sort of alluded to it, Shayo. This is one of 4 teams that has played in every single qualifier. They have the experience, they've been here, they've seen it all.
It's all about tempering that now, though. It's all about making sure you use that to your advantage. I feel like a lot of the times, especially in EU, especially for some of the teams, you know, Juriki being able to just win an FNCS as well, the entire ego could get to your head that maybe we could just try exactly what we did before without changing even a single thing. It's 100% true. You might have to stay consistent, try your plan over and over again, but by that 3rd qual, by the lobby switching in players, size, and formation as well, you should have learned something from the first 2. They have to be at an utmost advantage. For Vortex and Janus as well, the biggest thing that we've seen so far is that they've been landing greasy, contested, sometimes in these qualifiers. I mean, I think, are they also one of the 4 that's just kind of, you know, made it every time? I think maybe just in Qual 2 and now in Qual 3 as well. But the big thing for them is that, you know, they're kind of losing that vehicle now. Might be one available at Coney overall, so they have a different location from it that's coming in. But not being contested is going to be huge for them. Completely different in the way they have to get surged to. The game plan has changed. I like that in Qual number 3. Fred and Queasy, I mean, we talked about it a bit. The game plan hasn't changed entirely. They've realized something now, some error in their ways on their POI, at least at the start of the game.
Yeah, I think the big thing for them, right, is that although, yes, pulling south zones every game is never going to be ideal for a team that's north Sleepy without a vehicle, at times they were just taking way too long to loot up in Sleepy, right? And it's understandable to some extent, right? The metal isn't as easy to acquire at Sleepy as it is at other POIs, and so they sort of spend a bit more time farming in that regard. But, you know, today will be a big, big test of their character and ability to adapt. Queasy regarded as the best mind in Fortnite by many right now. And Hen is just crazy. Like, honestly, like, Hen might be just like the craziest player. Like, I've seen Hen do things I didn't think were possible in Fortnite. So that combination, you'd expect them again to have already made it by now, but they've been here in every single qualifier. This has to be the time where they secure a top 5. But they know that. But they thrive under pressure, and so we'll see whether that trend continues. Aqua and Vino, though, barely just above on Surge. I don't doubt their ability to hit some shots. You can see Vino connecting with that burst assault rifle. Really nice damage being dealt there.
362 by this point, you're wondering what do players really need to do, especially if they're in this spot that Vino and Aqua are in. Just try to get your damage up towards that 500 range if you can. 300 to 400 is also good. The Surge will take one more time. The operating number we're looking at right now is 50, so 13 players need to go down. That's about 6 to 7 teams in total. That's a lot of people in trouble in this zone.
Yeah, and I just saw Drake in the bottom left, right? He hit a huge couple of shots, right, that puts them above because they were just sitting at below. And that would have been tragic for them, right? We already talked about how they can find themselves in scuff positions on the bottom right. We're seeing exactly what I'm talking about when we talk about these scuff positions.
That's Marine.
Marine going down, Akram and Griff, the ones to take him out. And getting themselves up on Surge is huge as well. But Rifler, he'll be really upset with that. His teammate being taken out, now he has to play this game out by himself. But the game is really starting to kick off now as we move into the last couple of zones. Mirza and Lysen. Looks good off spawn. We saw them win their battle there, but can they win this battle? The battle to move yourself up in the Surge leaderboard.
They'll try on the right side too. The most interesting thing is Reason and Deceptos down on the back wall. And Deceptos actually getting beat from the left side. Armored walls all around, and Reason has no way to actually get into a single box. Mirza then is the one actually attacking him. These are the two Surge teams going head to head, and they rock it down. That's what I'm talking about. The ultimate defense sometimes is the best way to take a team down.
Yeah, that was a huge couple of eliminations for Mirza and Lysen. That will keep them ticking in this game. Adjustments have to be made by Reason and Deceptos. They can't afford to go down to Surge any longer. They need a massive day like we talked about. But a launch pad coming through now will get them into zone. Will they go above the bridge, below the bridge, on the bridge maybe? I think above is a better option.
Yeah, that's the vibe. 2 up. They might be the one team that's actually contesting all the way towards the highest height. You talked about the team that is basically height god, Squeezy and Hen. In my mind, I was like, there's no way they do this with Aqua and Vino still alive, with Jerky also looking up towards the skies. Squeezy and Hen are structured to keep the clouds under control.
And Queasy might not know it, but that team that he was taking shots at was Eyedrop and Jerky, right? A team that he needs to pressure in order to keep height throughout this game. He needs to make sure they know height is not for the taking. Aqua and Vino will definitely have their eyes set on it as well. And they look set up so well. The mats on Vino at least looking phenomenal. A launch pad available to them as well. We'll see what they can do with it, but it is a recipe for disaster for everybody else that has to deal with them.
Yeah, bottom right, Hellfire Scram just picked up a huge elimination of their own so far. Having a refresh on low ground is going to be huge. Meanwhile, the other 2 POVs we're seeing on the left and the top side, that are basically Vino and Jerky. 2 teams looking to try to take over that height. They're not there just for now. It's Hen and Queasy. They're going to be policing towards the skies. But let's see what Vino's got in the boat. I do see one pad ready to go. Aqua there with the edit in just a second. is starting to rattle all around. Savid was going to be contesting Hype, but Queasy actually shuts him down immediately. Right for also going down to Floki. Lowless is not going to make this zone either. Now all the way up in the skies. Look at the zone 2. Bridges, hills, and mountains in between. Going to be tough to see exactly where Vito's going to land. A double tap on the pad as well. They are flying in the skies. Jerky is actually the one who has high ground for the moment. What happened to Queasy for now? There's a big battle going, and Vito joins the party.
You see how huge that double dip was. It allowed him to remain the highest in the sky, and he got to take his pick of the bunch. Up on height, Aqua is there to join him as well. We talked about all these height teams, but they made it seem so easy. It was a seamless transition up to this layer, but can they hold on to it? The fight is not done. More people will go for it. Neko and Dan, the Spaniards, getting busy on the mid ground. An elimination there will be nice. These guys have that pop-up potential if they can stay side by side, and a good start. 4 eliminations on the game for them.
For now, they're also kind of flopping over a few of the builds, taking a little bit of their sweet old time, getting straight towards the zone. Vito and Aqua, though, now invaded once again. Round 2, heading Queasy all the way up for height. Gonna see exactly what they can do. Vino actually holding it over, building straight towards the skies. Denied is the duo that had it at first. But there's a cost to this. There's a cost to keeping height this much for this long. It's materials. Aqua and Vino give it up, looking to reconnect actually, and still hold on. But there's already a team inside. Is that Vino who has it? Not even sure now. Landing over towards Nebs. It's Kinzel who's making a shot straight towards the skies. This is huge. Insane from all sides. And Aqua's actually blocked the coast through the wall. That's gonna be huge for him to maybe even maintain control. He sends Vino all the way forward like a pet monster in his belt, and they have it once again. They meet hands, but Levin, look at their mats.
Their desperation kicked in. They knew they had to hold on to height, and they committed everything.
Oh my God.
They wouldn't let any sort of materials. You can see how high up it is. Vino looking to try connect. Queasy has gone down, and so now Hen with his back against the wall has to hit a huge shot. Can he do it? He will. Hits up the knock. The other one, Neko now is trying to put pressure on him. Can he deal with him? The finish will help in keeping him in the zone that just bit longer. The splashes, the floppers are huge, but can he stay alive? This team's also in the zone, looking to take shots at him. We've seen him have crazy clutches before, but can he pull another one out the bag?
Wonder Kid time is here again. Vortex also all the way on the backside of the zone. Might rattle his feet in just a second. Hen is still surviving though. 30, 20, down to 1 second. The sprint is there, and so are his chances to stay alive. Hen has done it with an armored wall and is inside the top 10. Meanwhile though, look up top. It's not just the mountain of mass this man has to fight over. It's also the big god duo. Vino and Aqua all the way over on height. Naku finally down. Hellfire's lost Scram, but look at the elims, 5 total for the squad. They're looking to trickle down. So are the players. Vino and Aqua kind of lose a lot of control that they had to squish the pressure. Entire low ground gets released, and now it's up to Kinzel and Nebs to see how long they can maintain control.
Yeah, we saw everybody battling up for height, but now things have gone down, down, down. Hellfire also going down. You saw how well Nebs did to try claim low ground, but more people drop into their sights. Spray and Coggy, they're looking for the spray, and Aqua and Vino, they're so shambles on mats, they might just have to fight this all out. They can't afford to just keep holding on to their build, and maybe I can say the same for Joggy here, because he's only got 4 left.
Is that a teammate? Okay, that was like way too suspicious on the backside of the wall, but now Kinzel and Nebs, I think they're the ones who have the most amount of resources available for the moment. Cosmo also just kind of biding his time all the way towards the back. Vino and Aqua just sharing this blessing of the zone bouncing back. Look at Aqua's HP and Vino's. In terms of endgame plays, they love dipping in and out of that storm. Not going to be a possibility for now. Zragi and Kraki, they haven't finished with the spray either. Going up against Kinzel straight towards the wall. Can't find the right angle either. Zragi now is going to be last alive for the squad. Nebs and Kinzel do not miss. They're controlling the floors, but can they rise towards the skies? Ooh, what a shot from Nebs. Take control, but look at how much time it's taken, Levin. They're barely even just hanging on towards this final 2v2. Made it over. Vino, maybe slightly. Aqua now down. There's just a sliver of HP. Oh my goodness, what can they actually do? They're looking possibly also towards the wrong side. Both people down below, biding their time. A minute left on this zone. With these big changes this season, it'll take a while for all this to lock in. All Kinzel and Nebs need to do is wait for the final spray and the shot. They have the advantage. Aqua and Vino have to jump in first. Metal builds all around. It's tough to kind of see in, opaque on all sides. It's dark. We need a flashlight, Vino. We need that shotgun ready to go. And Strikey, here's Nebs' footsteps towards the bottom. Kinzel still there. They're maintaining composure from all different sides. Now they finally have an instance to clash. Vino and Aqua counting down to 3, 2, 1. 8 builds still left for Vino. They maintain control a little bit with the pyramid, but there's a big spray down below. Kinzel still has a little bit of control of this one. Looking for even just a single shot. No team has even hit each other. We've hit rock bottom, and there's the drop down. Kinzel, though, does not go down that easy. He's there with the first game's victory royale.
We have not seen them in any of the round 4s, but they come and they make themselves look so comfortable. You would not believe that this is one of their first times coming to this stage. They have absolutely put on a clinic down below. the ultimate control of the low ground, and then the huge shots to finish it up. I talked about whether or not Kinzel has that fire in him still, and clearly he does. A huge stop and a huge bit of motivation moving them into the next 5 games.
Hey, he's hot. This man is straight flames right now in this first game. That one specifically too, the long draw, the pressure, the patience needed, Levin, was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, but they did not buckle under that pressure whatsoever. A brilliant display. So much happening on height, so much happening below. We're going to kick it to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness, game number 1 from Qualifier 3 did not disappoint. There's so much happening here. So many of these little micro things going on where you said, if you're missing it, there's just so much happening within these layers that is absolutely controlling the overall storyline that is Qualifier number 3.
I mean, we set up at the top of the show for so many of these teams to pop off, right? We were looking at obviously Vino and Aqua right off the bat. We were like, these guys were doing so good. We're wondering how are they going to do? How is that contestation at spawn going to start? And here's exactly what happened. We saw, of course, Aqua managed to get himself away, but Vino did get the floor spawn, and it looked a little shaky. It was a little shaky for a second there, but no, he clutched up the 2 eliminations. And then after that, they went on a full rampage. 5 elims before the game even got to end game. Height retake, and obviously didn't manage to win out overall, but the amount of elims, second, it's looking pretty good.
Absolutely textbook stuff from Vino and Aqua. Of course, winning off spawn in the first game, you're already setting a statement, you're making a statement and setting the standard for the rest of the lobby, of course, going for high ground. It was like a game of height tennis, it was back and forth. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Aqua? Is it going to be Vino? Of course, Hen and Queasy going for it as well, but they couldn't quite close out the game. It was such a close one. They dropped in on it onto Kinzel right there, but Kinzel was just better in that moment.
Yeah, I also think, they're going to have to capitalize on the games they do win off spawn, because obviously they're 50-50ing, and if they don't manage to win a couple off spawn, that big, massive second place is going to do so good for them on the leaderboards.
Speaking of leaderboards, the magical word that you just threw out there, we got to take a look. Though there is a couple things I'd like to go ahead and point out, and I love it. Kroggy and Zroggy, I don't know if I'm saying names wrong. I don't even know who they are because of their names. It's awesome, but 9 eliminations. Give me.
I'll hook you up. I'll hook you up. It's Kovacs and Zrox. Now, from last season, Zrox is unbelievable. He was playing with Trippern, and Trippern was very excited by the guy's gameplay, right? He looked at the VODs, checked out how good he was, and he's like, I have to play with that kid. That made his first FNCS finals, and now here he is back again, starting this qualifier off so strong with that 9 elimination game on low ground. They kind of went a little bit under the radar, and then just started popping off.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And another team that did that throughout the whole of these qualifiers is Savin and Jamco. Of course, they haven't had that great of a start to the season. Qualifier number 1, qualifier number 2, not quite making their way to round 4. But they're making a statement. And of course, that 6 elimination game right there, that's really going to boost them up in the leaderboards. 4th, you can see them on the screen as well. Of course, a great game for them. Not quite at the level of Nebs and Kinzel, but I'm sure they have plenty of games to get that going.
No, Nebs and Kinzel's another one of those teams who really has to do well, right? They are another one of those teams. I'm pretty sure they need to get top 5 to make it to the finals. I don't think they can make it to semifinals on series points, but that game right there started off so good for them, right? They were down on the low. Look at them right now with 1 elimination. This is where it all turns. This is the refresh that they needed on the Cyrus's team, the guys who were winning that previous round, and it all was kind of just a cascade from them. It's just started to flow all the way down. They were the ones who ended that spree from Zrox. I'm getting confused because their names are all changed now. From Kovacs and Zrox, they were the ones who managed to end that run there, and that ultimately was the reason they won.
I think what I really like about this endgame as well, we saw them play that low ground really well. They were patient. They didn't try and crank up to high. Maybe they didn't have the materials. They were a little bit lower down. And of course, the same for Vino and Aqua. They were staying up there. They were saying, okay, you guys can stay down there. That's all right. We have a topsy-turvy ups and down zone. It was a crazy game one. They're throwing them right in at the deep end. But, real big props to those guys. They did really well on the low ground. Of course, Kinzel, we know Kinzel. He's a solid solo player. I believe he's won 2 at DreamHacks, and he's came 5th in All-Stars as well. He's just a very solid player as a solo, and he needed it right there at the end.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he needs it for this game. He needs it for this entire tournament as well. And here we go. Here is the stats, and this is obviously from the previous game. Now, as we noticed, the previous round, my bad. 3 victory royales out of the games that they managed to play there. That is huge. Now that they're coming into this round, this shows that it's not just a kind of one-off thing, right? This is a thing that they're managing to keep into the set lobby environment, winning game number 1. Will they win any other 5 games? I'm not entirely certain. I'm not going to make a prediction that early on if they're going to win another game or not, but they're set up to do super well, get that top 5 that they need to qualify.
That's right, momentum. That's what we need to get us through this qualifier and make it into that top 5. But it's almost game time, so we're kicking it back over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, boys, on the desk. Yeah, right now, Levin, when it just comes to what we're seeing in these games, there is a lot of patience, a lot of slow burn. It seems like everyone's kind of saving everything so far, just really sticking towards these 6 games, trying to make that top 5 for the finals.
Yeah, we just saw how crazy it was in terms of some of the Surge fights, right? So many teams who maybe you'd expect to be way up on Surge, right? Super aggressive players, just keeping it close to their chest, trying their best to stay in their game. But to stay in their game, you've got to do damage, guys. You can't afford to be going down that way. And of course, all the high takes, all the interesting dynamics we saw in that game, so many tactical elements, too much to even break down at times, right? So fascinating, and I'm sure it's going to continue to evolve and develop in the next couple games.
Absolutely, and so far, it was the one flavor that we got, of just the FNCS Qual 3. It was Aqua and Vino who were allowed to kind of move off the cavern. Yeah. Who knows what happens now? Completely different type of game, completely different type of height hold could be upon us at any moment.
Yeah, they can go from just dominating the lobby to just having to watch it, right, for the whole 20 or so minutes. We'll find out, right? We're heading into game 2 right now.
Game number 2 of qualifier number 3, and the battle bus is ready to drop these players up around the map, depending on what side it lands on as well. Cavern, so different on how it looks too, right? Thomas and Tripper, unfortunately interrupted on that first game. This time, might have a bit of an advantage. Aquavino going straight towards that mid side. Thomas is still kind of in the air. Advantage Aqua. Tripper being caught up on. Auto shot, he ready to go as well. This man is trying to hide and get a little bit of damage already on the map. Thomas sees it from the backside, and it's going to be a disaster for everyone. They are immediately deleted.
I don't know what it is. Whenever they're landing that direction, whenever it's just not the slurp truck, they're just so goated. And it's crazy to me, Shai, because Thomas's drop was horrific. You know, I got big love for Thomas. You know, I met his dad, nice guy, lovely family, whatever. But that drop was shambolic, and they still win. And as we said, right, Aquavino go from having such a beautiful deep game to not being even in this one now. And same again now, though, for Lecce and
we blinked. We blinked, by the way, for Lecce and Swilliam. Yeah, that's what happened there. We were blinking. These guys were gone.
Oh, dear.
Big points for Thomas. This man was literally, I don't know, eating food, drinking water while dropping, and just forgot the path in. I'm repping his dad too, don't worry, I'll roll in with that same line. Regardless, Gloomy Moneymaker up in the business, blast from the pass a little bit, kind of made it just towards that top 50, and in this game are looking to maybe take control of the cavern as well.
I think we might be watching the oldest player in the lobby, who also plays with the youngest player in the lobby. Gloomy and Moneymaker here. A very fun dynamic. Very fun dynamic. Yeah. That's what you call balance, bro. Bloomy, of course, a very experienced leader figure, an authoritarian, Moneymaker, an up-and-coming youngster who very much has all the mechanics but needs some of the application with it as well. And that's where Bloomy and him work so well together. And of course, this is a POI that they've been landing at all season long. But some big names are obviously here this time around, making it a bit more difficult. And you can see already just things are a bit shambles for them. Bare bones when it comes to materials, looking to just farm anything that they can. And the loot is just not great either, right? So
yeah.
Interesting here. Scram and Hellfire. Just outside of Greasy Grove, getting some eliminations. That's going to be very beneficial moving forward. Some free damage, and of course, again, at Greasy Grove, they do have access to a Whiplash vehicle.
Gotta love the Whiplashes, so fast. At the Chonkers, even faster.
Of course, of course. Look, Hellfire and Scram are a huge, huge team to watch out for as things develop today. We're heading over to the Bugle, where we have two of my favorite players. Of course, I always have to remind you guys of my bias. Astra and Michael, the British boys rolling through at the Bugle, but it's not going to be an easy task because Milad does not play about. So we'll see how this one evolves.
He's all work, no play. Yeah.
Much like myself, actually.
Really?
Yeah, no play with me.
I would say the opposite.
Oh, well, thanks. Out.
But like so opposite that like it goes around the globe, you know what I mean? And like you find yourself and you turn it around again.
Yeah, man. Mr. Worldwide like an ass.
Yeah. Is this like a patented UK strategy?
it must be. That was actually kind of crazy right there. That was nice. It didn't actually, they didn't reap the rewards of the coolness of that play, but a nice attempt and something to watch out for. I love how we mentioned Anas and we get to see him. It looks like they were in a bit of trouble there. Pink's actually picked up a couple of eliminations, so that'll be interesting to follow. But the battle at the Bugle continues. Astra and Michael deciding to get out of that building, get out of dodge, but the problem is they can be heard and they will be followed.
It's gonna be tough to escape at all. European boys up inside a American newspaper company establishment. I don't know where I'm going with this one. Where we are going right now on the map is the Joneses. Gotta love the Joneses fights. Unexpected tree pinches. Unexpected jungle walks.
Do we gotta love them though? Do we? Cause I don't.
Okay. No. Hey, roll in with it, man.
Hey, man.
Talk your talk, Kink.
Can't be chained, can't be held down. Dakpo and Savid. It'll be interesting to see how they do out of this spot. Of course, a team that I'm sure many people would have probably doubted to be able to even get to this stage, right, around 4. But again, another team that just really has to make the most of it. They can't afford to let any games sort of slip out of their hands. And they've started off all right, of course, but we've all seen many a time hot starts don't necessarily translate to top 5s.
Yeah. I had a chance to think about as well how, you know, what the feeling truly is for the Joneses when you're watching the fights break down. It's kind of relatable to what I'm going through in real life right now. You know when you need a sneeze and like the sneeze just doesn't come, but it's like in the back of your head the whole time.
Yeah.
And then maybe your nose like tickles.
Oh.
Literally happened to me right now. That's like watching the Joneses when you're watching the fights
man,
there, man.
It's such a tease, you know?
Yeah. Will it happen? The feeling's kind of good, but also just kind of weird, you know? Like
you don't get like the
closure.
Yeah, exactly,
you don't get the closure.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. Default and Curb, another game where they're just not looking too hot here. Lucy and Hydro. Oh dear. Lucy, you've got to be careful, son.
Try for something. Hydro doesn't care about care. Rolls right in and shows us why it's called Camp Cuddle, box to box.
Up close and personal. That's how they like to do it, at least.
Meanwhile, Bevies and Bofink. All these fights are just so rascally. They're so,
Is that the word of the day?
I think that is the word of the day. I'm trying to even search for a better one, but it just seems like some, these little rascals fighting. Look at Vocal. Look at him run around.
He's very rascalish, you know? This is actually one of the other benefits of Command Cabin that probably doesn't get talked about by us enough in terms of like, yeah, it's a great POI because it has all this loot, but they also have access to vehicles, right? And so, you know, just that extra benefit.
This is the one scary thing, though. I've seen a lot of vehicles kind of base up towards the mountains. You also obviously want to be here for the surge strat. Something just ends up going wrong, though, you know? Team may be pushing, maybe you're just getting a little bit too overconfident the entire time. I'm liking the way these guys kind of break it down, though, and that's what I'm talking about. Something just happens, man. You have a vehicle, like choose one side. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Perfect rotation, but you want to stay on the mountains, like, you just can't have them both.
Oh man, that was the money shot right there. I hope we get, like, I'd love them to just like slow-mo just show the cannon shot just hitting the vehicle. That would be amazing. Honestly, that was nice. But yeah, you're right, man. They were a bit overzealous. They didn't box up the vehicle. Come on, guys. You got to know to box up your vehicle.
It's facts.
I remember I was playing in like a hype night or something, and I started taking shots at somebody's vehicle who was like based up because they didn't base it up properly.
Yeah.
And like we're celebrating. We're like, ah. we blew up their vehicle. Comes to find out, ours was poking out. And so they were just shooting back at ours. We were like, why are they shooting us? Like, what are they doing? And our vehicle also combusted. So
yeah,
always box up your vehicles.
Make sure it's all wrapped up. Meanwhile, what happened with Genesis and Vortex this last game? I'm looking at them overall, 30 points right now. They're towards that top 10. They kind of rolled in 4 elims. I think one of the reasons that Mini's also rolling with this team, it might not be one that's going to win today entirely up in first place, unless things go absolutely great for them, right? Pulling a few zones and whatnot. But the one good thing about them is you can count on consistency with Genesis and Vortex when they're allowed to at least play the game. 30, 40 points a game, you hit that top 10 every time with a few elims. You do that for 6 games. That should be easy qual for the duo.
Yeah, these guys will be wanting an easy qual, right? Scram, very much referred to as like a finals player, right? Somebody who maybe isn't the craziest when it comes to the mix, right? He's not going to be popping off in the solo cash cups or anything, but he's someone who he's good or reliable in the finals. The big problem though for them is that what's Scram's use if he's not in the finals? You got to get him there, right? And so a big job in the hands of Hellfire and Scram today. If they don't get to the finals, it'd be considered a huge disappointment from themselves, right? They will have high expectations of their ability. The dynamic Danish duo. And I'm not talking about Thomas and Trippin there, the other one. They'll be looking to try and sneak their way into the top 5.
Pig and Os already did a little bit of damage this game. 2 elims. If you're trying to live on this island, right, Levin? You're trying to find a place to settle down. What's the prime time POI location for 11-2K?
No, not Command Caverns.
Without the players dropping, just from a scenic perspective.
From a scenic perspective?
From a housing economic perspective.
Oh, it has to be Sleepy Sound. It's so beautiful. You're by the ocean as well. The views, the vibes. Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. I love it.
For me, I don't know. Take me to the desert, my friend. Give me Rocky Reels, some movies.
A desert man.
Desert mans, yeah.
You are like a movie buff, so I respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what my favorite movie is?
What is your favorite movie?
Game 6 of any qualifier or finals.
We share a favorite movie.
Oh, that's very nice. I love watching that one. Sometimes you know the script as well. It's kind of very nice.
It's an instant classic.
Thomas and Trippin allowed to play. What makes these guys different from, like, you know, Vino Aqua overall when they're rolling in?
I think the big thing with that duo is the fact that, like, their clutch ability. Like, if we, like, gave attributes to every player, that duo's clutch ability, mainly because of Thomas, is insane. And of course, Trippin's my guy. And Trippin's my guy. You know, that's my old duo. I mention that every once in a while, so... If you never heard me say it, there you go. Trippin is my old duo. But, you know, their ability to sort of get their way out of tough situations in endgame is really, really fun, right? They don't just have to resort to playing for, you know, ulti height like Vino and Aqua will.
Yeah.
Put them on mid or low and they'll get it cracking, so.
All about just getting them towards that spot. It seems like for a bunch of these duos, it's about getting towards a specific portion of the game. For the rest of them, like the ones on screen right now, it's about getting that surge done. You already kind of landed at the location you want to be at. Right now, Dookie kind of lurking towards the bottom side. See what Ken can do to Duke right here. Looking for a shot, not really going to find it, but now is aware exactly of what's going on. It's low ground. That's dangerous. With that shot, though, they fall from 11 down to 24 so far in terms of damage threshold. It's going to be tough, but they're going to move on, not even try to entice the fight. They need to get the zone first. This is way too deep in terms of really taking a battle down.
Yeah, they're sort of pinched in here, right? So, got to make use of that natural landscape as cover. Kira and Jurdy, one of the 4 teams that has played in every single qualifier. Maybe not as flashy of a name as some of the other ones who have been here every time, but their ability to get to round 4 on 3 occasions is definitely impressive. But again, right, after playing 2 of these qualifiers, as fun as they are for us as viewers, as a player, you just want to get over and done with. You just want to get your spot in the finals, right? So we'll see whether they've learned from their previous experiences. At the moment, it doesn't seem so, because they're down on Surge and it's not looking too good for them.
Let's see if they can really bounce back, though. Keg on their side. They're the left POV. That's what we're talking about for the moment. On the right, Spies. They're looking to just go all in towards one of these boxes. Not finding too much action. Needs to pop this mini before the lightning strikes. It's not going to actually take him down. He's going to be fine. No electricity in the veins today. Just shield fluids. This man needs to make sure he's topping up. The damage will not stop raining down. Hero already lost his teammate, and with a big shotgun shot straight to the face, he goes down too.
Yeah, Kura and Jody, unfortunate there. We talked about whether or not they've learned from their lessons, and they might have a couple more games to show us what they can do, but this one will not be the one. Kinzel in the feed, picking up an elimination. We'll see whether or not these guys can put on a back-to-back special. Something that we don't see quite often, but when we do, boy oh boy.
It's very nice.
Very nice. Now, what will be nice is for these guys to find a bit more of a secure position and some damage, because they don't have heals. Sitting there is not going to be the play. And yeah, you can see just choosing to get in.
Nope.
But not soon enough.
For some reason, that's a duo going down. I would honestly prefer one of these guys to build the sky limit and jump off or something to be able to let the other one live. It was 71. One of you needed to go away. After that, it could have been fine, maybe even working towards placements. We're close to being towards a few of those thresholds being divvied out. I know what the old names were, but it's just too much fun to say Kroggy and Zrogi, so I'm going to stick with it for the day.
Just Rocks and Kovacs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too bad. You changed it.
They wanted Zrogi and Kroggy. We're going to give it to them. All right, we'll give it to them.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Maybe we shouldn't give it to them. That was a little bit of a mini curse. Actually, it's still going to take it. It is what it is. Zrogi will be able to possibly... Actually, no. The amount of times we've seen 9-3 boots, that's not in this chapter. Not going to be a wave right now. And he's on the backside, too. Getting spanned by Marine and Rifle. This is going to be tough for him to move in. Look at how many people are here. Now getting lobby focus. Watch the mats on the bottom right side as well. 187. The enemy team have seen him kind of switch between metal and brick as well. This will just be an easy spray for one team, too. Finally, the full focus comes in. Who picks it up? It is Rifle, the one who found it, rightfully so. Treasure in the sands of the shore.
Yeah, I was going to say, they sort of paused for a moment, and I thought, hold on a minute, surely they won't let him survive here. Look at Danny Astro, my guy, he's smiling, he's happy. I love that from Danny, I love it.
I'm loving this perspective as well. Don't see the win condition, wondering if we can see Queezy's inventory at any moment. We know Trippin has a launch pad, but that duo who was just on the left side of your screen doesn't. That will be trouble. Clutchman Thomas HD taking a little bit of a rattling from one of these sides.
Yeah, they got a decent distance to go, but with the vehicle, a path towards their left probably will be the clearest journey to getting into zone. And you can see that's exactly what they'll do. They'll take sort of the left side of this hill. They need to make sure they're not running into a rock.
Hello?
Oh dear.
Let's get on it, mind it at this point. Okay, never mind. We're chilling. That was scary, and they have one tire lost already, so this vehicle has a timer. Everyone kind of rotating in with it. They're going to start to see the sparks fly and understand the situation. Yep.
Yeah.
There come the builds, and then the shots. As a result, too, vehicle looks like finally gone, but they have a very good spot. Saved so many mats all the way up to this position.
Yeah, and we'll see now. A lot of teams sort of gathering up towards the north side of the zone. Half of the zone is sort of not actually on land, and so I'm guessing a lot of these teams are betting on the fact that it won't just fully pull fully on the ocean, right? That doesn't happen.
Read the script, Levin. Read the script. Where are we going?
You want a spoiler?
Yeah.
Spoilers, I don't know.
Yo, I know.
Okay.
We're going straight south. That one team that you see.
Imagine, bro. If that one team pulls it south, I will grind to 100k arena points.
Okay. In 24 hours?
In 24 hours.
10 seconds to see if Levin will be lost in purgatory. Blue on the bottom left side. All these teams, perspectives you have on your screen right now, are ones who are in trouble. They need to fight. They're low on surge. They're going to be trying to. We'll be jumping in one of the boxes, but going to be stuck like glue for now. Blocked by so many different builds. Shots not landing though from either side. Now it's just chaos on his screen. He should be the first to go down. Jumping straight in the storm. Medmist not enough to stop lightning. And we do pull kind of towards the south.
But it didn't pull on them.
You got 50k in 12 hours.
So I got to do 50k?
In 12 hours. Yeah.
Well,
they have it, though. They're eating good. I think the biggest thing about this zone is that it's pulling away from every single team. I think a south zone directly south might have been better for the lobby, but this is the opposite of where the main congestion is. If you look at some of these smaller mini-maps, we'll be up to a big POV in just a second. Take a look at the Lightning as well, just from Surge. This is so tough overall to deal with, and a lot of these teams aren't even in a position to overpeak. Japco on the top side are one of the only ones. We'll see Nextra and Sanglit on the bottom. Looking for a fly-in. They're going to be able to go for a straight fight here in just a second, but no. Extra can't really find much. 53 players still up. The damage will still drop down. His teammate now gone. We're up to 52. Sanglit is still out healing. Where have we found all of these shields on the Atlantic side? I'm not even sure, but this is damage this man cannot take. Surge finally turns off, but they've lost so much of their inventory to get to this point.
I bet he's regretting opening that window now, but it's too late to apologize for him. He has to deal with the consequences, and you can see the HP is dwindling for sure, but fortunately for them, nobody continued to sort of spray it onto their box. But you can just see all these names gathering up now, and plenty of them will be in the sweepstakes to take it all. Hellfire and Scram, another one of those. We saw last game, it was Hellfire by himself.
Oh man.
In a clutch situation. Will it be more of the same this game, or will Scram be able to stay up and be the support Hellfire needs?
Let's check it out and see the zone right now. Just kind of reminding me of, like, I don't know, previous relationships. A lot of people not wanting to let go of the land, let go of the past. And they're going right back to it, so it might get a little bit toxic. Next and Kinzel looking already towards the backside about what to do next. We're going straight off the water now, up into Old Bills. Thing will start to slow down entirely for every duo on the map for now. And slowly we walk away from all the hydration down below.
Yeah, you can see that journey now. This was the point last game where we saw a bunch of pads come out, height being established. Currently, nobody is establishing height, and I wonder when that will change as teams start to make their way into the zone. You can see now Pink in the very back, up above, realizing the opportunity maybe, and realizing that it's a chance for height. Trippin and Thomaso, they will use a pad now, and now they're making their way on up. And you're seeing Trippin building up, realizing that height was for the taking. But what can they do to hold on to it? We saw how difficult it was last game. Juriki down in the feed, and so maybe that's one team down that won't be going for it this game, but when one team falls, another one steps up. And I think we might be seeing that now. Thomas being very aware of second height. Reason and the Sixers will be the ones there. But he has to always look over his shoulder, one eye open as he sleeps. Hellfire and Scram down below, looking to try claim that side of things. They might run into Kinzo and Nebzo if they're not careful, and save it in a clutch situation as well.
How long can Savid really hold on for the moment? That's the big question on screen right now. Now we kind of tune into the overall aspect of what's going on in this endgame. iDrop still alive all the way towards this mid-ground side. And Anas is there with Pink, looking to see exactly when Thomas and Tripper will fall. If there is a little bit of a gap inside the builds, inside the strategy up towards the skies. But no, they won't do much. Meanwhile, down below, Kinzel alongside Nebs, kind of controlling exactly how low ground looks. Hellfire Scram also active all the way down there. Every single team not even peeking it, not even taking an instance of damage or dealing big once. Anas now finally getting into open air, looking at all different sides. The map count's not going to be too low, but he's going to follow in and see how much he can actually save. This bottom right perspective, he saved so many materials on this quick sprint, and it looks so good. Meanwhile, nothing's changing for anyone else across the entirety of the layers of endgame. Scram finally losing Hellfire in a fight that happens towards the backside of the builds down below. Meanwhile, Anas and Pink are still just thriving, moving, as Rupert and Thomas lay a carpet down from the skies.
Yeah, and so many players staying up in this game. It moved through the old builds, and it allowed people just sort of recycle and keep their mats, and we'll see how that plays out now. Pink and Anas realizing that maybe height is going to be for the taking. We usually see them up above, but they understand the fundamentals of low, trying to claim the front side. But who are they going to run into? Because there'll be plenty more with ideas. The same Scram now in a 1v1 that he won't be able to win. He will go down. And so far, it's been easy breezy for Trippin and Thomas up on height. Everybody doing the hard yards below them.
Kinzel now out of gas, has no more energy left in the legs to sprint, no more yards to really cover. Kind of stuck on the backside of the zone for the moment, looking for a way to really get in. The left side's into the option. And that option's mega close. Nebs is in there, blocked by multiple builds. Look at the escape. possessed and almost a perfect artist in the night, but no, he's gonna be stopped. Nebs now takes the page out of his Houdini book. He's gonna get completely out of there. Dash, abracadabra, he escapes. Now Thomas AC with magic of his own. No words even needed, just look at the action. This man is just nuts. Players on his screen and he deletes them like a command, like a keystroke. That's all he really needs. And Trippin, by the way, is also still alive. They look almost too powerful to be here in the spot right now, still bullying every player below them.
Thomas forcing everybody to control, alt, delete, sign out, sayonara. They will drop down, they will take people down, but it might be time for him to log out. He's gone down and he leaves Trippin all alone, but Trippin gets it in box. Max damage only for Trippin. And the med miss is huge, it allows him to stay in the zone, wait out everybody else. Nebs has done a phenomenal job as a solo as well. Can he keep going, tiptoeing around all these builds? And now we're playing his face. Can he hit the shot? No, he can't. iDrop, who's been a solo for a lot of this endgame. It's the game for the solos this time round. But Floki and Clement, seemingly the only duo left in this one. And I've seen them so many times below, on low ground, trying to win games and coming out successfully. Is this going to be the game? They're spraying up to height. They realize it now that this is theirs for the taking. And so many shots in the combat SMG for Floki. But can he put them to good use? Trippin still got some mats. Can he hold on for a bit longer though?
2 health bars on the boss down below. 2 players ready to go from up top, but it's not going to be too much. Not going to be enough for one of them. iDrop falls, Trippin with a big shot on the other side. This is insane! Trippin 1v2 in 2 seconds. That was magical.
Trippin taking a page out of Thomas's book with a huge clutch. Never did I think he'd be able to connect with those kind of shots, but he proves me wrong. It might not just be Thomas magic, it's just Danish magic at this point. A brilliant final shot there. The ice in his veins, no chance at all.
Magnetic, electric on the last 2 shots. I mean, I don't even know where to look. I don't know how to feel right now, Levin. That was ground shaking, earth shattering.
That was genuinely one of the most insane endings to a game I have seen all season long. Trippin providing with the entertainment. We saw them dominate up from above, but when the time came to drop down and play as a solo, he stepped up to the challenge. He rose to the occasion and definitely will be rising now in the standings. We saw they didn't even get to play game 1. The game they do get to play, they get a victory royale. Kamar and Kevin constantly providing us with victory royales.
Absolutely. I want to see the reactions of Zeke, Mini, and Reese. That was too much.
That's my reaction, baby. What the heck am I watching? Is this a finals game? No, this is just qualifier number 3. Production, roll those clips, baby. Trippin, I cannot believe the show that this duo is putting on, Reese.
Look, I had said at the top of the show, Thomas HD and Trippin have to play together as a duo. They have to do it because that's what's going to be their solo success, because these guys have been playing so separate so far. And that's what they did for like the majority of the game. I was so happy. I was like, we're seeing it. They're on high ground. And now we obviously saw Thomas HD get a little bit, you know, maybe overexcited, jump straight into a box and what looked like whiff the game from that moment. And people have been talking down about Trippin, right? Because obviously Thomas ended up dropping Tayson for Trippin. But no. He's come back and he's shown why he is one of the best players and why he deserves to be on this duo. 8 eliminations in the Victory Royale.
Absolutely. We talked so much about Thomas HD and his solo skill, his solo potential, but now it's time for Trippin to rise to the occasion. And oh boy, did he do just that. You talked about it earlier, Reese, of course. Just being able to capitalize on getting, winning off spawn at Command Cabin. We saw it in game 1. They unfortunately went down, but now they get that North bus. And we just saw what they can do when they win off spawn.
Yeah, it's basically like if they have to 50-50 on the slurp truck at the south-hand side, we usually see Vino and Akko win that. But if that bus path comes from the north down to the south, they drop in this north-hand side here. And look, Thomas HD does what Thomas HD does best, and that's hit shot after shot, get knock after knock, and win off spawn.
Just absolutely insane. That was just game number 2. Like, I'm so shook right now.
I know.
Let's take a look at the standings and see how this is already starting to, like, you can just see, man, look at all this. And as well as you guys are watching, that little number right next to the placement, that's how many places they moved up or down. Trippin and Thomas HD. I cannot believe this. Mini Miner, they're up 47 places.
7 places. I mean, this is unbelievable. But this is the power of Command Cavern. You win off spawn there. You get the loot. You get the reward for your risk that you took. And it's such a valuable place to go and such a valuable place to come out of, as you can see. I mean, no, not every team is like Trippin and Thomas. Let's be honest here. Not everyone could do that. I don't think me and Reese could do that, but let's be honest. But, I mean, maybe I've seen you. But no, they're incredible, as we've seen. And maybe, just maybe, they can keep that up. If they keep winning off spawn, I'm sure they'll qualify today.
Yeah, Nebs and Kinzel, first place right now. Again, we said this is one of the teams who needs to be in the top 5 right now, and they're one of the teams who's looking like they're absolutely capable of doing that. They were a team like just going down on low ground, switching over and over and over again. I wrote down the list of the teams who were all on low ground because it changed over so many times, and I've lost track of who it was, but they'd claimed such a good position on the low. They looked like the commanding team, and look, now they're on that first place slot.
I'm still so shook, bro. I'm still so shook. I cannot believe that just happened. And there as well in 5th place, Hellfire and Scram. This is, remember, we talked about at the top of the show, a duo that has to make it in the top 5. If they want to continue competing in the FNCS this season, they have to end top 5. I'm watching the replay of them winning off spawn here, and this isn't even a fight. This is just Hellfire hitting every single bullet, hitting every single max. And the team that's contesting them right now, like, I mean, you got to reconsider your choices, I think, at this point. Like, that's 2 games they've gone down off spawn right off the bat, like, without even getting an opportunity to get deeper into the game. Hellfire and Scram are putting in the work in the early game.
Yeah, you can see they have that fire in their belly at the moment, don't you? You can just tell that they're really up for this. They want that top 5 because, as we've mentioned, they need it, and they're hitting the shots. They're hitting the high damage striker pump shots. They are really turning up today, and let's hope it can continue for them.
They're just trying to prove it, right, Mini Miner? They're trying to say, look, we deserve that shot, right? We want to make it to finals. We deserve to be there. Watch these plays, clip it. That's right, share it. You see, we are good at the game. That was just game number 2. We have 4 more ahead of us here in qualifier number 3 EU. Let's get back on that battle bus. I want to see some more games.
I want to see more Tripper.
I want to see more Tripper too. That was, I feel like we still need 5 more minutes left to just process what happened in that last moment.
Yeah, honestly, that genuinely was so nice to see, man. Trippin worked so incredibly hard, and to see him reaping, paying off the benefits there. Look, we talked about how with so many teams at Command Cavern, we can't possibly see any of them do well. There's just way too many. Aquavino, Trippin, Thomas, they're saying, nah, all we need is a couple games here and there, and we will push ourselves into that top 5, right? Will this trend continue? The winner is just going to keep winning games. Is this like how it works?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, there's so many other teams around the map that can kind of slither in that top 5 that don't, just need the 1 game. All 6, they'll be active. So it's going to be tough, really tight for Vino Aqua and Thomas Trippin to kind of roll in.
Yeah, I think it's important that you don't sort of lose your head after a win like that. They do have to just win their off-spawn battle, right? We've seen how it can just go tragically wrong in the past, but that is what we talked about off the top of the show, right? Just how it can just swing back and forth between each team. And at some point, some of these other teams are going to start getting involved as well, and so we're going to hop right in and see if that prophecy is fulfilled.
Game number 3, the halfway point rolling in. For these off-spawn battles, there's no halfway. There's no meeting halfway. There's no staying there at all. There is no start or finish line. It's you drop in or you drop out. There's just no chance, especially at the Cavern.
Yeah, it is literally do or be done, it seems, nice. For these guys.
Oh, look at the 2 POVs.
We're ready. We're ready.
Trippers looks kind of nicer. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You're the drop connoisseur.
I'm a drop connoisseur. Watch this. The meteor there too. Yeah, that has like a 0.75% more move speed in the air, by the way.
Yeah.
You didn't hear it from me though.
It doesn't, by the way. It doesn't. It's on Shyway. Just
look at it. SMG on one side, another weapon on another. Is there a chance? Thomas Beam, Tripper with a pickaxe. Not gonna be possible. Thomas might have had the weapon, but it was Aqua who had the right side. Vito's there too with one of the eliminations, and they're the ones who get to play this game.
Look, Boop's not here, but I know Boop will be incredibly happy, right? Because as he mentioned so many times last week when we saw this battle, when it comes to dropping at the slurp truck, Vino and Aqua are those guys. And so all of a sudden we go from seeing the team that won game 1, I mean game 2, sorry, My mind's still a bit jelly after watching Trippen's amazing clutch, but a team that won game 2, not even getting to play game 3 out.
Yeah. My mind's even more
now your
much than yours.
mind.
I was trying to correct you. Makes sense. That's crazy, man. Trippen got 4 elims at the end there. Me and you.
Took us all out.
Oh, man. Meanwhile, too, unless you spoil him alive, and I don't see the team that got in that last game, Clement and Floki. You know, there's the opposite effect as well. If you end up losing that game in second place, you can't let yourself, you know, fall to those negative qualms. You got to bounce back in the next one and be good. But off-spawn 50-50s is tough, especially at
say, bro. Like, how can you bounce back if you don't even get to leave your drop spot? Like, they have gone down. So again, first and second place teams from last game just insta down. Like, just no shot, no chance. And again, we'll see some shakeups in the standings as a result of that, right? We'll see who's able to push their way up now. Hellfire and Scram. Another pair of eliminations off spawn, very similar to last game. Game 1, we saw Hellfire having to clutch up by a solo. Scram in game 2. Game 3, will it be the game they finally play together in an endgame?
They're not going to make it to the end game.
Ooh, hot take. Flaming hot take from Shio Asia here. Why do you think that, my friend?
Because that's the only other option, and if I agree with you, I feel like it'd just be slightly too boring.
True. Yeah. Fair play.
You actually want to know why I specifically think that it's not going to be possible?
Hit me.
Whenever it's Vino Aqua on high ground, it seems like low ground is literally impossible to play. Too many people getting pressure trickled down. And I think Scram and Hellfire are the ones that kind of need space to get to that last, you know, 2v2v2 situation. They ace those. But when there's pressure everywhere, you just saw it. Hellfire Scram passed by 2 boxes. Hellfire goes down.
Yeah.
There's going to be 4 boxes this game with Aqua Vino on height.
It'll be interesting. I'm sure Aquavino watching that last game would have been furious, right? Because Thomas and Trippen didn't really have much challenge for it, right? Nobody really was like gunning for it like that. And I'm sure they'll be watching thinking, hold on a minute, the one game where we don't get it, nobody wants it, but when we want it, like there's like 12 super hype teams, all from, not even just EU teams, just they've tracked the NA teams, have snuck their way into the lobby, some OCE teams, oh actually maybe not the OCE teams, right?
Maybe not the OCE.
They're not really doing much there, but you know, teams from all around trying to take hype when we're on it. But Thomas and Trippen just get it for free. Mirza, Lysen, another off-spawn win for them. Reason and the Siptos, a team that again just has to have a huge day. And it hasn't quite been as flashy or snazzy as they would want it to be.
It's like, it's large in like European size, you know? There's American large and there's European large. Still, I would say still, you know, a large European day for the Siptos Reason, 20 points. You know, they can still roll in. That's a graspable amount.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It'll be hard though, like very hard.
Yeah.
Forzia on the right of your screen. I'm sure if you've been watching FNCS since the beginning almost, right? You'll be like, hold on a minute, Forzia, I ain't seen this brother's name in a minute. What's going on? Trust me, I had the same reaction. Forzia and Wanlas have made it to round 4. Not something I can say they've done this season. It's their first time here. And it's going to be their last time here. But depending on what they do...
Wait, what?
Well, look, it's the last qualifier, right?
Okay.
So it's their last time. It's their last time. And no, I wasn't flaming or nothing. Trust me, like, these are my guys. I know they're doing all that, you know, all that and the other. Trust me, I love France. But yeah, like, they just got to make use of this last opportunity in a qualifier, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you know, semis, always the option. But I guess for them, yeah, you know, just coming here. Last possible moment. And yeah, Reason already down inside this dual side in Sleepy Sound. It's going to be Skyzoo actually taking him down. I thought it'd be Hen and Queasy rolling in, but no. North side, Long Beach, up in this situation. It's going to be tough for both these teams.
Yeah, Queasy, he actually is on that south side of Sleepy, but just keeping to himself, mate. Just looting up. Don't mind me, guys. I'm not stealing your loot or anything.
Yeah.
And he's actually spotted a reboot coming out, so maybe these can be some free tags.
Not gonna really go for it just yet. Why does it feel like with Hen and Queasy, like aren't really in the business, they're almost invisible. They have no footprint on the map. Meanwhile, as I try to start some random topic, what we should focus on what's actually happening. Pink is going down in Cavern, not off drop. But that's the complication with the blimp side, right? That's where things can kind of go incorrectly entirely.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh no.
What? Was that a hidden aqua in
It's an
inside
aqua
the car?
lurking in the shadows. Yeah, Pink won't be happy about that one. But they've got to keep a cool head because they're another team who should really have called by now, right? Like, it's kind of a shame that they didn't. Of course, they actually missed one of their round 4s. And so making up for lost time. Drox and Kovacs over here towards Butter Barn. Typically, you see Rifle and Marine here, and I'm sure they're somewhere in the vicinity. Maybe that's them over there. No, that's Hook and Destin. And Lechine swimming behind them.
Scramble Fire still kind of rolling, 67 points for the moment. This will kind of be the game that kind of tips them over and shows them for the rest of the day, are they kind of hanging on to top 5, or are they now behind everyone and need to be desperate in the plays they make? You talk about the way height works and some of the teams that are kind of rolling in towards that top spot. Unfortunately, Jerky down, so it gets a little bit less complicated. Good for Aqua, though, who's looking for that spot. And, okay. Timber on Scram and Hellfire. That's like that's the creativity you like to see when there's no angle available whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, you know? The creativity, getting fun with it, having a good time, even in these high-intensity moments. What do we have here?
Ivania.
Okay.
See what we got.
Okay. Oh.
Huh?
Picking someone up. Oh. Fimbri, mate. That's not your. It's not your vehicle, mate.
Why is Vanya chilling in the car the entire time? Like, help your boy at least earlier. You guys just lost so much shield. Oh man.
That's actually a sneak peek of what a no-build FNCS would look like. Yeah.
True. Yeah. Got something for everyone rolling in.
Well.
That's what we'd like to see. That's what we like to see.
And Nas has a tough task on his hand. I said hand like he only has one hand.
I mean, he does. Pink's gone.
Well, yeah, he needs Pink back, and so I'm sure he'll be looking for the reboot. The biggest problem, though, is that every time I've said this during FNCS this season, every time I say, oh, yeah, he just needs to stay alive for long, you know, and get the reboot, they just always go down like 10 seconds later. So we'll see if that continues now. Using the wind turbine to get back down. The big thing this season, Shayo, is that you can like stay in the zone for like light years, it feels like.
Yeah.
You know? So, especially at Command Cavern. All around the map, yeah, but like especially at Command Cavern. So, worst comes to worst, and that's just waits everybody out, gets the reboot. They get, you know, some cooler boxes, some splashes. There'll be some white HP medkits lying around somewhere as well. And they'll just be able to camp out in the zone for a bit.
They can take their time, but I feel like for Anas specifically to do well, he just needs that essence of control, even in the clutch. Putting himself in a good spot first, then let the clutch happen after the fact. So not having that good spot might be a little bit of a struggle. For Zrox and Kovacs, I guess we're moving off the Augie. Unfortunate. But, I don't know, 63, they have a nice start so far, but I see a lot of these teams that end up in that top 10, that top 5 early on, the first 2 games, does not stick around for too long.
Yeah, and we'll see if they have the ability to do that, right? Zrox obviously a newer player to this FNCS environment, right? This is his second time around, or he's made it to 1 FNCS finals, right? This is his second time trying to get into an FNCS final. Well, actually, no, just ignore me. He's not got much experience, but he's trying his best. That's the moral of the story.
I mean, Anas is also sharing those same morals.
That's so tough. So he actually, he got Pink back up, but then Pink insta-dies, I'm guessing out of the sky.
Yeah.
And
immediately gets eliminated, and there's just not much for Anas to really do. You talk about, you know, just trying to play the game. Anas is just trying to play duos. He's just trying to get. Like,
let's start a campaign.
He's trying to play the FNCS.
Get Anas his duo. Oh man, hashtag get Anas his duo in the chat.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
Type 1 if Anas should be allowed to play with the duo.
We're like indirectly flaming Pink here, which isn't the intention of this whatsoever. That's my guy, but yeah, not great. Not a great start whatsoever. A bumpy ride for them.
Rifle and Marine also kind of sharing similar fates, but as teammates. It's so tough to know you're down on Surge, and the damage is coming. You know, no matter what you do at the moment, as you watch around and try to look at who you want to beam, the damage is coming. They will have to do at least 60 damage for now. Meanwhile, now you just threw bold claims and facts being stated on the right side of your screen. Also here inside Cavern, looking for any shot to take.
Yeah, we're seeing Marine and Rifler get a bit more aggressive now, sort of rushing the issue a bit more. Time is money for them, but the same can be said here when it comes to the vault. Oh, dearie me.
This just sprays from all sides. Absolute disaster for a lot of these teams right now. Too much damage, too many shots, not enough builds. Rifle is just stuck on one of these sides. Marine now a little bit up top on the HP. It's just, it's more than shambles. This is shingles. It's the only word I know that's close enough to that one.
Wow, you're teaching me words here.
Yeah, you know what shingles are?
No, well, I'm about to find out.
It's like things they put on the roof, like the little plates. And so now you're asking, wait, Shao, this makes no sense. Why would you call it shingles? It's because, like shingles on a roof in the summertime, these guys are getting heated up. You know what I mean? It's hot. And that's pretty much the only relation, but it sounds cool, you know?
You could have mentioned anything on Earth that heats up, but you chose shingles.
Shingles, because it sounds like shambles.
Inside the mind of Shio, a deep, dark place.
It's a hot place too right now, you know, the shingles. That's
yeah.
A roofy type beat in terms of just all the way on the top of a roof, yeah.
Well, look, we talked about people learning from their mistakes as we head into Game 3. Reason and the Siptos go down to Surge, I believe.
Yeah.
They're not learning from their mistakes.
I mean, but think about the way like they played. Okay, the Siptos and Reason have learned from separate mistakes over time, and are now newer in those terms, right? They have a new style of play. To fix this mistake, they have to kind of reform back to the old ways.
Basically, you're saying that they should both just stop playing with each other, which is what I'm hearing.
What I'm hearing is I want to see the old Siptos that's just like, you know, hungry for elims towards Misty Meadows' side, just looking for whatever. I want to see Reason pushing every box, but that's also not good. We saw how that goes bad for them.
It's interesting you say that, you know, because I played with Deciptos and I got to speak to him, and he actually said that like his biggest weakness, he thinks, is his like mechanics. Like he doesn't think he's like that guy anymore.
Really?
And it's weird because you're right. Like that is the old Deciptos I know, like running around just absolutely just dominating everybody. But he doesn't think he's that guy.
We'll drop back to that point in just a sec because Pink's that guy right now.
He has to be that guy right now.
Yeah, look at how close the Storm is to start taking for monumental amounts of damage. 2 for now. A third one will lock in. It'll be a bit more disastrous, but he's finally on the wall. Burst the R will connect, and I guess him and Anas trade places. He might be right with him in just a second. This is looking kind of scary wary. And Nebs is just trying to be silent and rocking first place effectively for the moment. Kinzel and Nebs on the bottom or just the right side of your screen. Going to be in a lot of trouble. They will get up to 92 points, but they will be stopped in time. Going back to the Deciptos thing, I feel like when it just comes to trios, mechanics might not be as prevalent, you know what I mean? Like you can single out fights a lot faster. You can just play your position. You can land good tags, especially the way they were playing on Misty. You know, it just seems like he had a lot more room to operate.
Throwing it back there, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do also question like the sort of psychological effect that has, right? Like if he doesn't think that he's that guy anymore, like going into fights, does that actually like affect him, you know, in terms of like the confidence factor there? All things that remain to be seen, of course. They're not even in the game anymore. So
True.
we ain't gonna worry about them.
True. For now.
Yeah.
I believe. I'm changing my prediction to Decipto.
Well, I wouldn't do that if I was you, man.
No, I'm chilling.
My prediction. Queasy and Hen sitting in 10th place right now. And this isn't good for me, right? And the sweepstakes. I need them to have a good day, right? Win me a prize at the end of the season. But Queasy and Hen, they need to start piecing things together.
Is this like you mentioned they need to have a good day? Is this a good day for them right now?
No. Good day for Queasy and Hen is they've already won their FNCS finals.
Okay, for serious though, in these quals. 48 rolling in, slightly consistent. Considered, you know, possible good wave. Head on Surge in this game at least. They need a big clap back is basically what you're kind of alluding to for the moment. They need to have a...
They need that game.
Yeah.
I want to see Queasy and Hen up on height. That's what I want to see. I want to see Queasy and Hen up on height. I want to see Hen dropping down, hitting one pumps, max damage, back to back to back to back to back. I want to see Queasy on Twitter celebrating about how good they've won, you know, the game and how they're the best players in the world and everything. You know, that's what I want.
And then game 6 comes across and they end up 6th place.
Yeah, hopefully not, man. don't even dare speak.
I don't want to do that at all to them, but I think that's literally just what happens overall with the team. The vibe maybe just gets too high. You can just roll down, stay consistent, see what you got to do, but I want to definitely see that too.
Yeah. Voltex just went down in the feed, and so Janice is alone. And you saw Scram and Hellfire actually the ones taking shots at him. Queasy and Hen on the right side. Perfectly comfortable when it comes to Surge, but not when it comes to the zone. They've got maximum distance to travel. And you can see Queasy sort of getting an idea, realizing that maybe they can take that right side. It looks relatively clear. You can see the mark as well. And he might decide that it might just be the best time to go instantly when nobody's really paying attention. Everybody's sort of shambles, dealing with their Surge.
Is this what you call dealing with Surge or just getting dealt Surge? This is...
Surge is dealing with them. That's the thing, you know? Guys, you have to do something. One player has to go down.
They're waiting. Kesby will go to... Spy took storm damage. I think he had 32 HP overall. It might be incorrect, but if that is the case, if Kesby just turned around, possibly went down, he'd have to go down to storm too. It'd be way too tough. They'd have to make a little bit of an adjustment there, maybe 15 seconds ago. Never mind. Both players already doomed. All good. We'll tune in with the fun ones. Xerox and Kovacs. Still looking to cause a little bit more destruction.
Yeah, and you can see they're trying to use the trees to do that, break some builds while they can, and do some damage. You can see Cookie got taken out there in the feed, and they can see the loot. And I know Kovacs has a harpoon, but I don't think they're actually in range to benefit from any of that loot. Might be worth it to just tarp a bit towards it as you can refresh on the mats, but they know that there's still players there that they can apply that pressure to, so just gonna keep spraying. We've got the ammo to do it, and maybe that extra elimination will go a long way.
A few more tags, metal walls on either side though, so have to wait for a new build to be placed down or an edit to come through. They're not letting this man escape by any means. Meanwhile, Liza popping off in the feed, Hellfire getting a few eliminations as well. A lot of people eating good for the moment. That course is about to just change. Mino and Aqua on height.
What a surprise. I did not see this coming.
How long can they hold on? Because you're expecting Henning Queasy here. You're expecting a desperate team that's finally made it to endgame, has their duo alive, ready to go as well. Jan is finally down 2, so he joins Vortex up in the lobby. We'll see them in the next game. 714 damage above, and it only keeps going higher. These guys are unleashed.
Yeah, and we can see Kanakwa hit some shots. Can't connect there, but needs to make sure he pressures those guys on the front side. But actually are doing their job for them. establishing some ground so that they can base their way up, but they've got to be careful. At the moment, you can see having that same luxury that Thomas and Trippin seemed to have last game, where there doesn't seem to be anyone playing for it. Queasy and Hen in the bottom right, they've gone down to low, and they're trying to make some plays down there. Hen needs to be careful. He doesn't want to overextend, cost his team the game. And so in the meantime, Aquavino just seemed to have things, you know, on a cool, calm stroll to what seems to maybe be a chance at a victory royale here.
Things can go straight into chaos, though. Already saw Tripper turn the world on its head in that previous game. Now things slightly starting to change. Lots of low ground action, and this is the Aquavino effect of squishing the rest of the server down. Not one single duo available. You gotta rise up above the builds and take a breath. It is tough for everyone. They're starting to clash all around. Walk's finally down. Queasy all the way on low. He stays away from the pressure.
Yeah, you can see making use of the natural environment in Camp Cuddle right now. And they're gonna have to wait to see that zone transition and make sure they can claim low as quickly as possible. They're slowly creeping our way towards it. Hellfire and Scram, though, finally together deep into the game. And maybe this is their time to shine. They can clear out low ground or mid ground. Maybe even Malibuka Mustache style if they're feeling confident. Mirza and Lyzen sort of on the backside of the zone, not the most comfortable positions. You can see Mirza just sort of scurrying his way around. He knows that there could be anyone there at any second. Lyzen goes down, he hits a big shot on Hen, but now he has to go try and avenge his teammate in the zone, and he will, but maybe at the cost of his own life, because he goes down as well. And again, we're just seeing how hard it is. Such a tough squeeze for everybody in the lobby when Aqua and Vino are up above.
Scram also just lost Hellfire. Not a single person is contesting these absolute behemoths up in the sky. It is so tough. And they have a build that's just set up so wide. There's no way that this is going to be easy for any team either. Definitely secured height completely for now. Save it almost just right there, but now we're getting up and close with Gloomy as well. Up close and personal, he's not going to take too many shots for the moment. Blocked off. This Roggy, he's going to look for a little bit more of a better angle. Not going to find much. Solo player up inside the storm, and he gets rained out.
Scram putting in the work there, hitting some huge shots, and it's a perfect time to start hitting them. Hellfire did go down, and so now another game for Scram to try get as many points for his team as possible. Currently sitting in first place, but can he hold on? Will be a tough task. SD, they've been in every single round 4 of these qualifiers, but this is the game to start making things count for them. Scram now trying to find something in the zone, and he gets this. The splashes are huge. They keep him ticking in this game.
No
the
way.
HP is nice. Players continue to fall, and he just continues to steal some placement away. Can he hit a nice shot here? He went for the pickaxe. It didn't quite work. Scram goes down. Robban will be the one to do it. He doesn't have Wox with him, and ST and him on a crash course. At what point will they finally collide? It seems to be inevitable. Yakpo without saving either, and he's trying to sneak his way in as well, but he's been spotted and he will be taken down. Moneymaker, the one that gets credited with that one, and finally SD crashing heads with Robban. Who's it gonna be that comes out on top though? He just waits it out in the zone. The med miss is huge, and Vino with so many splashes and floppers doesn't even have to hit the final shot to win the game. We told you this before, and we will tell you again. Come on, Kevin will continue to provide victory royales. Last game it was Thomas and Trippin. This game is Vino and Aqua, and what a way to do it for them.
Yeah, what a different way too. Saw Tripper literally pull a play out of desperation off of every single muscle and fiber in his body. Meanwhile, Aqua, Vino, business as usual for the Game 3 victory royale. I just feel like absolute power is the name of their duo. No one can touch them after the 5th zone.
Absolutely right, Shayo. This is what we get from 2 premier teams. It's a shame we don't get to see them in the end games battling against each other, but the Battle of Spawn has been entertaining enough. A brilliant, brilliant game for them. And now what? The 2 games they've actually had to play 2 brilliant results, and we'll see what that does for them in the standings. We're gonna kick it back to the desk to break it all down for you.
Thank you guys so much. Just a fantastic set of games that have just transpired. I mean, I love what these guys are talking about, Reese, right? It's always like these two Titan duos going head to head, and then whichever one falls off, it's like the other one does well. I want to see them go head to head in the end game. That's all I desire.
You're not going to see it.
Never.
I'm just telling you straight away, you're not going to see it, because that fight off spawn is something that both of these teams are super committed to. I am wondering now that obviously Vino and Aqua, right, they've won twice off spawn. It's that south to north bus path that they seem to just have absolutely on lockdown. The pickaxe is swinging out, not much use there at all. But, you know, they're winning this off spawn from that south to north bus path. I'm trying to figure out, is there even a situation where either of these teams get off spawn okay?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe the only chance they have is if it's a north to south bus. Potentially they could be, you know, thinking we'll just have a little truce for now. We're not going to go head to head as we have done all day. But right now, what a sight to behold. Off spawn action left, right, and center. I mean, Command Cavern is the place to be if you want to fight off spawn. But we're going to take a look at the standings here. Vino and Aqua all the way up on top, going up 11 places.
11 places with that second, well, that other victory royale there. Sorry now. So 102 points. But let's take a close look at all the other teams next time, right? This is game number 3. We are just halfway through at this time, and all those other teams are so close. We saw that beautiful pre-fire shot from second place Scram there to clutch him up a few more. A little good of the solo clutch. Same with Saven and Jamco. They were deep into that game. And SD, right? It seems like basically everyone up in that end game there is just the ones that is up in the leaderboards as well.
Ooh. There it is. That's my duo, boys. No big deal. Hellfire and Scram, I believed in you, and I will continue to believe.
Yeah, I mean, Scram and Hellfire, what a duo. And of course, Scram, what a solo player, had to pull out all the stops here just to try and clutch him with a solo. Wasn't quite going to fall victim to the pickaxe right there. But, I mean, we're seeing the standings right now. We're seeing Saban and Yapko there, of course, going up 4 places, up into 3rd for them. So for their first final, it couldn't have been too much better of a start for them. But we see more consistent teams like Floki and Clement falling a little bit down.
Indeed, and here we see the Tripper and Thomas HD move down 8 places because of that previous game. Obviously, you know, we're seeing them off spawn. We're going to keep talking about this. Let's be real. They lost, obviously, to Vino and Aqua, who were the team who ended up taking height, right? And if you remember, into that game, they took height at, what, 5th zone? I think they took height at 5th zone. It's just as the zone started to move, and then they managed to maintain that throughout the entire end game. They just seem to be uncontested. You know, I'm looking at the other height teams in the lobby. I'm looking at Queasy. You know, I'm sitting thinking, why are you guys not getting up there? Why are you guys not contesting that? So iDrop was in this game as well. Another height-heavy team. What's happening? Where are these teams, and how is Vino and Aqua getting such a free claim up on height?
I think they're just so good. They're just able to take that high ground so early on, and nobody else has a say in it. We were looking at Queasy and Han earlier on in first moving, just trying to scramble for a refresh to have a say in the high ground argument, but no, they were shut down by Aqua and Vino, and so was everyone else in the lobby. No other person in this lobby stood a chance against them. They had the launch pad early on, of course, as well, as we saw right at the end. We saw them have the chug splashes, we saw them have the floppers, we saw them have every single win condition that they required to go ahead and take this victory.
One of the really interesting things I find about Aqua and basically any meta that he's in is that, yeah, he's the height guy, right? You know, you think about high ground teams, you always think Aqua. His name pops up every single time, and obviously it works so well when you're playing with Vino as well, another very established player who can play high ground as well. But when you look back and you start to think about them as a duo, the thing that always stands out is the fact that they can frag and go on high ground. Look at this. This is obviously from one of the previous rounds. 5.6 average eliminations. What you'll normally see in high ground teams is they get some eliminations in the early game, they get a little bit in that mid game as well, but you know, right until what, basically the winning moment, they usually just get a couple AR tags. It's very difficult to get that many elims from high ground unless you have tons of ammo from their drop spawn.
That's absolutely right, and it has so much ammo there as well. And what I found interesting about that endgame is we actually saw Aqua going down and trying to pick up those eliminations versus sort of Vino going up on the high ground, just maintaining it and saying, you know, I'm going to hold the fort for a bit, Aqua, you go down, you can sort everyone out down there, take some people out, get some of their loot. You know, that's your job. That's fine. But usually I feel like it's the other way around. Maybe they're just switching things up a little bit here. It's great to see.
If you paid attention across the last couple of weeks, these guys, you know, they've been beefing. They've been beefing a lot. There's a lot of arguments going on between the duo, and I'm wondering if that's just a moment of, nah, I'm doing it. I'm going to go down. I'm going to be the one going to frag at this moment. Hey, look, today it's worked. Some other cash cups, some of the FNCS kind of qualifiers, it hasn't. But look, if they can put the package together today, man, the next 3 games could look absolutely beautiful.
We'll have to see as they continue to piece this puzzle together, as these duos just keep going either which way like a pendulum. But it's that time once again. The battle bus is all warmed up for us. So Levin, Shy Wager, take it away.
Hey, Zeke, I might have to piece you later if you look that good all the time, my friend. Levin, so far, high ground winning these games. It's kind of nice to see, and just so many different ways as well every single time.
I'll be honest, I'm just furious I'm not getting compliments like that. You don't tell me I look nice like that. Why does Zeke only get the compliment?
There's a special connection, you know, it goes back eons, separate lifetimes. It's a whole thing, yeah.
And I also want to go back to Desk of Reese. I miss him. What about that?
Okay.
How about that?
Okay, understandable. So, like Aqua and Vino, we fighting, but we also winning because we're watching some crazy games over and over again. Yeah, I mean, so far, is there anything left to expect? Predict this game. Just write it down.
Okay, so this is what it is. You win off spawn at Command Cavern. Either you're Aqua and Vino or you're Thomas or Trippin. And after you win the actual game as well. And then that's the end of that, really. So, yeah.
Okay, all right. So just take the last game script and maybe even flip it on its head. True. Yeah. Let's see what happens because game 4 is about to start right now.
Game number 4. 3 very, very fun games prior. And I can promise you we'll see very similar themes in this one as well. Off spawn, this time around, a bit different. We usually came in with the 2 POVs from Command, but nevertheless, we'll get right back in here. And Aqua and Vino with some nice drops over towards the slurp truck. Thomas and Trippin not even bothering.
Okay.
This is interesting.
Okay.
Wow.
So Coney getting the greasy effect. Well, first of all, unfortunate. Janus and Vortex can't escape. They have no paradise. They're trying to just seek some type of asylum, but they're stopped once again. And in terms of who's contesting them, completely different beasts than what they've seen in every single week so far in the quals.
This is crazy to me right now, Shayo, because of course Janus and Vortex, they don't land here normally. I believe it was said that they actually have Flois who's helping them out, coaching them for this competition because he lands Coney. But Flois is Danish. Maybe he's a double agent.
So like, this is what I'm thinking, right? Flois saw the fly in and this man just like,
he just starts rustling some paper by his mic, like, my connection.
And it's done. This is going to be so interesting. And this is also something I alluded to in game number 1, right? In the last qual, a lot of these people just want to make the finals, get maybe that top 5 when they're close. They have a chance for it. They will start to do different things. They'll start to do things to stick around rather than just maybe play for their egos. So far, top of HD Trippin, they've shown us the first instance of that by switching over to Coney.
That's very, very rare to see a team of their stature decide to put their egos to the side.
Yeah, it's not even like just their stature on the day as well, right? Coming in with a VR. And one game goes improperly. Maybe that was the strat all along. First 3 games, let's just contest. No matter what, the last 3, we go somewhere else.
I think what we're really seeing here is teams realizing this is the last chance to auto-qualify for the final. I don't want to play semis. Thomas and Trippin going, we don't want semis, right? You guys can go do your little final thing. We don't want none of that. We want to go straight to the finals. We want to secure our spot there with Tayson and Chapix already waiting for them.
Hold up.
But they might not have that chance. Trippin, you got to wake up.
Turn around.
You got to wake up, Trippin.
Turn around. I mean, he has the facilities for some long-range engagements as well, but this is a...
He could have used a burst rifle, but you just sort of let him slip away. Okay, the shots finally do come through, and some huge shots as well. Trippin down to very little HP. Wasn't the instant knock that they would have wanted, but this now makes the dynamic very, very fun because Vortex and Janus, they would have heard the shield crack and they want to get involved now. And so we have a 3-way battle here at Coney Crossroads.
How?
And it's all kicking off.
For when? For why? All these 3 teams now starting to collide. See what one man can do all the way down below. Janus still controlling the flow of pressure on one side of this fight. Meanwhile, Thomas has finally kind of joined the fray. All arrows now close to each other. This is literally just Operation Save Tripper. That's all it is for one of these teams. For the other 2, it's whoa, whoa, whoa. The fight was not supposed to happen like this. We're supposed to get a few tags and then go on about our day, but that is clearly just not the plan.
Yeah, the ultimate standoff now. Nothing was able to happen in short of a time, and therefore teams just realizing, okay, maybe this isn't the play. Thomas and Trippin actually being able to finesse their way out of this is crazy to me.
I mean, Tripper down to what, 10 HP overall?
Yeah.
Down to no builds either. This man was literally on the last sliver, so I guess the world rewarding him for being in the spot. Meanwhile, on Sleepy Sound, yeah, it might be a little bit of temperance from other teams, but for the ones that Hen and Queezer are finding, it seems like a desperation, making a move so early towards the spot, towards this initial fights. Hen has the type of breakdown, no edit available, not his build, but no edit needed if you have an SMG that just airs through builds. Hear those auto shots fly. My man can't even reset the builds. What's going on here? Doesn't matter. Hen and Queezy make quick work of it. Ken is down.
Yeah, I like that there from Hen. You saw you had like the shot there, but he had the patience, right? The trigger finger to just sort of wait for the right angle to be able to get the shot. And Queezy came in from a different side as well. An excellent display from them. And a top team that needs to start having top game performances. As we check over here, a fight at the Sanctuary. Forzi on Ranlas up against Jerdy again.
This time slightly different in the take. Before it was a little bit more box fighty. Now we're like in the Chapter 1 PG. Ooh, what a cone slide from Forziar. What a reset from Forziar as well. That's spicy.
That is nice and hot, just how I like it. Forziar with an excellent display of mechanical prowess there. It feels like we ain't seen him in a while, but he's not wasting any time whatsoever showing us what we've been missing out on.
And we also missed out on one huge thing. Should be on a replay in just a second. Too many fights happening. Too many fights. Need some more, just, you know, chilling in here. Look at this. Thomas HD Tripper caught off by the Wave Boys and just dropped down in Coney. How did this happen?
That is not a good look. They left their POI. They decided to lose the mental battle against Aqua and Vino. They leave, they go to Coney, to new grounds. They had an undercover agent in Flois helping them out. Not actually, but yeah, for the sake of the story. And then they go down.
Think about it. It's like when, like, you know, you're like the greatest samurai ever, and like you retire. You're like, I've had enough dealing with this other clan. You know, it's done. And then assassins come in the night. Your entire dojo wrecked. You just tried to move on. You know.
Yeah.
What do? You come out of retirement, bro.
Yeah.
You go straight, you know, Ronin mode. This is gonna get crazy. I feel. Game 5-6. Thomas angry. Trippern upset. Straight back to the cavern.
That's the thing though, right? That's why I was going next. Like, if you're them, you go right back to the cavern, right? You have to just get right back in there. You can't afford to, you know, allow yourself to just let things slip away.
I don't even think, like, obviously, we're dramatizing it. It's fun to get there with the drama, the emotion.
Of course.
I think it's actually their best play. Because, like, what was their strat for the day, right? First 3 games, let's see how much pop-off we can do. Last 3, go for consistent. That's what it kind of seems like to me at Coney. This is a better fight. We can disengage. It's all good. If you lose that one game of consistency, I think that matters a lot, not having that one. So what, would you rather pop off from Coney, like in a 50-50, or pop off the complete other way in the cavern? Like, you just, it's a no-brainer. Consistency, throw it aside, just go play your biggest game possible.
Yeah, you saw what happened. The one time they got to play a game out after winning off spawn. All they need is some lucky bus paths. I think that probably is the decider for them, actually. I think if it's a bus path that leans towards the slurp truck, they will just go to Coney, whereas, or just anywhere else now. Maybe Coney's on the play.
Yeah.
But if the bus path is the other side of Command Cavern, they'll go for it. That probably is the thought process for them at this stage.
They're kind of in the same boat as Hen and Queasy then overall in terms of just, you know, the zone or like just one external circumstance. Yeah, it just needs to be in play. This is just a fight we watched right on screen. Yapgo going down.
Oh.
And you can see the distress on Savid's face.
Emotions running high.
You got to remember, like 3 games, and it could change your destiny completely and your relationship with the finals.
Well, yeah, for some of these guys, and again, maybe we are over-dramatizing it, but for some of these guys, this is going to be their last time playing with each other.
Oh, yeah, this is actually very true.
If you're one of the teams who needs to get top 5, or otherwise you don't even make semi-finals, if you're not making semis, why am I playing with you for the rest of the season? Like, we're not playing, you know? Straight up. So
Yeah.
for some of these teams, if they don't get top 5 today, this will probably be the last time they play duos with each other. Maybe for the rest of the year.
I honestly, it's not even, or like it's literally 90% that. The other 10% is like the way some of these teams are going out. If they're not going to hit top 5 or like, you know, top 10 series points to be able to qualify, it has to be in such drastic box fighty ways like that.
Yeah.
And that makes you kind of hate your duo even more. It makes you hate the situation. Like that just happened to us in, you know, in round 4 and we didn't make the finals because you didn't calm this or I didn't do that. Like, oh man, it's tough on all sides. No freedom for Savin.
None whatsoever. Astro and Michael. The pace of this one slowed down a bit. You can see Default doesn't want any part of it, wants to get out. But they're not giving him that opportunity. It's not been a good day for Default. It's like, it's just been shocker after shocker for him. They actually will be gifted a pad, sorry. And so that's huge for the Brits in this game.
I'm kind of like, the way Michael's just like building and I'm looking around, he looks like, oh, Launchpad, I haven't seen this in like 17 years. What is this? Where do we go next?
I wonder how many pads they've had all FNCS. This could be their only pad that they've had, you know, straight up.
It feels like it's one of the only end games they even get to play inside the FNCS. Those bugle fights getting tough.
Look at Akron being all the way south.
Oh.
This is a team that lands Command Cabin, and they might be the furthest south team on the map right now.
This is like a inside the mind OG rotation.
Yeah,
this is like a EMAD on Middle East rotation. You know what I mean? Like,
full dead side of the zone. That's what the vehicles can do for you. Get you into whatever position you want a lot of the times. I wonder if they stop by Greasy on the way to try to reveal the next zone. Of course, when you land and get the vault from Command Cavern, if you get the spawns right, there's a couple safes in there.
Yeah.
Get yourself stacked on the gold, head down to Greasy, reveal the next zone. You can see into the future.
This man's setting up the prospects for the game. Economics on point. But I feel like with the speed that they left, might not be a possibility with the pressure they usually have to deal with.
Yeah.
Not even taking it into account. Plus, you got to remember, yeah, Thomas and Tripper are gone. 6 other teams or 5 other teams still kind of, you know, laying about.
And I wonder when one of those other teams is going to really start to you know, do something. It's like the meme where it's like, you know, someone's like just poking something, like do something, do anything, right? We did see a couple of the teams sort of have moments and then games. Bloomy and Moneymaker sort of made it deep at one point. I think they made it to like second moving, but they sort of got shambles and scattered away from each other. When are one of these other teams gonna really sort of have like a Malibuka mustache type game?
I mean, one almost did. And then Tripper just said, nah.
True.
Nah, they qualled. You got to find a different way, man. I'm sorry.
True.
Floki Clement. And I feel like with Floki Clement, too, just stopped all their momentum. A game like that, it's tough. Janice just looks a bit more awake in this game as well. SPOI finally getting a little bit more interesting with some control on his side. I'm never, listen,
about that.
Mirza in a situation that is just so tough.
Oh,
and
no.
I believe he can make it out. Look at these dots.
Ooh, Juriki that was. An eye drop. Oh, dear.
Oh, hold up. Switch your POV again. This man is still down so bad. Imagine doing a duel's worth of damage with your teammate. Still being 186 below. Clearly, the off-spawn contestation game plan was not prevalent in this game. Did not find anyone to really bully right off the rip, and as a result, they're just in a whole lot of trouble.
But this is why we talk about the best teams in the game being adaptable, right? These guys, they had their surge nice and easy the past couple games, right? Off-spawn battles, free. The one game where they don't have that, all of a sudden they're going down to surge. They're having problems, right? So those are the things that you expect the top teams, the elite of the elite to be able to mitigate. Merza and Liza not being able to do that this time round, but Merza is still in this game. He does still have some big pots. Only one player needs to go down, falls Yart in the feed, gets taken out by Queasy. You can't open that, Merza, you can't open that. Oh dear.
He needed to move at some point. I think that might have been his best option 15 seconds ago. He should have maybe even heard some shield cracks down below. That duo had a total of 100 HP.
The marathon continues for them, and it does for this team as well. Scram and Hellfire. Maybe I should have just predicted them, Shia, because they've done a brilliant job. Scram's been hitting some big shots today. Bloomy, oh! Wow, Bloomy. Okay, Bloomstar.
That's the one thing they say, right, with the old heads. They have the aim.
Yeah?
Long range, AR. You don't want to mess with mine either. Build around me all you want, Levin. I'm just saying, bro.
Maybe someday we'll be able to put that to the test.
Someday.
When we can both play on even ping.
I mean, for Aquavino, always on even layering with their mindsets.
Are they though? You just straight up lied there.
I needed the
You just
segue.
lied.
I just needed a
Yeah, well,
segue.
anyway, about that. And that's in pink. They're a team.
Nice. Water, it's wet.
Fortnite is Fortnite.
Okay, I don't know where you're going with that
The
one.
expert analysis that you tune in for.
Oh. Are you just look through the cone boy, or are you I sit in my floor and look through the cone guy?
I am a look through the cone boy, but I recently just changed to edit on release.
Really?
So I don't think I can be a look through the cone boy the way I was.
Just don't release.
Well, yeah, but like I like to like always lift it up, you know? Like it's just like a habit, you know? I just lift it up, so.
You gotta change some habits, you know?
Yeah, well.
Sometimes you gotta stop going cavern and go coney.
Well, we'll see how that habit turned out for them, huh?
Yeah, true. I don't even have my cone bound. I feel like it'd be unfair for every other player.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You're sounding like some chapter 1, season 1 tech.
I'm just saying, like if you know, like when tech advances so much like, into the future, sometimes you gotta go prehistoric with it, you know?
Okay.
And the people don't remember how to deal with the OG tech.
Oh, wow.
So my cones are actually my ramps.
Maybe you're
edit
onto
them.
something.
I pre-edit my cones into ramps.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Good luck with you. Someone's stuck in 2018 here on the broadcast. But back to 2022, where Nebs and Kinzo are in 4th place. Nebs with some crazy solo plays in some of the previous games we've seen. Kinzo as well being able to do quite a bit. So these guys are feeling it. Again, another team that just hasn't been in round 4s, but they just should have been, right? You look at the quality of both players, and many people would have expected them to be here. They're below on Surge, but I do expect them to deal with that. And deal with that, they will, but...
Kind of, not really.
Well, yeah, they're just above now. Kinzo having to make a quick heel stop on the way. But now they're into zone. They just need to make sure they don't get lobbied right now.
That was so funny. It's like, finally finding a little bit of surge. Nebs is like, this is a good spot. Someone rolls in. So tough. Look at the right side though right now. Queasy head, and Hen's finally fully down. Queasy having a double back inside the zone. They're good on surge too. What really happened here? Nice chase from Queasy. Big pickup. But they're in trouble. 80 points right now. I was going to mention this with just Nebs and Kinzel in general as well. These consistent teams, these non-cavern teams, the ones who might just be getting 3-4 elims a game and coming top 10, coming top 15, when they miss a game, when they don't have an end game, it is so disheartening to see them just fall down in the ranks, just be overtaken in 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place. Kinzel had a nice sizable lead at the front side of the leaderboard. Suddenly Aqua comes in with just 1 win, so far down on the leaderboards as well, and then just takes over. That might happen to Queasy and Hen for the moment as well, but Queasy still looking like he has a spring in his step, still looking alive, has used his entire inventory and even more than half his mats to be in this position. 2 different solo situations right now, both in very different positions with very different tools.
Yeah, both teams in the top 10. and both teams that will be wanting to have huge, huge days. Hellfire's had to clutch one time or another. Can he kick it back to the first game where he was able to make it deep? Has plenty of materials, has some shields as well. And the combat SMG in his hands, paired with a striker, will always be of good use. Able to cheap out on the rotation quite a bit here, not having to spend too many of those wonderful materials, and the tactical sprinting, very well timed as he makes his way into the zone.
There's no way he just got away with that. No pad at all, just moving in, ran straight towards the zone. Meanwhile, for
efficiency.
Yeah, other teams, it's just so much more so tougher, and you have to kind of just pick between one or two spots. That's a car just falling from the skies. Junk riffs on vaulted question mark emoji. I'm not even sure.
Hopefully not.
Esti's lost Lowless, but has not lost his fire for the shot right now. That's just huge in terms of awareness around his box. Still not in, and everyone else is aware of him too.
Loss found and returned, but to the lobby. He gets taken out. Queasy still as a solo. Can he keep his team kicking in this game? Can they stay on pace? 8th place is nice right now. If he can do everything he can to keep them in the top 10, they'll go a long, long way. But it's never an easy thing for a solo to do, especially one that's been a solo for so long with such little to work with. The mats are dwindling, the shields are not maxed out. I think he has his eyes set on getting a launch pad. He's hearing it, but he needs to be careful because there's players in the zone watching him and taking him out. Hellfire has to be careful himself. He's on a bit of a different layer though, so it's not as big of a deal. There was a solo there that he had his eyes set on, but
what?
An actual elimination coming through for him as well. This guy is crazy.
Delays it. The knock and Elam comes in instantaneously almost. Is that another body he found? No, just debris in the ground. It's all good. Hellfire's still moving. The one thing that's got him to this spot is efficient mat usage overall. Still, there's a cost to every single move, every single box. He's kind of gone through half of his reservoir. Needs to find a refresh sometime soon. Meanwhile, in the air, Rift goes and Vaulted. What's going on over here right now? So many different items kind of seeming like they've come from the past. Everyone's flying around.
All them rifts towards the south of the map being put to good use. You saw so many players boxing them up, and this is what they wanted to do with them. Vino and Aqua, can they get another victory royale? Is height going to be the play for them? Vino still has a pad, and so that can be put to use. Nobody really establishing a height, and that's a big surprise when the likes of Pink and Anasa still in this game. Vino and Aqua as well in that category. Kinzo and Nebs trying to do another low ground masterclass. They need to be careful though, almost running into a brick wall. Hellfire though, still kicking it in the back of the zone. Still scrapping it out wherever he can. Any space that's given to him, he takes it. The mats are starting to run low, but usually when the pressure rises, he can hit some shots.
From the heat in just a sec. Gonna be huge for him all the way to first place for the moment so far. 4th is Kinzel and Nabs, but they look like they're struggling. It's easy for Rifle and Marine all the way up top, but where are those height-focused teams? There's 2 of them still alive, and I see him fly by. It's Aqua. He's up in the sky, looking for it. Rifle, though, keeps his center control down, but look at it. 1 second inside his build, suddenly a conglomerate just built all the way up top above him. An entire skyrise chopped down, though, by Rifle. He does not want to give this up. He's fighting for it. Once again, though, chooses to heal instead and gets a huge chop all the way down below, just connected, though, at the same time. Vino and Aqua have done it. What a pad from Vino to stay in the air. Aqua, though, goes down. He has a solo, will keep the hopes alive.
The zone pulling back gave Rifler and Marine the time to chop, and you see how much it cost Vino and Aqua. Vino, like you said, with a brilliant play to stay in the game. Hellfire, though, he doesn't care that he's a solo. He is just going at it right now. An excellent, excellent solo display from him. And even at this point, that would be enough for most players, but he is not done yet. He wants to keep going. And Rifle and Marine now able to reap the benefits of the high ground that they so valiantly kept hold of against these high ground moguls. Vino and Aqua, just down to Vino though, and he's down to nothing in regards to materials. Rocks on low ground, still's got a couple mats, but down to nothing when it comes to the HP. And Hellfire will finally be stopped. The unmovable object finally being pushed out of the lobby.
Zrogi still looking for his chance to see what Xerox can do. Skyzo also here. As I've mentioned, Vino is down to 0. Man's got nothing really left in the tank but one build. Xerox takes out an extra, but even if you are a solo, you're hitting the big shots, it doesn't really matter. You're not gonna be able to get that full elimination. The knock animation will come through first. Vino now stuck, taking a lot of damage. The reset's not gonna be enough either. It's the power of duo dynamics right now in this endgame. Frey finding another big shot as he rolls out for just a second, but unfortunate haircuts that get just completely pushed straight to the scalp. He's now gone down up in the roads though. The sprays don't stop. Cosmo duo drops down and his teammates going away. That's gonna be the cost for that fight so far. Marine finally jumping in. This is for the end of the game. Cracked inside the storm. Rifle and Marine. What an organized way to just kind of break down the desert, to have a little bit of a tropical heated vacation. For them, this entire endgame just looks so easy. Cosmo getting a little bit more difficult all the way down below. One more shot hit. He's at a sliver and Marine locks it in. That is just an absolutely nice, consistent type of win.
Like you said, easy as pie for them, kicking their feet up, enjoying the sun at Chonkers Speedway and winning a game as well. What a nice way to do it. Marine, Rifler, not a team you expect to see on high ground, but when given the opportunity, they pushed their way into a top 5 spot. An opportunity now going into the penultimate game to really solidify themselves. But what a way to put themselves in contention to make it to the FNCS finals.
It's a palate cleanser. I'm like kind of licking my fingertips. You know, it's a nice little snack up break from the action we got in the first 3 games. But you mentioned it, Levin, right? Those last 2, that's where it gets crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna get real heated, of course. We know that this team is finally in the top 5, but who else was able to move around in the standings? We saw so many of these top teams go up and down. Desk, break it all down.
Thank you guys so much. These duos, man, they are fighting tooth and nail right now to either claim one of those top 5 spots or ensure that at the end of these 6 games, they have the series points to make it into the top 50 in semifinals. My goodness. Reese, can you feel the tension from these games?
I can feel it. It's in the air. I can almost grab it if I go for it at this moment. You know, we've seen a lot of upsets so far, right? You know, we saw the big win right there from Rifle and Marine we weren't sure about, but obviously the biggest one, we're going to come back to it every game, the off-spawn drop change from Thomas HD and Tripper, moving to Coney Crossroads. Now, in my eyes, the reason I'm seeing this happen, obviously this was a south to north bus pass, so the one that Vino and Aqua normally win off-spawn, so I think they've decided this isn't for us. But if you remember back to last season, Tripper landed in Coney Crossroads when he was playing with Rock. So these guys obviously felt confident that they knew this drop spot and were like, okay, we're landing here, let's change it up, and that was the result.
Yeah, didn't go too well for them. And now this is the next question, isn't it? Do they go back to Command Cavern? Do they keep going Coney Crossroads? Obviously not quite working out for them so far. Maybe it is the bus pass, or the bus path, sorry, that will determine that. You know, will you be going to the north side or you go to the south side? If you don't have your bus pass, you might end up getting the wrong bus route. But I think that's really what defines it for this team. Will they be sticking there? Will they not? I think there's a bit of a mental side to it as well.
Rough. Let's talk about the duo coming online. Rifla and Marine jumping now up into that top 5, looking to contest a spot as well, and ending the game with 9 eliminations. Reese, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back to Rifle and Marine last season, and they were a team that used the web shooters so efficiently, and like their strategy was so based around that. When I started watching them this season, I was watching and I'm like, these guys are missing something, right? They haven't necessarily got it all down. And I think it's taken till this qualifier to finally figure out the strategies, finally turn it on. And look, this victory royale has pushed them far up the leaderboard because of it.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've been sort of struggling to find an identity. You know, what is our game plan? What is our strategy? What is our style? And I think they've only been developing that throughout the whole of this season, throughout the whole of this chapter as well. Of course, Marine played with Save a little bit at the beginning of the chapter, but as we can see now, we can see the leaderboard, Hellfire and Scram holding it out in first place.
Yeah, we see a little bit of change up, right? Vino and Aqua, we saw a massive solo clutch there from Vino, but only 1 elimination for the duo in that previous game. You know, that was the massive difference. We saw the many players up in the sky using that red Rift. 12, 13, I don't know. I know it was a lot, right, up there. And this was kind of the result, right? They didn't end up taking height. Here we go. So many players up in the sky. And this was such a great play, a great understanding of the map at the time. They knew they had that natural movement. And this was the time where they ended up going for height way later. They didn't just land straight on it. They took a strategic attempt to it. But as you can see, Aqua goes down, and now it's up to Vino to clutch up. But I said in the previous game, these guys frag on high ground. They get tons of eliminations, and that's what keeps them moving. And this game, they just were not able to capitalize on that.
I don't think they were, and I think it was that rift that really caused a bit of a kerfuffle going on there. It was almost everyone was sort of trying to go for it. Maybe are they going to go for it? Are we going to go for it? And it was all madness up there. But you know, it's a crazy way to play the game, and a rift being involved in endgame, it was not something that I was expecting at all.
No, a little bit more of a successful play, however, from our first place team now, Hellfire and Scram. Remember, we've said it about 50 times right now. Yeah, you're happy. He's happy. You know, the team who is now in first place after game number 4. You know, Scram and Hellfire. This team is looking super good today. You know, Hellfire ended up with a great solo clutch after Scram ended up going down, and it's like, are we seeing the top 5 here? I think we are.
Yeah, we definitely could be. I mean, it just shows how talented these guys are individually. I mean, Hellfire there, just holding off a little bit, just saying, okay, Scram, you've gone down, but I think it's that self-confidence that he has. You know, I've done this before, I'll do it again. I will solo clutch, and once again, we are seeing it from Hellfire. You can see some of the eliminations he's picking up, backside of zone, front side of zone, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. He will be on the front foot and looking for those refreshes, because I feel like that's something that a lot of solo players in endgame, they don't really do. They're not on the front foot, they're not aggressive, and they end up falling victim to some of the teams that are. And you can see he's going for the refreshes, he's going for the eliminations, and that is what was able to keep him afloat in this endgame.
Yeah, they got all the way up into 9th place there. That's what we saw. And that was a full endgame as a solo, right? So you're right. They were fragging, they were picking up the materials to keep themselves moving after that. And then, here we go. We look over to that next page. Let's have a look. There's one team that stands out to me here. Hen and Queasy, 13th, right? Every tournament since the car's been removed so far, these guys have been kind of 10th till 15th, very, very close to 10. We all know that top 5 is where that top 5 is where they're looking for. Ooh, 2 more games left. They're gonna have to turn on.
2 games left to go here before we close out qualifier number 3. Let's get back into the action. Shy Wager 11, over to you.
No lights or camera needed because we already have them. That's crazy, Levin. The action is definitely here. Thank you, Des, for breaking it down. The top 5 basically in front of us. Will they move?
I expect some movement, right? Going into the penultimate game, there is always something going on. You know, I don't know what, but something always seems to happen, right? Something crazy. There's always some sort of shake-up. There's a lot of teams down below who look like they are, you know, sleeping giants per se, on the rise potentially. I think the biggest thing is we've seen big consistency for some of those top 5 teams, and for some of them, things don't seem to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned sleeping giants as well. I'm kind of wondering how that bed looks. You know, is it like a big one that's tall? Is it more wider? How many people can fit? Because we know for this one,
legs hanging off.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the top 5, right? That's the only amount of players that we're allowing to auto-qual in this last one. So game 5, 2 more just left. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes indeed. I think this is the time where you've got to step up. You have to have a huge game, set yourself up right going into that last one. And for many of these teams, this game will be critical to their strategies. And yeah, you can see Thomas and Trippen again opting to go for Coney Crossroads.
They're locked in.
This time though, the bus path would have favored them in regards to going towards the command cavern.
There's no way.
Very, very interesting to see that they just have straight up decided, nah, it doesn't matter what the bus path is, we ain't going there. And this is the result of it. Thomas is going down off spawn at Coney. I know Trippen's familiar with this spot, but clearly Thomas isn't. And this might have just cost them their chance to make it, because this is a tough task. We've seen Trippen hit some big shots today, but he's gonna have to hit even bigger ones. These ones mean a bit more in the context of the whole tournament. Can he save Thomas and put his team on his back? Vortex and Janice will not make it easy for him.
That is huge, the placement. The one thing you can do when you're knocked down is really adjust where your body is. Maybe those extra 3 seconds of repositioning for Janice gives Tripper the time, but unfortunately, no. They'll be able to shield up in just a second as well. Tripper in 60 damage, nothing to scoff at all. We'll take one of those full shields down to little bits of slivers. Heavy Sniper rocking in as well, but he finds nothing. So get the card, get out might be the name of the game, but he's gonna have to be in a very vulnerable position to be able to get that reboot card. Might just bolster up. While he gets matched though, the enemies will get double the amount. He's just out of there. He wants nothing to do with this fight. Even playing this as a solo might be feasible, but how long can you just stay back and build these walls? You might have, or you might not have Eddie to actually use when the fight actually breaks down. Will Janus go for the chase is the question too. He's running, he's sprinting too, and like breadcrumbs, all these finishing builds will show him exactly where Trippin is.
Yeah, he's literally leading the perfect pathway to his location. And Janus, and that AR in hand, look to hit some shots as well. Some chug splashes as well for his trebles. And now they actually have their eyes set on a different duo. Rifle and Marine. Up here, this isn't but a barn, so I have no comment.
Very nice.
Am I allowed to do that as like a person who's like,
I think you get one of them per FNCS.
One per FNCS. I've used my one no comment per FNCS. Fair play.
Let's check out some of the other fights happening around the map. A few comments on these. Leshy Swilliam, flip a coin. Who's going to win? You flip it faster. It's Lechy.
Hey. I love how you just hit the emote at the end. Oh, goodness.
What do coins in London have? Do you guys have coins in London? I just gotta.
Do we have coins in London?
Yeah, yeah. Listen, man, I'm not trying to assume anything. I'm trying to learn, you know?
We do have coins in London. Shy away.
What's on your coin?
We have.
Like generally, like just name one of them, like an interesting, like
the Queen's head. Is on basically.
And what's on the other side?
The other side, like they vary it. You know?
Yeah.
So it just depends on like the coin.
What's the most interesting? Do you think?
I don't. You know, me personally, I'm like a contactless guy. You know, I don't really carry cash anymore.
Oh yeah.
When I do have cash, it's not coins, it's notes. You know.
Yeah.
It's big notes only.
Your money don't jiggle, it folds.
Well, some would say that.
Yeah.
If I stand on my money, I get even taller.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that ours has polar bears on it.
Really?
Yeah, we have a polar bear and the Queen's head as well.
Wow, like my queen?
Yo, the Joneses. I love the Joneses. We're rocking in.
Oh, man.
What's 4-0 doing here, man? That's what I'm saying.
Well, he's not. He's been that guy today, to be fair, but maybe he just doesn't feel like he's that guy. Like, no disrespect, right? Well, I see it like.
Yeah, anytime you say no disrespect, right? This man's one of the most disrespectful comments. Go ahead.
Like, no disrespect, right? But
yeah.
You don't typically see like the god teams landing at like the sanctuary, you know?
Yeah.
So like.
Yet.
Well, you got the new plans for next season,
I'm
right?
just saying, I've seen some stuff.
Okay. Oh wow, Shayo Aja. DM Shayo Aja for all information about
the sanctuary.
About the sanctuary.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Yeah, they don't.
Well, yeah. So like, it's just not the spot. So if you're like, if you've been around, if you've been gone for a while.
Yeah.
Like
if you got tenure, if you have,
yeah. So like, Fulzio, he's not been around for a while. So he's slowly sort of working his way back into the mix. So yeah, let me just go to the sanctuary.
Is this what it looks like to work your way back into the mix slowly?
Well, yeah. It's very slow, snail's pace right now.
Oh, it's tough. Look at the damage he did to Kiro, though. This man has some fight left in him, even as a solo so far. Game 5, want to get as many points on the board, even if it is by yourself. 4ZR sneaking through the build, sneaking through the buildings, should I say. And this man is gone.
I just realized we are like the kids who just got a new toy. Because like we like shout out like the chat on Twitch and stuff all the time now, but we never show love to people in Legends Landing. So if you're watching in Legends Landing, be sure to do your favorite emote right now if you want 4ZR to survive.
And if you don't want him to survive, do your second most favorite emote.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Okay, second most favorite emotes.
They won.
They won.
They were on it faster.
Lots of different ways to watch. It's crazy. You know, one other way you can watch? Oh, and I mean no disrespect by this whatsoever.
Yeah?
Oh, well, that's too disrespectful. I'm going to say it. You're one of the players in the lobby, you know, those 50th place teams?
Yeah.
I haven't mentioned a team, but I'm just saying, you know, that is technically another way to watch.
Sure.
Yeah.
There are some players who have just been watching all day, to be fair.
No disrespect.
Of course not, never.
Yeah.
Oh. Back.
Okay.
And Drox. They've impressed me today, man. Drox. I'm a big fan of Drox. We got in the same arena game this season by chance.
How are you just in these, like,
I don't know,
I
man.
play with this guy. This guy's dad was also my dad. And, like,
Yeah, I know his uncle.
you got in the arena game, yeah.
Yeah, I got in an arena game with Drox, and I had a bad drop because I'm bad at Fortnite, and he had a good drop, so he landed on the blimp on one of the cannons, and he used the cannon and eliminated me quite quickly.
Yeah.
And there's a clip of it that happens to be on his Twitter, so maybe you can go check out Drox's Twitter and find that clip, and DM it to me to antagonize him if you want.
Okay. I respect it. That's a definite play.
Some lore there for you.
Yeah. Official lore.
Tied into the storyline.
Tied into the storyline. Oh man. I hope this is not, at least for Roban's sake. What a drop down, what a fight on both sides. Many different layers, many different teams. I think it's just 2 teams, but it still counts as many different ones.
It feels like many different teams right now.
Right?
With all the chaos.
Heroes is trying, does definitely not want to watch another game. This man angelically floated into that box. Did you see that?
That was elegant.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons you might like watching Xerox as well, as we watch Walks try to hit the shot real quick. Here it is.
Walks did very well in round 3. It hasn't quite worked out for them. I've seen Walks hit some crazy 1v2s in recent weeks, and so we'll see if he can pull another one out now. Nope, he can't.
And a third team, yeah, so there definitely is many different teams here. You were talking about it earlier, we were, you know, Roban and Walks, how did they do it? Elimination kings.
Yeah, they hit max damage. That's how they do it, you know? So today they've not been able to hit max damage, and that's why they're not up there in the standings with the big boys.
Nah, it must be a ping thing. I just blame it on the ping, you know? Pack and loss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely not, though. Some days you just miss your shots.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
True.
You know, Aqua, I was about to mention how many shields they have, options to keep them for end game or just use them probably in just a moment when Vino is, you know, obviously getting shot at.
Well, we saw how useful they are for end game, right? Your ability to just sort of keep yourself ticking in a game in the storm as players are just constantly falling. You're picking up placement points as time goes by. Yeah, nice to have. Not nice to use now. You probably want to save it. But when you're taking shots like this, there's not much you can do. They will be forced to use that shield.
Look at this.
Oh, no.
Saw it in the feed just moments ago. Literally trapped at a crossroads between 2 POIs, between 2 different types of mentalities. And when I'm just looking at their team, when it's Tripper and Thomas, I respect the idea of not going to the cavern, but to me, it's like if you're not going to go somewhere that's completely uncontested, why contest for Coney Crossroads? It's the same situation level. It's dropping onto a weapon. And what, you're winning the Crossroads out of all things?
Yeah.
When you could have just won the cavern. It's not like I'm trying to, you know, scrutinize decisions. I'm just confused because if you're going to contest 50-50, you may as well do it at the best spot.
Well, I would think the mentality was Trippin probably like has like a drop map, you know, for Coney.
Yeah.
So they probably thought like, okay, we'll have the god drops. But what we saw, right, especially in this game, was that Thomas just didn't have the god drop, right? Like he straight up got out dropped. So, you know, but it's the battle of the drop maps right now.
Yeah.
And theirs just, you know, wasn't up to scratch. So
they also have like the Danish Whisperer as well.
Well, maybe he's the one providing the drop maps. He's giving them a bogus one and giving his duo the
a
good
double agent. Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird to me. Like you said, if it's just not working out at Coney, I'd rather it not work out at Command than not work out at Coney.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
You have the firepower, even the positioning. I think one of the biggest things for Command Cavern, you have a fight, it breaks down, it goes however you win. You have breathing room, right? Like you get to think for a little bit, you get to loot. Coney, fight win or not, you have 6 teams around you looking for Surge. That is mega tough.
And it's one of those situations where like you start to look at it as almost like one of those like big what ifs, right? You know? Because these guys have basically only had one game to play out. And the game they got to play out, they won, right? So, you know, I don't want to, you know, jinx anything, but let's say they now go to the semifinals and they don't qualify by some chance, right? We all start looking back at Qualifier 3 like, what if?
I'm still looking back at Qualifier 2 and Qualifier 1 as well.
True. I'll be looking at Qualifier 2, right? Like, what if? What could have happened?
The difficulty in this qualifier as well, it's actually so insane, it's so different. Like, once again, you know, when I'm talking to you about this stuff behind the scenes, this should be the sleeper week. This should be there's 3 teams guaranteed, the other 2, let's have some fun, let's see the RNG. There's like 8 duels here that should already be qualified, plus the 3 that should start to move in. There's like no room for error. It just seems that with this FNCS, with this format, it is that much more tougher for teams to make the finals.
Yeah, and even for some of those teams, it's been scarily quiet. This has been very loud though, in terms of just people battling their way for Surge. This was an example of a team that I feel has been quiet, sitting in 13th place, pink and an ass. A team who, at some stages, they look like they're on the trajectory to being one of the best teams in all of competitive Fortnite. But then, on occasions like this, and maybe one too many times in recent weeks, they just don't look up to scratch. They don't look like their elite selves. And in this case, we're seeing a performance from them that hasn't warranted a qualification spot. And unless this really is the game where they start to activate that extra gear, they'll be subdued to playing in the semifinals like many of their other competitors.
It's kind of final lap moments for the team as a whole.
Yeah.
This has to be the wave. I'm liking a little bit of what I'm seeing from Vino and Aqua. I feel like, you know, you bring up this cool point of looking back on stuff. If I'm looking back on Aqua specifically in finals, in quals, it seems like he could have the total package. Like he has the hindsight, but he still doesn't care. No challenge height. Like that last game. I mean, in between, while the analysts were talking, I was joking with you. Oh, me Aqua, me want to go height no matter what, right? Like, if this man just, he understands, he can just maintain a little bit of composure. He can play second height, stay consistent. The amount of placement they would just average would be so insane. The potential for Aqua Vino, if they really just, you know, try hard and sweat, like, annoyingly, it would be nuts.
Yeah. They were, like, unironically, one of the teams I was, like, most looking forward to coming into the season in terms of their potential to do really well.
Yeah.
Of course, once we realized what the situation at Command Cavern was, you know, those expectations maybe dropped a little bit, but definitely a team that has all the makings of an elite team.
It's just the elite teams they'll be up against, right? Like, if they're doing this now to Rifla and Marine, they're going to be having to do it up against Tayson and Chapix at some point, you know? And Hen and Queasy, I feel like they're going to start to rock in as well towards the finals and the semis even. They're going to be involved in trying to win the finals. Like, it's going to be such a different game.
Yeah, but we say they'll be doing it against Tayson Chapix. That fight will be happening off sport now. So we won't ever get to see that fight in English.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Here's my prediction, yeah? And this is a bold one. I'm leaking the Sanctuary script.
Oh, wow.
Command Cavern, nuked, splintered. Just watch.
I remember we did this like so long ago.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Imagine the scenes. Imagine the scenes.
And then we get to see all the teams in every endgame. But those all-swap fights are just as exhilarating. Watching one of the God teams not be able to make it all the way in might not be so much, and immediately Aqua, no hesitation, has that pad, lets it go, and he's gonna take the forefront of the damage first, has more shields.
You gotta wiggle, son. You gotta wiggle. You gotta wiggle. You can't keep just gliding around like this. Yeah.
Nice. This is good, though. He's good. Vito just needs to exit on this left wall and drop down. No point. Why even cover? Just drop and revive.
Yeah, he can. He can get him. People know, though. That's the question. What was
no, but it's so much tougher. There's so many more builds down below. Nice. Very cool. Oh, my God. They've hunted down the actual built wall. That's tough.
Nice, he's brought him back up, but...
Everyone's seeing it happen?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's wraps. That is wraps, my boy Aqua. You got to wiggle when you're gliding like that. Make it difficult for them. Every little added detail helps.
I actually got to play with people that glide in the air. Not as cool as you playing with the players, but I've seen wiggling happen before.
Yeah, you always got to wiggle.
Yeah.
You always got to wiggle.
Okay, this has to be it. Sleepy Sound end game zone.
They're literally, Hen Queasy, I'm speaking to you directly right now. They are literally giving you everything you want and more. Please. This is rare. We don't get sleepy zones.
See, the one sleepy zone they had last week, what happens? In the 5th zone, overwhelmed by so many people jumping straight to height. This base, the Port-a-Fort type beat that Hen is on right now, it's good, don't get me wrong, but it can set you up for disaster. If you're Skeev, you just got an Aqua elimination. You're feeling good. You know, legendary striker in the inventory. Ah, look at that base. I have the Aqua power. I can do this too. Hen and Queasy, interrupted, gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the recipe for disaster.
It's a recipe for disaster.
You're cooking it up slowly. I don't like it.
Hold on, let's see where the zone goes in 2 seconds here for a second. Hen, unzoom for me real quick. Thank you, my friend. There it is. Sleepy Sound, bottom right. They don't even have the zone.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, another question. How do you have the sleepy zone? How have you not moved and see everyone kind of go back and forth? And you're down on Surge. I did not even realize. On the same level as Cosmo, who for me seems like has been moving around a little bit all across the map.
Oh,
no way.
Goodness.
That's both. That's both.
Nah.
That's Janice taking them down too. And this is what I was saying. It's that 5th zone. It's always so troublesome for them. Maybe the setup is just too much. At the same time, I have the benefit of hindsight, right? Like if it didn't happen, then I wouldn't be raging about it. But that is just so unfortunate for Hen and Queasy.
Queasy, another game where he has to do it as a solo. And he's below on Surge, doesn't have time for the med kit. Has to just sort of trudge his way in. And
that is so tragic.
Vacant and lonely. He moves on. Cosmo and Jay, on the other hand, making the most of it and more, trying to find their way into the zone. They'll find a pathway. It won't be given for free though, but they'll commit what needs to be committed to acquire their spot.
It's a lot of investment from Cosmo right now all the way on this top spot. Vino, we have a few of these situations happening for the moment. Think about it too, Aqua Vino not there. If you're Hen and Queasy, you have height. There's not gonna be the crazies coming all the way towards high ground. I'm still hellbent on the fact that they had that chance. Oh my goodness, it's like, it reminds me of Chapix way back in the old days. This man was just a half and half machine. If he got it, he'd be able to perform with it. If he doesn't, he's not doing it. And those games where he had half and he messed up a little bit, like solos wise, it wouldn't really go in.
We could be seeing the reigning champions playing in the semi-finals. That's the part that's getting me, you know?
Yeah.
Unless next game is just Hen game 6 level or game 12 level clutch.
Even then, Levin, top 5 just from the end of the last game, 106. They were already like 20 points behind.
Yeah, that's real tough. Real tough, but plenty more teams will be wiping their tears from previous games and looking at this one with new hope. You can see Vino as a solo. Currently our de facto first place team, but what he does right now will very much play a factor into that. Walking through the air right now and gliding through the air. Big shot from Vino.
Double tap? He might go for it. He's thinking about it.
I think he actually just wants
free
the loot from his knock. Yeah, he gets a knock here. And the loot will be juicy. Eye dropping Juriki. Finally, what's taking them so long to wake up? They're up on high ground right now. And what we've seen in the past couple games is that once you get high ground, There doesn't seem to be many teams willing to even take that fight. A lot of them already down. Queasy and Hen are nowhere to be seen. Aqua and Vino are a team in despair, and so iDrop and Juriki, this might be the game they've needed. But as I say that,
denied.
It's denied. High ground, it's never as easy as it seems. And so now, Juriki as a solo, a former FNCS winner in his own right, a man who put so much time and commitment into mastering the arts of aiming. Can he put that to good use in this final moment here? In the back of the zone, there's players around him, players on his cone. He needs to just hit the shots. Janice as well, a solo demon. And this is a big, big test for him.
He'll try his best for it. Right now, we might be watching Vino even just qualify on his own as a solo. He needs to just keep upping these points in first place. Froggy trying his best to delete it too. And Vino at 151 finds another. This man is too much. Upgrade the pump as well. 4 eliminations by himself. Skivvy now down in the feed too. Jan, this is a game of solos right now. It feels like I'm watching All-Stars.
Vino is an all-star though. He keeps it going. Janice as well, a former solo FNCS winner. All the top solo players showing out today in this endgame. But at some point, they're gonna have to meet and bump heads. And we'll get to see that point. Or maybe Janice will go down before it. He does. Hellfire. It was actually Vino that took him out. I missed that. Vino's on a rampage right now. Hellfire and Scram. Scram's looking bare bones. Now he's looking knocked. Hellfire has to clutch up again.
All right, more solos. Basically on all sides, 9 teams. 11 people total. Vino trying again. 5 more builds left. I think with just 5 more points, that might be qualification to the finals. 1 game early with 1 teammate down in that second last game. He's looking for another shot. The patience from Vino and the pressure to follow. He's looking for a little bit more. Hellfire finally going down. Vino now 167 on one of the walls. Luisa not gonna actually tempt him. He's going for the 6th shot. Blocked. What a shield. What a way for Hydro to stay alive. The movement for Vino is just too much. And he finds him. 171 points. That's what top 5 was just weeks ago. He's finding a little bit more. Slow trying to be there. Top 5, 1 HP. And he survives for even another placement. 172 for Vino. That's Reason going down inside the depths of the murky water. He tries for another shot, but he's finally silenced down. Karmi with a med mist, barely even staying alive. 2 teams left. It's Akusu and his teammate to roll in from high ground. The VR once again so easy. A tropical paradise for them in game number 5.
We've seen it so many times today. The team on height just able to glide their way into the final moments as so much chaos goes down below them. But they took their opportunity incredibly well. They beat out iDrop and Juriki on height, and they secured it in a well-experienced manner. 6 eliminations, victory royale will do them wonders going into the final game. A fantastic, fantastic win. But I'm sure we're all thinking about just the absolute madness we saw from all the different solos. Janice was going off, but Vino kept on one-upping him. What a solo clutch from our all-star, the true all-star maybe in this lobby.
Absolutely. I mean, in that game, it's all about looking behind the curtain of the VR. What happened with all the solos? Basically, an all-star performance. The desk, they've got a lot to break down.
I am not looking forward to this one because there's so much that we have to talk about off that last game. First off, a brand new duo. They just show up, they say, we won a victory royale. How did this all happen, Reese? What happened?
Honestly, it's just like the classic height take, you know? It's that team where there's so much messiness down below. This was a water zone. It kind of just stayed around Sleepy Sounds the whole time. So the teams that are down below are swimming. We saw Vino obviously as a solo there, just kind of that moment where he was eliminated. He was just swimming for his dear life. But this is the kind of moment that Akegsu and Gears can take advantage of this, right? They are the team that's up above. They're just looking down. Look, just nothing that Sangil can do in that particular moment because he has to come into the sight lines of the other team on height.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. I mean, they played the high ground really, really well. As you mentioned, Reese, they're all down in the water. They all have their swimming trunks on, but they are staying high and dry, just firing down, keeping down the pressure on the players down below. And I think having Aqua and Vino going down, Aqua going down a little bit earlier and Vino being a solo, I think it just opened the doors wide open for them to take the high ground with one of our main high ground teams going down.
Yeah, exactly. No, Hen and Queasy, we also saw that game in their home drop spot, Sleepy Sounds. You think this is the game. They've been asking for North zones for so long, and they got one and weren't able to capitalize on that, unfortunately. But here we go. Here is the leaderboards now after game number 5. Vino and Aqua still in first place, 172 points. You've got to think that that solo clutch from Vino has potentially qualified them through now. I don't want to speak too early because, of course, a lot of other players are still close. There can be some big pop-offs that'll clutch up, but they seem to be okay. We'll see what the story is for them in the next game.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty up there. Of course, a great solo clutch from Vino, but we're moving down onto the lower stage of the leaderboard as well. We see Hen and Queasy, we just talked about them, of course, just falling a little bit short from where they would like to be at their home of Sleepy Sound. I mean, it's just not quite worked for them today, has it? Maybe it's the removal of vehicles. We saw them since the vehicles being removed. They've had 12th and 12th in Duo Cash Cups, 2 12ths since the vehicles been removed. We're seeing the top 10 again, and there's my pick. I'm just noticing 6th, Vortex and Janice. I believe I did pick those guys to.
Okay. I see how it goes. You know, I'm talking about Hen. Yeah, I'm talking about Hen and Queasy. They're my pick. We'll come back to them. They're going to win next game. It's okay. But look, one of the other teams we're going to talk about, Hellfire and Scram, yet again in second place here, 163 points. They are, I don't want to say they've qualified because I've done that before and it's messed up a couple things. This was the end game over for them. We obviously saw Hellfire solo clutch up a ton in this. Obviously right now, Hellfire and Scram still in it as a duo, but I've got to say, Hellfire's putting in the work. He's been putting in the work. I think that's 2, maybe 3 games in a row where he's been the last one alive. Obviously it's duos. It kind of happens a lot, so don't say it's a trend or anything, but both team members, but in particular Hellfire, have been putting in the work.
Yeah, they already have. And in a game of solos, these guys, they've stayed alive as a duo. They've played it to perfection. Of course, Hellfire just putting the cherry on the icing on the cake with a great little solo clutch. Oh, I say little. It's a great solo clutch. Picking up eliminations as well. Not quite able to go the distance, but another great clutch from him.
I absolutely love the patience in that end game there just to slow things down. Now also let's take our look at our third place team, Rifla and Moran, 135 points. This is one of the teams that we're really going to have to be keeping an eye out, right? This final game going into it, 135 points. You've got to look and you've got to say, if this team goes down early, which they've been having a couple early game engagements so far, and if they end up losing off spawn, their qualification is not safe.
Yeah, it's definitely in jeopardy, but what we can see is how good they are when they do make it to this latter stage of the game. We're seeing the Harpoon being used just to get into those fuels boxes, just getting those eliminations, getting the refreshes nice and early, and you can see they're moving 3 places up into that 3rd place spot. It's not a place that we would have necessarily expected them to be in at this stage, but what they've done so well is that they've been able to clutch up, get into the right positions where it matters, and going into the ultimate game, it's going to be ultimate to see what happens.
Yes, well, we got to remember, we have a single game remaining for the EU region right now, and what's important is those bubble teams. It's the top 5 in the leaderboard is all of those teams who are going to punch their ticket straight through to finals. Everyone else is going to be getting those serious points. They're going to be jealous as well. They're going to be like, I wish that was me. I wish I was in top 5. I wish I'd played better. That's a shame. But that is the reality of this final match. Top 5 is what matters.
And for some of these duos, they need that, right? Like Hellfire and Scram, they have to end in top 5 if they want to continue competing this FNCS, right? And just think about all these other duos that it's the same case. What if they could be close enough, right? They could strike the top 5. We'll have to see. Really quickly, we have a little bit of time here. I want to focus back in on Thomas, HD, and Tripperin.
Yes.
Once again, it just doesn't go their way. They keep going back to the Coney. At that point, do we just say, let's go back to the Cavern? Like, what do we got to change up here?
Yeah. I'm going back to the Cavern. I'm going there. You know what the loot is like. Like, if you can win that off spawn, you're going into that vault. You're getting a guaranteed launch pad at least. You're guaranteed a ton of other loot. You get the ammo. You get set up everything. And if you win off spawn, you're getting some of that surge from Vino and Aqua at the same time, right? So you're kind of setting yourself up if you win it. Right now, Vino and Aqua have pretty much, I mean, they've pretty much punched their ticket already. So it's like, why not? Just why not? If you're going to win a game, get your way through, get another like 13 elimination game like they did earlier, yo, it's the time to do it.
Yeah, well, that's what we're seeing, of course. They're switching up their strategy all the time. They're trying to find what works, trying to find the winning formula, but maybe they're panicking a little bit. Maybe they're not quite working out what's right for them. But I think now for them, it's all about going big or going home, going back to the command cavern at the last stage. And I think they have to here.
I love it. Guys, the breakdown has been incredible, but this is it. Last game of qualifier number 3. Shy Wager 11. Let's do this one last time.
It's been a very fun ride. We've had 5 games that have not disappointed one bit, but going into this final one, it means just that bit more. It's the last chance to secure your spot in the FNCS finals, and all these teams who've been fighting across these 3 different qualifiers now coming down to this final moment.
I mean, there's a 6-way type of situation going down in terms of who's in the top 5. Past that, more teams ready to go all the way towards the top. That means we have a banger Game 6 ready to go, and past that 11, everyone gets tossed in the semifinals. A more even process for them. They want to just lock it in right now.
We talked about how our favorite movie in anything is a Game 6 of an FNCS round, and I can tell you it is going to be an absolute ride and a half. Game 6 of Qualifier 3 starts now.
The final game to get a ticket towards the finals. Get it auto-qualified for your duel. All the hard work that's been put in so far this season can see the fruits bear after this game number 6. 100 people, everyone inside that lobby. Thomas AC Trippern, they're back at the cavern, but we saw it in the second one. Who else is here? Who else has decided that they want to attack the best spot on the map? I see way more than 7 teams flying in. It's the whole lobby 11.
One too many teams landing here, and Akron Vino already feeling the brunt of that force. Vino's been taken out. The slurp truck drop hasn't quite worked out for them in the last game. Maybe they've gone on to easy mode. They know that they've qualified through most likely.
But at the same time, who does that? I think that's what they're thinking first. Who lands at the back type of base and goes for shots? It's Vanya. He's not usually landing here with Carmi, but they're in the business and they're looking for a different type of way to attack the cavern.
I like this. It's the full rattiness for me. It's the rattiness for me. I love it. I love every single thing about it. Akron and Vino won't. I'm sure they're already arguing, beefing each other now, but don't worry, lads. As long as you make it to the finals, you're good. Janice and Vortex, though, off spawn. A different story for them this time.
Different story for a lot of different teams. Hellfire picked off on spawn as well. Not sure exactly what's going on over there. I see some more people all across the map just battling. Why is that? Why aren't there more people just staying patient, playing for Surge, going for the end game, the guaranteed placement? There's a lot of these teams in 15th, 20th place near the top 10 who need eliminations, who need to get active. Janice, a more passive side of the equation. Vortex beside him, who just want to live. Might be just over-aggressed, too surprised. And that drum shotgun behind him with just 2 builds left, now none. Vortex is kind of forced to fight. He's gonna go for it, but then shot from the right side. You got no builds, my friend, and you have no chance at qualifying today.
That is the end of the run for Janice and Vortex. It was an uphill battle. Leaving Greasy Grove was always going to be a very, very difficult task. They risked it for more than just a biscuit. They risked it for a chance to make it to the FNCS finals, a chance that they have just not been able to take. And so it looks like a steady journey to the semi-finals for them. We'll follow up with that in the weeks to come. But Thomas and Trippin back at Command Cavern and back firing. But as I say that, Trippin finds himself in a deal of trouble that Thomas comes to the rescue for. Bloomy, Moneymaker, back to the lobby as well.
Put a sniper in his hands. He started off that fight with a big shot. Look at this trap laid down, though.
Oh, no.
Hold up, hold up, hold up.
Oh, no.
This is what I saw at first. Boom.
Classic.
Straight to the dome, too. He's down. That's what we'd like to see from seasons before. But now at the cavern, we tune back in. It is just way too quiet for this team. And a scan comes into, they kind of understand what's really going down, and they're back on defense.
Yeah, that was some vintage Thomas HD we saw. But what's more important now is we saw what happened last time they got to play a game out from Command Cavern. They won it all. And now they're sitting in 18th place. And so I don't want to get too ahead of myself here.
But at the same time, when you look at the stakes I just said about, you know, why Janice and Vortex are going down a lot of these other teams, these guys in 18th place, they need elims fast. This is some of the fastest off-spawn points you can get. They're on track to try to come back. But let me also explain this, right? Because it is really far. 5th place, at least on qualifier number 1, Zandy rolling in 172 points.
Oof.
right? I'll double check to go back and see, but that's one thing burned into my mind. Qual 2 I have to specifically check as well, but that's almost 100 points these guys needed in one game. Like, I know endgame gets crazy, but that's the other thing with the game number 6 as well. You can already notice the lobby counts starts to drop a lot faster. The eliminations available overall for many different players, they dwindle towards the end of the game. It might be just a bit too much. And overall as well, we talked about one of these teams going down off of spawn, Vino Aqua. How many points do you think they have? 11? Let me tell you, 172. They're on that 5th place from weeks ago line.
Wow.
And this lobby, correctly, this is your opinion now. This lobby seems harder. It feels like the points might get towards that point, or maybe even bigger off of this game.
You might have just blown my mind, because this now makes everything that much more interesting. Imagine the absolute scenes if they don't qual now.
And we have all these teams in the semis.
Oh my goodness.
So like, to put the stakes for the people watching at home into fruition, what do you watch in Game 6? Sometimes I'm seeing there's 3 screens at the same time. Sometimes you guys are talking about Surge. The biggest thing that matters right now, we tune back into the POV of some of these players, is that golden number. So for Yapko and Savin, 111, right beside the health bars. What we're looking at is any team getting above 172 points, they'll pass Vino and Aqua, who are in first for the moment. That is kind of the line, basically, that a lot of teams will have to cross to maybe even qualify. I'm not sure what the estimate is this week. We'll ask and see if we can get that number as well, but for now, Levin, it's looking kind of insane.
Yeah, things are setting up to be real interesting. Savid and Jack Pro are actually one of the teams that are in contention to try and do that. Frey and Glubshy a bit behind, but another one that will have their eyes set on the chance. Swilliam has been caught out on an island, not quite literally, but he is all by himself. And he needs to get his way back to Lecce now. And he found a pathway, and so rejoined with his teammate. And maybe Frey and Glubshy will have to find somebody else to prey on. But things are now so interesting. All these teams really do have a shot when it comes to getting that top 5. They just have to guarantee themselves a good game. SD and Lawless, a team who was in the top 5 for a lot of today, it felt like. They've slipped out, sitting in 8th. But we've seen these guys get to end games. They've played in every qualifier. They've been here, Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, and now in Qualifier 3. And just when it's looked like they were starting to piece things together, find a bit of form, find a bit of rhythm, they now sit just on the outside of the party looking in Game 6.
No one getting away from free, or for free at all. Nev's taking control of this vehicle as well. Look at the back and forth.
He's trying to bait him.
He's trying to get him out of the vehicle. Nevs will not move.
Oh, Nevs. Stone cold. Wow. He did not budge. He did not fall for it once. I love that. I love that from Nevs.
Him and Gonzal, 124 points. I'm going back now and kind of looking at the math. 172 was qual week 1.
Okay.
Week 2 was 150. So they are getting lower, right? It might be good for Vino Aqua. Still chances that it rattles up towards the top. But I think one thing that I'm seeing is I just haven't seen these many opportunities for people to qual in a while. Usually there's like, 4 or 5 teams that can rock in. How many teams have we seen at 100 points so far? You know what I mean? In triple digits.
Yeah.
This will come down to the wire at the end of the game, no matter what.
Yeah, we literally just have to keep on shooting. Whatever team in the bottom left has that number 5 next to their name, you just got to look at their points and just keep that glued into your mind, right? That is what the mark is going to be. And if you can keep yourself above that number, you'll have a spot to the finals.
Absolutely.
But like you said, Shayo, there are so many teams that just seemingly have that chance, that opportunity to maybe just steal something away.
for this team right now on screen, Loki and Sandguild. 101 points, 11th place all the way down there, but it's just 15 points to separate them from the top 5. That means there's 6 teams almost, just kind of in the same spot. Rifle is in that upper echelon, 135. He can only go higher from here. But the question really is, what do these teams have in the tank? Who is going to get eliminated? That's the big thing too. If there are, you know, top 10s on top 10s shots taken, if some of these duos take each other out, that's going to be huge. But if everyone in the top 10 just keeps, you know, picking apart teams that are so below in the leaderboards, nothing really changes. Everyone just keeps getting the same points over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And the tiebreaker gets that much closer. It's so cool to see. And one of the teams who I feel like should just be qualified, especially today, in game number 2, a duo versus solos all around. One of them being Trippern, who shut them down. Floki and Clement, 114 points. That VR could have had them way past this tiebreaker, comfortably in top 5.
Yeah, and they'll be thinking back at that, right? If things come down to it and they aren't able to qualify, it will all come down to that moment where they could have turned the tide. It doesn't look like Thomas and Trippin used up that opportunity well, so they might as well have just given them the victory royale.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this is actually going to be crazy. Oh, my goodness. Okay, cool.
Because I like the way that the angle you attack it from Levin, right? Like, because I'm talking about who can really make the finals, but it's also about, like you're saying, who's left in semifinals.
Yeah.
Like what's happening at the Cavern then next week? What's happening for SD and Lolis qualifying week after week after week? How much can their minds handle not being able to be close to that top 5 after 3 quals?
Look, can you keep your concentration?
Yeah.
Right? We see that always be a big issue, especially for some of these players who maybe aren't as experienced. They've not been in this position many a time before. You know, after playing so many games, can you keep that level of concentration, not make the silly mistakes, have everything be on point? Because the smallest of mistakes can just catch you out, especially now. It's just even more painful.
Yeah. And then in this specific moment, what type of mistakes can you make? Well, Floki and Clement have already kind of made them. It's not being on top of Surge.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. Surge, basically, you gotta deal some damage. If you don't deal enough, the server will do damage to you. Floki needs to do about 76 more with Clement here. On the other side, Advise, I mean, this guy is down atrocious. 185 below now in the Speedway. One fight starting, he's trying to force it already. Everyone will just start to go in a frenzy here in game 6 if they don't have enough damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Everybody being a bit more sort of cautious, right? You know, we talk about people having a bit of spring in their step. I'm not seeing any spring in any steps right now.
They're too composed, Levin. There's no way you can be this nonchalant. 127 below, 30 seconds have passed by. What are Floki and Clement looking for?
I think they just don't want to overextend. They don't want to make the wrong play.
Yeah.
Right? That's the mentality that sort of comes into players' minds, especially in these high-intensity games where everything is on the line. The mentality goes from how can we make the right play to how can we not make the wrong play.
But if you're trying to play it the safe route, you could also just be way too safe. They need to find a box fight fast, and Clement's gonna move all the way towards one now. Floki with a little bit of a reform as he looks for the first shot here, spraying away at one of the floors, but once again, just like the beam before, they find nothing through this option of a door. Floki and Clement now pushed all the way back, and time has run out, my friends. You have to face the Doom Bell. Switches over to third zone, and that lightning will start to strike. They haven't done an inch of damage just yet. No, they have a little bit. Chopped in half. 67 below. Oh, that spray by Clem is going to be huge. 4 damage all the way up towards their enemies. Elias is going to be tough at the moment. 72 above. They dodge a little bit of the damage that might be put down from being too low, but the story's not over yet. 110, I'm focusing on that number, and 212 for Lolis on the right. In terms of threshold damage on the right side of their screens, Lolis now dropped to 1 HP. There's a cost in taking these fights and pushing every single box, and for this team on the right, it'll be one of their teammates for now. SD with a quick save. Can he get that revive?
Yeah, looking to try to create the space, but this team here on his wall knows he needs to try hit a huge shot if he wants to be able to create enough space. You can see the use of the med miss to try to keep
He's gonna keep going
in the game. Will he be able to get off? Nah, he doesn't have the time. He doesn't have it. They're putting pressure on. You can see they're in box right now.
It's done.
That's the end. Lolis and SD will be on the way to the semi-finals of FNCS. After playing 3 qualifiers, they just didn't do enough to get it done.
Now Xerox Kovacs, also known as Zragi and Kroggy, on your screen. We will switch between the names as we move towards endgame. But they have one of the best spots on the map right now. And it looks like they're utilizing it really well. Center zone, inside the desert. Shots looking good all around. We mentioned the desert as well. What does that mean? Max rotation for one of the teams that are fan favorites that were winners before. Hen and Queasy, not sure exactly where they are in terms of, you know, not damage, but positioning overall. 90 points at the start of this game, 14th place. They have a long road ahead of themselves as well. Save It and Yapko, I think, have been our surrogate team. Basically, we've experienced a lot through them so far. They've been the viewers. They've taken on some of the top squads, dealt with Surge. And beside them, Thomas HD and Trippern still alive in the game, but in trying to do as much as possible, Trippern has fallen down. 4 eliminations, so they're on track in terms of having like one of these 20 Elim endgames, Levin. But, okay, Thomas is really putting everything on the line to stay in here and trying to make the finals.
Yeah, putting Trippern on his back quite literally, trying to make their way into zone. And will he have time to get the revive off?
Has to use both pads.
Down. Guess we gotta wait in the feed. If we don't see anything in the feed, then he was able to get him back up. Kroggy and Droggy go down. Drox and Kovacs will be done with Qualifier 3 for now. And Klimberry was the one to put in that final blow.
I want to tune in with whoever's 5th right now. Thomas HD and Trippern 19th, trying to work their way all the way up at 79 points. But who is in that 5th place slot for the moment? Hen is down to Cosmo. And Juan Lass and 4ZR also gone away.
Queasy down.
Is going to pick him up too. Queasy, the Stormer's going to be able to take him out. That team, stuck in time, will be seeing the previous FNCS winners in semifinals.
It just hasn't worked out for them. Ever since the vehicles were removed, they lost a bit of their source. They've not been able to keep up with the rest of the lobby. It's been a hard nerve for them. Frustrating times. We'll see how that develops as we go into the semi-finals. But the FNCS champions of last season have a very difficult journey to try and regain that championship. Nebs and Kinzel, the 5th place team, the team to really watch out for. A team that's been so impressive and ultimately one that really now looks much stronger than many of the other teams we've been watching throughout this game. We've been watching straight shambles at times, but these guys look strong. They have a launch pad, they have a good position, and they have hope.
Here's Hope Incarnate as well, Clement and Floki. And they're 7th, they're right below them. I mean, to me right now, I'm just kind of losing my mind. There's so many different types of narratives, the chokers who want to qualify, you know what I mean? Like in that second game, that is something you mentioned they will think about. And this is where they can redeem themselves. This is where they can go for the clutch and really make it happen. At the same time, Kinzel, Nebs, they were first on the day 11 for multiple games. They were looking good, and we see it so many times. The first place team dwindle towards 10th place. So many curses trying to be broken. Look at Frey as well, the comeback from the backside. We were laughing about, haha, you know, you look at Synapse Station. Yeah, there's some 5th places made there. But does Frey still have what it takes to get towards that spot? I mean, here's a chance for him to show it too. About 10 teams in the spot ready to qual. And it is shots being taken by Clement, but primarily the focus is going to be Kinzel and Nebs. Can they stop the whole lobby and just trying to overflow their position on this leaderboard?
The better they do, the harder it is for everybody else. They just keep rising that point total. And we're going to keep seeing the effects of it. Clement and Floki. Clement down to bare bones almost. I mean, when it comes to materials, especially at this stage in the game, you want to be looking much more fruitful than that. The hard mats are lacking. And they're barely above the surge, it seems. And they've not got a favorable zone either.
Oh no.
This could be what does it for them. It's make or break. Do they have what it takes? Max distance zone, not many materials, not much to work with at all. They've got all the experience in the world, but can they put that in practice right now? Oh, this is gonna be so tough for them.
7 Yapko, 8th place, right there, tied basically. This is just, I mean, pad and play, but you can hear the deafening silence on the server. Every single person thinking. And usually, by the time I speak, there is an AR shot, but not a single bullet in the zone switch just yet. Everyone, even the people who are so close to Surge, maximum patience, do not want to make a single mistake.
Everybody just thinking about how they can get into that next zone. And we're seeing it now. Clement and Floki forced to run their way in, looking for a pad potentially. We're going to have to keep using their heals. And the pad has been found. And he gets in just barely with 5 HP. But is that going to be enough? You can see shots are being taken towards Floki. He does survive though, and Clement will be able to get down to safety as well. Rifler in the bottom right of your screen doesn't have Marine anymore in this game. And so he's going to be forced to try hold on and do everything he can to raise that tally for everybody else below him. And we've seen some great solo plays today, and I wouldn't put it past Rifler to put on another performance.
In third right now, he's trying to defend the line, 137 points. An update to how many points Kinzel has at some point would also be absolutely great. Got to see what the specific line is as well. Passers do a little bit more. Rifler is just waiting. The moving zones haven't even started yet, and I can feel the spiritual energy, the pressure all around the map for the moment. Here it is, 127. They're in fourth. There's a new 5th place team, but it should be so close to this total overall. Armored walls put down. Kinzel wants to take no chance. In 13 seconds, they have a pad. Their fate might change.
Yeah, these guys know what it is that they have to do. Nebs trying to figure out where it is they can put this pad down safely in order to actually get themselves to zone. And as now things start moving, ticking along, that box is created, the pad is moved, the build is placed, and they have safe passage for now. Well above on Surge and in a very dominant position. They can see everybody trying to make their way in as well. As we see Clement and Floki once again scrambling for a pad in the zone. And they ain't got the chunk splashes to get their HP back up. They've got to fight for heals if they really want them. But at the moment, they don't seem like they're in a fighting mood. They just want to stay in this game. 6th place is what it is for them at 120 points. Can they stay in longer? Can they keep getting placement points that ticks them over the edge? They want a spot in the finals, and this is their chance to do it.
Elam's kind of how they break the tie. Once again, focus. Right now, it's all about the top 5. They will make it towards the finals. Everyone else has a chance in semis again. Save it rocking in. Clement also on the backside. Floki is down in 6th place for the moment. They're 1 placement away overall. It was Hookah that took him down. It's going to be so tough to hear pads around as well. A half pad hit by Clement. He's still moving for it. A solo performance from him. Meanwhile ahead in that 5th place, Nebs and Kinzel. They're holding the line.
Yeah, Clement now, so much pressure on him as he tries to do everything he can to stay in this game. We've seen brilliant solo moments, but this would have to be more than just brilliance. This would have to be absolute excellence from Clement, running his way in, doesn't have much mats to work with. The drum shotgun has to come in huge. He needs to get in someone's face. Nebs and Kinzel making it so hard though, right, as they keep raising that tally. But as everybody watches that top right of the screen, as Clement tries to creep his way in, he spots a team. But is that the right team to fight? It's not.
Shut down. Clement is just shut down at the moment in operating 6th place. Yapko's just trying to take him over. He's the one to take him out and probably even just grab his placement in the stands. 6th place overall for him. We're watching Nebs in 4th. Who is that team? The mystical team we can't find that's in that number 5 slot. Thomas HD at 92 points is really pushing way past his limits. 7 eliminations. As a solo so far now, could not pick up his teammate Trippern. Can he have a clutch of a lifetime? That will be something absolutely phenomenal. Club also moving in 7th place actively, 128 points. He's going to be on low ground. Frey's going to be beside him, but nowhere to be found for the moment. No pressure just yet. Now 9 teams are going towards the end of the EU qual so far, and Rifle is also shut down in 3rd place.
Nebs and Kinzel, they're getting greedy. They look like they're not satisfied with 4th place. They want to go even higher in the standings. That is their goal. But right now it's all about Japko and Savid. Can they do it? Can they steal their spot? We've not seen them in these round 4s. This is the first time they're on this stage. And can they make the most of it? They gotta be careful. There's a team behind them. They're in 5th place right now. And 1-3-4, will that hold? Globshi and Frey just need 1 more point to do it. And so if these guys can stay up, they might be able to steal that place. They just need to stay alive. But I don't think they know that. Frey, you can't go down right now. You have to stay up. Globshi, you have to stay close by his side. Frey gets knocked. It's all on Globshi. Can they do it? No, they fall in 6th. It wasn't enough. They couldn't hold on. They couldn't push their way in. And Nebs now, we talked about how he's trying to ruin everybody's chances, and that's exactly what he's done. As a solo again, can he hit another crazy shot? He can't, he falls.
Jerky now all the way on the top side, looking for one of his VRs is going to be operating inside the business. Two teams looking to just put another big experience under their belt. The shots will come in from one of the sides. The pinch will be active from both players as well. One wall separating the final game of EU. Ratted out, it's Jerky and iDrop with a win. But that top 5 spot, who makes it to the finals? Nebs with maximum defense, Kinzel there. So many teams barely just making it by. What a game 6 to end off with EU.
What a game 6 indeed. So much action happened throughout these 6 games. We saw solo clutches, we saw height takes, we saw dominance from the best, brilliance from some of the lesser players. All around, no discrimination there. A 16 elimination victory royale for iDrop and Jerky. And even though it hasn't gone quite the way he would have wanted, there's no floss there. They still pick up the victory royale. A team who you could argue is too good to be playing in the semi-finals, right? This is a team who many people would have expected to see there. But at the end of the day, right, that is a foundation to build off of going into those semis.
Absolutely. I mean, they kind of have everything locked down now. 5 more teams who are, you know, giving them trouble, also just taken out completely. They're ready to see exactly what they can do, Levin, but still so many people right on that line for top 5. Who knows who really got in?
Well, Savid and Japko were able to hold on, right? We saw them go down in 1-3-4. It looked like they were able to do it. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Shayo. It's been fun, and I can't wait to do it once again as we see which are the new stakes being set. We're going to kick it to the desk, though, as they reveal to us who was able to secure a spot in the FNCS finals.
Shia, Wager, and Levin, thank you guys so much for casting those games. 6 done in EU, and just in case you're tuning in now at the end of the show, where were you? You missed out on crazy games, but thankfully you're here now because we got quite a bit to talk about. Remember, we're looking at top 5 that will auto-qualify duel straight to finals. Everyone else is playing for series points, which means they're looking to make it into semifinals. 16 eliminations! Reese, from iDrop and Jerky.
iDrop and Jerky fragged out. I think that's got to be one of the highest elimination games we've seen in a set lobby. Hands down, right? But it came at the wrong time. Came at the wrong time. It was too late. These guys have been so good throughout the qualifiers, just in like the random game here or there. But they've not been able to put together a full 6 games to actually get them into the top 5. Like, I definitely think these guys will do good when they go to the semis. They'll win a game. They'll make it through the finals. But I think this is a team that could have qualified earlier.
Absolutely. They are, of course, a high ground team. And, you know, we're going to see our top 5 right now. And here it is. Savid has done it.
No big deal, guys. That's my prediction. First place. Woo!
Okay. Hellfire and Scram in first place. You have the massive qualifier. You can hear Zeke's happy, grinning ear to ear there. Let's move down to second place. Vino and Aqua managed to get through as well. So the story of the day, let's be real, like these guys have made, I don't say made history because a lot of people have qualified from Command, let's be real. But at the same time, they've been absolutely tantalizing to watch. In third place, Nebs and Kinzel, who've also performed super well today. BL's gonna be happy because Rifla has qualified underneath as well, alongside Marine. So that's 2 BL players in the top 5. I know they're gonna be celebrating tonight. And in 5th, Savid and Japko qualified through from that final clutch moment right at the end. That last second clutch.
It just about did it for them, didn't it? I think we saw it tick over to 5th right there at the end. And of course, it was able to hold out for them. But what a performance from Savid and Japko. We haven't seen it too much recently. Of course, this is, of course, their first 4th round in the qualifiers, and they've just done so well here. You can see the heals they had. They were set up for success very early on. Got caught out a little bit. You know, maybe people say awareness check, but they're aware that they are in the top 5, and right now, that's all that matters.
That movement from Japko to go towards the left was behind that peanut butter peak. We watched that actually from the opponent's perspective. I think that was Glubshy. So had Glubshy hit that, they probably would have qualified. So that slight left movement qualified them through to the finals.
That's the fine margins, isn't it? It's just everyone going head to head. It was so intense right there at the end. Who was going to take out who? And as it has happened, Savid managed to come out on top and kind of come into that top 5.
Okay, let's have a look at the rest of the leaderboard. The rest here. iDrop and Jerky in 6th place. with that 16 elimination game, the Victory Royale has just yet again now missed them out in qualification. I think in Qualifier 2 they were 7th. So a 7th, a 6th. Yeah, like, come on, guys. That's just a couple more points and that would have put them up. Globshy and Frey, of course, in that final moment as well, going down. I was potentially incorrect about that one elimination qualifying them through, but hey, it was a cool story anyway.
It was indeed, but we're going to have to see some cool stories in the semi-finals, of course, as well for iDrop and Jerky. They're not quite able to make their way into the finals here, but if there's any team out of the list that we can see right here that can win a game, it's iDrop and Jerky. We saw it in that final game. Was it 16 eliminations? In the final game, where it matters most, in the ultimate game, unfortunately, too little, too late for them. But I think it's a little bit of a boost of confidence going to semi-finals.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our predictions. Let's just remind ourselves how Zeke is right.
Shall we? Do we have to?
I'm sorry, guys. I just had to bask in the glow of being right for the first time.
Is this your first win?
No. I think I definitely think I've piggybacked off someone else for a win.
Yeah, the copy and paste. Yeah.
Wait, listen, it's not a copy paste. Like, I believe in that too as well. I'll just align myself with you kind of situation.
Yeah.
Reese, you and Levin though, Hen and Queasy, what happened?
Look, they've been struggling, right? We even saw something that's really surprising. They struggled off spawn in a north zone, something that's their bread and butter. So, you know, something's not quite rare. We can't say that's not a car game for them because they don't need to go anywhere, right? They were on high. So something was up. We're going to have to go back, check the VODs and see exactly what was up with them because they're going to have to fix that coming through the finals, right? Like, for a team like this caliber, a zone that pulls for them in their favor after they are a team who always talks about the fact that they need zones. Come on. They got to up it for next week, but I guarantee they're going to get through the semis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Okay, I chose Janice and Vortex, and I kind of flexed that they were in the 6th place game in that final game. I'll be honest, I was like, yeah, you know, I'm confident. I'm feeling good. But then they maybe had a bit of a curveball being thrown in there with Thomas and Trippin landing at their drop. They're thinking, hang on a sec, who's these guys landing in? What's going on here? And maybe that threw them off a little bit. So, yeah, it's Shia's fault. I copied him. It's 100% all Shia's fault. Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's all Shia's fault. Now, Shia, Dragon, me and you, there's no beef between you, but apparently you have beef with Mini Miner. That's on you, not me. There you go. Fortnite fam, that wraps up the competition here from Qualifier number 3. Don't forget, this is just the EU region. If you just tune in, you're like, man, I missed out on some crazy Fortnite action. Well, guess what? NA East, NA West, 2 other regions will be back on the day with 6 games apiece. You want more Fortnite action? We're giving you more Fortnite action. Now, of course, remember, if a duo you like didn't make it in the top 5, don't worry. Next week's semifinals, we're looking at the top 50 duos on that series point leaderboard. They're going head-to-head for some available spots into finals, so make sure you tune in next weekend for that. As always, give these incredible human beings a follow. They do such hard work, make this all look effortless. Give them a follow. We love y'all. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see all of you on that battle bus.
I'm gonna wind it up. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the Fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the Fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the Fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the Fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic Striker Burst Rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests, along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top, or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
Last time on FNCS NA East, all of the top 5 qualified with a victory royale, highlighting how important getting those W's can be. Imagine taking home the victory royale and still not qualifying. Well, Bucky and Cam unfortunately did just that. Will the odds be in their favor tonight? Fan favorites Clix and Day have been in the past 2 round 4s of Qualifier 1 and 2. 10 duos have now boarded the battle bus bound for finals. Which 5 duos will join them tonight, and who will book their spots in the semifinals next week? Find out in FNCS NA East, Qualifier 3, Round 4. Hello and welcome to the FNCS. This is the NA East region. Only 5 spots remain on the line for auto-qualified 2 weeks from now. Going into finals, and duos are looking to claim a spot on the bus. What's going on? I know suddenly I'm not as handsome as Adam Savage, but that's okay because I'm hanging out with you today while he's not here. And guess what? I got some friends. That's right. It's not only Vivid, but it's also Reese as well.
Can't get rid of me, baby. Can't get rid of me.
This is taking us back, friends. This is back in the days of the old. Yeah, this is a long time ago. If you're a long time watching FNCS, you're like, wow. Blast from the past. It's me. It's Reese. But guess what? We're hanging out here for NAE. So, Vivid, how are you feeling today?
Listen, I am missing my 2 usual coworkers in Adam Savage and Somebody's Gun.
I don't blame you.
But luckily, I do have the 2 handsome gentlemen sitting next to me to replace them, which, you know, it's all right, I guess.
Reese Weiss,
it's all right.
Yeah. It's just you can't see the screen, but it's just me, Vivid, and then me again back there.
Oh.
I love to see it. Reese, how are you feeling? We just got done with EU, and now we're coming over to NAEs.
Oh, it's electrifying. I'm telling you, the energy had me pumped up, has me feeling super good. Look, NA East, you better not disappoint, right? We've had some great games on EU, so it's been a while since I've been here, right? So I have fond memories, too.
We're going to get the run back. It's okay. Everything will be fine. We're here for 6 games, and it's going to be incredible. So if you're just tuning in, you've never watched Fortnite, don't worry, I'm here to help get you up to speed. We're going to start things off with the broadcast schedule. So this is what we're watching. Here is qualifier number 3. This is the last set of qualifiers we have for the competition. Next weekend, we're back with the semifinals. The weekend after that is finals, okay? So make sure you mark your calendar and come back for some of that. But we got to talk about the actual qualifier format. Vivid walks through it.
Yeah, so again, this qualifier 3 here, 4 rounds basically happened. We are going to be checking out just the 4th round, as all 3 rounds prior to this have already happened. This is pretty much the last chance where these teams have a chance to skip semifinals and go directly to finals. Top 5 will get you there. If they don't qualify through that top 5, they will go through to semifinals if they have enough series points. And then, like Zeke mentions, 2 weeks away are finals, finally, so we can claim a champion for this season.
Yeah, we absolutely can. And in these 6 matches that we're going to be playing today, the top 5, like we said, will qualify through. And this is how they are going to gain some points. You'll notice placement points start at the top 35, and as soon as you get to the top 25, that's when every single placement from then on out matters. That's kind of in that moving zones area. We're going to start collecting a bunch of those placement points all the way up to the victory royale, which is worth 32 total points. And then if you notice in the bottom left, small little text, each elimination is worth 3 points as well. So you're going to notice the teams that are fragging out a lot are also the ones who are going to jump and fly up the leaderboards a ton.
That's right, man. Trying to balance both of these, right? Placement and eliminations equals up the leaderboard. So let's take a look at some of our qualified players. So these are the players we'll be seeing compete today in qualifier number 3. Vivid, any duos kind of stand out to you right off the bat?
A lot of them, and mainly because I kind of expected some of these duos like Day and Clix or Acorn and Edgy to get those top 5 spots in one of the first 2 qualifiers. But no, we actually see them here in qualifier number 3, and it's actually really awesome to see Creo and Vert here, especially after their great performance yesterday in round 3. And then we have the likes of Joji and Rokane. Rokane doing very, very well through Cash Cups. And all of these players fighting for that top 5 spot, Reese.
Absolutely. You know, for me, D-Roller pops out, right? I'm a D-Roller fan, I'm going to tell you. All the way back to Chapter 2, Season 2 Solo Invitational, I watched this man. He got an SMG reputation at the time, and honestly, he was a blast to watch. Coming all the way through, he's developed so much as a player that he's outlived that reputation, and now he's just a solid NA East player.
Indeed. And yet, listen, again, on page number 2, Bucky and Cam showing off that they get that victory royale. Knight and Rogueshock been a long-lasting duo, and I see Cease and Tragic. Cease has been really up and rising again, you know, kind of taking a claim at that run towards one of those top pro players.
Absolutely. And like, you know, Cease is just such an OG player, and he's such a big brain in the entire region. And I love the pairing up with Tragix, right? Tragix is, in my opinion, one of the best fraggers in the entire region. He is always the one in endgame picking up so many eliminations. So pair him up with a big brain like Cease, man, that's a recipe for success.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so we're going to talk about a bunch more stuff. We're talking duels to watch, POIs to consider. But first, you saw we had a media day recently. We were going to hang out with the players. We're going to make some awesome content. We got one for you right now. This one's called Where in the World?
All right, guys, we're about to drop in. There's gonna be an image on the screen, and you're gonna have to find it the fastest. Whoever gets there wins. Good luck.
Got it, boss.
Thank you, Cease. Thank you. Let's go.
Bro, what? It's on. I'm just following you guys. Where are we going, guys?
Hey.
Do you know where it is, Toots?
Yeah.
Where?
I know exactly where
Just tell me.
I know a shortcut.
It's definitely like
There's no way.
Oh my god.
Ah, that's embarrassing.
No.
But you guys know slow and steady wins the race, right?
Someone just tell me where this thing is.
I think I have this one in the bag.
No.
No.
Oh my god. Oh. It's over.
It's over.
Oh my god, it's actually. I won.
It's over.
I actually got it. Bro, I just knew I'd be a goat at this.
No, if I didn't mess up the cannon, I would have got there before.
No. I won. What is that?
I actually don't know where it is.
Can you give us like a hint?
It's in here. Oh, where is it? I don't know where.
I found it.
What?
Like.
Dude, where is this at? Oh, I found it. No troll. I actually got it. Woo! I'm crazy. I'm actually crazy. Oh, that's too easy.
That's easy.
Oh, that's way too easy.
Am I the only one that doesn't
that one's
know
in
where it
Chonker
is?
somewhere, guys.
It's in Tilted Towers.
Yeah, it's definitely in Tilted, guys.
No, man. Bro, there's no way that rock stops my car. I ran out of gas. Oh, wait, it's not even in Tilted.
I'm in.
No, man.
I'm here.
You guys have such crazy map awareness.
Yo, Mako, you know where this one is, buddy?
Yeah, it's in. Oh, wait, I know where this is. Do you know where it's at?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Man.
I'm low-key almost out of gas.
Oh, man, my car.
Yes.
Oh, it's C1.
Gives me more time.
Creo's hit it. I stole his nice. Give me. Bro, I have no fuel.
Yeah, we're all out of fuel. We're on foot.
You want to go to Tilted?
I'm going Tilted.
No sweat insurance. Where does that make sense?
Oh my. It's so obvious. What if I told you I don't know anything?
No, it's in here, I know.
Boom!
No way.
Let's go.
Oh. Wait, is that it?
I'm actually crazy. I'm actually crazy. Bro, I'm too good at this game.
Wait.
Oh, wait, I know.
No, I actually have no clue. Wait.
Oh, wait, my name's Caesar. I have no clue where it's at. I'm just driving straight at it, boosting. Yeah, dude, I have no clue.
There's a chair right here.
Yeah, man.
Is this it?
No, man. Creo knows where it's at.
Yo, I'm getting there.
Dude, it's so obvious, bro. Think about whose chair that is. Whose chair, bro? Think of the Fortnite lore, man.
You don't know the Fortnite lore?
YouTube videos?
It's a doctor.
I actually learned this from an It's Jarian video.
Creo, please win. Creo, he marked it for you.
Well, I actually gotta find the chair now.
It's somewhere in there.
Oh, wait, you guys can see my marks?
Yeah.
Bro.
Does anyone know where the chair is?
I beat you guys.
Where's the chair?
Bro.
You're the luckiest person ever.
It's seriously too easy. GG, yes. Fortnite is such a fun game, bro.
Oh, what?
And what other esport can you just have silly fun like that?
There you go. See, Media Day is pretty dope. Thanks to all the players who came out, hung out with us. We got to interview them, play fun games like that with them. So if you enjoy that, don't worry. There's tons of more of that kind of content coming out over the next 2 weeks and the shows. So make sure you stick around for it. They are super cool. Now, let's talk about duos to watch. Okay, we're kicking things off. We got Creo, we got Vert. They're landing on over at Command Cavern. Vivid, why should a viewer that's never tuned into Fortnite be following this duo?
Wow. Well, first of all, Creo, after a pretty dominant performance at World Cup, he's been around for a very long time. And listen, even if the past isn't convincing enough, yesterday should be convincing because they straight up dominated round 3. They did not finish outside of 7th place every single game over a total of 7 games. Look at that average placement right there. Wow.
4. That is absolutely nuts. 6.14 average eliminations per game is way above the standard. Basically, everyone else on the leaderboard got like 4, right? So we're talking a 50% increase here, which is massive. We've seen these guys in a round 4 already, and it was qualifier number 2, and they ended up placing 37th, right? So yes, we've seen the dominant performance in round number 3, but this is a set lobby. This is a completely different environment here. So I want to see these guys on top form. I want to see them popping off. I want to see them replicate what they just did in the previous round.
Okay, I like this. This is like a make this bar. You've done this. Let's do that again. Just run it back, right? Super easy, super clean. You love to see it. Next up, we got a duo that I would say is like Adam Savage's #1 most duo. It's Acorn. It's edgy. Adam, you're not here, so I will carry your torch, my friend. Don't even worry. Why should we be fall in love with this duo?
Listen, amazingly enough, this team was absolutely dominating throughout Cash Cows. We had a 4th place, a 5th place, a 19th place, and honestly, coming into this FNCS, I think they were a lot of teams' favorites. Now, obviously, the FNCS isn't over yet, but they just straight up did not make the finals of qualifiers 1 nor 2. So this is actually the first time we're going to see them here in round number 4, and it's honestly just crazy. I can't wait to see how they do. And honestly, yesterday they did extremely well in any of the games that they got to the end game, and then Edgy's got to be feeling great. Just recently signed to Fusion, so he's got to be on top of the world.
Yeah, I'm looking at this duo though, and I'm thinking, right? These guys aren't performing when it matters, though, right? We've seen them pop off in the cash cups. I mean, it matters. It gets some money, right? Let's be the end of the day. It's a reputation. They've done super well in earlier rounds of the FNCS, the open stages and things like that. But now that we're in a round 4 set lobby, this is the time. This is the time to do well. And they seem to be on a roll, right? Tilted, their drop spots had a couple changes recently, and hopefully they've adapted a lot faster than the other teams that are around them. It seems like it, obviously, based off their previous round performance there. But we're gonna have to wait and see. This is completely different.
You gotta hope, man, that this is that opportunity. Let's hit that top 5. We don't gotta worry about semifinals. We could just go straight to finals 2 weeks from now and then focus up on the game plan for then, right? We'll have to see another duo worth keeping our eyes on. It's Muzz, it's Avery, but the kicker is they're also landing Command Cavern. So we kind of had touched on what that looks like already for Creo and Vert, and now we kind of have this head-to-head, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, is it really a head-to-head, right? There's just so much loot over at Command Cavern that a lot of these teams have kind of created their, their own little routes to where they can kind of get some loot. They did get 9th place in round 3 yesterday, and then throughout Cash Cups, they got an 8th, 22nd, and 23rd. But then in the most recent one, which was very, very interesting, Muzz actually played with Scented, and they got 30th. So I'm actually feeling really good about this trio because I think Muzz probably learned a few things from Scented, and maybe he can incorporate it into his game with Muzz and Avery.
I mean, he's an absolute book, a library of knowledge to play from. And Muzz himself, it's like he is, I was going to say, an amazing player. He is a huge brain. He's one of the best fraggers on this region. But at the same time, this guy's one of the nicest dudes you'll ever meet, right? I've messaged back. I've spoken to him a good few times now. And anytime, he's just an absolute delight. So you know what? I want them to do good. There's my bias.
Okay. Wow. That's right. You just need the Reese seal of approval, and that's it. He's just going to go ahead and say, hey, I believe in this duo. That's all it is. That's how I earned his friendship, actually. True story.
It took a couple seasons, though.
Dang, bro, don't put me on blast like that. Let's talk about some POIs. We've got the first one here, Condo Canyon. So we've got Blake and Threats going head-to-head here at this POI. So what can we kind of look at for Condo Canyon specifically when we're considering who could kind of walk away the victor here?
Honestly, Kano Canyon has a lot of these situations where teams that lane here kind of just, go their separate ways. They kind of like take half, but then there's the other side of it where some teams like to just go head-to-head here. And honestly, if these teams do go head-to-head here, I feel like I have to give the edge to Threats and Rise, just simply because, we've seen Threats and Rise put up great eliminations in the end game. I think that they just have so much more fighting prowess in this situation. Not to mention Threats and Rise also, they were contested previously at like Greasy Grove, so they do have some experience against top teams being contested.
Yeah, one of the things about that drop spot is it's so 50-50, right? When you're landing at Greasy Grove, when you're contesting like through the last couple of weeks that we've seen, it's like, you're landing on one house, one gun spawn, and just fighting right off spawn. This drop spot is completely different, right? There's so much more horizontal space that you can land at. There's so much more loot you can claim, and it's a lot of slower paced fighting. Often what we see, kind of like Vivid said here, these fights either end like that or they just disengage completely. So I'm not entirely sure what type of teams we're going to see, how these fights going to go down, but I'm sure it's going to be different every single game. Let's be real.
Okay, I vibe with that. Okay, let's throw a wrench in the whole show here for a moment. Command Cavern. So over in the EU region, we saw 7 duos landing there, trying to set some kind of internal record, I suppose. This time we're looking at 6 duos landing here, and once again, we have already talked about 2. Yeah, only 6. Come on, NAs. Yeah. But also 2, right? Creo's duo and Muzz's duo are also landing here. Vivid, we didn't really see this get too crazy in EU. It's kind of like what you've already discussed, mentioned, you'll land there, you kind of get what you need to get, and then you'll kind of dip. Do you think NA East will do the same thing that, you're kind of talking about here?
100%. Like I said, there's so many of these little spots. Like on the north side, you have like a little station. On the west side, you have a little station. Like there's just so much of these little spots that you can just gather loot. Like Creo and Vert, they're going to be landing on the north side. And actually, there's like so many slurp barrels there that they can just instantly get max shield from. That's why they have such a good spot. But on that front side there, throughout that tunnel, you have Muzz and Avery versus Noisy, actually. And that is probably where we'll see most of that action.
Yeah, and that kind of just similar, going back to what I said about Condo, that is a 50-50 drop spot, right? You're landing on the slurp truck. It's like whoever has the best drop, whoever finds that gun right off the spawn is going to be the one who's going to win that team out. And often the times, those teams who end up winning that fight will be the one who get the vault, right? Yeah. So we hope that those teams with the launch pad, with all the additional loot, with all the ammo, with all the Sorb Surge they get from winning that fight. If you've watched EU, we just talked about it a lot, right? But if you manage to win that off spawn, you're set up for the rest of the game. If you don't manage to go deep and get a top 5 at least, you've been given all the opportunities.
All the loot from that vault by itself makes that possible, right, Reese? I mean, it's such a pivotal and instrumental POI in a lot of these duos, kind of repertoire, right? We have a little bit of time here. I'd love to kind of get your guys' thoughts on this final kind of qualifier, right? For some of these duos, they don't have enough series points. They have to make this top 5. Vivid, you came from the World Cup, right? You were a player now turned analyst. Talk to us about some of that pressure these players are probably feeling.
This is a unique format for something like this because it's not their last chance, right? But it's this one good shot at just getting top 5 and going straight through to the finals, right? Do you really want to put yourself through these semis? So there could be a lot of pressure, right? I need to get top 5, and maybe some of these teams are, fighting for actually series points. Maybe they just need to get to the semifinals. So there's 2 kind of dynamics here. But if anything, they've had 2 qualifiers to look at and kind of VOD review by now. I feel like they should have a pretty good understanding. And with 10 of the best teams already kind of knocked out of this tournament because they are already in the finals, that does kind of open up a lot of room for these teams to potentially do something amazing.
Yeah, I think what you often see is those last 2 games are just a mess, right? You see teams pop off left, right, and center. They're down on that leaderboard. The pressure is kind of alleviated at that point. They're just you know what? We got to do good in the game. We might qual if we do. We might qual if we don't.
I love it. I love it. Okay, we got another content piece for you. This one is a box fight, but it's all about orgs versus orgs. Let's take a look at Org Battle.
Are you guys nervous?
I'm really nervous.
I'd be nervous too if I was going against me. My name is Macwood, and I represent G2 Esports.
Hey, my name is Jamper, and I represent Luminosity Gaming.
My name is Threats, and I represent Man City Esports.
My name is Blake, and I represent Ghost Gaming. Yo, boys, it's time for box fights.
All right,
bet.
Let's go.
Who do we got winning?
Based off the pregame warm-up, I'd probably say Jamper's going to take this one. Unless, Blake, you can prove me different.
We'll see, I guess.
You don't sound very confident, man.
Yeah.
Actually, Blake was a GOAT back in the box fight.
Back in the day, bro. What do you know about me?
Oh, my God.
over, guys.
How do I get on the...
Let's go.
Oh my.
No shot.
You're so
I already know my strat now. I know the strat.
Dude, you're lucky
I've seen you hit these shots so many times.
Aqua, don't let me down, bro.
Go, bro. I got you. Oh, I'm taking damage.
Yeah, this is storm damage.
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's go.
Dude, you're holding me in zone, bro. I can't see. Oh man, you're holding me in zone. You're so weird.
I was like 10 HP. I thought I was dead.
Oh my god.
Threats, bro. Don't get nervous, man.
Dude, I get really nervous, man.
You look nervous.
Nah, man.
Wait, we have 1,000 mats? Hold up. Let me go crazy. Oh, this is for Condo Canyon right
You
here.
are shaking, bro.
He's just hiding.
He's so scared.
He knew, bro. He knew I died to zone.
You died to zone? I'm actually teeing up. Don't talk to me while I'm in this.
I'm gonna get in your head. Don't can never try.
Actually, don't talk.
You got this, bro.
All right, let's go.
I have a strat.
Good luck, Jamper, seriously.
Backwood, I've seen all your tweets the past, like, every single season. I already know what to do.
Okay. He's in my box, man. Stop, man. No, man.
God.
If I have my glasses on, it's just over for you.
No, that's full weird. That is full weird.
I know how to do the no, I can't even see him. He's actually playing the map right. I can't even see him.
There's no way.
Alright, I'm gonna hurry this fight up after you guys.
That's what he did to me, man. He actually knows the strat.
Alright, bro, it's time.
I'm actually rooting for Backwood.
Yeah, I'm on the Backwood side here now.
Good luck.
100?
Oh, wait.
What?
That was a good trade.
Wait, how did you hit that hard, too? I thought I won that.
Blake was so confident.
You know what to do, Blake?
I pulled the threats. Backwood, bro. It's not a good look on you.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm just not.
You won 4-1 the last one. He's got 0-4'd.
You just want it more than me, man. Yeah, I know. I let G2 down, but it's the setup. It's not me.
Hashtag G2 Army. It's all good.
You love to see it, and that is definitive. That's it. That's it. It's all over. That's it. The orc battles are done. That's the end of the best org ever. Don't quote me on that. Hey, let's talk about predictions. Okay, we're getting real close to going ahead and kicking off NA East. However, I will carry your torch, Adam Savage. Ooh. Okay? Listen, production, you can put my name there, but these points are going to go to Adam unless it comes in first, in which case they're my points. Acorn and Edgy. Listen, I came in first place in EU, and I don't want to, like, mess that up.
He's already mentioned it like 10 times.
I was real excited. Acorn and Edgy, here are their stats coming out of round number 3. So remember, that was the round that took place before this. I mean, 137 total points, a Victory Royale to their name, average placement of 15. Look at the average elims as well, 39 points. I mean, Vivid, do we need to say more? You and I went with the same prediction. Do we need to say more?
No, yeah, me and you are actually holding that same torch for Adam Savage.
Oh, you did that for him.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's the only reason I picked them. No, but listen, like I mentioned, these guys were actually favorites coming into this FNCS, so had to pick them now that I finally got the chance. Now that they're finally in round 4. And listen, MDF actually taking my torch. I picked Day and Clicks in the past 2 qualifiers. Not going with them today, though, because I didn't like how they played yesterday, but MDF did.
Yeah, they've been a bit messy, let's be real. I've seen some clips. Yeah. I've seen some clips, right? I ended up going with Crew and Vert. We've talked a lot about them earlier. Look, you're taking Adam Savage's torch here. I'm taking it for the boy SBG. Wow. Similarly, I've already told him, I'm like, if I do good, I'm going to take credit for that. If they don't do good at all, sorry, those points are going to you, my friend. But here we go. Like we mentioned, these guys placed first in the previous round. An absolutely incredible average placement. These guys play that low and mid ground so consistently. Like, they are not risk takers at all. And I hope we see that same performance here again.
That's right. That's right. I'll jump in one more time. Day clicks on the Mosh. Well, actually, you already said that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. But it's all a joke because here are the stats. That's right. That's why I wanted to circle back. Take a look at these points coming out of the previous round. So once again, this is kind of giving us a good look into what could be today.
Yeah. Listen,
Today. Thank you, Reese.
Wow. Back on the desk with Zeeg, always a blast. Let me tell you, they had 47 as their highest point game because they got a 22 elim game, right? And like none of their other games were really that well placed, and that's why honestly I didn't go with them today.
I like it. I like it. Well, you can see that timer. We got to get into some games. We've got casters. This is Monster D-Face and Sundown standing by. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and Reese. And what's good, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call all the action here. It's qualifier number 3, round 4 in NA East, and 5 teams will advance. And Monster, we saw your pick there. You feeling good about it?
I'm definitely feeling good about this team. Let's talk about the explosiveness that is, of course, Clix and Day. They have that ability to pop off, and let's be honest, they will pull through, right? We're talking about a team that can get those victories and make it big. But hold up, the battle bus is here, Sundown. Let's get on it.
No time to wait. 6 matches to go. The first one will load in. And if you're wondering about the stakes, the Des did a fantastic job setting it up. 5 teams will go automatically through to the finals in 2 weeks, but everyone else will then be tossed into that semi-final mix. And it's one heck of a mix there, Monster.
Hey, man, we're talking about a big opportunity here. A lot of teams that we're going to be looking at, and of course, the pressure is on more than ever. You want to be in that conversation that is going straight to finals. This is where you really put it all on the table, and realistically, you want to go to finals now because you have more time to kick back, reset. You don't want that semi-finals pressure that we're going to see teams have to face. But as we start to take to the world, already knocks are exchanging in the feed. This region for NA East has had the most contested draw spots to date. This year has been explosive so far.
Yeah, you can see in the top left of the feed, Panstow already down and confirmed. Shonye down, Polo down, Nevify getting on the board right away. Threats taking shots. The second he's landing in over at Condo Canyon, and Rise is down before his feet even touch the ground. I was like King there in the World Cup Solos match number 2, just didn't even get a chance to play the game. And it's interesting to see the adaptation of Rise and Threats opting to leave Greasy and heading over to Condo. But I mean, we talked about them kind of maybe needing to rethink their early game, and honestly, here in match number 1, that's not necessarily the strategy you want to see with Rise getting touchdown right away, but straight over to a fight with Sprite and Nounsy getting a different contest over in Greasy Grove.
Yeah, and it looks like Nounsy's going to be the first one to get punished here as he starts to slow on, but there is a knocked body behind the wall. Here comes the trade. Sprite comes in and shuts things down as quick as ever, and now Greasy Grove is theirs to loot. And remember this fight, now, we've been following this Sundown week to week. This is a battle that has been going down, as has Condo Canyon, another draw spot that has been highly contested for whatever reason. These 2 draw spots have really sought the attention, right? That unwarranted attention from multiple professional players and teams.
Well, I mean, Greasy, one of the biggest things, we always talk about how it's a really tough contested POI. One of the biggest things is the removal with most of the cars over on the map. Having a guaranteed car over at Greasy, bonkers. It adds just so much to the ability, and that's why you're seeing these fights come down. But Threats with a fantastic job backing up Limit Lawrence, and they really needed that run.
And Blake is not really happy about this as he's slowly but surely running out of materials, but also ammunition here. This is a matter of time now as they're starting to really settle into their loot. Paths here, Threats and Rise also looking in shambles. Just a couple. Blake is going to play a very high position. He's going to be able to see right over, and he sees both teams. Okay, the information has been processed back. It's going to cost him a little bit now out of material here.
Yeah, 0 builds on this angle, and he was trying to get up above. The problem is he couldn't reinforce that ramp, but now Rise, I don't think he has any builds. I don't think he can leave where he is without breaking line of sight. They have to move towards them if they don't want to end up stuck here, but their one saving grace might be the lack of medium ammo that you called out earlier, Monster.
Yeah, and the difference here, they did get to farm that reservoir worth of brick there, so just enough to go ahead and skate on by, and it does look like they're going to buy themselves an opportunity to make it to later into the tournament. And although they're tagged up here and now, I mean, can they escape is the true question. Blake and company still coming in closer and closer now, though.
Yeah, and we saw up in the top left of the feed, Macwood, who had a nice little presence there during the media day and the content piece. Unfortunately, going down to my prediction, Bucky and Cam, that is 100% over at the Daily Bugle. That's where that fight has been going down the whole time, and nice to see them resolve that quickly.
Another elimination in the feed there. Danny takes out Walkers, and that's going to be a bit of an upset for another contested battle that we know is happening on this side and the coastal areas. But Condo Canyon, so much going down here at the general drop spot. It continues to ramp on and rage on. Here's Creo and Vert being contested right above Danny. We know Danny already got that elimination onto Walkers off in the distance. Looks like his teammate is down, though. How do you play for this pickup now that the command cavern is so contested?
Yeah, and we're going to get a chance to see where he picked up that first elimination. We'll keep an eye on the bottom left. Yep, Blue already been taken out, but a brilliant shot there through the triangle at it. And the way he just tracked Walkers. I mean, we saw Walkers have an incredible blow-up last season, just a player who really put himself on the map. But, I mean, that was just fantastic by Danny. I mean, look at the loadout monster.
Hey, man, the first step to success is making it to the big stage. And that's what a lot of players are here doing right now. And they're trying to make it all the way through to finals. Every season, we get to see new faces pop up and show off. But as you start talking about that, another action-packed fight here at the Shifty Shafts. Right now, the edit comes through, but the teammate is here to back him up, and it's looking clean. But hold up, here comes that extra pressure. As things start to slow down.
I like that little aggro door edit. You can kind of bait people who have the auto interact going through, and you could see he was trying to get Sovzi there to just kind of jump up and instead interact with the door. Wasn't able to find the shot and reset between it, but now Sykes and Sovzi have been pushed down a little bit. They're trying to find an angle. It looks like they have the health advantage, but as soon as I say that, Demonix opens up and he levels it out a little bit, and for a 1v2, that wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but he was able to get some damage over.
More shots coming in, though, from the mountainside here, and the pressure is going to continue to punish out Sovzi. Sovzi doesn't really gain much from the fight, though, although the loot fell. No material to work with, just a couple med kits here. The reset is going to be pretty painful for them at this point now. The clock is, of course, ticking here, and this drop spot's been looted and then just ran through, so it's not looking too hot. Here's Acorn and Edgy, some of the picks, of course, for our desk. Looking as good as ever just outside the Tilted Tower.
I love, and I mean, I absolutely love the denial of the cannon over there. It just it makes these power positions on the hills just a little bit more safer. You take away rotation options from somebody else. And when Acorn, you see his loadout, he's able to dive in with that legendary drum shotgun if he needs to, but then also can keep the distance with that burst. As we see W Carry get taken down the feed, and Monster, you brought it up at the start, how we've had more contention this season than ever, but hold on, hold the phone. Fatch gets a confirmation on today. What's going on over there?
Fatch and Day, big names, and of course, that's my pick. Where is Day and Clicks? What is happening? We'll find out shortly. More shots come in. It's not looking good now for Acorn as he gets punished here. Forced to go on the defensive hold and, of course, dig into the little bit of heals that they have managed to save up. This is kind of early to be committing this much HP now.
Yeah, and you mentioned the record number of contestation coming through. I believe we're at like 43 or 46% for duos, which in NA East is a nuts number. But on the flip side, the stat that just flew in the top right of the screen shows a record number because there's been more contesting going on. There have been a record number of games won by contesting teams. So we're starting to see teams kind of figure that out a little bit, and I think duos gives them the room to do it. But Clicks is got to be a little sneaky here in the 1v2 situation. I mean, we've talked about them taking fights aggro. I mean, Monster last week, Scoped really kind of threw them a monkey wrench for the first couple of games.
Yeah, and they managed to turn things around. They weren't a team that was completely taken advantage of. They did find strategy in the end. Day and Clicks is, of course, one of the 8 duos competing that have played in round 4 of all 3 qualifiers. They've continued to make it this far, but you have to push all the way through, right?
Yeah, and then the other 7 teams who have been in each single one of these coming through. It's Day and Clicks, Spade and Chimp, who got second in the last FNCS, D-Roller and N-Pen, who Reese talked about the entire time, Tabsg and Qua, Av and Edan, Threats and Rise, who we saw right off of the start with that contested drop, Voil and Accept, and then my prediction, Bucky and Cam.
And those are, of course, all great players. They've made it this far, and the question is, can they hit that dart on the marker and push through? Got to get the bullseye here and now. For Muzz and Avery, though, Command Cavern, of course, being this, you know, hotly and highly contested drop spot of the season in general, it has not been an easy path for them either, making it this far. We've also seen a list of players that need the series points, so we'll continue to keep you guys updated on that as the tournament begins to continue. For Bucky and Cam, though, they've been here a few times now. What can they do?
Yeah, and I mean, just particularly looking at this duo, they were last FNCS, they qualified in the first week. It looked dominant. Like, they qualified basically in 4 games. I don't think they even opted to play the last game out. But then, unfortunately, in last week's qualifier, they were going in, they were in great spot looking in the top 5. Cam's PC restarted right before the final game. Unfortunately, didn't end up making it in, so now they're back here again, but with a fast resolution right off of the start, being able to take that fight. They're in a pretty good position. Now we go back to my perma pick from last FNCS. Pamstow is down, but Fatch was the one who returned the favor over on today, and he's trying to make some plays in the zone, and he has more chug splashes than he could possibly want, so he can hang out here forever, and he gets a medkit gifted over too.
A lot of white heals to work with here, a lot of time on the clock. How practical is it to stay here, though, as Rise and Threats are slowly moving forwards? On the outskirts, there's also a team possibly looking to set up an ambush. They can also hear those shots in the zone. Don't forget that. Fatch is going to start making a move out for safety here. Rise, of course, hovering around, not looking to let his guard down by any means. And there's that other team that was outside the storm, now putting shots onto Thatch. That's going to continue to draw attention from Rise and Threats here.
There's 5 players hanging out in this zone. And I mean, yes, it is only 1 tick right now, but you know if other people are running around in this situation, they're probably not doing the best. They're coming from the far side of the map. You've seen a lot of the trades happening in the feed, and if you're Fatch right now, I think Monty talked about how viable is it to just hang out in the zone. It's probably one of your better plays, particularly because you picked up that elim early on and finding some more tags on the edge of zone. This is really well played from Fatch right now.
Yeah, he's really going to need those. Let's not forget that these tags are going to come into play here shortly as the zone starts to close in and the storm surge warning begins. We'll explain that when that happens in just about 40 seconds. But for now, Fatch's biggest problem is getting his teammate up back into the lobby. How do you do that as the storm starts to close in? The circle's going to get closer and closer. It's going to become harder and harder for him to do it.
But this is so lucky for Fatch. I don't even want to say lucky. I think his timing, the way he disengaged, breaking the sightlines was fantastic. But he knew that he needed to get away from Rocky Reels because he saw Rise and Threats. Day is back up on his feet after Clix was able to get the reboot, but now you have 2 of the stronger teams in the region just dueling it out in the zone off of the pressure side. And as you look in the bottom right-hand corner, Monster, the 2 teams who are in the zone have already about faced. They know they're here.
Yeah, definitely. They are all hands on deck right now, but Rise and Threats edge themselves a little bit closer. Clix is going to get picked off here. Super unfortunate for them. There goes that surge warning here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not forget, the way this works, the function is to force battles and fights. If you have not done enough damage, it will begin to damage you, and that's going to happen once the surge and the storm closes here. But hold up, Rise is going to start to push in. He realizes this is a solo. It's not looking good. That's his wall here. Almost gets grabbed up, but he does find the side shot. Here comes the closer. The shield crack is enough for Threats to come on through and close the job out. And just like that, my pick of Day and Clix are down and out.
And honestly, I don't want to say not too much of a surprise. Vivid talked about it, how a little bit of a struggle yesterday in round 3 and what we've seen in the round 4. It usually takes a game or 2 for Clix and Day to get rolling, and we'll generally see in match 2 and 3 them be a little more aggro, particularly if they feel like they're a little bit behind the pace. But somebody we honestly haven't seen a ton of this season, Dignitas Pigod, elite pump players who are like very well known in NAEs, have struggled during that round 3 qualifier. So good to see him in the final here. But currently, if you see the right hand side, 82 below, 57 below, they got 48 seconds to figure it out. So taking some real deep peaks right now.
Really starting to cut it fine here.
Oh yeah.
Coming closer and closer now. Nosh on the left-hand side is okay, though. He's found the tags that he's needs, but it is not looking good for Pigod and Pump here, who have to continue to get active. Now, lucky for them, plenty of options nearby. We never want to see it go down to a box fight, but it just might have to happen here soon.
Yeah, right-hand side of the screen here, you can see Young Nosy, Teed already down, gets the confirmation over on the other side. 126 below, 19 seconds. He's not going to have to worry about the surge as another player will go down. So in 10 seconds, anybody who sees the damage threshold below number is going to start taking 25 damage every 5 seconds. Now, when does that turn off? It will turn off when we have 70 total players in the lobby. So if you look in the top left on the POV, on your right-hand side of the screen, we're at 81 players. That means 6 duos are currently now taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds. 2 of them are on the screen. Great knock from Pigod on the left-hand side.
He's going to drop Mystic there. Here comes the delivery of the goods, and another player gets tagged up there. That's Mystic's teammate. It's looking like it's all in here now for Pigod as he finds the solo. He's going to try to edge his way towards that loot. Can they snipe it up from them? And no, Neverfi and company will go ahead and reap the rewards. But just like that, Pigod is back in the business here, and they have 2 eliminations from Pump. Of course, pairing alongside for Tyler, though. What can they do now? The surge is definitely ticking. They're the only and sole duo in the lobby here getting tagged.
But the one big thing, yes, they have a beat on a player who's out in the zone. They have so much extra utility, even just sitting on Tyler, right? We don't know what's in Fluto's inventory right now. He's already going through the chug splashes, but they could wait this out. If there's somebody fighting on the map somewhere else, they could wait for that duo to be eliminated. The problem is nobody has to fight except them, and right now you can see Bully throwing them a little bit of help. He's going to get a knock. If one more confirmation can go over, they'll be fine. But now, Monster, they've dug all the way into that utility belt. They've burned run through all of it, and you still are below. What is your option?
Well, the problem here is I don't think they realized that the knock actually came from the players next door. Missing that little bit of information is going to be crucial for them, but these tags here are even more important. Bully does get hit a few times. Down goes the full finish, so the surge will stop. At what cost, though? Flutto has no HP left and even less to work with now. They're probably going to have to launch pad out here as Bully and Smite looking inside the zone now. Let's not forget, let's not look past Smite and what they're capable of. This is a team that is very aggressive, typically in the early game, and very successful as well.
But I was about to say, they should have the situational awareness. Tyler saw them low pad across. They burned a low pad to get to that supply drop, knowing it would have the guaranteed pad. So now Flutto and Tyler can bounce back over. The issue is they didn't clear the top. They weren't communicating going through. So now Flutto, with barely 10 HP, took a high pad to the sky. I believe he might have just gotten knocked there. No, was barely able to get his feet above, but all of a sudden, they basically might not have just taken that launch pad. They're trying to use the spray, using that buddy over, saying, hey, you smell a little bit. Here you go, let me help you out with that. But, I mean, Smite and Bully, they're just holding him in. And Monster, Smite and Bully are one of those teams where they basically have to get top 5 today.
Yeah, they do. They come in, they start a fresh duo. Typically, we see Smite alongside Larson, so Bully being that new counter piece to the puzzle. Will it be enough to go ahead and solidify the deal is the question here. So, luckily for Tyler and Flutto, they somehow managed to escape this nightmare situation. And just like that, they are back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Hitting a wide rotate here, trying to get to an outskirt, recycling all these enemy materials here. I mean, danger has never been closer.
Yeah, and particularly we talked about how much utility they had to use to offset that initial storm surge, but what situation does that put them in? Well, basically now they can't trade with absolutely anyone for fear that it might go wrong. In the top left-hand corner, though, we see Edgy take out Jackson. Those were two teams who were on top of each other for absolutely ever, but right on the other side of this box, you got Larson and Quanti, Rokin and Joji battling for height there, but you can see Acorn and Edgy taking some shots over towards them.
Just a single Elim here. Rokin is going to find a knock there onto Lawrence. The fight we were following from the start there in the distance. You see Cope, Fuse, Joji, a couple players, just to name a few, already positioned up on what looks to be one of the more dominant spots here. As we start approaching this half-in, half-out zone, Creo and Vert have a vehicle, one of the few vehicles that are in play. These are so valuable, especially coming into the late game. You see how good they can be. And just like this, Creo and Vert get a free pass to not only a mountainous position, but one that is just center, slightly center, so it couldn't be any better for them.
Bro, no shot. Absolutely no shot.
Great.
That like one person threw shots towards that car and they got in the center of the zone. Like, how does that, we've seen in the past couple of weeks that anytime somebody makes a rotation, like basically everyone turns is like, no, we're not dealing with that. But they now pretty much have prime position. Don't forget, this is the 4th zone closing and going through. What that means is when the next zone is revealed, that 5th zone, we will have the half in, half out. So it won't be completely centric to the previous circle. So we want to be a little bit closer to the outside. But right now, that storm surge we talked about, we see Muzz and Avi, a little number just updates for them. They're 161 above, but still looking to throw some tags towards the outside.
Yeah, time to deal with the conflict. The zone is here. The storm surge is also there as well. And only 40 seconds before 13 players have to go down now. Muzz and Avery have themselves a cesspool of players on this northern portion just trying to edge their way in. Great tags come through. P-God and Pump on the wrong layer right now. Might just have to change it here. This SMG cutting through those walls. And tags as well. Oh my, the burst damage is so high, especially from this far. You see there's no fall off damage. They're just inside that range. And now comes the counter fire. That's what happens when you edit up those walls. They become weakened. People start to target.
Now, flipping on over, Casker and Yuz sitting on 4 elims total, 2 apiece. Joji picking up Cinnaruni. We will have Surge turn on here in 3 seconds as P-God and Pump struggle. That was Nevify picking him up over on the side. Nosh directly above there. As Monster, look at the bottom right-hand corner. Look at the map. Half in, half out, just pulled. There's basically 3 duos in it. Everyone else is on the outside.
It's not looking good right now for any of those players on the outskirts, which is about, I don't know, 99% of the lobby here. So everyone's going to have to move. A little bit of an overcommit for that high ground. Chubbs is going to fall there. One of the few here taken out. Look at the feed. Edgy finds one. Squish as well. players are starting to rack up points here. This is where things become really valuable for you as you get closer and closer to placement points, right? Now more than ever, you need to survive. Casker gets delivered a loot airdrop here right inside the box. That's a free launch pad to add to their already existing one.
They are so set. They, like you said, already existing launch pad. They also just get a gift of splashes below them as well. I mean, they are set 6'11" above 2 launch pads. Bucky picks up an Elim in the feed to turn Storm Surge off. We have a couple of solos running around, but otherwise everyone has a partner. As Fatch, unfortunately, does go down. Looks like he might have been a victim there of the Storm Surge towards the end, but with 50 players up, 26 duos, we're about to get in the cascading placement points. As soon as we're into the top 25, each duo that goes down represents 1 point, but hold the phone. These guys were just in a great position. What happens?
They gave it up. Slide on up to the high ground here. They felt like they had to, and you can see that the material counts are telling us a story here, a story of struggle, rotate to rotate, no eliminations, not a single refresh coming into the hands of Muzz and Avery, but even through all that adversity, they have fought to get here. Right now, on the low ground, though, a different story being told for Acorn and Edgy. 2 elims, material, HP, heals in the pocket, right? This is everything you want coming into the zone 6, and now the zone's gonna favor them here. So a little bit more luck on their side just in game number 1.
You already hear that car engine revving. You know for a fact that's Creo and Vert. I don't think anybody else had it. We see Whofish and Kaz, one of the duos who basically have to place top 5. They have high ground priority. However, they're on the opposite side of the zone. They're in that kind of northwestern corner if you look in the bottom right-hand part of the map, but hopping on over current second place, my prediction, Energy Bucky, PSG, TNA Cam, who's really just popped onto the scene, and we get a nice little 3-box, Bucky and Cam in the top, bottom left-hand corner, Creo and Vert trying to get their skirt on, and then Muzz and Avery looking for a little bit of room as we get yet another Storm Surge warning. The threshold we're looking for number of players here is 30, but the action is popping off as Bucky and Cam get erased.
No free rotates here. Bucky and Cam are down and out. They made it this far, and just like that, sent back to the lobby. Game 1 is over for Muzz and Avery now, though. The story continues on. They are starting to run out of material. Here's that long-awaited refresh. Can they get it? Beautiful tag here now. That's a knock. They need to grab that body. Don't let it get away. And Whofishy gets completely finished there. Finally, some material for their hard efforts. And an upgrade as well, Legendary SMG. But no, time to face the music. Another player on the other side of the wall. Muzz ruins and added, and just like that, they are out. One of the most mechanical in the region. One small mistake, and that's all it takes here on this stage when the best of the best are going toe-to-toe, and Vert finds another one as well, and he is still in the business here.
They talk about best of the best. Vert trying to put his name into that hat. Great shot from there, bottom right-hand corner. Acorn trying to do it all by his lonesome as well. We saw Edgy go down the feed, currently sitting on 50 HP. Does have that legendary auto shock, and as you look on the wide on the left-hand side, Empen and Deroller on the priority side on the low ground. Nosh and Nut up on the high ground. Acorn trying to take a peek, but immediately gets slapped back down. Rokane trying to find some room on the backside of the zone, but I'm going to keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner now as Acorn just trying to top himself up. He's looking for an opportunity to go.
Here it is. Let's see what Acorn can do. Once again, by himself now on the low ground here. A quick sprint to the front side of the zone, and he makes it through. He must have been holding his breath for that one. Can't believe he committed it. He put it all on the line. What a risk taker. Vert on the other side, though, another knock, and he's up to 3. He does not stop here. Out to the outskirts. Down goes Nevify. Another player pressuring his builds. He's going to go for the layer change here, but misses the jump. Now has to pause down. Look at high ground. It's Nut trying to secure that first victory royale of the day, but as a solo, we all know it can be pretty difficult. Out from the side here, Nosh swings around here, of course, and in come the shots from down low. All types of action going on here. Back revert, though.
Yeah, Nosh and Nut had actually split. Nosh was still up. They still had the high ground control. It's just Nosh went down. He picked up an Elim, and he's like, I'm coming right back up. They're in amazing position. They have plenty of builds. They should be able to roll it out, but the issue is nobody's looking at them. They can't get involved in while all that's going on. Empen and Roller lighting up the feed. They pick up another double. Vert still looking to just carry himself in, and NA East has been all about these ridiculous individual solo efforts. Rokane trying to find one himself, and that's Acorn, the solo on the other side. Armored Wall slapped down, but Rokane says, no problem. I'm going to yoink all of that away, get some extra resource, and really nice refresh on the other solo.
This is just game number 1, though. Pressure is on. Who's going to get this win? Who's going to punch in the big points here? Chimp does manage to take high ground. It's a 1v2 situation. They slide on down, and Rokane with some great tags there. It's not over yet, but the material count starting to run low. Harpoon still a couple shots here. No earnings, Nasen with the knock there, the full finish off the Spade. He's back in the game.
3 fishes, plenty of tug splashes, 15 tags into that med miss. He can hang out in the zone, have some sushi and chill, but still up on the high ground. Nosh and Nut just raining down shots. Bully tries to find an angle. Him and Smite still doing well, but Rokane answering in the 1v2. He puts Bully down. Smite trying to chase him, trying to go through, and you can see Smite able to chase the solo out. Really good job picking that one up. They're up to 5 elims, pushing on to 35 points and up into 4th place, but Nounsy and Sprite been real quiet. However, they'll pick up an elim down there.
Where is high ground? What are they doing? Nut and Nosh just gotta watch the action unfold. Nounsy and Sprite have coasted through the low ground, putting in all that hard work and effort. And you can see now is when the game needs to close out here. Nosh and Nut have to commit. No time to waste here. Okay, clean 2v2 situation right now. 4 elims for the high ground team. What are they going to do right now? Sprite slides down the mountain here. He's losing a lot of HP, though. This is going to start to draw out now.
This is so smart, going underneath the bridge and forcing Nut and Nosh to come to you. You can see where the line is. You know it runs pretty much the length of the bridge. They only had 4 builds. If they didn't go under, they would have been forced into an unfavorable fight. Now they can potentially look to have an opportunity. The only thing is, if they don't have enough builds to get up that slight incline, Nut and Nosh could just force them out right now.
Here's the thing, though. They definitely have a win condition as well. Couple heals. You can see Nounsy and Sprite are just holding onto it for dear life on high ground. There's a single flopper in that inventory there, so not much. This will come down to a clash. There's no way it goes any further. Sprite and Nounsy now looking for the angle. The Mantling comes in. They slide around into the commitment, but no, doesn't find the tag and for the low ground. Can't not finish the job. He's going to slide on over. It's an important heal. Knock is incredible, and he gets it just like that with the quick 1-2 there.
Cloud9, Nosh, and Nut pick up game number 1 here. Qualifier 3, round 4, NA East. And honestly, Monster, it's a lot of what we saw in the earlier qualifiers, where otherwise it was Jamper and Duke doing it, where they just posted up on high ground and nobody bothered to look down, and they were basically uncontested. As long as you're able to manage your materials, you're fine, and they ran it out perfectly.
Excellent job there as well. 6 eliminations in a Victory Royale is quite the way to kick off your FNCS here. And just like that, they're in the lead by a fair margin. Nicely done.
Yeah, we did see a decent number of eliminations picked up from some of those other teams, though. So it'd be very interesting to see where the leaderboard ends up shaking it out. And to break that down, we're going to kick it on over. Zeke, Vivid, Reese.
Thank you guys so much. NA East game number 1. Man, a bunch of duos just come out swinging, right? Everyone's kind of like, look, we know this is the last qualifier. We know we need these points, and we're not going to make it easy for anybody.
Yeah, you're mentioning the duos coming out swinging, but man, the solos stealing bases, huh? We had Vert, Acorn, Rokane, all as solos making it all the way into that end game. Amazing, putting up as many points for their team as possible.
And I think because there was so many solos left in it at that point, there was not really a single team that fragged out. Like the highest eliminations was 6, which was Nosh and Nut. So it's just there's been kind of evenly distributed across the entire lobby here. So when we get to that leaderboards, I'm sure there's not going to be that much of distribution between them.
We'll take a look at those in just a moment. First, we got to relive some of these crazy games, these moments from this game. Casker, I mean, just flying around there in that last game, making kind of what you're talking about, Reese, finding these points for themselves, right? Especially in a situation where you know you have to try and make top 5 to kind of keep pushing forward. I think, Vivid, you had mentioned the stats to me in the back, 14 duos?
Yes, 14 duos right now are currently not locked in to make it to semifinals 2 series points. So really a lot to play for. You know, we've seen in previous seasons, it's usually that number's a lot lower coming into the last qualifier, but no, a lot to play for here today. And here you go, the leaderboard, Nosh and Nut, who's surprised, all the way up at the top with that Victory Royale, 50 points. And look at this. Oh my gosh, Reese, Rokane actually makes it in the 3rd place with 41 points, pretty much as a solo.
Yeah, that solo clutch from him, absolutely. Look at the impact that had all the way up to 3rd. But now I'm wondering, is that going to be sustainable for the next 5 games on top of this? Rokane, obviously an incredible player by himself. Same with Joji, but they have to combine their skills. This is duos. We ain't playing solo FNCS here, right? We got to make sure that they're actually sticking together, not going for a solo plays at the end game like that.
It's going to be tough, man. I mean, 5 more games of this. Think of that, right? Is this how we really want to be in a solo situation? Now, let's not take anything away from them, right? We saw this in EU, right? Sometimes that solo impact score is what you need, right? Put the duo on the back to say, look, everything's fine. I'm just going to take us as far as we can get. Let's talk about another duo here after that last set of games. I believe it is Nosh. In fact, we're taking a look back to relive that moment, that game. How are we feeling about it? It's weird to say, but like 6 elims in the grand scheme of things isn't like a crazy high number. Is this a good or a bad thing, Vivid?
You know, I like this out of them because a lot of teams on NA East, one, we have seen teams take higher ground really, really early. And honestly, if it's at like a good point, like 6th or 6th zone, usually nobody looks up. There's really not a lot of contests going on for the higher ground on the NA East region right now. And then the 6 eliminations, they had plenty of mats from, you know, when they took it to just live out the rest of the game. And they took full advantage of that. And you can see that in their elimination count, right? They just didn't play that aggressive. They played slow and they kept pressuring the second height. And they got the clean victory royale from it.
And it's kind of interesting because both players are really frag heavy. Like, you know, both players are very mechanical, not obviously being a controller player. Very, very good aim on top of that. Nosh also known for his fantastic aim and mechanics as well. So it's like, it's interesting to look at a duo like this and see that they have the reserve to stay up on height and to not overextend. They need the eliminations obviously to win the game, but they're not dropping down early when they just don't even need them yet.
And I want to circle back really quickly on the solo performance, right? We call this a solo impact score. It's when you and your duo, one of you's down, it's just on the back of one of you. Acorn right here putting up quite a bit for the duo. I mean, it's hard because I do love those moments, right, when it's just a player by themselves. But Reese, you're so right. If you guys can stay together alive as long as possible, you're just gonna have more opportunities to climb that leaderboard, right?
Yeah. And like, you can see in that situation, right, they did stick together as long as they could, right? But it's still a game. You're making mistakes. You know, they're not perfect at the end of the day, but, you know, if you've got top level players like both of these, you know, you're going to give themselves situations where they can set up to still pop off eliminations. Get those every single threshold that you possibly can of placement. And after the end of 6 games, like, those tiny little clutches that you get add up so much to the leaderboard overall. That can be the difference between 5th and 6th.
Yeah. For sure. And you know something? Listen, taking kind of a page out of our reigning FNCS champs, Booga and Miro. We see Booga do it all the time. Maybe these players are kind of just taking a page out of their book and saying like, hey, listen, go ahead and solo clutch. Like, we have the ability to do it. Why not just do it?
You're right. That's all it takes. Just do it. Get out there. I like to see it. Okay, that was just game number 1. We have 5 more games, so let's get back into all the action. MDF Sundown, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and Reese. 1 game down, 5 more to go. And Monster, the one thing I want to focus on from that game is we talked about the teams who had to get in the top 5 were really looking for points. Nut and Nosh are one of them. This is their first time making it to this round 4.
Yeah, and a huge victory, right? We're talking about a confidence booster here. Like, teams that can actually pick up those wins in these types of moments are going to be the ones that exceed. They're going to excel. And you know what? That's one way to kick it off. And notice there, Sundown, there weren't many teams with big elimination games. It's a very contested leaderboard, and it's pretty competitive right now.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the tighter spreads we had at the top 6. And the other kind of round 4s, there at least one team who put together like a ridiculous like 8 or 10 elimination game. But we'll see what happens in game number 2. As you heard the bus, it's ready. Let's hop on in.
Hope you guys are ready because I am. Game number 2 is here. This is the FNCS, of course, you are tuning into. And what we're hoping to see here is 5 players that deserve this finals setting push through. Every player here has obviously fought tooth and nail to make it this far. And for some, pressure is on. Series points. That's what you need, right? That's that qualification to semis. If you don't have that, you're not making it to the next stage here. So we'll see what some of these newly formed teams can do. Some of our newly found finalists. Take a look, though. Macwood and Donnie, we're going to kick it off with them. Another contested drop here. Not looking too hot, though, as Donnie barely has any close-range quarter weapons to work with.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner of the feed. Pamstow and Fatch down before the blink of an eye. You saw them come out on at least an even exchange in the previous game, so tough start for them in the first 2 matches. You can see Bucky and Cam a little bit of space. Nounsy taking a ton of damage over in Greasy. That's Ozone and KBM Rapid throwing some shots over towards them.
Take a look here at Rapid and company now. Once again, this is Greasy Grove, man. We've seen a lot of fights go down here. Obviously, last game, was not looking too hot for teams like Rapid there that was shut down pretty quickly. For Casker and Yuz, though, it does seem like they also have an early game fight here. 25 points coming out of game number 1. A pretty solid performance, right? Coming in just around that 11th place marker. Of course, winning over the fight against Accept and Voil.
Yeah, and Voil and Accept being one of the duos who's been here every single time. We've talked about them repeatedly, but Casker and Yuz jumped out to a massive lead right off the start by just getting the 4 eliminations. Don't forget here, in round number 4, elims are worth 3 points per, and we've often seen it come down to just a couple of points separating the top 5, so that could add up. But somebody's no stranger to taking fights, and elims, great push from Sprite to be able to find an angle, but now he's down, so it's all going to be on Sprite. He's known for the 1v3 clutch in one of those winner-take-all situations. Can he do a 1v2 here? Tries to find the about face, able to cover it up, but not quite enough. Good pressure from Rapid and Ozone.
And a 4th place performance for them in game 1, and now the Sprite are now down and out. What a huge setback for a team that needs to do it here and now as well. Nerve, Ozone, and Rapid are the kings of Greasy for now. Another team, though, is rolling on in. They are surely paying attention to that feed there. It's Jackson and Mason. Now they normally land on the outskirts. They're going to hit him with the vehicle, actually. He's lost a lot of HP. Into the car he goes. What can he do, though? They jump out now. It's a chaotic fight here. Mason turns to the player inside the build. That's Ozone there. He gets tagged big time. Mason knows this drop well, though. That's a little technique there to get inside the window. And he's looking to get to that staircase right now.
Yeah, he's over on the staircase. If you're able to slam down some of these hard mats, you can really make a defensive fight out of it, but you got to find the angle, and unfortunately, Mason was sitting there waiting, and I mean, Monster, I know I used to use kind of the term skirt often. Well, if there was ever a prime example of it, that was them rolling straight on up to it. They said, nope, ignore the drive-through. We're going just right inside.
Completely unaware of the vehicle barreling into town. It happened too fast for them to react. But those are the kind of surprises you'll find here on the FNCS stage. And you know what? Jackson and Mason, they have been fighting at Greasy for, season after season. They land very close by. That is quite literally their strategy. They go on over. They take those battles. Normally we see them do that later into the games, but this time around, very aggressive for them. It's only game 2.
Well, I think you can be a little bit cognizant of what's going on in the feed, right? Like if you see one of the teams in Greasy just had a fight resolved and your timing is good enough, you can get there before they pick up all the extra mats, you're in a great position. But this is one of the drops that I feel like doesn't get talked about enough in the game, Monster. How familiar are you with the boat?
The boat's a great opportunity for players, right? Especially ones that want to play a flex drop. It does move around the map, right, from a couple of positions here. Now, would I depend on it? No. Would I use it if it's nearby? Yes. It looks like that's what Nosh and Nut is doing, unless you know different.
Well, I was about to say, there was a while there at the start when I was doing my champion grind where I was very much so focused on hey, I'm going to play the boat. But then I also realized that I am nowhere near good enough in this game once you get above that kind of 4K threshold, where if somebody's fighting a 1v1 with me on this thing, I'm going to lose every time. However, if nobody is anywhere remotely near it, solos, duos, it doesn't matter. There is so much excess shield, ammunition, and all that there that you're able to just be stocked to the brim with loot. Hopping on over to my Qualifier 1 prediction, Joji and Rokane, who have had some ridiculous success in the Cash Cups that Vivid mentioned this season, but it's largely been on the back of individual efforts, but ignore that point as we talk about what's going on the right-hand side of the screen.
Yep, Clicks and Day found themselves a nice little llama there. A lot of loot is going to go ahead and spill out of this thing, and you can see more than they can actually pick from. But for Joji and Rokane, this is a bit of a standoff against, you heard from Domi and Squish there on the other side inside the Rocky Reels. A couple tags here, but it's not going to result into any one big fight there. Just like that, our third place team cruises on to center zone.
And one thing I want to mention about what Day was doing on the right-hand side, he boxed up the llama, he'd shot it a couple times, but then he's waiting. The reason you wait is because after you've boxed it up, the llama, as it's running through and timing out, it's still going to drop ammunition. So you can wait until right before it's about to completely time out and disappear, and you can get all of those drops. So really good min-maxing now, and if you look over, you can already see Clicks holding on 244 medium ammo off the start. I assume him and Day probably split it. That's solid.
Yeah, definitely a great way to kick things off, as they are essentially fighting with one hand tied behind the back. That game 1 dropped early, 0 points earned. So for Clicks and Dave, this is a very pivotal moment in their tournament. On the other side, though, Threats here is going to take a full fight, and it does look like he's going to get knocked. Rise has to come in with a hero's effort, but you can hear those chug splashes going off. The opponent down low has already managed to heal back up.
Yeah, but you also know that they're investing some very important heals early on. So if you're able to go and kind of have an opportunity, it's tough. But Chug Splash on the flip side, you can cover both your members. So very good use of the materials on the opposite side from Cinnaruni and RN Star. And they're trying to not let Rise get any forward momentum. He wants to try and separate in a 1v2 here, and he almost had a moment to do it, but with plenty of mats, he could fight this out defensively, Monster.
Did miss a couple opportunities to find some tags there, but his positioning is just a little bit better. Let's not forget the Siphon did not go through. Threats is still knocked down below, so the clock is, of course, ticking here. Let's see it. He finally does get boxed up. The cone comes in. The drum shotgun is so powerful, and Threats gets put down, and Threats and Rise now out of the competition. So we have effectively seen 2 teams within the top 10 now fall here in game number 2. That's going to continue to open things up and make the standings much more competitive.
Yep, a little bit. I don't want to say a shooting right off the start, but it's going to impact. Teams are going to have an opportunity where even if you had just a terrible match number 1, you're going to have an opportunity to get back into it. And speaking of somebody who didn't necessarily have the best match number 1, Macwood on the opposite side of it is able to knock Bucky right off of the bat, and it's all going to be on the back of Cam. However, Cam this season has been fantastic. Right as I say that, Macwood says, doesn't matter, the rookie can come in. I'm the veteran for the reason. And 3 armored walls slapped down by Cam saying, nope, I want this 1v2. We're going to take this straight up.
That's crazy because Macwood also has Donnie, who is still knocked, so this is not a point earned just yet. Macwood, though, has to force the fight back. And here it is. He gets a little chance to go for the save, but no, Cam's not going to let it. Cam's just smart, then. He's keeping tabs on the knock body. There it is. It finally swings on over, and now he knows the clean 1v1. He's already exhausted. His white heals. Can he go for it? He tries to piece him up. He finds Macwood, and he finishes the deed, and the young bull comes out on top. Cam, what a fight for him to win there. An important battle there, and it's going to keep him in the game, and they need him more than ever. He's in 12th.
That was fantastic from Cam. I was about to say, what Macwood was doing very well is he was playing around the cones and bouncing back and forth between them because he knew Cam was looking for the jump peak. However, Cam timed it well enough where Macwood was transitioning between the two, and you see the hip fire tracking. Man, I wish I could shoot my weapons like that. You feel like he never misses.
Yeah, definitely did a great job there. He was looking like he is in top shape for Demon and Nick. Not so much the same story can be said here as they're coming outside the zone. Don't have much HP to work with. Couple heals in the inventory, which are about to get used up here. So as we start to get later and later into this game number 2, I mean, your chances at looting back up become slimmer and slimmer. For Joji and Rokin, though, just a paradise, right? Paradise in over here as they're just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, tons of space, and this is something where if you watch NA West, Arkham and Epic Whale do this all the time where you're on a high ground and you're split. But because of where you're splitting, there's no natural way to really approach, and you have sight lines on both teams. And this is what I was talking about last game, which should have happened to Creo and Vert, where if you get a line on a car, you do not stop firing. You don't stop pressing your left click, your right trigger, whatever you have shoot down to. You throw bullets towards that thing.
Yeah, you want to keep those vehicles at bay there. The longer you leave them around, the more of a problem they will become in that end game, especially when there's multiple vehicles driving through. Because remember, they can barrel through your builds, and there's nothing that's going to stop them at that point. For Nosh and Nut, our game current leaders, 50 points here. Nothing earned this game just yet. Still hanging by the wayside, just hoping to continue to rack some up. Remember, 8 points ahead of the second place team, so not too far off.
You see there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, thank you, observers, for popping that map up there. We're pretty much as far to the southeast within this zone as you can be. So there's a solid amount of people who have to make the rotation, but this makes basically Nosh and Nut, Joji and Rokin, the teams who are already central here and on these high grounds, have such a good position because we've talked about this before, Monster, a little bit last season. This area to rotate through when somebody already controls all these little plateaus and dunes and whatever those geological formations are called is so hard.
Yeah, but here's the one problem with the zone coming this way, and a team like Nosh and Nut, who have been virtually uncontested in this general area. Yes, they found a couple tags, but there are not many teams nearby them because they kind of had that zone right on top of them. Star and Cinnaruni, though, although they are way above the surge here, they're still hunting for this elimination. They already have 2. They're getting very active here, looking to close the gap from the last game's poor performance. They come in from the side, and Newton gets shut down from Team Elite. A nice pickup here as they manage to close this one over. Great conversion of eliminations for them, and man, look at the ammunition and loot.
And you're probably thinking, why are they taking that fight? But they knew the player was in a vulnerable 2. They knew they were able to bounce it off, and they had broken through his shield. So if you're going to go, you might as well go. Now, we got a minute left until this second zone closes. Yes, we're focusing right now. Actually, we're going way above to the north. So 2 teams who are fighting in the zone. But that Storm Surge is about to turn on. So if you have the ability to take a fight or you're under pressure, you need to do it. And BL, I don't even know how to say his name, but honestly, that was grosser than his name. That was so good with the hipfire tracking.
We're going to call him Bluff. I like that. And Mystic here.
The Huff. Yeah, okay, I can go with that.
Hanging out right now inside the zone. They're deep in the storm line. We saw that zone kind of revealing to us. It's going south here, guys, so they have quite a ways, and there's their marker way down there. So as they continue to make their rotate, we'll see what these other teams are doing here hanging out.
But they did have 2 med mists, and I believe at least 1 med kit. I think the other one held it as well. So with a 1-tick zone, they got time. They're chilling. No worries. As somebody who's not chilling, Who Fishy getting knocked by Av in the feed there. Avbuka, a.k.a. Av. You can tune into him. But, oh my lord, Creo with some fantastic shots.
Yep, and that's going to put him just above the surge here. So big tags that they absolutely needed. And all of a sudden, they have a decision to make. Do they go closer to try to convert the elimination, or do they wait this one out here as 6 players are going to have to go down? Chimp and Spade also have to make this decision here now. Weigh essentially whether or not they need to fight someone, go for the box battle, and it's going to be on Acorn and Edgy. It's not looking good for Acorn and Edgy. Spade and Chimp have been playing so well. They're in 7th place. It's 7th against 8th place. This means everything here and now. And Chimp, when he's feeling confident, you can tell he's a dangerous player.
Such a rough situation to be in, but that 132 from Chimp, 2 boxes away with a common striker pump. Like, hello? That thing looked like a charged shotgun from Old there. Acorn got backed up immediately, and Monster, you talked about their threshold. That 1 shot put him above.
They jumped so far up. It couldn't get any better than that, honestly. Especially considering the weapon of choice here. Means every pellet must have landed. Chimp is going to step 1 foot closer, though.
Let's be honest, I don't think he probably had much of a choice there in what weapon he picked up. He's rocking with whatever he happened to find, and it did it. And honestly, I like that decision making, because sometimes we see where, you know, you're kind of like sticking your big toe in the pool, being like, how cold is it? But you can't with Storm Surge. It comes right over the top, and they dove in the box and made it happen. Didn't pick up an Elim, but the trade was good enough.
Yeah, we all have that bad friend that will just push you right in that pool, whether it's cold or not.
I'm that friend, just so you're aware. If you're on the edge of a pool, I don't care if you have a phone on you, any electronics or anything, you are going in.
You're going in. All right, stay away from that, man, guys. Now we all know. Edgy and Acorn, well above the surge now, 380 here. Not looking too hot, though, for TK and Play of 5, who have to play for the tags right now.
17 below, but we did just see in the feed that Bucky picked up Brick, who they were in 2nd place coming into this game. So that was a huge knock. Gets the conversion over on the other side. Cam gets the other one. So that is a massive elim, because not only does it take out one of those top teams, but Storm Surge turns off as we now have 69 players left, and the first place point was given out as we dropped to 35 duos.
So that's Bryson Nawson now down. 4 of the 10 teams within the top 10 eliminated and dropped here. Only a couple more remain here. Nashinut, though, still a single point earned this game. This is looking just like the last game, though. They came into that end game with not a lot of eliminations. So you can see their style. Slow, steady, consistent. Will they play for height again is the true question, because that is a hero's effort to try to hold high ground very early, as we all know. But there's not many teams that are doing it, not in the lobby, at least judging from the roster that we're looking at. Clay and Dix, Clicks there has made all the way. Day and Clicks here.
empty roller, a little bit of room. Everybody's just kind of throwing shots towards the side, poking at each other, being like, hey, you might be leaving that edit open a little too long, as we see P-God get taken down, and M-Pen looking towards the backside zone. You saw him scout the player, but somebody else able to pick that one up. See TK get another elim in the feed. Chubbs takes down Pump, and we also get another placement point giving out as we have hit our top 30 duos. And honestly, it feels like this pace is a little bit quicker, Monster.
Yeah, definitely is moving along here. 58 players remaining in the lobby. I mean, game number 1, we had 64 around this time.
Down right now, Vert Creo, a little bit of room. Tita Noisy, we're giving them some attitude towards the side, but they got a little bit of a decent rotation. You can see we're mostly concentric to where the previous zone is. Don't forget, this will be the 4th one, so it's the last that's completely within the safe zone. We'll have the half in, half out after this, and Creo's actually not doing necessarily too bad when it comes to utility in there, minus the lack of shields.
Yep, no HP to work with here. Very limited heals in the zone is quite a ways out. Let's think about the terrain as well, right? They're gonna have to go down into that river, which is gonna reveal them a little bit more, so.
Pad.
Not an easy rotate here. Do they commit the launch pad? It looks like it. Creo's going. It's a high pad as well.
The high pad, I honestly, I said short pad, but then I didn't realize there's a tree right in front of them. So if they short pad, they might have just, you know, slammed face first into that. And I don't think they were swinging from a vine there, so I want to avoid it. As we're going to hop back out over Joji and Rokane. You can see that, man, they are just staring down this angle.
Looking for anyone to reveal themselves. A lot of players are going to have to get a move on here. 135 damage below the surge. Will it add up? Yes, it does. 262, so they're okay. They're well inside the safe zone here.
Yeah, and some shots being thrown over. When you do see that 135 over on the side and then it updates, the 135 is how low, or how far below the lowest player is. But that number is constantly changing, so as players continue to add damage, don't forget the Storm Surge counter on the right-hand side. 196 below just means they're 196 below where they would be safe. It's not their total damage going through, so that number can keep getting higher and keep changing. You see left-hand side, 100 below for Chip and Spade. Right-hand side, Day and Clicks went from being 92 below to picking up an Elim. It cost Day his initial knock, but Clicks is gonna toss him right on his back and pick him up, and that was Yuz they took down.
Beautiful elimination there and the pickup exchange. So Clicks is back in the game now, and they're just above that threshold. Spade, however, much different story. They're still fighting, and they do just enough to not only get the set of eliminations, but of course stay in the game now. 3 other players have the problem. Edgy finds Nevify there, so Acorn and Edgy continuing to rack up points as well. You'll love to see it here, and the zone's already popped. It's going west.
That was a fantastic play by Clicks. As you say, west zone, so a lot of players have to rotate, but Clicks dipping back into the storm and finding all of that refresh, knowing that him and Day were safe. I mean, that's just a heads-up play, but right now, Elite Newton fan, Chubbs, 39 below, and they're the only duo being hit. Armored Wall slapped on the other side. 1 more mini. It's 25 damage every 5 seconds, but if you're taking the time to pop shields, you're not firing shots away, but luckily, the lobby does it for him as Danny Badbloom. I mean, I don't think he has Badbloom. His name has been lighting up that feed, and he takes down TK.
Another Armored Wall committed there as well, so Newton and Chubbs managed to just stay alive long enough. Oh my. That could have been the end of the game right there as he exposed himself for a second, but edges his way on into the new zone. He finds himself in 3 Elims. Still a glimmer of hope left inside the lobby here. Now looking to the outskirts, no one found. Who's our high ground hold currently? Nosh, potentially once again looking to eye up the high ground. Lawrence is also doing just that.
But no early commits like we saw last game. And I think, honestly, if I'm Nosh and Nut, I'm super curious as to whether they just VOD reviewed Duke and Jamper, because it seems like we're seeing the exact same gameplay come out of them, whereas it's like, hey, go for early high ground, and if no one challenges us, just invest to it. Take the free pass in the late game, because nobody else is really committing for it, as we have top of our screen. First place, then in the bottom right and bottom left, both currently sitting in 3rd on the marker. As you see, those placement points go over 45 for each of them. We are into the top 25 duos, so it's a placement point for each duo that goes down, which means Creo and Vert only picked up 1 extra one before Creo was finished.
Nosh here looks like they're starting to set themselves up. Walking straight into the Lions Den, up to high ground they go. As we all know, this is where players start to look up and contest you. They'll go for it, but so far, no one giving them a run for the money. Up above here, Smite and Bully thinking about what they want to do. They're looking backwards, trying to see who's going to put down a pad. Is there something that we can recycle here? There it is. As we start to call it out, it's exactly what they ordered, and Smite and Bully are on their way. Nosh, however, is going to find Knock up above, and they're below the surge, so a much-needed elimination here is going to start to come through, and more tags as well. Nosh and Nut are looking to set themselves up for what could be a monster back-to-back game here.
But NPen gets the knock on today again, keeping it on the top left-hand corner. NPen knocks Day. DeRoller knocks Flutto. Stacky gets the confirmation onto Tabs. Nosh and Nut, they just go straight up for the high ground. And look at that, trying to mantle up, trying to keep the control, and immediately about facing. That's his duo up there. You're almost build battling yourself, but now he's going back down, recognizing they're 3 or 4 layers above, and nobody's looking up.
There it is, the classic hold. He's going to go and reconnect, but Avery goes up for height as well. It's not looking hot down low. Joji finds Jackson there, and Rokin and Joji continuing to heat up here now. These points much needed as well. They're starting to close the gap. Clicks is going to find Eden inside the feed. Nicely done. And high ground hurt from that last battle, but Nosh manages to hold it out.
And they have just so much room. Nobody is even remotely looking up. NPen gets the knock onto Voil. Him and D-Roller staying very active right now. But I mean, you see Nut and Nosh, they're just playing for the late game. Ghost Blake gets barely picked up. Limit Lawrence looking for a little bit of room. Recycles the low pad, trying to get around to the front of the zone. Bully and Smite directly over top of him. With only 2 builds. He's praying. The 108 over on the side was huge, but can he follow it up?
Huge shot there. Edgy and Acorn now starting to slide on in. It's the rotate down to outskirts. A big name still in this game here. 6th place Limit Lawrence is, however, still on the hunt. Armored Wall shuts down the push right there, and all of a sudden he goes for it again. No time to find the tag, and the zone finishes him off. Unfortunate there for Smite, though, is also down to 4 HP. Not looking hot for a 2nd place team. Only a single Elim. Bully has to clutch up, but a beautiful shot there by Smite. It's going to put some punishment down. It's all in now.
All in, jumps in the box, trying to find something. D-Roller picks up another one, clicks though, trading it back on over to Bully. A Smite, 4 HP in a dream, but it turns more into a nightmare there. Day gets the confirmation on the other side. Edgy and Acorn looking for tons of space, but nobody is even remotely looking up at Nosh and Nut. And if you're them, you're saying, this is great. 2 games in a row, free high ground, nobody even chilling. But the question is, solo impact eliminations, who's going to find them? As Joji and Rokin, they don't have to worry about that. They're a duo in the endgame for what feels like the first time in forever. And we swing on over to the veteran Cease and Tragics.
They're going to find Nosh there. It's going to find Edgy. Edgy goes down. Acorn has to clutch up. Did a beautiful job onto Xcept there. Down he goes, and the HP, he's just trying to heal, holding on by a thread. And no, he doesn't make it to the edge of the storm. However, Clicks is already up to 4 eliminations. Joji and Rokin now finally start to look up, and it's trouble in paradise. And this is like a moth to flame. You know it's dangerous, but you go in anyways, and Joji finds a huge shot. It's all or nothing, and another follow-up here. The double armored wall. Defense looks good. They're starting to slide on in. Are they going to fight their way back? Nosh is still up. Oh my gosh! Nosh with a huge shot and a bigger follow-up, but no, he finally gets crushed there by Joji.
He was literally less than 20 HP from just one of the most disgusting plays we have ever seen. But instead, Joji and Rokin say, no, we're together, we're running it through. But ignore the duo is running it through, because right now, Clicks fans rise. Give me the spam in the chat as he's running it through. 40 points. We talked about how they had to rebound in game 2, and they're looking great. But Joji and Rokin now pinned against the side of the zone, looking for some room. And Rokin is down, so Joji yet again up on his feet. But Danny and Clue, hey, they're sitting on 5 elims.
There's still 4 teams in this game. Clicks being one of them. He finds Rokin. Another finish for the young man himself. He's just built different. And there's a duo on the other side of the wall to come in. And finally now, he gets shut out just before top 3. Larson starts to turn the corner. Another finish for him as well. And the points are starting to add up. The game is starting to close out here. Larson looks like he might just be able to do it alongside his duo. It's Cease who's up top in a 1v2 situation. What can he really do now? As it's all on the table.
Larson has no builds. It's all on Quantity to make room for him right now. But I mean, Cease going all the way back. If anybody was going to win it, it was going to be him. He goes for the play, but I mean, Larson, his shots have been on point.
That was an incredible game there. Big pop-offs and clutches, and Man, you just don't see that very often, those types of head-to-heads, especially when we're talking about fights for high ground. Let's take a look at those last and final moments once again here. Quanti and Larson managed to come through and pick up a 6-elimination victory royale. Huge and beautiful shots onto Cease there to go ahead and clutch up the dub.
And Cease was so close to dropping that down and just making it into a 1v1, but you can see how Larson and Quanti were covering each other, making sure they looked at the same sight lines. And after 2 games, we saw some of our early teams go down. We saw a couple teams that did well make it into the end game. Things are going to be close.
It's surely going to be close, right? And of course, with that, we're going to have to toss it on over because we need to get to these numbers.
Thank you guys so much. Man, NA East, you guys are crazy, man. I'm glad to be here just hanging out for the day. The games are wild. Larson and Quanti showing a big time here in game number 2. And as I always like to just harp on, it's all about momentum, right? Finding those moments to get those eliminations, finding those victory royales, building the confidence for you and the duo. It just brings the hype, Vivid. It just gets you in like the right mindset to keep going.
Yeah, look at this. We're watching Larson here, and he just keeps going. Peace control, and it just doesn't stop. And then all of a sudden, it's just him and Quanti as a duo versus solo. And they just take full advantage of the situation and take out Cease for that quick victory royale.
You know, what I love about this is that he's playing off that momentum, like you said, right?
Yeah.
He's just so energetic. He's so in the mode that he just pieced up the floor. Did you see that? He put the floor, the cone, he double edits down. He's just looking at the ground like he was on momentum, on a roll. You can't stop him at all, and they've picked up that victory royale.
I'd love to take a look at it. Let's take a look at the standings. Let's see how things are going right here, Vivid and Reese. All right, so Nosh Nuts sitting in that number 1 spot. So for all you guys that are just tuning in, just remember, okay, we're trying to find our duos within that top 5, okay? They're going to auto-qualify, go right to finals. Everybody else is earning series points, so even if they don't make the top 5, there's a good chance we may see them next week in semifinals. But Vivid, there's 14 duos that need to make top 5.
14.
I don't know the math exactly, but 5 and 14, very different numbers.
They are very different numbers, but the high ground seems to be a consistent strategy for Nosh and Nut. And we saw right there in that game, which was amazing to see, they did actually have high ground again. And something about NA East is nobody really likes to contest it, Reese. You know what I mean? Like, we're going through these moving zones and just nobody's going up. They're just chilling up there. And then all of a sudden, Joji and Rokin are like, oh, hey, listen, like, I know it's really late into the game and it's like, you know, like the 8th zone, but we're going to go for it now. And it worked out for them.
Yeah, it worked out. I love like the amount of transitions, right? We saw game number 1, you know, we all commented like, yeah, they took height and they just kept it. You know, no one went for it. This game, it was looking like that was going to be the exact same story, and then it all just chaos unleashed. It was height retake after height retake. We saw a big pump shot after a big striker pump shot, and it was just, I was trying to track who was going on where. I couldn't do it, and then all of a sudden, Cease was just on height as a solo, you know?
I'll take it.
I'll take it, yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, again, sometimes it's just about finding that placement, right? You don't necessarily need to pair tons and tons of eliminations with it, but if you could put a few things together, that's going to add up over time, right? I mean, I also, in case you guys are, this is the first time you ever watched this, those numbers next to the placement, that's how many places a team has moved up or down, right? So when you look in the case of 8th place, up 26 spots, right? After a single game. So we're going to see these duos continue to perform and try to just climb their way into that top 5 to make it on through. Cease, because of that, look at that. 20 places, right? Just for making it to 2nd place. That's all it takes, Vivid.
Yeah, 20 places for Cease, but Zeke, I'll raise you. 39 places for Day and Clicks. An amazing performance, especially in the end game out of Clicks. We really saw him popping off in the elimination feed. He was in his element, but, you know, ultimately, as a solo, you know, he got as much done as he possibly could, just like Cease.
I mean, let's be real. That was the game of players in their elements. You know, we saw Larson fragging off. We saw Clicks doing the exact same thing. But I'm concerned still. You know, this is what we've kind of seen in previous rounds, where one player playing as a solo repeated, potentially Day in this game overextending, right? Like, Day and Clicks are heavily relying on their analytical abilities. Look at that. That was a clear choice to jump down on the loot, like too greedy. There's no awareness of what was going around down below in the jump down, like just too quick to think about it. And if this team has to play well, both players have to stay in line with each other, not get overexcited by a pile of loot on the floor, unfortunately.
How do you find that, like, control, right? Where it's like, how do you find that moment where you're like, because you think about it in that moment, they're like, this is what I need, right? This impact is what our duo needs if we want to keep going. And then they just, it's like they've activated their own trap card, you know?
Oh, no, they have. But I'm telling you, right, there's a secret to this. And it's actually one of the most simple things that you can do. If it keeps happening, you just go, what happened? Why did I go down here? What was the elimination, you know? You don't have to go and do a super in-depth VOD review. You don't have to spend 3 hours in the replay mode to figure out. If you keep going down in situations like that, you go, oh, I made this mistake. And the next time, you're going to look at that pile of loot and you're going to go, you know what? Maybe I'm going to cover a wall, cover an angle before I jump down there.
Yeah, there are a lot of improvements to be made. VOD reviewing is so important. I specifically remember situations playing trios. You know, we would always do the same plays. Just solo, drop down, and just like no control yet. You know, you don't really assess the situation because, like Zeke mentioned, that's what you need. You can win the game with that stuff, but you can also lose the game going for it. So, you know, you really got to weigh your options.
That's right, man. Just control, right? That loot looks good. Take a breath. What are next steps, right? We'll have to see, though. That was game number 2. We have 4 more ahead of us. Let's bring the Heat NA East MDF back on over to your beautiful face.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and Reese. 2 matches down, and we're closing in on the halfway point. But, I mean, Monster, they really focus on how sometimes you kind of dive in, you get a little too greedy when you're being a loot goblin.
Yeah, no, Spade and Chimp, right? Waiting, looking down the tunnel, looking down for the lights at the end of the tunnel. And they found it there. Free elimination, essentially gifted to them, but Clix didn't make it easy, right? He did manage to fight through, make some of those hero efforts there in the end, and that ultimately is going to keep them competitive right now because, let's be honest, that's a team that plays off their emotions, right? So when they're feeling good, they perform better. They really needed to bounce back early, and I'm happy they did.
What? Clix being an emotional player? No way. But with that being said, the momentum rolling into match number 3 should do them well, and the bus is ready, so let's go.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 3. We're starting to approach that halfway mark here as the battle bus is taking to the world here. And let's take a look. This is a Western cut right on up. It's going to favor any players on this side. If you're going to the east, though, it's going to be a long flight down low. Players like Sprites and Nounsy, however, have the tall task of winning this early game. They were in 4th place coming into this round. Just in game number 2, however, they were dropped, right? Very early, falling out of favor. Now they're in 13th.
Yeah, and this is something we commented on in the last qualifier, where the greasy strat for the longest time has basically been, you try and alpha up that central building. One lands on top of the chest, the other collects all the splashes, and then you get together. But with the changes to what's in the coolers, you're no longer guaranteed combined splashes, and we've seen how this strat has kind of been taken advantage of a couple of times. However, this time it seems like Nounsy and Sprite definitely got the better of the split.
They sure did. They're starting to work that outskirt here. Ozone on the other side, however, is very hurt. It does seem like they were tagged up a few times, so not looking too hot for them. And that's part of that south to north bus that worked out as well, as Jackson and company will be able to touch down first and get those early tags. So you can see it's already kind of set back. Rapid and Ozone here ever so slightly, but Boyle and Xcept once again get shut down here by Yuz and Casker, and this has kind of been a deadly exchange between the two. Back and forth now, trading round for round and finding success after doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Casker's been around forever, so has Yuz, but those early fights, they are very well versed in them, so not necessarily the best situation to be going through. And as we saw in match number 1, they were able to roll it out. I think that makes it 2-1 now over there in favor of Yuz and Casker, so still relatively split, but good disengage coming out from Nounsy and Sprite because they heard the exact same thing that happened last game where they're just getting rolled up on.
You remember, it was Jackson and Mason here who came in and just ran right through Rapid the first time, and they're looking to take this fight again. Mason, however, is going to get punished by Rapid. Great tags there. Not looking to fall victim to the same mistakes as last time. A much more fortified position here. But again, a little peek through the window there is going to reveal Mason on the other side, just waiting for an opening, and back into the vehicle they go. No surge tags for them, and instead they're punished.
Rapid got the back left tire. I think I saw the explosion go off, but if he was able to actually take that out, that is such a minor thing that has huge cascading effects because you're not able to end up taking that out. But we're going to tune into some of the other action we saw around the map. We've been talking about how this is one of the most contested regions we've seen, and here's Fashion Pamstow taking a fight right away.
And look at how quickly things can end here. You start to land, it's all about finding the loots, and if you don't get the weapon first, you are gonna get sent back to the lobby. Little victory dance as well. Keep the spirits up here, Pam, and Of course, Thatch definitely needed that after they were off to a cold start here. What can they do now that they've managed to stay alive? Bucky, however, is going to fall in the feed there to the hands of Donnie once again. Big blows being thrown over at the Daily Bugle. Cam is now left by himself here. A huge shot and a piece up as well. He's looking to turn this around. The Siphon comes in, though. Someone steals the elimination. And it's Flutto who's here. Another great tag here. Oh, man, if Cam can clutch this out, I'm already impressed. What more can he do? It was a good try. However, Tyler does come out on top.
Man, just one or two more shots go his way, and Cam looks amazing there. But it's tough when, as we've seen so far, these early fights, if you're not able to resolve them, you have riders coming over the hill. And no, you don't have to wait for dawn on the third day. It's everybody is coming immediately.
Here it is, a re-initiation into this fight. Sprite and Nounsy are feeling the aggression right now. This is almost like holding a personal grudge at this point. This seems much more personal than anything else. They want to force this team out of their drop. And they do.
I mean, they put in so much work to get Rise and Threats to go somewhere else, to now just have two teams piling in and being like, what's up? There's a party in Greasy? Let's go. Who's brought the burgers? But apparently Nounsy wasn't able to get through the drive-thru. He gets sent back immediately. Mason found that. And I mean, Sprite, he is no stranger to being able to clutch up, but where's your opportunity? Where are you looking to go? How can you exit and how can you make a play? And right now instead, he's looking to just try and find a right hand.
Possibly looking to also see if he can upgrade this vehicle and maybe slide, skate, and drive on out this shack. But no, now forced. Exits being cut off here by Mason. But out the back goes Jackson, finds some great tags here, and all of a sudden now the team should be starting to swarm into that squad. But no, Mason's like, hold up, there's someone definitely here. Oh, that's the giveaway. Yup, that's the giveaway. When you see the color come through, you know, wait a second, someone's in that building.
Yeah, and what Monster's talking about right there, when he placed the cone going down, if you look at the cone, it has a little bit of a yellowish tint to it. What that means is the build is currently phased. How do you phase a build? A player has to be standing in it. So you can see Mason was like, hey, wait a second, that build hasn't fully gone through yet. And then immediately Sprite tries to exit, but no reboot round clutch style coming through there, as Jackson and Mason are starting to kind of manufacture some points here with this late Greasy Con.
Yeah, last game they definitely found a couple elims here. This game now trying to make it 4. Can they find it? Full elimination is the real question, though. Up to the top he goes, predictable. And Mason was there, but not before getting hurt too. As now there's another team starting to enter into the Greasy Grove here, so everyone's got to be quick with the battle.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner. More triangles heading in. Each one of those different colored triangles representing a duo, but Mason and Jackson trying to get hip to hip, trying to get on top of that shield keg. It does constantly spread out shields, which makes it great for trading out and for topping off when you're at 50 shield, because other than investing chug splashes or a big pot, it's one of the few ways you can actually get all the way up to that 100 shield. But honestly, Monster, I'm surprised they're looking to still go aggro, and he barrages straight through the door. Doesn't even knock and say what's up, doesn't wait for an invite. Mason tries to use the cone hop, but the sign stops him. They're gonna hop in the whip and just throw walls down back behind him. They're saying, please leave our tires alone, and they're gonna get the disengage, but keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. We talked about emotional players, we talked about momentum, and we need to talk more about clicks, because he is clicking right now, gets a pair, and I mean, that is 7 eliminations in the past 2 games for the young lord.
Absolutely needed them as well, as once again they were just outside that top 10 there after a 39-point jump up there in the overall standings, really putting themselves back into the conversation. Mason and Jackson, though, get a moment to breathe here. The storm's gonna make it short-lived, but at least they managed to stay alive. For Rokan and Joji, our 3rd place team, pressure is on. Does seem like they've lost a fair amount of trades between other teams that are positioned up, but hey, they've gotten themselves a nice little spot here, dead center on the zone. Couple more teams positioning up everywhere, and 73 points leaning into game 3 here is pretty solid.
Yeah, and they've been playing from behind in a lot of these qualifiers, but at the start of the season, where Roken in particular found his success, like placing incredibly well in some of the early duo cash cups, even when he wasn't playing with Joji, I think he won one when he was playing with Dubs going through, and just some amazing individual efforts. But as you noted, yes, they've taken some HP, but look how much extra shields they have. If they're able to avoid the surge problem and don't kind of get that question mark in, it's usually a free pass to the mid game. However, as we're keeping pace with the game, and oh, it's so cool to just watch somebody sprinting and jumping like that. Monster, this game's much faster than all the others. 76 players, and the first zone hasn't closed.
Yeah, the players are beginning to get desperate, right? This is the last chance to get your top 5 and go straight to the finals. Otherwise, you will have to play off the series points, and that's what happens when you have 14 teams that need to qual. There's a lot on the line, and when you're falling behind here, when you're starting to approach the middle of the tournament and you're not well up there on that first page, I mean, you're going to see fights break out, and that's really what's happening here.
But also, don't forget, right, when we're looking at the top 5, yes, it's very difficult, and yes, there are some teams who have to get top 5, but we also have so many teams who you just need a couple points to make it through the semifinals. So at this point, it's all, what do I need to do to keep playing the FNCS this season? How do I just extend my season, whether it's getting into the semifinals, getting into that top 5, and what needs to be done? But I mean, if we looked at Qualifier 1, Duke and Jamper almost basically did it in 2 games. Same with OMG, Me Too, and Shadow. Look at Qualifier number 2, and we saw at the end, Clicks and Day had a run and a half, and we're almost able to put some pressure on it. So you're never completely out of it as long as there's a chance to come through. And right now, Larson and Quante are Game 2 Victory Royale winners and looking for a lot of space.
They're going to find it up here on the high ground now as they manage to house themselves up and keep this vehicle up. Rise, however, is going to get taken out there on the side by Nosh, and Nosh is just continuing to rack up, and down goes Threats as well. And all of a sudden, does seem like it's going to be a double point swing, and it's Lawrence who snipes up that hard work and effort. AV falls as well to the hands of Chimp. Chimp and Spade now starting to rack up eliminations. Let's take a quick look at that one more time, and oh man, from behind the sandbags, what a sneaky little play.
I mean, I love stuff like that. I'm a big proponent of, I feel like at the highest level of Fortnite, there's not enough cheeky shenanigans. There's not enough, hey, I can hide behind this tree and just jump on somebody real quick. And what Nosh and Nut did there is they're right at the top of a hill, you just crouch and you break line of sight, and you can line up your first shot accuracy and just wait. You don't expect somebody to just be crouching out in the open over the top of a next hill, right? You're calming to your teammate, you're letting him know, maybe you're sprinting and like your hands are out on the side. You don't have the ability to react, and these players are good enough where if you can set up an ambush and you don't even necessarily need to get the down like they got there, sometimes one shot is enough of an advantage to go and push the fight. But that is a prime example of when I say manufacturing eliminations and making them happen, that's it.
Yeah, we've seen players fight for less, honestly, so
way less.
When you get an opener like that, you know it's pretty much over at that point. And let's just talk about the zone here for a second. This is coming way far east now, guys. So it is another very difficult zone to play off of if you're a Western player. For Domi and Squish here, they're just above the surge threshold. They're just going to have a short travel north. They should be okay. Not the same story, though, for Bully and Smite, who are, however, below that threshold, as are Creo and Vert, just on that edge there. 5 players, however, are going to have to continue to fight this one out here. Otherwise, we're going to hear these lightning bolts go off.
Yeah, it'll likely be 2 duos and the solo, unless the solo is able to pick up an elim early. Maximum 3 duos under pressure. We see 2 of them right now, with Bully on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and Smite, Creo, and Vert on the left-hand side of your screen. Squish and Dom, you heard, just barely above on 27. And ignore me, there was actually a reboot that went off. We went from 75 back up to 76 players, so 3 full duos will be the one under pressure now. As Creo still looking for angles. The thing is, time is ticking. You got 40 seconds, and honestly, we've talked about this before. 150 is kind of the line where you can comfortably rifle it away if you are getting shots. But with such a thin lobby, we saw the stat in the top right-hand corner where this is the fastest of 20 players fall we've seen. You have to go in bottom left-hand corner of the screen, Monster. Creo and Vert, they're pushing.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to get active here. They're starting to move on in, and traditionally, being in a high ground spot, you'll be okay for tags, but no, not on this dark side of the mountain where the sun is not shining. Quanti's gonna get tagged up. Here they go. start to slide on in. More shots come in from the teams in the distance here. Vert finds a few tags, but not enough to get them completely safe. They're still weighing their options here, and they're starting to run out.
Indecision is a nightmare at times, but Larson and Quanti, the game winners, they know this team is under surge, so what are they going to do? They're going to fight defensively. As long as they just throw tags towards Vert and Creo, they're fine, but Vert and Creo on the other side, they're like, we got our one tag, we're good. Backing up, chug splashes, thanks, no problem, and they're going to be fine. 59 above, 506 above, Larson and Quanti on the other side, so no need for them to push the pace, as we do still have 2 duos who are being threatened, and that 25 damage every 5 seconds is going down right now.
Yeah, it was just enough, but they know that they are going to have to continue to get active, and that's why Creo and Vert are looking out here. The battle is not over. It's only just begun, and for a moment's time, you can see other teams starting to look back at those fresh edits. Let's take a look at Cobalt and Fuse, who are, of course, below that surge. Bully and Smite are the other team below as well. Clock is ticking, and there it is. It converts over. Down they go. Cobalt and Fuse have the full commit here. It's on to Rokane, who is, of course, up in 3rd place right now.
And they're going in. They just jumped right on in. They're like, wait, you're pushing us? No. We're pushing you.
Nothing happens just yet, though. Rokane is looking for it. Armored wall comes down, and no, you can't stay there. That surge is still active, and there it is. Rokane is going to find the knock. Nicely done. The finish comes in from the surge. And just like that, they find themselves some points, and of course, all the loot here as well to gobble on up. And they needed this, right? This zone is continuing to push so far, so this loot is so welcomed.
Oh, man, this zone is rough. Keeping an eye on the left-hand side. Pamstow picking up a knock there. Onto Nevify. We have DeRoller and Npen just right nearby. You see 3 and 6 right on top of each other in that circumstance. We'll keep an eye, see if there's any interaction there. But you'll see Nosh on the far right of your screen and Nut right next to him. And they got one of the primo positions. They have no problem sharing that with Rapid and Ozone.
Let's see how it's going to end up unfolding here for Nosh and Nut. As now, we've finally gotten ourselves underneath that surge into the safe zone here. Great shots coming out. Nothing's going to connect for Nosh, though. Nevify, however, does get taken out by Pam. Pam and Thatch looking to continue to climb their way back into this whole entire equation. And already, Pam and Thatch have found themselves a few eliminations this game.
And right now, you can see Nosh and Nut. This has been their game plan. Get center zone, box yourself up, both peek behind the same cone with a safe edit, and just throw those burst shots towards players. I mean, it's been working for them. And don't forget, Monster. This duo has to place in top 5 or get enough series points to make it all the way through. They are not locked in. And I mean, right now, they look like the best duo in this lobby.
It's looking great. It's looking so good for them. And I'm just looking at this zone right now. So much water in play, very limited land space. And even that, they've managed to claim some, honestly, prestigious spots, some really good location there as they're almost center. Let's see, 2 seconds, 1 second, the zone pops. It pulls even more towards that water's edge. And this is not the paradise you hope for. Normally a beach is a welcome sign, but not in Fortnite. Not when the water is there to back it up. This is going to make things much more difficult for our competitors.
Man, we talk about the real estate market being bonkers right now. Well, I got some beachfront property I can sell you. However, everybody is interested. They're all buying. I mean, look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You have one little beach, or you have a decent-sized beach on the northern part, but otherwise you got like the little tip of the peninsula, the 2 peninsulas there, and everybody is going to be piling into the sides. The one thing to note from where these zones are, the half in, half out is basically guaranteed to pull to the east, the western part of the map. It is very rare that it pulls almost completely back over water, so you're going to see pretty much everybody packed in onto either the northern side of this beach or onto the western side. Everybody who's on that eastern side is going to have like 90% of the lobby staring at them. And speaking of the lobby staring at him, P-God gets ripped apart. And Danny, we've called this out. You got to change your name. You're hitting shots all over the place, but so is Clicks as he gets back down there. But he's able to steal all the loot.
And it caps him off. Look at this, 500 material of everything here to work with. And of course, extra heals to bring on down. And look, he's gonna just reinforce this base. Why not at this point here, honestly? You don't wanna give it back to the opponent, so he brings it all the way down. And now the surge does start to come up as well. So this is gonna begin to get very interesting here. 50 seconds now, guys, before things close, before everything begins to break loose. Rokane is the only player alive, losing Joji along the way, and he needs to continue to find more tags. Can he do it here?
We see right now, currently, team who's in first, team who's in third. What is that number? What does that say? Damage threshold? It says below, so 35 seconds will mean 25 damage every 5 seconds coming out to these top teams. Now, Nosh and Nut are still up, so they will have the option to just throw AR shots. Rokaine, who is used to being solo, is going to either have to find some AR shots, but realistically, he's probably going to have to box dive at 124 and not finding some consecutive shots. But as I say that, 32 ends up popping through.
Such an undesirable position for our first and third place teams here. They're so far below. Nosh, however, does just need a single tag, make it 2, as someone else is continuing to work this lobby here. Rokaine still not finding much. Okay, great tag for Nosh here. That's exactly what he needed. And it does look like it's gonna pop way north. Okay, so they have to travel. They're gonna have to go super far now. And so does Rokaine here. He doesn't pull the zone either. Everyone's gonna have to move. This is the majority of the lobby. For Clixton Day, it's gonna be great. Rokaine does find elimination there. That's actually huge. Talk about clutching up in these final moments.
This is bonkers by Rokaine. I literally just said, oh, there's no way he's gonna find this with rifles. He's gonna have to dive in. He proves me wrong. He finds headshot and body shot. He finds an elim on the side of the zone. He gets a placement point out of it as well, so he's able to just manufacture some more points. But the problem is on this long rotate, with no pad and nobody necessarily moving around him, he's going to be forced to go late because he has to look for shots. If he moves now, he's done.
Yeah, everyone here is still basically stuck behind the rock, guys. They're in a very tough position here. Here it is. The zone's going to reveal itself. He's still below the surge, so keep in mind he's got so much more to worry about than the rest of the lobby, and only a couple more players who have to go down. There is a launch pad there. He's even skeptical to go into the zone. That's how much HP he does not have the luxury to work with here. Launch pad gets put down right below his feet. Will it be a destined landing here? Can he get the tag that he needs? The surge does close out, but a siphon is much needed, and he gets it here. And the finish, there it is. More mats for him. He is back in the game like he never left. And an easy rotate now down to zone as everyone has put all the mats here on the beach for him, and Rokaine is all of a sudden back in this game.
Whatever Rokaine is doing, 33 needs to just give him more right now. T33, Rokaine is putting everything on his back. He is doing this. We've seen it in almost every game. It was just in match number 2 where he had Joji up, but in the first game, it was solo impact score. He is doing everything. He got himself, it was nearly 200 Storm Surge damage, picks up 2 eliminations, pushes his team into the cascading placement points, and Monster, he has zone priority with all the loot and ammo in the world.
And it's especially impressive because he did it from the opposite side of the zone. He did not catch any favoritism in this game here. It was not looking good. By all means, it should have been over when you weighed the odds here, but Rokaine changes that. He takes the narrative into his own hands and writes the story himself, and it puts him on top. Now we're into the top 23 here, guys. Every team that begins to fall now is going to be worth a little bit more as the placement points will start to add up. Take a look at high ground. Tyler and Fleto have made it this far, no longer falling in the early game, so very nice.
But immediately, as soon as you said that, Nut and Nosh went up. They're sticking to the game plan, but we're going to stick on over to who has been the individual of the day. Rokaine looking for some space, still above Storm Surge as a solo, which I don't really think I can stress enough how absolutely ridiculous it is. Keep an eye on the top left. DeRoller knocks Spade. Fatch gets a knock onto Nut. That could be huge. DeRoller gets the confirmation. Rokaine loses the entirety of his shield in the back, but he's rotating towards the front of the zone. Still 34 or above, and the fact that he's still above in the 7th zone is ridiculous. Pose picks up Batch. Next, he gets confirmed by Kaz, and Rokaine's chilling and up on the high ground. Ignale, Militalole, just chilling.
Yep, Nut is still alive as well. He's on that mid ground, working the backside of the layer. Rokaine, however, starting to run out of material here. It's looking pretty dire down low, 12 above the surge, so he knows someone might just have to go down here soon, and all of a sudden now, he's just weighing his options left or right. Most important decision of the day, Bert's on the left side. That's not a safe rotate, not by any means for Larson and Quancy, though. Another team that needs to continue to pop off here and go straight to finals. They're looking to do it right now. They're finding a team here on the other side of the wall. Here comes the full fight. Nothing happens from it, though.
Keeping an eye, Rokaine in the top right, trades the shot away, gets a decent area, but he's looking for some room, trying to track the player, knowing he has him low. Keeping an eye in the bottom right-hand corner, DeRoller also has a solo, but Rokaine, 0 builds. He's got absolutely nothing, and Clix finds another one. Clix is doing something today. I believe that's his third or fourth Elam. We've seen a pair in the feed to Roller. Picks up another one in the bottom right-hand corner. The solos are doing it all. Muzz picks up Blake. Quad gets a knock onto Larson, knocking down our match number 2 winner. Rokain, what are you doing? This is too good.
He's going to get the finish as well. Look at that. That's important. He needed those mats on the other side of the wall. That was Muzz there. Muzz just goes running. He wants nothing to do with this fight here. Rokain, however, gets blocked out there. Now he has to slide in. Does he have enough time to make it to the storm? Will it bounce back? How much luck can he pull through? And we'll find out here. He's right on top of him. It ends up working out. He's got some mats up the layers. Can he find a little bit more? Rokain holding on. My gosh, just like that, he is our current point leader. Wow.
This is absurd. This run by Rokain right now. I know Clix is doing everything, but from the third, it was 7th zone surge, 5th zone going through, trying to push all the way over. This is bonkers. Like, you don't see a solo effort like this. Yes, normally you're seeing Elans all over the place. You've seen more points, but the level of execution to make it through here, to use every single resource perfectly, is ridiculous. But while we're talking about that, Militaule from the high ground, they're just raining shots down. They're picking up Elans themselves, and Rokain gets into the top 10, but it was Clix who put an end to the run. NRG fans rise as Clix is sitting on 5 eliminations. He says, Day, what's the Elam count right now for you? Oh, my bad.
Yep, they're just, again, climbing up faster than ever. Edgy and Acorn as well, as they're on 3 here. Players behind the wall. Doesn't look for the edit. This is just passive play here, trying to hold them out there, let the Storm do the hard work. Here's Quancy, one of the few solos in the game. There's a couple there. He gets shut down, and that's, of course, in the hands of Quad there as well. Look at this. Clix, though, finds the edit. There's a player there. There's 2. There's 3. Can he get more? We'll find out. That's a great tag in the shield crack, but no finish. And again, Clix just continuing to rack them up.
Game 1 might not as well have happened, but Qua on the other side, if you say max damage only, all right, I see you. Flu24 Clue needs to get a clue there as he's given the answer, and that was a Clix. Clix is up to 7. Daze picked up a pair of his own. They're about to push into 10. They're in the top 3. 2v1 v2, and they could just take match number 3 here as Militaule picks up Edge. It's the high ground versus low ground. Dave picks up another, and Clix goes down.
Ignalai and Milito looking to close it out, and they do with 7 eliminations and a high ground turnaround. Talk about a game that is starting to get crazy here. Big eliminations for both parties there. And again, a story of Clix and Day fighting their way back into this this conversation here, right? Keeping it interesting for us.
It's the high ground control is winning out the games. However, the story is the individual efforts from these players. Militaule, Ignale, the young duo doing fantastic to close the victory royale. But Clix, Rokain, able to just put out ridiculous numbers. And I mean, we're halfway through, Monster. That game was honestly, like, I really need a drink. Do you have water over there I could borrow?
You know what? That's a great idea. I mean, after that game, you just kind of have to take a sip, guys. Clix and Day jump back, and a new team comes out of nowhere with a big game there. So you know what? I need the standings.
I'm sitting. Yeah, I'm. There you go. Monster, can I also get a water?
No.
All right, well, wow, crazy game, and I'm so sorry if I mispronounced the names. I gotta look one more time, okay? Militaule and Ignale. Once again, I'm awful with pronouncing names, so sorry about that. But the victory royale, nonetheless, it's gonna be huge for them, but Vivid, I mean, Clix was just on another level, bro. Almost, was that 10 eliminations to end the game on?
Listen, you know, we made predictions, right? And I've picked Clix and Day both of the first 2 qualifiers, and I was looking at their round 3 from yesterday, and they had like huge pop-off games. I was like, listen, they won't be able to replicate that in round 4, right? We have a set lobby, but like, no. They always prove me wrong at the wrong times, and listen, you just can't bet against them because this is the potential that they have. This is like their ceiling. They can just pop off in any sort of lobby because they are so mechanically gifted.
You know, there are physical tears on Vivid's face right now. I did not predict these guys, but they have fragged so hard in this game. You know, this is what happens. You know, we said at the end of the previous game, right? These guys need to stick together. They need to play as a duo, and that's exactly what it was. Anytime you saw Clix popping off, yeah, guess who was right behind him? Day was looking the same way. He's taking the same angles. He's assisting, even though it looks like the eliminations obviously were pretty heavy weighted towards Clix. Totally a team effort, that second place.
That's right. We'll take a look at our standings, see how things are going. Remember, we've completed 3 games. We have 3 more to go. Top 5 is what we're looking to land in. Everyone else is playing for series points. Look at this, Vivid. We're doing it! Acorn and Edgy, we're doing it!
Listen, the thing that we're doing is almost counting, Zeke. Look how close this top 5 is. 97, 98, 99, 100. And then, we skip one, 102, but like, man, this is how close this competition is. And yes, we are doing it. Edgy and Acorn, let's go. My prediction.
Our prediction?
Hello? Our prediction. Sorry.
Nah, these guys have been popping off all day so far as well. Look, this is just like 2 veteran players, 2 of the best players on the region sticking together. And like we said earlier, like these guys have not shown up in FNCS yet, but coming out today looking super strong, already in the top 5.
Indeed. Listen, 9 placements, just rising up that leaderboard, putting themselves in 2nd place. And listen, they are actually tied for the most elims in this lobby right now. Danny Bad Bloom and Clue there putting up huge numbers as well, only 2 points behind the likes of Day and Clicks. And showing over at the 2nd page here, Qua and Tabs G also going up 15 total placements there with 64 points. Listen, still a lot of games left. Anything can really happen, Reese.
Absolutely. No, I'm looking here. There's some big names. Creo and Vert, Muzz and Avery that we talked about at the top of the show. Yeah, there may be some of my predictions there in 18. It's not mine, though. It's somebody's got yours. So, yeah, sorry, my bad, buddy. But at the same time, look, there's a couple of games left at this point. There's plenty more for them to catch up. If any team is in that 10th or the 20th slot, plenty of opportunity for good quality gameplay. Catch him up, get in the top 5, punch that ticket straight through the finals.
Okay, I vibe with it, right? And anything can go in 3 games, right? We can just see a game completely flipped on its head. I mean, we have to talk about Larson, right? Another duo that we saw do pretty well, all things considered. And I mean, finding themselves these little avenues, right? These little pockets. I love that Sundown. One thing I appreciate about Sundown, he's so quick to call out like the solo efforts and stuff like that. That's the stuff that I really like to consider as well, like what one person by themselves can do. Because like when you think about it, like in the settings of a duo, when one of your boys falls, like you have 50% of your power, right? It's just you by yourself, left to fight every other duo remaining. So it's really interesting to see. Like we saw some of it in EU here, Vivid, but NA East, they're like, no, we're about the solo clutches. Like this is Qualifier 3. I'd like to qualify.
I mean, it's incredible. We've talked about it, in past seasons, but it's really only been about Booga. Like, we saw a lot of the great performance of Booga come from the solo clutches that he himself would put up. But now, this lobby is just full of them. But, talking about Larson and Quanti, I love to see it because they're kind of like showing that they love the momentum. When they get something rolling, they really just run with it. And that's something that you see out of Day and Clicks. So the fact that we have another team kind of putting up that kind of momentum shift in this endgame can really make for some exciting games, Reese.
Yeah, the biggest problem with momentum-based teams, though, is what happens on that bad game. What happens when that momentum stops? What happens if there's an early game engagement, a fight that doesn't go the way? I'm not that worried about Clicks and Day when it comes to early game, mid-game engagements. They're 2 of the best, most mechanical players, some of the best fighters on the region. But what about Quanti's team right here with Larson? Like, obviously, they're a fantastic fighting team, but are they up to the caliber of that? What if they go down early? What if that momentum is stopped before they get on that roll?
The tough questions, man, right? Like, you have to be able to reset. You have to let that game completely wash away and then just say, like, okay, we know our game plan. Let's just run it back. But that's enough for us, at least for right now. We know what you want. You want more games. We have 3 left on deck. So we're kicking it back on over to Sundown and Monster D-Face for game number 4.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and Reese. Don't you put that bad juju on our teams, all right? Everyone's doing fine. They're rolling through, and they will keep it rolling, Monster, as we have the last 3 games here before we get into the semifinals.
Yeah, things are really getting interesting. The standings are so close. Talk about a close qualifier so far. We really haven't had it this tight in quite some time, and if there's a time to do it, it's now, right? That ticket straight to the finals is on the line here.
Yeah, and as you've seen, too, just the 1 victory royale being pushed through from Militawe and his duo. Also, however you pronounce their names, let us know, because we're struggling over here. I mean, they pushed up 24 places and onto that first page, so it goes to show that, hey, with 3 games left, you string 1 together, all of a sudden, there's a little bit more of a chance.
And if this was finals, that victory would have been everything, or the semifinals, but we're not quite there yet, so these wins, of course, are just about the points. Get to that top 5, and here it is. The battle bus is waiting for us. Let's go ahead and jump on.
hopping onto the bus. I hope as we're here on the midway point, everyone was able to get rehydrated. Monster, thanks for helping me out with that one as we'll get a look at the bus path here. I mean, we're pretty much cutting it down the middle, a little bit of a southern rotate, but going from southwest to northeast. We'll look at some shots already being thrown over as we take a peek at Greasy Spray immediately on the weapon. Now they did end up taking a tag from the side, and we see a little bit of an adaptation.
Yeah, and just think about it this way, guys. Every time the battle bus starts on the west side, someone at Greasy Grove is going to get tagged. Like if it's south, and that's because Mason and Jackson will touch down first almost always and get a weapon, and then these shots will go down, and Nerve Ozone is going to find Sprite there with a quick trade, a deadly trade here at Greasy Grove. This time around, you know, again, we're playing into that same narrative where any of these two teams can honestly win.
And Ozone there, though, despite getting the siphon and having the extra mats, eats some tags over from the side. And you can see how this turns a little bit chaotic. They're going to try and get hip to take this fight, but Rapid is nowhere near. So if Nownsy could push this, he does have a relatively segmented 1v1.
Let's see it, though. He's on the run right now. He does have the lead with not only the weapon arsenal, but of course, the extra little bits of shield. Here comes the edit from above, and just like that, they close this out in much faster than any other game we've seen so far today. So that's probably the most important thing, is getting the quick elims and getting out before Mason, of course, rotates in with Jackson. But back on over to Pam soon fast. She had a great last game, finally picking up some big points here after falling round after round here in this early skirmish. Now, though, Pam is back against the wall here, not looking too great.
Yeah, no build, so he's trying to play these right-hand angles. Golden saw that door open. Pamstow just sprinting straight forward, breaks the wall, but with two shotguns in his inventory, he can really decide how to pressure this. Pamstow only, I believe, has a Stinger SMG, going to get the vertical, but a great mantle from Golden, beats him to the punch, misses the second one, and Pamstow tries to change the angle. However, Golden says, I know where you're at.
Yeah, no material there to work with. It wasn't looking too good as he went running. And, you know, Fable, Taco, and Golden, again, these are those sleeper duos you really can't, you know, estimate or underestimate in these types of settings here. You know, anything can happen. We're talking about teams that have that quality, right? The skill to make it this far. These are the late stages of the qualifiers. You have to put respect on every player. Anything can happen, and that's why we're seeing these back and forth between the duos. No one's been completely on top. Clicks and Day, however, after that disappointing game one, have turned this into quite a tournament run here, already now up to 100 points, being the second team to go in and break that threshold.
Yeah, and Clicks, as you see in the top right-hand corner, leads all players with 12 eliminations. He had 5 in game number 2, 7 in that previous game, and now Macwood and Donnie under pressure again over Bugle, but that's the problem when you drop down to really try and take that fight. There's always somebody looking. You've seen the bottom right-hand corner. You got posts on either side of the clip, but Bucky goes down, and it's all going to be on Cam yet again to try and bail him out.
What's crazy about this, both sides have really gone blow for blow, and it has not turned out well for anyone. Only in that first game where Cam and Bucky managed to not only get the elims, but they escaped into later portions. After that, I mean, Tyler and Flutto have said, you know what? We're just going to slide in here. We're going to take advantage of these fights, and it's not looking good for Donnie now, who does have that reboot card, but he's on the run here.
On the run, trying to create some space, but I mean, if you look at his weaponry, he has nothing where he can take one of these extended trades. Both of his weapons are chip down weapons, right? And if you have 1 HP, you can't dive in with a high rate of fire weapon because you need that one big punch. And I mean, honestly, the question is, does he really have it? He needs to find some room to get a med kit. Now, I also know the UI there said he had 0 HP. That's not the case. He definitely still had at least 1 going through, and will also end up rounding in that circumstance. So still up on his feet, but Flutto and Tyler, as you can see, trying to put a little bit of pressure on him.
Not only that, Flutto and Tyler jumped up about 10 or so placements that last game, a huge jump up. That was all because of the result of another end game for them. So, you know, a team that's getting early eliminations, finding just enough consistency off the back of the chaos here. Anything can happen. We can see some newer teams actually make it to FNCS final stage here, but let's see it. Donnie, all pressure on his back right now. Rough set of games. Flutto still on the hunt there. You can see him working through the builds down low. He's not going to find them, though. And things will begin to settle here at the Daily Bugle. Joji, however, who is now in first place. What a game from Rokane and Joji.
I mean, you could say Rokane and Joji, but like, let's be honest, man. Rokane has been putting in all of the work today. We've seen him in both of the individual efforts is him just going bonkers as a solo. I mean, if you want to watch, I know I stressed it a lot in the last game, go watch Game 3 from just Rokane's perspective, and it's probably one of the best individual efforts you will ever see in a team game.
That launch pad into the refresher was something special. That's for sure for Yuz and Casker. What can they do here now is they're getting pressured a lot earlier than they would like here. This is, of course, to the hands of Voyo and Exep, who have been fighting this team round after round, and they're not afraid to wait this one out and play it deep into the storm line. This time, though, does look like Voyo and Exep do have the advantage. They found a few tags. Another team as well there. Yuz is really hurt here. And there's a fresh duo on the left side.
You can see that in the bottom right-hand corner, the duo closing in. So Yuz trying to get indoors, but now you've pinned yourself. You had a rock in a hard place, and you're stuck in between. And Accept and Boyle are like, don't worry about that one. As we keep an eye on the top left-hand corner, Tyler gets the confirmation onto Donnie, but Donnie was able to knock Flutto. That should give enough room for Cam to just get out of dodge. But right now, Accept basically looking like a box fight in here, finds a white tag. He knows that player is completely low, wants to push in and try and take advantage of it. But Yuz doing a great job of just creating space.
It's a very important fight right now for Yuz. If he goes down, I mean, that's it. They're halfway on the standings here. It'll really push them down and make things much more difficult as we start approaching the last few games. And here it is. Talk about Bluff and Mystic here, starting to slide on in, trying to put their 2 cents into the mix. Voyo and Exep now have a reason to potentially back off and let Yuz stay alive.
Well, and the other thing to note, too, is zone isn't necessarily close. Yes, there are some rifts that spawn down in the area, but eventually you would have to think about moving. However, Boyle is sitting on 4 fish and 4 chug splashes. Yuz knows he kind of has to go and make a play at some point. Boyle does take a bunch of damage there, but we did see on our right-hand side a little bit of stress for Rokane and Joji. We'll get back to that in a second here. As we see, Boyle and Accept really trying to chase down Yuz. They want these points.
Take a look at Convict and Boxer, who's on a hunt right now. They can see that fight off in the distance. Now starting to close on in. It's a big commitment. He's going to swing up top. This is a solos on a run, but the shots come in from the side, and Convict is hurt now. Down he goes. Going and slide on over. Boxer's going to give him some backup.
A little bit of a chop comes through, but you can see Boxer immediately identifying where the shots come from and just trying to give his duo a little bit of space. We did see Convicted's inventory, and he had just a ton of shields. I mean, so does Boxer. They have literally the max amount you can carry. So they're just going to trade Storm Surge, top themselves back up, and they'll be happy with that as Boxer almost throws some warning shots towards his own duo.
Yeah, pressure is on. Nerves are high, right? This is where the tension really starts to set in. Halfway into the tournament, you're looking at your points and you're just thinking to yourself, how can we turn this around? Where can we get more points? Even if that means we go through on consistency straight to the semifinals with series points, every game does matter for these players. No one is completely safe. Day in clicks here. 6 chug splashes, 3 med kits, and a couple of big pots for the end game is nice, but these tags here are going to set them back a fair amount.
This is one thing, as you see, we talked about it earlier, Click leading all players with 12 elims after that 0-4 in the first game. I mean, I feel like this is the one weakness we see from Clix and Day a lot, where they're almost a little too nonchalant when rotating, right? Like, all Day had to do was throw up one wall on that light of sight on his back, and he doesn't have to burn 2 minis in a big pot there. However, not throwing up that wall ends up just eating into it. And when you talk about min-maxers, when you talk about the best players in the game, like, that's not necessarily something you can afford to do.
Can't afford to do it. See it happen sometimes, and what the result is usually big punishment, setbacks. Larson and Quanti, however, do have a vehicle here, so this is going to be one of those teams to continue to keep your eyes on, especially ones that can manage to keep it that healthy. So getting it this far, basing it up here, and what is an indestructible location would be pretty solid for Chimp and Spade, who are just inside that top 8 if you're rooting for them. I mean, they had quite the game last round after that zone, man. That water zone just really made it difficult for everyone.
It made it difficult, but I feel like if players are aware, as Smite ends up getting picked up from Chimp there's a lot of room for, like, if you go through, I would say give a shout out to Cancha Analytics. He's great when it comes to the zone analysis stuff. But if you watch how he breaks it down, you can predict where the zones are going. But enough about that. As we talk about hunting rabbits, Clix and Day trying to find a great wall replace from Clix. Hits the 30 shot from away. Doesn't necessarily find the pellets, but they're trying to pinch and they're getting the damage. But this is where they have to be careful. They try this maneuver all the time, and Day oversteps yet again. So now Clix, the leader in elims, needs to buckle down and take this 1v2 against Clix the Angeli.
He does, however, get the full punishment on the other side there. So Jelly is going to go and slow down, and they don't capitalize on the knock body. Instead, they get the reset going in. And Clix now has a decision to make. Does he fight back or play for the pickup? He's getting pushed in. That drum shotgun can do so much damage. It's scary. It's a mental game, but Clix is just a little bit stronger. Beautiful done. Oh my, and a white tag as well. It's a clutch up for Clix, and a 2-for-1 special. The drop kick from the top was enough to keep him in the game here. And oh my gosh, I can't believe he escapes now.
Clix fans, rise, energy in the chat, spam the Clix emotes, give me everything you got, because this man is playing absurd. He has literally just clutched it up, and you saw the Monster, the biggest thing in there, it was exactly what you talked about in the previous game, where Day had dropped down, he was a little too greedy for the loot coming through, right? And they did the exact same thing, but Clix owned the ceiling, and they owned the walls on the side, and just you talk about the ability to get through, fantastic, but right now, he's posted up, knowing that there's players around him. You see that Blake and Lawrence are trying to find it, but there's a reboot van right next to him. He's just going to post up, and he's just going to wait.
He's going to wait this one out. He sees players in the distance as well, so very smart on him to just hold down the fort here and wait this one out. What's crazy about this is Bully was trying to do the same thing. He was hoping he could stick behind and play for the save, but no. Unfortunately, because Blake and crew rotated through, because he was spotted there, he gives it up, and that is just like a destined situation now for Clix, who will be able to get the save. However, on the other side, Edgy and Acorn, 300 damage above the Surge, looking very solid here. And again, look at how close the points are. 97 and 5th, that's just 3 points away from the other players that are in second. So it just shows you and really paints the picture of how competitive it has been.
Yeah, they talk about never doing math on broadcast, but when you looked at that last leaderboard, we didn't even have to do math. You just count by ones, and if you can't do that, then, well, we got bigger issues in that regard. But right now, left-hand side of the screen, Edgy and Acorn, they're getting a little aggro. There's a shield crack on the opposite side, trying to clear that tree so they have a better line of fire. On the right-hand side of your screen, FS Bully is under a little bit of pressure, and he's also under that Storm Surge, which will tick on here in 15 seconds. Again, Storm Surge punishes the players who have done the least amount of damage. It's to try to promote aggression so you're not just sitting in your box. So right now, Bully, in a solo situation, needs to find 148 damage. We've talked about that being one of the hardest things to do, but we also saw Rokane basically do it himself.
Let's take a look here. Timing is everything, and this is so important. The wall's weak. The SMG can rip right through, and he's going to try to do it here. He holds the button, but it's not enough. Bully gets punished with a huge shot in return there. And honestly, Blake and Lawrence needed that. They needed the siphon. They needed the match. They were also in equal danger. Here's the pickup from Clix and Day, the story, the reunion, if you will, between the two. Plenty of heals here to play off of, and what a game for them.
And I mean, just using the vending machine that's right there, because again, vending machines cost gold. The amount of gold you get in a competitive playlist is a static amount. But now we'll swing on over to our team, who is leading pretty handily for the first two games. But now, Nut and Nosh, we talk about how tight the top of that table is with the pair of elims. They put themselves right back into that 5th place spot. Need to utilize the chug splashes immediately, because they are deep in the zone. And we just changed over to the 2-ticks. So that's not an insignificant amount of damage. They'll take the high pad and try and get as far forward as possible, but Nosh is going to be forced to take a medkit and some HP, and ooh, that was very close. So if Nut had actually clipped onto the top of the tree, he would have just fallen down and possibly taken fall damage there. But Nosh is going to get knocked again, and there's not enough time for Nut to stick the revive.
That's crazy. You would think he'd pick him up and maybe take him, you know, on the road here, but no. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to. Another attention being drawn to them. Shots coming in from the side, and I mean, it's not looking too great right now for this team here, who has just slipped their way on down. On the other side, though, inside the zone. So from 5th to now 4th place, our team of Clue and Danny. Danny, who has really been the surprising player of the two here, finding Elim after Elim, keeping this team in the conversation. And a competitive score up top. And this is looking like an old school rotate here, recycling as much material as possible, edging their way in with a massive tunnel before switching over to heavy mats here. And that's the benefits of having the lumber yard, of course, to work with.
Just literally every type of mat you could possibly want in excess, as long as you know where to farm. And we talk about getting a bead. 41, 27, 41 from Clue. And I mean, if Danny has bad bloom and Clue's getting shots like that, what kind of bloom do I have?
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Those are big tags right there, guys.
Massive.
Shield broken and everything. Here's Day and Clicks. Okay, so they were definitely above the surge, which is insane, but now making their way from the outskirts here. Oh, this is such a bad spot, too. They're up top here, pretty much revealed. They do have a launch pad. They aim it to go around the back here. I love this play, but it costs Day a lot of HP here. Here comes the reset, and they manage to stay alive just a little bit longer, but they're not safe.
They're not safe, and the angle they have to approach is awful. It is awful. There's already so many triangles looking over them, and if you're investing hard mats, you know that the team is desperate. But Day has 20 builds. It is all on Clicks to be able to hold this, and there is no reason for people to stop looking at him. If you are Oliver, OG, and Jeff season, you start throwing shots towards them, being like, hey, everybody, look at this duo over here. Please shoot them. Please shoot them. But right now, the pressure let up.
And the only reason they are alive is because Clicks had enough metal to put up a defensive stance to really say like, hey, no, don't target us. We got material. We're okay. Really behind that false smile is a lot of pain because they're in desperate situations.
So Melito and Igna, I'm just going to ignore the lay on the bottom, but it honestly, real tough performance in the first two games, and then just rallied back hard to put themselves right in that conversation. And it goes to show how, yes, in 6 games, getting the top 5, you can't really afford to have you get basically about 2 games where you can't score the maximum number of points, but then your other 4 games have to be really solid. But if you rattle off one of those big victory royales with a number of eliminations, you get a little bit more wiggle room, and they put themselves in that conversation. As we see Larson and Quanti now trying to rain shots down, 100 points, currently sitting in 3rd place.
3rd place, solid spot to be in, as we're in game number 4 here. After this, that's it. We're officially halfway through that competition here. Take a look down low, as Clicks and Day have managed to really commit tons of material. It's cost them so much to make it this far. Now, though, they're looking for a refresher. Can they find one? Just a single set of eliminations will be so huge for them. They're below the surge threshold, so this is not because they want to do it. It's because they have to do it. They have to fight now. No tags for either of them.
Trying to find shots. You can see that duo is pinned. Clicks wants a better angle, trying to get underneath, finds the drop down, but again, doesn't cover his 6. They need to figure that out. And Clicks gets dropped. He opens up a wall, and they're unable to find it. Very unfortunate. We talked about the momentum rolling through. We've talked about how Clicks leads all players in elims up to 14 now. What can Day do? And he was rebooted. So when we talk about available resources, well, he doesn't really have it.
Day knows this is a solo, though, and he's got enough HP, and you know Clicks has told him, take this fight, Day, you can do it. These are 3 points, maybe a little more if he gets some placement points for it. And remember, he is below the surge, so there's no ifs, ands, or buts. This fight's going to happen here. It's all or nothing, and Day goes for it. He gets punished. He's in the storm still. The siphon comes through. Does he get it? Just barely. It's a point, though. It's a set of eliminations.
But because it was a solo, he only gets 27 damage above. If you check the right-hand side of the screen, Nut is below, and they were. We talked about our current leaders going all the way through, but the pair of elims pushed him just back into the top 5, and he is monster. He is digging in to the bottom of his resources. He's popping a bandage like he's Zexro towards the side. He has the shields to be able to do it, but we talked about this. A bandage does not offset Storm Surge. It's 15 damage, and it takes 3 seconds to pop. Storm Surge is 25 damage every 5 seconds, but keeping an eye on the top left, Igna goes down, and that's Vert picking him up, so putting a stop to that runaway train real fast.
Crazy how Day's still alive here. He gets his HP back up, and he is back in the game. The zone's going to favor him as well. So off to the races he goes here. And there's no honor amongst thieves. Nuts behind him. He goes, and he misses the shot, unfortunately. Almost throwing that player off of the high ground there. And all of a sudden now, competitors at the top begin to fall here, opening things up. Day finds a launch pad, and he's going to find his way to the new zone. We saw Clix clutch up big points. What can Day do now? Pressure is on. He's boxed here, though. He has to escape. Does barely make it out. Also running out of material here as well. It's only become more and more difficult now.
But any build you see that has a hard mat is not Days. He only has wood left, and it's so dangerous to be in that situation. Immediately, shot from above, trying to drop down, find a different angle. None of these are his build. He is just ratting around, hoping that a Terrier doesn't come through and bite off more than he can chew. But Monster, we're into the top 25. Every duo that drops, Day and Clix are still in first place, and we've seen how tight that top 5 is. Every single one of these points that he can scrap and claw from the barrel will end up being massive, but now we get a look at the rest of the lobby.
It would mean everything here, and now, as we are, again, so late into the tournament run here, you really need to clutch up here. For Larson and Quanti, I mean, have you seen a team look any better this late? Great tags here as he slips them in from the side there. 2 eliminations, plenty of heals, even more material to work with. The zone's gonna pull far, but they're not worried. They're setting up for the launch pad there. Out comes Carry. Out goes TK. Chimp is still alive as well. Here's Joji and Rokane. Third place. Give them more points, but no, both of them get crushed there from the weight of Larson, whom again, he didn't even need the loot or anything. They just wanted points.
Wait, time out. There's 4 people in this car right now. There's literally, like, Day is in this car with another full duo, and then Nevify and Ritual, everyone's just driving around, but, like, why would he bother shooting at anyone? This is a free pass, and you can see Rapid, he's thinking about it, but instead, nope, he's just like, hey, let me call a taxi, just take the placement going through. He's chilling. Will he dive out into the box? When is he going to find an opportunity to exit? But the reality of the situation, they can't, though. The angles when you have 4 people in the car, the back seats are the solos. They don't want to shoot at each other. Like, everyone's chilling.
Yeah, they were trying to get some shots in there. Instead, they targeted team to the side, and this is it. This is exactly what Day needed. He needed some extra firepower. He managed to find it, but he is so below the surge. I don't know how long it's going to last here. He just needs to continue to make his way on through. Day finally jumps out of the vehicle. He says, all right, enough of this. Can I get one? Surely can. And just like that, he's back in it. Another set of points above the threshold as well. What can't he do?
1 above, and the biggest part is that was max damage onto a duo. So not only did he get all the knock, but he was able to finish the down body. It was 180 and then 110. He tries to hop onto the zip line to break the build to go through, but Day trying to add his name on him. Unfortunately, he closes out. But Monster, that was a bonus 8 points for the young lad, and that could be huge.
A big game. Every point matters. Everything matters here in the end. For Knight and Rogue Shark, what can they do? Their story's just beginning. Finally now starting to earn up some big points, as is Kaz and Fishy, who's up top right now trying to secure a Victory Royale. So far above the threshold, they're looking A-OK here, and the firepower is starting to ramp up here. Clue and Danny in 4th place. 1 step closer now to making their way to that top 5, staying within it.
Great pathing from Clue to get back to his teammate Chimp, trying to make the individual run, but right as we say that, gets run over. Rogue Shot picks up a pair. Jeff gets one on the TK. Oliver picks up Nick. Bryce picks up another one. Oliver gets a pair there. That's 3 for him real fast into Roller. Looking for some room because he's just on the outside looking in from the top 5. You talk about every single point mattering. That's 4th for 6 right on top of each other. But Clue and Danny are running out of mats.
Is there gas left in the vehicle here? We'll find out. The light's green for Edgy. He's going to find one there. And finally now, they get themselves some much-needed material. It's going to allow them to slide on up, but someone comes to the bottom. It's actually Larson, and he gets just clapped right now by Edgy, and all of a sudden, that's a 3 for him. More placement points as well. Inside the top 10 we go. Quanti, however, sitting deep in the storm right now, trying to stay alive. It's working out. He's getting points for it. That's a player. It's Edgy once again, and a closeout for the duo. And we see another solo finish up a full team.
And that is 2nd place, just putting a dagger into first. They say, no, 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 no. You're not getting any more points here. You'll stop the run. It was still a really good push from Larson and Quanti into, I believe, the top 7. But Jeff now using the med miss and just buying time. He finds some room. It's better than a bandage on the edge of the zone. Edgy doing the exact same thing, but the grid space, he can't crouch underneath those, and he needs to find some room. He can only tank 2 more zone ticks, and he gets it. And Monster, 2v1, v1, v1 to close it out here in match number 4.
He does have a lot of heavy material as well. depending on where Edgy begins to look, will determine how this game plays out. There's a solo here in play, so it's Edgy, it's Jeff, and it's our high ground team of Kaz and Fishy who want this victory royale more than anyone right now. Edgy, however, wants to stay alive. It does matter. It's worth 4 points if he can get this low ground elimination. Jeff there is making a lot of noise. Edgy has to know this is a solo. Is he going to commit here? He's looking for it. Starting to run out of time here.
Oh, but he slides too far down. He doesn't cut it off. It's too far in zone, but he gets ahead of it, trying to find the shots. Misses the first, trying to find the second. But Jeff doing everything he can. Closes off the wall on the other side. Fishy and Kaz are dropping down, trying to do something about it, trying to make a play.
Edgy's still alive.
I know, he's keeping it up.
I don't know how. Kaz is now looking down. He's got Fishy to back him up. They actually call off the push. They say, wait a second. That was almost the game we almost threw here. Jeff's now on height. Boom! That's a huge shot. And another one. Whoa! And Fishy clutches up, but it was so close.
That looked so cool. That was awesome. It was just like a last ditch going through and some huge shot. But another duo who has to do well today. Fishy and Kaz throwing down the gauntlet, saying match 4 is ours. 5 eliminations for them. And I mean, Monster, they were outside looking in, and now all of a sudden they're going to be on that front page. And oh, I love that. I didn't even see the tree. I didn't see the tree. I didn't even see it. That was so good.
He didn't even know the shot was coming in from up above. Fishy could have tossed everything and not even realize. Blindsided from the side there. Jeff, that was close. A hats off and a valiant effort, my friend.
But again, we talked about, hey, what is kind of the storyline look for NA East? And it's high ground controls and win the game. And then ridiculous, I mean ridiculous individual efforts across the board.
You have to love it. We see so many cool plays here on the FNCS stage. Let's just toss it on over to boys. Catch us up, guys.
Vivid, you can go ahead. I'm shaking, Fred.
I mean, there's a lot going on in these end games, right? Like these solos are just making it so chaotic. Reese, sometimes I'm just like, what is going on?
I mean, that was my exact words. I said, what is going on here? Because when we saw Jeff going up for the high ground from behind, that looked like a 1v2 waiting to happen, but seemed like the fall damage, he ended up getting one knock, and then him going down to fall damage. Edgy seemed to end come second because of that fall damage, and of course, Fishy and Kaz ended up picking up the victory royale in that match.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
That's about right. That's about right. But hey, big props to Kaz and Fishy. They're actually one of the 14 duos that Vivid talked about there at the top of the show. They need to make top 5 if they hope to continue their FNCS run. But legitimately one of the craziest endgame exchanges I feel like I've seen in a while. Just crazy. Let's take a look at the standings. Let's see how this has been impacted and how it has changed the standings holistically. Now, if we take a look, Vivid, the top, 6, moving around, shifting around just a tiny little bit. We're still kind of like in the same realm, right? It's just you look at ninth place, Kaz and Fishy now jumped up.
Yeah, amazing from them, but look at this. 2 places gained from Quanti and Larson, putting themselves in first place by only 3 points, but they do hold that spot right now, and we saw in that end game, right, they tried to kind of make a play on Acorn and Edgy that kind of went south, and Edgy picking up actually both of those eliminations, then he himself putting on a great solo performance. But Larson and Quanta, we've talked about them multiple times, Reese. The momentum.
What is this?
They are finding the momentum in these end games. You mentioned kind of like what happens when they don't find the momentum.
Yeah.
Well, what happens if they find the momentum in every single game?
Look what we're watching right now. That launchpad play, it could have been over there though. You see, I don't think I've ever seen as many people jump on a launchpad in my life. But look, the aggression that these guys are showing in endgame, obviously, in that particular clip didn't necessarily work out too well, has been so good for them. They have been so consistent with their ability to get deep into endgame because they're such good fraggers. They can get that refreshes and keep their materials, keep them going. And look, first place, 140 points, right? One more good game from them, and that's almost a guaranteed qualification.
Yeah, we are already kind of looming around that point threshold to get that top 5. 140 from Quanti and Larson, and then Acorn and Edgy also 137, very close as well. Acorn and Edgy actually the most consistent team so far in terms of placement. 92 of their points straight up from placement. And listen, that is simply because of the solo performance of Edgy right here. If he doesn't clutch up the second place, look at this. In this clip right here, he's actually 9th. But no, this 1v2 situation that he finds leads him all the way to a second place finish, and that's why these solo clutches matter so much.
I mean, Edgy's always been like an all-star caliber player, you know? And I feel like once I didn't realize the tree came down there. We've watched that from so many different angles and then see the tree go down. Anyway, Edgy's always like an all-star level player, and I feel like out of like the trios that he used to play with, you know, with Scented and Commandment, I feel like he gets the least respect out of all of them. And in all honesty, that's just wrong. That's wrong. Put some respect on my man's name. He is so good. He's playing that consistency out like he used to in every other previous meta, and he's looking like he's gonna punch his ticket straight through the finals.
Boys, we only got 2 more games to go, right? I mean, this is really coming down to the wire here for NA East. We could see that top 9 flip-flop in the next 2 games, let alone, right? I mean, there's still so much room to grow. So if we look, I would say, okay, let's put like a hard limit on it. I would say like 3rd and down, right? 3rd through 9th could still change, right? One crazy good game, a handful of eliminations.
I'll take that, man.
And maybe a victory royale. Suddenly you could change the whole thing, right?
I mean, yeah, there's 2 more games left, right? And we've seen already incredible performances from some teams. The leaderboards have switched up a lot over the course of these just 4 games. But yeah, those top 2 spots are probably the only ones, as long as they, play consistent and everything like that, gather up a couple more points, they're probably pretty solid on the top 5. But like Zeke mentioned, 3rd through 10th, really 3rd through the rest of the leaderboard, all of that can switch up. And let's not forget, we're fighting for series points and that top 5, Reese.
I'm glad you said 10th because Zeke said 9th. And I was like, what happened to my boys at 10th? They're only 2 points behind, man.
Guys, I don't know how to count. You all know this. I don't know how to read or count, okay? But it's okay anyway. Sundown, Must DVs, please save me. Please come help, please.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And he can't read and he can't count, but boy, can he talk. Thank you so much for breaking it down. But with 2 games left, Monster, there's a lot on the line.
There's a lot on the line, and honestly, right now, if you're within the top 5, I would say one good victory royale might just be enough to do it. We're getting to that point of the end game where you're getting to the points that you need. I mean, Clicks and Day, for them to fall just shy of, again, a big game is super unfortunate, and it slips them down only 2 points placement, so it kind of shows you where they are within overall standings. But man, Vivid broke it down best. Shout out to Edgy, dude. The big clutch there. Getting that 2nd place was huge.
Yeah, I mean, just we talked about the stories. High ground dominating through, but the individual efforts, it can't be understated. But with 2 games to go, we're going to hop right back on in. Thank you, bus driver. Let's get it going.
Here we have it, guys. Game number 5 is underway now. We are officially past the halfway mark, and we're starting to really get into the thick of it here. Soon we'll see whom exactly will be our finalist roster here coming out of this qualifier, and then we start to gear for semis later. But for now, though, let's see where the early game action is going to be. Fatch and Pam have really had a battle here. Taco and Golden as well, as these are some of our most contested drops.
Yeah, I mean, you can see 38 and 37 points, and either of them coming out above it right now. Fable Taco trying to get a line, 16 damage on the Fatch immediately. Each chip shot matters in these starting fights when you have no shield, so you'll get a couple of swings over for some metal. You see Fatch already taking some damage, and Golden working his way through the vents, trying to find an angle, trying to jump on somebody. He's gonna get it. Fatch goes down, and great movement from Golden there, just knowing the vent system.
Huge elimination there. Ooh, now goes for the edit. Pam was, however, ready. And this is looking like the same situation we saw last game where Pam's the only one up.
Keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, though. Nosh and Nut are in a fight. They've traded knocks on either end, and Nut was able to get the confirmation going through. You can see that Pamstone and Fatch end up getting cleaned up, but again, my eyes are just glued to the top left-hand corner of the screen because Nut and Nosh have been running through at the start of the game, and ever since then, it has been a slow slide. They're looking to try and up their coefficient of friction and maybe get a little of inertia there and stop the downward spiral, but off of that early fight, they need to get it together.
As you know, the law of physics say two things traveling the same speed clash. None of them will make progress and both will take the same damage. Nut, however, does look to be the faster moving target here. He's going on in. He's got the zip line. Ooh, I tried to set it up for him, but he missed it there. Let's see what he can do now. Squish is actually returning the heals here, so he will be able to get up into a fighting position. This is not looking as good as it once was for Nut.
And Nut, though, does have the Ecstasy Children on his side. Going to eat the Clone Berry. Should be able to top off his HP. And Squish just going to disengage. Now we're going to swing on over. I mean, we've seen this fight how many times now. The Sprite going at it over and Greasy. But also, again, still keep an eye in the top left-hand corner. Bucky down to Donnie yet again. That's 3 games in a row where that's happened. And Cam is now going to try and bail him out. But we're going to focus on what's going on. Monster, look at the bottom right-hand corner. Who do you think is riding over the hill?
It's Jackson and Mason. They should be sliding on in, doing their, usual poking and prying around the Greasy Grove here. Give it a second, guys. You'll see another team jump into the fray. There it is.
And again, we're going to talk about things that are happening off screen because they'll have top 5 leaderboard implications. Danny is down as well. Danny has been taken out. They've been pushing through the surprise factor of Danny and Clue, putting them in the top 3. Well, Danny, who's found all of these ridiculous shots, has been confirmed early on. That hasn't happened yet this tournament run.
Ooh, that can be really bad as we start getting into the last game after this one, right? Because if they got taken out, then that means it all comes down to the end. A huge performance will be what a team like that would need at that point. Another set of fire and bullets start to come in from the side there. Jackson has to put up a little defensive position and awareness towards that side. There's a team on the zip line on the backside. So yes, there's a lot of players down here now, much more than we've seen up until this point here. And again, Nerve, Ozone, and Rapid, like when they survived the drop, they've done okay. They're in 19th place, even after 2 bad games.
But you just always have somebody else riding through. I think the big difference for this game is Zone dropped on top of Greasy's head, right? So these players, like while they don't necessarily have the same pressure and people moving past them, the Southern teams aren't rotating through, you're kind of stuck in this 2v2v2 until that team who's over kind of by the crash site decides to get involved. But there's only so many resources available, and Sprite gets opened up on Nut, trying to lay some shots down. My eyes are peeled on the right-hand side. Yes, the left-hand side is interesting, the Greasy fight, but what's happening in Chonkers is so huge for the top 5, and Nut trying to push through, trying to take down Squish. If he can get this, it's massive, but if Squish just keeps buying him time because they're on the edge of the zone, he can make this much more difficult, and Nut knows that.
Nut does try to go for it once again there. Unfortunately, did not get the breakthrough. Here it is. It's going to expose him. That's a door there. Up and over. He expected the player to come in, and it's a huge shot. He gets punished in the process as well. Down goes the Flopper. At least he had some quick heals here. And again, Squish had another disengage, and I think Nuts finally realized, okay, you know what? I've put a lot into this. Let me go for the save here. Surely Squish is not going to allow this to happen, right? Just a couple more seconds, and Nut will just go ahead and commit to this. Might as well at this point. But no, fear sets in as Squish builds up and over, and the mind games continue.
Yeah, Peely's saying, nope, not going to get that one off right now, not turning me into a smoothie in a 1v2. Instead, Nut trying to make a little bit of room. You can see top right-hand corner, NA East is the only region without a VR after rebooting a player this chapter. So it was a streak that had previously been broken, and we talked about it a lot last season where, hey, none of this has really happened before, but we've seen it over in EU, we've seen it in NA West, and Nut potentially trying to make that happen, but Squish doing a very good job fighting defensively. And after their first engage, I was going to call out Squish has to have a striker, because to be able to win that trade confidently against the drum and back him down, that's huge. But now we'll pop back over to Greasy, where the same fight's going on, Monster.
Yep, Mason and Jackson here to nip the buds and cut the leaves here, clean things up. Over at the Greasy Grove, again, the zone is pulling this way. You can see so much loot off in the distance there, players that try to escape. Here's another look at the fight that's going down. Again, Nosh, right? Nosh definitely needs to get picked up here if Nut wants a true fighter's chance to come back in this game and stay competitive. Essentially, that last game, him falling, not earning any points was terrible. Because now he's just at 102. He's almost hard stuck here.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw them have such a definitive lead for going for that high ground control early, but when you're playing kind of that, I don't want to say less aggressive game plan, but it's a little bit more of a disciplined style, you're not getting eliminations in these random spots. You're not the clicks and days where you're just going to get those added +3 points, and all of a sudden, if you do have a game that's a little bit more awkward, that's a little down, you start to see that slide going, it's how do you react, particularly when Nut and Nosh haven't been on this stage. They have to get into a top 5 today or get enough series points to push them through into the semifinals. That's no small task.
Yeah, they're just digging in the pockets and honestly pulling up lint at this point. Squish is just there holding it out, not making it easy by any means. The struggle continues here. On the other side, again, some filler content between Mason and Jackson here, just defending the Greasy Grove. 77 players up right now. Acorn and Edgy in second. Firing shots off right now.
I love this, by the way.
It's actually great.
I love when this happens all the time because, like, if you can get an established peak and, like, get the range right, those shots are super obnoxious.
There's a fight going on over there. Like, this
yeah,
is
that's what I'm saying. Like, you can see the triangles going over, and you. Oh, that's what I said. If you get the direct, it's a ton of damage, and now you basically don't have to worry about Storm Surge. My question is, at what point in the line do you decide to launch yourself? But they're in second, and you just need to know, hey, no risk. We just got 200 damage going through. I can keep hucking these shots out, and they got a mark. He can line the distance. Oh, he gets another.
There's no way. This is so calculated, ladies and gentlemen. He is using the marker to pinpoint how far he is and then coordinating the shots to come in perfectly. That is not a mistake. That is clearly deliberate.
If you're Spade and Chimp, how just annoyed are you right now? Like, they had a ton of utility, right? But you saw back-to-back 100 tags on both of them. That's going to eat through nearly the entirety of it. They were bogged down in a fight right before that. So what are you going to do, return fire? But it looks like that's the exact answer. They're trying to circle around, re-up on their mats because, hey, Chimp has nothing, but we talk about manufacturing points. Be very, very quiet. We're hunting two solos.
The real problem, though, is Sin and RN Star here on the side. They hear shots coming in, and that's going to force these other players to move. Day and Clicks, they have an idea. Something is going on here, and they want to get in on the action. This is such an important ambush right now. If they get any set of points right here, I mean, they'll just be one step closer.
And don't forget, that's Nut right on the other side, one of the duos who's right inside that top 10 area. There's two solos who are by here, but keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner as players are still continuing to rotate by. So if they pick the wrong fight to jump in on, this could be catastrophic for them. Their timing has to be perfect.
Clicks walking into a team. He doesn't even realize he's behind that wall. Both sides are hearing the shots. Up he goes. But awareness checks the side there, puts the wall down. And again, Dave finds someone on the side here. They're going to go ahead and commit into the box, and the edit is there. There it is. That's one elimination. Squish gets found out, so Nut is still alive here. There's another solo in the mix. They know there's definitely a team nearby. RN Star and Sin pushed out from the side. They see Rise and Threats there as well.
But he has so much extra shield with all the extra loot in there. They have no problem trading this out. And also, I gotta give a shout out. That play was sick because Day coned the player, right? And then Click slides in, re-edits the cone into a ramp, and then hits the shot. Like, that was just really cool.
What's crazy right now is Click's awareness of the situation here. He's still looking for another player. He has a feeling something might be happening here, but instead, he backs out. He rotates away. He takes the small victory, moved the needle just a little bit, and then continued on for the road here for the next rotate. And keep in mind, as long as he gets to that next edge zone, he knows there's going to be plenty of players that have to come in as well. Another spot, though. He sees Kobo and crew in front.
But one of the important things to note here, look at Click's loadout. Only having that combat SMG basically means even if they get the advantage and get a line on something, this is going to be so bad. This is going to be so bad. They're going to try 1, 2, 3. No, Clicks with amazing awareness. Covers the side and he pulls up. But if that had been a burst, he's probably able to chain over some much greater damage. Instead, only able to get 2 16 tags. But it gives him a little bit of a room. He's trying to throw shots. We see the 106 below. That should update because they do have an elim. Yes, they're 245 above. So if you're Clicks and Day, you don't need to shoot anyone. Get to to zone, please, and enter tournament management mode, as Nut will get the revive or the reboot onto Nosh. They're right on the outside looking in, and because of the early damage, they're still above Surge as well. So currently, our team in 4th and our team in 8th, they're doing fine on Surge. There could be 3 duos who are hit by this right now.
What's crazy about this is Clix and Day basically saved Nut there, who was waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He was just waiting because Squish was giving him such a hard time for the save there, not making it easy at all. So all of a sudden now they're back in the game. Here's our #1 team currently, Larson and Quanti, 400 and about 50 damage above the threshold, clearly leading the lobby here, doing an exceptional job of managing their tournament. The team that's not doing so hot is currently Cam and Bucky, but everything to play for right now as they're starting to push in for this fight here, looking for the box engagement. On the other side, a team that needs it a little bit more, though, Chip and Spade also in a world of trouble here, and they're committing for the fight. They're going for the 2v2.
Yeah, and they don't really have much of an option. They have to be able to dive in. Again, we kind of talked about that 150 line and being able to rifle it out. They do have 30 seconds if they want to do that, but instead trying to dive in box to box, knowing that they kind of hang their heads out there. They don't necessarily have the best utility to take the trades. They want to get above, and they want to get above quick. But as I say that, Spade takes all the damage, and when you see Spade's inventory, why are you dropping down? He has a sushi shop worth of fish in there. He could have stalled it out, but on the opposite side, Melito and Igna try and get their game rolling back over. We saw them with that match 3 victory. We saw them put it themselves back in the top 10 conversation. But Chip gets dropped down, and they're going to pick those up.
That is the worst case scenario right there. You try to go in and do something, and there's another team waiting for you in the shadows there lurking. It's going to be Macwood and Donnie who find that set there, but if you're Ignite and Melito here, you're very, very happy. You get to sit on the loot. You get to jump up a little bit more.
No, they were their elites. Ignite and Melito were the ones who got them. Yes, the pressure was coming from Macwood and Donnie, but they were able to slide down and actually pick those up, which is huge.
Oh, another edit. Huge shot by Igna there. He goes on up. He's feeling confident, and that was actually a knock. That wasn't just an edit and a hit. That was a full knock there, and now Donnie is on the run. Macwood gets punished and deleted with just a crazy. We're seeing these striker shotguns just hit different today.
I mean, some great shots from player finding the angle, and vamos, Ignan Melito, come on, boys, trying to put it all together. We talked about how, hey, sometimes you only need that one really good game to get you through, and they've had a couple of tough ones, but still, if they're able to put it together, they can get in the conversation. Somebody who's already in the conversation, heck, they might have just been leading it. In second place, Acorn and Edgy, no threat from Surge with 69 players remaining. They got the first placement threshold, and they have a great little portion on the map.
Acorn and Edgy just honestly been packing heat this whole entire time. You never really know what they're going to pull out, especially after Edgy hit that big second place finish. Just surviving over the rest of the teams and lobbies there, but as things start to continue, as the dust begins to settle here, Clue and Danny at 0 points earned this game, finally now getting to those placement thresholds here. Shots come out, nothing falls through. This is 3rd place on 10th right now. So of course is Melito and company. Clix and Day, however, on the other side, in a bit of trouble here. Day has to begin big heals here. It's gonna cost them all of their chug splashes, basically both sides committing, but they're safe, they're in the zone.
Kind of nitpicky here, not necessarily sure why investing a bunch of chug splashes when they do have the big pots and they're not under pressure. Like, they could have been able to eat into those. With that being said, I do appreciate Clix expanding out and trying to own a lot of the space, because if you see where they're on the bottom right-hand corner, this is the 3rd zone. We'll have one more concentric safe zone with the 4th one, and they're going to have just basically 40% of the lobby right on top of them in this edge zone, and they're trying to play gatekeepers. They're the ones holding the space and seeing everyone has to rotate underneath this bridge, and Orange Star gets absolutely lit up. This is what we talked about.
Oh, and it was his wall. It's over, and the follow-up as well, the 1-2, and the finish there, and just like that, Clix and Day find a huge set of eliminations. The refresher, everything you can ask for.
Clix is disgustingly good. I mean, there's times everybody knows it. We saw what he did back during the Solo World Cup. But, I mean, the fact that he is playing, honestly, this might be some of the best individual Fortnite we have seen out of Clix in a very long time. And that's saying something, because the man can play the game.
Oliver, OG, and Jeff need to count their lucky stars. They were behind that wall, that trap door, just like the last team was, and it was almost all over, but Clix decided to play for the zone instead. You just never really know how much you can be flirting with danger at times. Let's catch up, though, with some of our other teams. Rokane and Joji. Great tags here. 6th place for the team here, who have honestly surprised us day in and day out. Rokane coming so close to victory time and time again. Underneath them, the unstoppable Larson and Quanti, who have earned so much this game.
And I think it's important to talk about Larson as an individual player, because let's not forget, him and Smite got 3rd in the previous FNCS.
Yep.
They had, I would say, putting it nicely, they had some chemistry issues, right? So Larson played with a separate duo every single qualifier. He got back with Smite for the last one, but now him and Quanti rolling through, and I mean, currently leading right now. You see on the left-hand side of the screen, Nashina, who were our leaders, but on the right-hand side, Clue and Danny, 3rd place, get put into an absolute blender, and yes, they were able to trade it back, but Bryce got a piece of it.
Nosh and Nut. Nosh, once again now, is the player who is up. Actually, Nut was the one who saved Nosh, so all of a sudden, it's up to Nosh here. Wessa put the team on his back. We say pick your poison. It looks like this time it might just be Acorn and Edgy who's right in front of him. He has to be very careful as he starts edging his way forward. There goes the shield crack. Here comes the lobby focus. You know everyone else has heard that as well. And all of a sudden Acorn looks in, and that's enough to slide them up into 1st place. Another set of elims here, and much needed material for Edgy and Acorn.
Acorn trying to find a little bit of room, 599 above, so they're just trying to pick up the points, and they know that team is under pressure. That's Oliver OG on the opposite side. Great wall replace from 2 grid spaces away by Acorn. Now basically means they can't advance into that grid without taking some free shots. That is brilliant piece control from him. Keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. You see Vert picking up a knock in the feed. Rokane and Joji on the right-hand side of your screen, 83 below Monster, and that turns on in 10 seconds, the 25 damage every 5 seconds from Storm Surge.
It is really not looking good. They're going to have to push the envelope here big time right now. They're looking for teams. They go up. There's no one up top. They come down. There's no one down here either, but they do have a lot of heals. I like this play. This is an actual option right now to go ahead and sit here and heal this one out. They also pulled the zone. Usually, you'd say this is a crazy idea. This time, it might actually work.
Look at what they're sitting on. The shield K can offset almost the entirety of the Storm Surge coming through based off of going. They have a second one, and then on top of it, they just have a huge pile of big shields, so they're chilling. Ignore the left side of the screen. They're just going to spray shots and wait. On the right-hand side of the screen, Empen and D-Roller, who are in 4th place, are 147 below. They're able to get the knock and get some extra loot and get materials, but they're still just trying to wait it out. They're burning through the chug splashes, burning through everything that's there, and hoping that other players can go down, but they don't have the excess utility that Rokane and Joji. This is ridiculous.
Crazy that these are the 2 teams that need to fall now because they're the only ones above this surge. 54 players. They're the 4 players on screen, and I think they realize now, hey, this is not just going to end. We need to fight back. Rokane and Joji, they have the zone so close, but it's like, we can't even go that way. We need to stay here and fight back. And no, the mistags here might just spell disaster for Rokane now. Desperation starts to set in here. They're officially out of the excess heals, now down to what's left in the inventory.
Yeah, but what's left in the inventory is still 6 chug splashes, 3 big pots, 4 minis. Like, if they get a bead on anyone, they're set. They haven't had to move. Like, they'll finally get in. But Monster, it's important to note, the entire time we've been talking, going over this, no one has gone down. Empen finally gets tagged. That's Bully who's picking it up. So the Fusion Esports player gonna find some shots at DeRoller, trying to hold on, but 3rd is down, 4th is down, 5th is under pressure, and I mean, they are still going through those shields. They're splitting shields, and Clix was the one who picked up the Elim onto DeRoller.
Another big elimination for Clix there. A story telling Elim there. 1 step closer, but Rokane and Joji, I mean, listen, reality has set in for this duo now. They realize we are the only team under. Finally now, players start to go down. The surge will relax. And again, they are still pretty healthy. Talk about a healthy team. Like, they're fine.
I mean, it might as well have been a storm strat going on there because they had all the heals he could have asked for. They might as well have pre-planned it, but now we're going to hop on with 3rd and 4th down. Larson and Quanti, we talk about tournament management mode. They're into the cascading placement points. They are below Surge on the right-hand side, but they have 45 seconds to figure that out, and plenty of players will be rotating. But as I say that, Quanti gets taken down. I was about to say, hey, one good game could do it for him here, but Larson gets boxed in, trying to get a little bit of distance. He will be able to find it. It was Stacky who found the confirmation on the right-hand side of the screen. Also below Surge, Clicks and Day. They're below Surge with 5 elims. Hello?
Clicks and Day managed to fall down. I don't even know how this happens, considering they have so many elims. That means the lobby has been very, very active. Up top, there is a duo there looking down. Clicks has to touch some ground ASAP. There it is. Finally, he managed to set up here. He's going for high ground. They want this victory. This is going to be an all-out fight here. The box comes through. He's got a player in there. It's Avery. He's lit. Turns to the top. That's Muzz. And now he says, you know what? We're going for height. But no, slowing down. One missed build there, and all of a sudden things get reset.
We talked about the old duo. Larson picked up a pair. Smite and Jelly get another one, putting down Igna and Malito, basically pushing them out, but Jelly got the return. Clicks player in his box. He gets taken down, and it's all going to be on Day again. We already saw a 3rd place go down. We saw 4th place go down. Will Clicks and Day fall as well? And they do. Monster. For the first time, all the dramatics are going to come down to the final game on NA East with all of our top players, but Larson going down. Larson's looking to solo clutch his way into the finals right here, right now.
Meanwhile, Larson is alive and continuing to earn points here, padding up that 1st place lead that he's managed to find himself in on height. Except in Avoyu, how in the world have they managed to turn early game eliminations into end game big placement points now? Talk about hot and cold on the day. And right now, though, Larson's going to play for the heal off. And here's Acorn and Edgy. They're fighting for that 1st place spot here. A couple more points, and it probably will seal the deal as we lean into that last game. Here's Demon. He's going to take out Xset there. This is a big, big game right now for him. 5 elims as Cease is just taken out, and there goes the trade. On the other side, Jeff as well. Talk about a squad that needs these points. Oliver OG is down, but Jeff clutches up in a huge shot. Down goes Mason. Another player back there. No, he goes out the side. He's going to hold that player out to the zone. He wants to get right in front. So many mats to work with as well, and just a clean rotate.
Larson finally fell, but he was able to find an elim and an additional placement point. That's +4. It might be enough, but we talked about booking a trip to the finals. 33 Acorn, Fusion, Esports, Edgy. They want to do it right now. Trying to push all the way through. They have the average number of points. If they can just get a couple more elims here, we will be seeing them in 2 weeks playing for that Axe of Champions, trying to get through as Acorn finds yet another one, but Voil and Accept, they want to toss their name into the hat.
Jeff all of a sudden is inside the top 5, but hold up. Take a look here. Acorn and Edgy are doing it. Already 2 elims now, an official top 5 for placement. They look up. They see a player. He's way high. We don't want to target that one. Not right now. Not just yet. Give him a couple more seconds, a couple more material. Findo. Jeff gets another one. More points for him, and they are clutching up. Can we see Oliver OG do it once again here alongside Jeff and make his way to the FNCS Finals? One of the hugest surprises we've seen in the 2022 year.
Nah, I'm done calling Oliver OG a surprise, man. No, not a content creator. He is a competitive player who also happens to have some amazing videos, but Jeff gets taken down, but he pushed himself into that 4th place spot. So massive play for him there. Jelly just trying to get a little bit closer. But realistically, if you're Voil and Accept, you need every possible point here.
I'm with it, and I believe it. Voyu and Accept, I mean, the fact that they've managed to find this much in this game is a statement in its own, but they do need more. They cannot allow Acorn and Edgy to steal away these points. They're just funneling the points onto the top there. That's 3 more points that they could have had. And now, the veterans on the low ground here, Edgy and Acorn, again versus vets on the high of Accept and Voyu. 6 points, 6 elims.
So heal off, though, I believe, goes to Accept and Voil. They have the full medkit as well as 6 splashes, but Edgy and Acorn say, no, chopping it all down. You'll fall just like my name says. Finds it on the side. Edgy, will he be able to get the confirmation? Looks back for Accept,
no.
But Accept puts his foot on the gas pedal and says, you better not let up. trying to find the shots, and as he goes for the conversion, Acorn sticks his head out and says, no siphon for you. He closes it down, and I'm confident enough to say, Edgy, Acorn, welcome to the finals.
They win the game. They definitely do enough to make it to the final stage, and just like that, Acorn and Edgy turn this, what was it, a desperate situation, into a victory in the end. Talk about a lap and a half there. Except and Voyo, though, respects to them for making it that far. GG's, that was game number 5.
One of those bonkers I noticed off of that replay right there at the end, he had 36 HP when it finished. He popped the flopper right before that and then sprinted into the zone. If he doesn't have that flopper, then maybe it's a 1v1 where the other opponent picks up the siphon beforehand. So just great awareness. And again, congrats, because we'll be seeing you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, definitely. That was plenty of points there earned from the vets themselves. And that's a pick for the casters. So we'll see what happens. Let's toss it on over to them.
No big deal, just carrying Adam Savage on my back while he's on vacation. Acorn and Edgy, that's why you're, well, it's actually I'm taking the points for this being the correct prediction.
Thank goodness. Because Adam does not need those points. Because listen, it's like a bittersweet thing, right? Like I picked them and I need these points, but then Adam's also getting them at the same time. So, you know, it's like one of these things. But listen, who's getting even more points than I am right now is Acorn and Edgy. Absolute domination right there. And I loved Sundown's little breakdown of this player here. Acorn, you know, this type of situation, look, he has 2 minis, right? And he doesn't really have that many mats, and he knows that Edgy is getting knocked. So he makes an instant play to kind of prevent that, and he puts his, you know, his presence known. He's like, hey, listen, I am right here. You cannot just go for that finish, because if you do, I'm just going to jump on you with my pump. And he prevents the siphon, and he wins out that 1v1 because of some play like that. And ultimately, Acorn and Edgy, first place, 187 points.
Look, this is looking so good for them. Quantin Larson, like we said, in second. Also, almost a guaranteed qualification at this point, but Day and Clicks there. We saw almost a bit of a throw for them. They could have easily almost solidified their placement up in the top position, but they were struggling so much with Storm Surge. And it's so interesting because they actually had 5 eliminations. So in endgame right now, 5 eliminations total. This is the 5th one coming through. You can see they're 251 above at this moment, but you're going to see them drop to 50 below there, and they even go to 150 below at some point. Maybe that was behind here. Doesn't really matter. Either way, they were struggling all the way through. It ended up being super, super messy. It just shows they've kind of just been cleaning up a bunch of these eliminations. They weren't actually doing that much damage overall.
Yeah, so really smart play on them, right? Like finding eliminations that they don't necessarily have to work for, but ultimately ended up kind of being their downfall. But look at this like ratio of their points right here. You can see 139
like that.
And then they only have like 60 placement points. It's like, man, like how many eliminations just are these guys actually getting?
Absolutely. This second page as well is like the first half is all did so good in the first couple games, right? You know, we saw Nush and Nut doing so good alongside Cease and Tragics as well, and it seems like their pace has started to slow down towards this second half as well. I'm pretty sure Creo and Vert have been in 17th this whole time. I'm looking at you boys. You get it. Start climbing, you know? Let's see it on out. But again, this is the first page. Top 5 will qualify through. A single game left remaining. Still plenty of teams underneath the 6th place, or underneath the 5th place, sorry, that can have a big game, can pick up a victory and will hit that qualification.
Yeah, and Joji and Rokian, right? They're just barely hanging on right there. 6th place. They actually didn't move at all. They're still in 6th place, but only, you know, 6 points behind 5th place. So definitely staying in it. But look at this. Another one of those situations where Storm Surge is just there on them the entire game. We saw them right there all the way down into the moving zones even, and still gathering some points nonetheless, but ultimately kind of just, you know, a knife in their back the whole entire time.
I mean, they were 250 below moving surges. Like, good luck. Good luck getting that damage. You know, it's like, it's the complete opposite of what we're seeing from our first place team, right? Because coming out of Edgy and Acorn, they have such a good early and mid game. And you can tell that because A, the consistency in their placements, but B, also because they just get like no eliminations, right? You see them with such a low amount of elims until the kind of final moments of endgame, because they have got set up so well in that early and mid that they just don't even need to, right? They have the tank, they have the damage, they have everything they need. They can play out slow and then get aggressive when they need to.
Man, well, this is it. We got one game left to go here. Storm Surge has been prevalent. All right, it's been here in NAEast and in EU. Boys, what can we do to solve this problem? Just give them some advice.
Just shoot people.
Just shoot people.
Just shoot people.
Just go ahead.
Hit the shots, man.
That's That's what they have.
In a serious note, though, like, if you're struggling with Storm Surge, I mean, it's like, if you get to this point in the tournament and you're still really, really struggling, it's like, you're not going to just create an amazing Storm Surge strategy going into the final game here. Like, if you've struggled every single time, like, you just have to take a fight now. At the end of the day, like, you're not going to suddenly get all of the best rotation timings in this final game. Just take a fight if you've been struggling all the time.
Yeah, Storm Surge is really absurd, right? Like, you're talking about how Clicks and Day have like 5 eliminations and they're below, and then Acorn and Edgy have like 0 to 1, and they're just above and chilling. So it's crazy. No, you really do gotta account for that Storm Surge.
That's right. It's a mark of a good duo. Absolutely. Well, Fortnite fam, one final game here in NA East. We're wrapping things up, so we got one more game out of qualifier number 3. Monster D face Sundown, bring us home.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And in the wise words of Reese, basically quoting Ninja, hit your shots, kid. One more game to go. And the question is, who will snag the last 3 spots? Because basically 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all up for grabs.
This is looking like it's going to come down to the wire. A big victory royale here and a huge finish needed for everyone inside. I'd say that bubble of top 15 or so. And that's because, well, our 1st and 2nd place teams, they ran away. They boarded the train. They're gone and they're out. So Sundown, it really is going to come down to everyone else staying just consistent, but also who can clutch up.
Yeah, they already punched their ticket. We'll be seeing them in 2 weeks. Don't forget, next week is the semifinals where we'll be rolling through the matches. We'll have plenty chances for the teams who didn't advance all the way through. But realistically, if you're in touching distance of that top 5, you want to get a hand on it. Who will race to the top? One more match. Bus driver, you ready? We're ready. Let's go.
Game number 6 of the FNCS Finals is here. The qualifier number 3 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. The NA East region has been so explosive today. Talk about highlight after highlight, big fight after big fight, and now, of course, what matters is that top 5 position.
All right, so breaking it down, as we get into the last game, we're going to be talking a whole lot about numbers. Yes, we'll watch the early fights going on, but realistically, a lot of these fights, they aren't going to impact the top 5. We've seen what's going on. If you see a fight going on there, we'll call it out and we'll let you know. But looking at the top 5 right now, Acorn Edgy, good. Quanti Larson, good. Clicks and Day, you need a couple of points in there, but we talk about it. Joji and Rokane on the opposite side, they find Fable Taco right away, and that's going to feel good for them.
I'm thinking Clicks and Day might need 4 eliminations, which is not easy. We've seen how close some of these battles can be. We've seen teams fall in game number 1. These types of things do happen. However, playing smart is going to be what gets you across that line there. The line has been drawn, and we know. For Sprite and Nounzy here, though. Take it.
So based off the math, you're talking about them needing 4 eliminations. I did some kind of napkin math, and by that I mean I pulled out my calculator because you don't do math live on stream. Looking at the point average going through right now, the average points per game through 5 games in the top 5 is 24.4. So if we then multiply that by 6, the number of games it should be, the line is right around 146 points. Clicks and Day are sitting on 139. 2 eliminations puts them 1 point away from that. So 2 eliminations in a top 35, and you're basically there. So what that means is you make sure you're above Storm Surge, and you chill.
Or find a cannon the way Edgy did last game and just lay waste to the lobby. For a second there, we did see Jeff and crew just get all caught up on, again, teams that matter in the general area. Look at this fight, though. This is such a drawn-out battle. Well, Rapid and Ozone have done enough to get their series points now as they start edging their way into around 20th place or so. So this is a fight that definitely matters for them.
7th place is out. DeRoller and NPen have been dropped in 46th place. We'll see you guys in semifinals, but you'll be playing next week. No trip to the finals for them, and that is tough because they had so many good runs and good qualifying opportunities. But Rapid right now has been putting in some work with that Epic Striker pump, backing down the teams who've been challenging them.
That was a great tag onto Nounzy there, who's going for a drive peek behind the wall. And it's actually Jackson and Mason who've managed to slide their way back in here with a quick rotate. It's not looking too hot right now. Shots are going down. Nounzy gets taken out there up top to the hands of Mason. Rapid comes in. This is revenge here they're looking for, but nothing comes from it.
Revenge can often taste sweet, but honestly, they'll probably just have a little bit of a bitter taste after this because they know there was so much going on in Greasy, they just couldn't necessarily find it. But right now, Mason finding some great hip-fire shots. I really want to see him try and press up with this legendary auto shotgun to try and get in and pressure the opponents. And he's doing a really good job navigating through them, but nice little hop up there to create some distance. Mason trying to chase down, and he will close it out.
Mason and Jackson are such an interesting team. They're talking about a duo that has had hot and cold performances, never really bad performances, only, again, okay performances, which again, when you kind of weigh it across the overall FNCS, they have made it week after week. They've kind of been here. So the more and more experiences they gain, the closer and closer they become to becoming a top-tier team. That's a scary duo, and they've, again, stuck with one another. But here's Clicks and Day. Just stay alive.
Stay on your feet. Cover your back. Stay close to your ally. Every single time we have seen it gone poorly for them is when they get separated. Even then, they're so good individually where they're able to make plays happen. Bucky and Cam, I'm sorry, it seems regardless of whoever I pick on the weekend, they don't necessarily put it all together, so that's my bad. However, I do anticipate y'all to make it through the semifinals. We'll see you next week as we hop on board here, just on the outside looking in. Rokane and Joji, I mean, we've talked about how Rokane has been putting in the work, but Joji picking up the early elim here, that should help them a lot.
That's definitely going to help them a lot. That's 3 points right there. Massive, massive points, especially for a team that is, again, just outside the window looking in. He's saying, hey, open up. Let me in. But nothing just yet.
Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in.
How do you close that gap, right? You got to outperform the 5th place team, and that's Jeff and Oliver OG who've made endgame after endgame. You saw just last round how much Jeff was able to really string together there.
But the question is, what can they do with it? The zone dropped really close to him, and you can see the qualifying line right around the 140, 145 mark. And right now, we'll take a look at some of the action that happened around the early game. We'll peek on, and I believe we got a little bit of action coming out of XSC here, Cease here in just a second. As we see Oliver OG just trying to farm up, and Cease doing a good job trying to make a little bit of room here. He does have that vault key, trying to create the distance. Unfortunately, gets taken down. They were in 11th, but again, we talk about it. They have plenty of points. We'll be seeing them in the semifinal, but you got to go back and kind of hit the Vadrus and figure out a game plan because those heats are going to be rough.
And it looks like Flutto also falls in the feed there. These are teams that just started off on such a great footing in the back half. You know, the half that matters the most, arguably closing out the tournament strong, did not come into fruition for them. Clicks and Day, however, are the team under pressure right now by Spade and Chimp, a team that needs it just as much here. I talked about them using the cannons. Maybe I jinxed it here as it gets blown up. Day is moving forwards, though. What is this?
Dude, no shot. No shot they take this fight. If they take this fight and lose this fight, I'm actually going to be upset.
They did it against Jelly. They try to take a clean 2v2. They size up the opponents and they say, I think we got this one, but this could be a bad call.
I mean, they're going at the Chimp and Spade placed second in the previous FNCS duos. They're sitting in 8th place. They are no slouches. And immediately, you can see the level of aggression. Day comes rounding the corner, bump, 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 like trying to sprint up the hill, and immediately gets met with 2 body shots. But they have so much extra utility, they can just kind of back off. But, I mean, you got to game plan correctly. However, coming over the hill, this could be it.
They need tags. They're looking for Surge here. Nothing's going to come through. Day starts to slide on up. Those shots coming in from behind are Chimp and Spade here. Big tags on today. Rokane, however, on the other side with Joji. Pressure's on. Team number 6 is getting pushed.
Trying to create a little space, trying to not get too panicked. But yet
big fight
again,
right here.
Right side of the screen, Clicks and Day poking around. But this is what I'm talking about. Their sides aren't covered. If anybody gets a beam on them, it can be dangerous. But they've been the one playing the aggressor. They're hunting their opponents, trying to find the shots. Roken ends up eating a couple on the left-hand side. But you can see it's definitely aggressive posturing out of Clicks and Day. They're looking to make plays.
What's crazy about this is they really are pushing the envelope here. Almost trying to force this qualification to happen. And we all know when you try to force things, it can definitely go bad here because, you know, you can walk into a trap essentially Qua and Tabs G, another bubble duo here, waiting up top.
And not necessarily outside of striking distance. A good game from them could put them in the conversation. Yes, 88 points. They do still have plenty of ground to make up, but we've seen it before. Day taking some shots from above. You can see the angle rotate coming through. They're trying to push onto Bully there.
They know this is solo.
They're going for a monster.
Clix is trying to set up here, but the punishment comes in from the side, and all of a sudden now that gets put to a screeching halt here. Day, however, on the other side finds a huge tag, and down goes Bully. Down goes another one as Day comes through into the box. Pickaxe shuts it down. Good night, Smite. Your tournament run is over. Day and Clix step into the limelight. Just a little bit more now, and they'll be in the finals.
How disrespectful to just pickaxe right in his face. And again, it's the play. He knows the damage. He got the 180 tag. All you need is a 20. It's the fastest swap instead of swapping over to another gun. But man, you got to give him a little bit of swag points. And we say, hey, Clix has been doing the bulk of the carrying when it comes to the elimination points. But Day is getting the clutch up moments when it happens. And Monster, you said that was a solo. They were able to, Bully looked like a solo, but they got a full exchange. That was 7 points. That was the points we talked about. They're on that line now. 2 elims and the placement point.
This is it. They need a little bit more, but so do Oliver, OG, and Jeff. In fifth, down goes Jeff. Oh no, Jeff steps in. Oliver is down. The trades are happening. The team on the other side is fast. And Pam's to a duo that is so good. Known for their teamwork, known for their clutches as well. Champions in their own rights. Here comes the full thirst. Jeff needed that. And a save as well onto Oliver, OG. It doesn't get any better than that.
Great siphon, great armored walls, and something you don't see a ton of in the current meta. The shield fish are so incredibly valuable in this situation because you don't have to take the time to pop them, and it gives very minimal audio cue compared to everything else. It's very difficult to find. Also, good job by Jeff there, making sure he used the chug splash on not only himself but also Oliver to extend the timer. But Monster, he opens it up, and he's gonna back down any aggression there. Fatch can't walk forward after that.
That was crazy. Pamsto and Fat versus Jeff and Oliver OG in a clean 2v2, no distractions, and Jeff just playing different today, representing for Team Fusion. You love to see it. Put some respect on it. Here it is, the re-swing around. It's gonna cost him a lot. Another team comes in, it's RN Star who snipes that one up.
Yeah, Cineruni getting the confirmation. And honestly, if you're Jeff and Oliver, you are so incredibly happy with that. In a 2v2, you get a little assistance from the team on the side putting the shots over. Cineruni and Arenstar are happy with it. They get the point scoring across. But Kaz and Hoofishy, I feel like a team we haven't talked about a ton. Yes, they got that late game, late victory royale, and they needed to put it back up in the conversation. Now they're up on that first page, 105, and they're a duo that, again, needs every possible series point, and realistically, a top 5 would be better.
A win here will be even better than that, which can, again, solidify themselves to the finals. They are just that close. Let's not forget, over 30 points if you can snag that victory royale, 3 points for the elims. So it really is worth so much. We've seen some 40-point swing games today. Nothing huge by any means, so we're about due for a pop-off game, and I got a feeling someone is going to clutch up here. Danny and Clue, though, what a team that surprised us today here. After last game being probably their worst performance here now, this is where champions are made. Can they hold their composure? Can they continue?
So you talked about their last game being their worst performance. Actually, they just had really solid games number 2, 3, and 4. Third place, 6 elims. Fifth place, 9 elims. Sixth place, 2 elims. They opened up with a 34th place and 1 elim. So that opening game, they only got, what, the 4 points that ended up coming with that first placement point, plus the 3 going through. But after that, a 3rd, 5th, and 6th is bonkers. However, starting to stall out, and we talk about you only really get 2 kind of gimme games going through there. They need another top 5 performance here to stay in that conversation.
It does ultimately come down to 4 great performances, but with how close the standings are, with how many other teams have managed to really do well so far and continue to stay alive now, it's only going to become more and more difficult. Rokin and Joji are one of those few teams that can also just seal the deal right here. Close that envelope and ship it on out. Comes the rotate on foot, getting greedy for a center position. I like it. I like it. This is a great risky rotate.
But if you look at the map, that's one of those little dunes I talked about. I think it was match number 2 when we pulled over here. There was no one to the south of them. If they just get a little bit up on top of the hill, they're now set for the rest of the game because everyone who's on the northern part of them has to rotate past them. The zone is going to continue going to the southern part of the map. Yes, it could pull up to the north, but everybody who is still on that side has to pass where they are. So that positioning is prime. On the opposite side of that, in a fantastic contrast, Clicks and Day just did the exact same thing. They're able to walk up, but instead, they try and get box to box with this team. And in my head, I am screaming, why? Hold the high ground, create a little bit of distance, and you should be fine. However, Mystic and Blahuff are taking a bunch of damage.
A lot of shots coming in here. Day and Clicks continue the aggression here. They're starting to step forward. And they're in the domain of the opponents here. This is so risky. Day and Clicks don't want to bite off more than they can chew. They decide to back up here. Shots come in from the side, and those are just warnings to them currently.
Dude, they take so much random chip damage. I feel like I have never watched a duo of this quality just take so much random damage. The thing to note, though, is Jones's has such an excess when it comes to shields, particularly if you're looting all of those coolers and going through. They just don't particularly care about it. They're like, yeah, we got enough to fill it up, and they get enough eliminations to have the refreshes. But, man, I feel like if you cleaned up that little bit of their gameplay, if you weren't giving Storm Surge over these teams, they might be one of, if not the best duo in any. Wall to wall, here it goes.
This starts to kick off now. The other team wants to come back. They probably need to fight. And all of a sudden, Day and Clicks are here, ready, armed and ready. But these are all enemy builds. They are so deep in dangerous territory here. They have to be careful. Other teams now starting to base up all around them. And you never really know how quickly your game can end. It's situations like that, sitting in enemy builds by yourself, that can throw it all away. Clicks and Day are, of course, my pick, so I'm rooting for them to stay in this, but they are not making it easy, keeping it on edge.
Yeah, somebody to the right of Nosh and Nut was just hawking shields farther into the center zone. Very curious as to what's going on right there. But currently the chip is happening and pushing them down. Again, Nosh and Nut just roared out to a huge lead, but ever since then it's stalled a little bit. You can see everyone throwing shots over towards the side. Roking, bottom right-hand corner, currently sitting in 6th place. Bottom left-hand corner, Jeff and Oliver OG. They're in 5th. Top of the screen, Nosh and Nut, they're in 10th, but you can see it's less than 17 points separating these 3 duos.
Huge elimination there for Joji on the team that was on the outskirts. That was Convicted and company. And again, they needed those points there. Now at 2, riding the literal souls of Jeff and Oliver OG. They are right behind them, going tit for tat here. 2 points separate Rokane's duo from Jeff's duo here.
Dude, this is far and away been the most exciting qualifier already. Coming down to the final moments, we're going to see something ridiculous. Regardless of what happens, somebody is going to put a stamp on it, whether it's denying it through, somebody's going to make the effort. The question is, who steps up? When your entire FNCS qualification is on the line, who has the ability to thrive in that pressure? Who can do just what they need to find it? And there's so many duos who are capable of it. I mean, Chimp and Kaz, they're right on top of each other. Literally a point separating them.
No Elans, though, which we know are so important here, as they have a huge gap to close, about 20 points or so. Quanti finds Casker in the feed there. Shots start to come in onto Chimp here, and he recognizes this wall is weak. Let's get the wood out of here. Back onto metal he goes. Fishy and Kaz, however, on the other side, gathering information step by step here. Big risky edit to try and snipe up some loot as he finds some bandages on the side. Elan's happen in front of him. Can he find some tags here? Nothing comes from it. That's a team that's hurt, though. That's just a solo. He does grab the mats. Nice for him.
Oh, and he needed that mats. You saw immediately ticked up above max wood and 280 extra wood. What?
The big pickup there can definitely change the outcome for that duo. On the other side, Joji and Rokane once again looking around. Danny and Clue in 4th place. Dicey start for them. Somehow managing to find themselves in 4th here. They're well above the surge. No need to take any risk. No unintentional edits here either. They're just hanging out right now, waiting for this zone to close out. However, Rogue Shark and Knight just need to do much more. They're one of the only teams that actually have to be active here. They don't have a choice. Armored walls start to come out, though.
Need to find shots, 84 damage below, 3 seconds till that ticks on, and that is the worst time to be taking that damage. He has no extra shields to top off either. Knight might potentially look to drop him something over, but that Storm Surge is going to turn on. 25 damage every 5 seconds. Here it goes.
Now remember, that sweet magic number is top 25, so the big cascading placement points can start to rack in for those other teams that, again, need it so much more. Take a look here. The zone's pulling south. No one's really down there. I know Clix and Day did have that. Clix finds one in the feed, though. Things are starting to add up for them.
One more duo under pressure, and they're on the left-hand side of your screen. We had both of them side by side, but Knight takes way too much damage there. The Shield Cake doing amazing to offset it, but Rogueshark doesn't cover his 6, and they get destroyed. Shots from every single angle, and Rokan and Joji are looking to dive down immediately on top of that. But we talk about being loot goblins, we talk about being greedy. Your entire FNCS could ride on this. Joji is down, and yet again, 33 Rokan is put in a position where he needs to put the duo on his back. He hits the launch pad. He finds a little bit of breathing space. He wants to create a cavern. He's going to invest a solid amount to make himself look big, like a bear is charging him in the woods, but he needs to be the bear. He needs to claw his way up the leaderboard like we saw in the individual efforts. Can he do it again?
Crazy part about that is Clix and Day actually open the edit on the other side of the wall. They start to look in. They see Rokan, and Rokan sees them. He dips back. It says, no, no, you will not target me. Buys himself a little bit more time. Here's our #1 team of Acorn and Edgy. They have already done it, but they're looking to add a little bit more, sending players to the lobby along the way, shutting down hopes and dreams of seeing the finals for PGOD and Pump. They're one of the teams under target right now, under pressure. Lay out the red tape. It's a danger zone all around this duo.
I mean, Eyes looking right now, 8th place, Chimp and Spade. But the biggest thing to remember, we are in the cascading placement points, and the eliminations will add up. Rokan, who is sitting in 6th, is a solo, so he's going to be hunting. Clue picks up a huge confirmation onto Chubbs. That was our 4th place team who's sliding. They're trying to get themselves in. Monster, we're into the late game, outside the half and half, full moving zones. Game 6, qualifier 3 here in NA East. If you want to put your name into the finals, you need to step up and do it right now.
Chimp and Spade honestly need this victory royale here. They got to step it up. Stacky as well, who's on high ground. Creo and company are there edging their way in. Here's Clue and Danny trying to slide their way down. Where will they touch base? Chimp looking out the side here. Rokan once again solo, clutching up right now, alive still. Remember, with every team that falls, Rokan will earn a little bit more. Pressure comes in from down low. There's a team in front of him. He gets cut off there. Has to block that one as well.
Creo picks up a knock onto Hoofishy. That's another team who's going through. Larson ends up getting knocked, but they're already qualified. My eyes are pinned on the bottom right. If you're watching anything else, you're wrong right now. 132 below. Rokan has been the hero. Creo gets one. TK gets one. Nut gets one to keep them in the conversation. Acorn picks up Danny. Danny is down. I repeat, Danny is down. There is room in the top 5, and Rokan sees a crack in the window. Can he push himself through it?
Don't forget, Jeff and Oliver are the team holding that 5th place spot as well. They're live here in the mix. Only 2 points separate them. Can he continue to pop off here? Honestly, Rokan needs a little bit more. The feed, though, Clue is out. So 4th place begins to open up here. Rokan jumps up and over Jeff as well. And he is doing it off of placement points alone. Spade and Chimp are still in this game, though. They can still snipe this away. Take that grin right off of his face as Clix is on the low ground there in the front side with Day. They are already at 3 elims. They've definitely done enough. They're surely punched their ticket to the finals, but Rokan needs to do more.
It's Rokan and it's Nosh and Nut trying to make a late run. Trying to get Rokan into the box.
Here it is.
57. He finds the swamp. Can he get the knock? He does. That is huge. 4 points going over. Some more room, some more mats. No white heals. That is monstrous. And he takes down Kaz, another player who is right on that border.
He is there. He is so close now. That's going to throw him 4 points over. One step closer here. They are just trading 5th and 6th places back and forth. Jeff and Oliver OG sneak their way on up to 4th. Take a look here. Chimp and Spade need to continue to rack up, though. They have 2 elims. That's not enough. They're going to need much, much more, and there are still players up here for grabs.
But every single elim that goes over to the top 3 teams are still, what? Rokan, you just got a gift from above. All you need to do is stall.
Stay alive now. inside the top 10. 137, Chimp and Spade want to fight for it, though. They're not making it easy. They're keeping it close. Chimp gets punished there. Spade does too. Out to the side, goes. Punishment comes in. It's not looking good. He's out of mats. It's all down to this, Chimp. Oh, first place is behind the wall. Not this duo. Anyone but them.
They just took down Jeff and Oliver. He opens the door. Day kicks it wide open. And he says, hey, top 5, come on through. Rokan, can you pressure it?
Let's see it here. More shots in. Rokan is now in the top 8. Another team goes down. Clicks is down as well from the hands of Oliver OG. Edgy finds Day. They get shut down. Oliver needed those points as well. It's all going to come down to this. Spade and Chimp now in 6. Chimp just holding on by a thread.
Quanti is still up, though, so every point that ends up going over to Quanti and Larson gives him a little bit of room. And the zone bounces back! The zone bounces back! He's able to find it!
Those are some more points there. He did need those. Can he get a little bit here? Some mats? No, he's starting to run out of fuel.
It's Solos! It's Solos, monster!
Everyone's by themselves.
This is so tense, but Rokan, he opens up and he finds a player on the backside of the zone. That is huge, but Vert's the one who takes it away.
Rokan has definitely done enough. Here it is. This is his victory lap here. It's all coming down to the last game. Talk about a hero's performance. Vert is alive in the low ground. Chimp is still here. Once again, with no HP, just trying to stay up, but no, the missed edit there, and the huge shot comes in. It's a 1v1 situation.
Rokan got
the third up top. Rokan finds Nut. It's Chimp versus Vert in the low ground. He's almost out of mats. Just one more build. He slides out the side, just trying to play with time here. Rokan sitting back, looking at it all unfold. He weighs his options, and the option is to fight now as the teams are pushing in.
That's it, Rokan did it!
Could be the difference. And here it is. The victory lap, the 1v1. It's all on the line, and Rokan gets crushed by Vert up top, but it is gonna be enough in the end.
Rokan, what in my sweet... Yo, solo impact score, whatever it is, just take Rokan and put it to the max. I don't know if the limit is there or the limit does not exist, but this man, we called out from the beginning. We said, hey, how big is your backpack? And he says, I don't even have a hiking backpack. You can put whatever in there, monster. This thing just keeps going, and while Creo and Vert win the last match, it's all about the solo efforts and Mr. Rokan.
Yeah, that's right. You know, honestly, Rokan, hats off to you. Such a big game there when it mattered most. He jumped up 4 positions at the very end. He was way outside. And then, man, Oliver, OG, and Jeff also coming through with the consistency there. We had a huge final game, Sundown.
That was amazing. Like I said, one of the best qualifiers. And now I'm just amped up for the semifinals because we've seen a lot of the teams go through, but we have a great batch of duos.
That's right. That is definitely right. Well, from us here at the desk, Monster D-Face and Sundown, it has been an exciting FNCS, but we still have to officially announce everyone on through. So let's go ahead and toss it on over to Zeke and the crew to bring us on home.
Rokan. What the heck just happened? Okay, I thought EU had some crazy clutch moments, but apparently Rokan said, I will one-up an entire region. Hold this slurp juice. My goodness. This is the run right here, Vivid, that he will remember going into finals, and that is like the confidence like solidifier, right? The moment that says, I deserve to be here.
Look at that, all the way from half zone, he was a solo. He was flying through the air with 46 HP, and he rides it all the way to the end game. But Zeke, you're talking about this performance. No, Zeke, it wasn't just this performance. Rokan has been doing this literally all day. How many times do we have to see this man as a solo clutching up? Joji, we better see a tweet later that says, Rokan is the best.
And if he doesn't start splitting some of that earnings from finals, I'm telling you, right? Like, let's be real. Rokan has gone absolutely insane, and look, you can see them up in the top right now, number 4. They have managed to qualify through by that incredible solo run. Jeff and Oliver OG also managed to get through in 5th place that we saw there as well.
Yeah.
Huge congratulations to all of the top 5 teams who've made it so far.
This guy. Okay.
That one? That
Hey,
one?
Hey, what's up?
There we go.
One?
There it is. No, this one. You right here. Wait, no, look at me. Look at right here.
This one over,
you and
over
me,
there.
we together, we did it. We carried Adam Savage while he was on vacation. We put him on our back and made the prediction of a lifetime. Remember, production, give me the points. Hey, don't give him the points. Okay, production. Oh, wow. We'll take a look at those top 5 in just a little bit here. NA East, though, I just can't put. Whoa.
Look at Edgy. Look
Whoa.
at him. Look at him. So handsome right there, all the way at the top. That really nice 40-point lead there for Acorn and Edgy. A dominant performance. Quanti and Larson, we saw that multiple times. The momentum in the end game was just unmatched. And then dang clicks, final eliminations throughout the entire day. Reese, what a performance from these duos.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single team, the top 5, they're going to be ecstatic right now. I'm sure the tweets are flowing through on Twitter. They're all going to be so pleased. You know, those teams that have just managed not to make the cut, though, the 6th all the way down to 50th. These guys have gained absolutely valuable series points, and here we go. Who's just missed out? It's Danny Badbloom alongside Clue. So 12 points, missed on below. Probably a 13 points. Need to get them up just with a couple more eliminations there. Spade and Chimp, who had a fantastic last game, and Creo and Vert there, who ended up winning that last game. My prediction in 8th. So hey, you know, SBG better thank me at least a little bit for that. Top 10? Top 10?
You know, not bad. Listen, Reese, I'm not going to lie. I wasn't praying on your downfall or anything, but I might have been praying on SBG's. Yeah, I was like, oh man, you know, you were saying that they were like in 17th, but now that last game they're bumping them up 9 points.
Yeah.
That's pretty good from them. But yeah, listen, today has been awesome, Zeke. You know, all of these solo clutches, and I really feel like that was kind of like the storyline of the day. There was just so many going on constantly. We saw Acorn do it one game, and then Edgy. And, you know, honestly, I feel like Quanti and Larson, for me, though, was like the one duo that was always alive in the end game, and that momentum just literally kept throughout all 6 games.
Absolutely crazy. No, Reese, I want you to finish your point.
I was just going to say, like, it peaked in the final game, right? We saw solo clutch after solo clutch after solo clutch. And then
solos.
That last game is just like, okay, let's just play solos for the entire game. This is what's deciding who's qualifying.
That's crazy. So let's take a look at our predictions. Let's see who predicted well. I mean, me and Vivid are both legends. It's really Vivid. He just put me in his backpack.
You copied mine? Is that what you did?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay.
You know, but remember, Adam Savage is on vacation, so that's why I got to kind of sub in for the day. So, Adam, I will graciously give you these points, okay? Because I can't just take all your points.
If you keep asking for them back.
He's begging right now. He's like, please give me those points.
Yeah, that would also be really bad if he finally got it right and I took him away from him. He would feel real bad. But overall, NA East, thank you guys so much for having Reese and I here hanging out with y'all for just a day. Next week, we'll have SBG and Adam Savage back in their respective seats and having a great time. Remember, please, if you enjoyed the action, we got NA West next. All right, there's another 6 games going on there. We're back next weekend, semi-finals. And the weekend after that, finals. You don't want to miss any of that. As always, please give these incredible human beings a follow. Give incredible human beings over there, Sundown and Monster D-Face, my twin brother, a follow as well. We love you guys. Keep yourselves safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
NA East, beep, beep.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the Fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the Fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the Fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the Fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic Striker Burst Rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having 1 close-range weapon and 1 distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
Last time on FNCS NA West, 5 duos booked their tickets to the finals, including Beast and Tautai, who impressed us with 2 VRs and a convincing 194 points. Another veteran duo had a hard time, Arkrum and Epic Whale. The duo is yet to qualify for finals, so we'll definitely be looking to change that tonight. We're about to see the 2 biggest duos in the West battling for a spot in the finals. Will they make it or fall short once again? FNCS NA West Qualifier 3 Round 4 starts now.
Over the last 2 weeks, thousands of teams have fought for their shot at the finals. Now, in the last qualifier, our 50 teams will have just one more chance to make top 5 and get those much-needed series points. This is the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 NA West. I'm your host, Kelly Link, everyone, and this is the 3rd and final qualifier. Of course, I can't be doing it alone. No, I have 2 of the best gentlemen joining me right now. We got Panda and we got Clay Staling. Panda, it is so good to be here. I'm already feeling nervous for the players. I can't even imagine how they're feeling right now.
Oh, I can't either. This is going to be the final opportunity for these players to qualify on to either the semifinals or the finals. Because remember, we've had a lot of teams consistent, but not necessarily consistent enough to get to the semifinals until today. So big things going to happen. But Clay, how you doing, man? How you feeling?
I am excited. I can't wait to see what the players come out with today in their gameplay and just the hype overall. I'm feeling it. I'm ready for it. Kelly, I'm here.
We are here, we are ready, but maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and you are wondering what we're even here for. What are we watching? Well, we are watching the 3rd qualifier that is happening right now, and that all leads into the 3-day semifinals that will be taking place next week. Of course, the 50 best teams from the qualifiers and the semifinals will duke it out over a 12-game, 2-day series. That's May 28th and May 29th. Make sure to put that in your calendar because you're not going to want to miss it. But even to make it into the finals, Panda, they're going to have to play the format right.
You're absolutely correct, and you might see a bunch of stuff on the screen right now. You see the semifinals, you see the finals. Don't worry about it because we're still in the qualifiers. We're actually in the final qualifier, like Kelly has mentioned, and we're in the round 4 of said qualifier, meaning that these teams had to compete through 3 other rounds to get to this point. Now, the top 5 teams of today will advance automatically to the finals. However, the consistent teams that have been consistent throughout all these qualifiers and consistent through today will be able to make a mark in the semifinals, which will take place next week. But you may be wondering at home, how do you get points? How do you even qualify? Well, Clay has got you covered.
Yeah, 32 points for that Victory Royale, drops down by 4 after that, and then keeps going down all the way to 35th. We're going to get 1 point for that. But biggest thing this season, each elimination is going to be worth 3 points. So you get a 10 elimination Victory Royale, that's 62 points. So it means a lot of these games and qualifiers come down to the last possible moment, and we saw that today in NA East.
Remember what we saw in Qualifier 2, where it was a 16 elimination VR, the most that NA West has ever had? And out of all these teams we see right here, I bet you we're going to see another one. No, you know what? I'm going to call it a 20 bomb is going to happen today.
Okay, that could be a record-breaking moment, too, because remember, the record right now is Reed and Rex with that 16 elimination game in Qualifier 1, so it'll be interesting to see if anybody can top that. But if there's a team on the board that can, it's Midi and Kaboo. These are some veterans here in the West space. They have made it here. Now, they have struggled a little bit. I believe this is the first qualifier we're actually seeing Midi and Kaboo be able to compete, so it'll be interesting to see how they do once they get to this point. But one other team I gotta mention, it's Krypus and Thoric. Your pick last week, Kelly, and I have a feeling they're gonna do very well today, Clay.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Noah W plays a typical gamer, right? A typical gamer may be considered a content creator to some, but he's able to make it here into the NA West round 4. So shout out to them. I want to see them do well. K-Nox and 40R Storm up there as well. And I mean, okay, we've got to mention them. They're up there. It's Arkrum and Epic Whale. It's their last chance to get directly through to the finals. They have the opportunity. They're more than likely going to be in the semifinals finals no matter what, but we want to see them just go right on through.
That's very true, and we saw them get 6th place actually in our first qualifier, just barely missing the mark of making it into the finals, and we saw that with Krypus and Thoric. So to see these teams that have already been so close and potentially making it, I mean, you got to feel for them. I'm sure they're feeling nervous right now, but a team that might not be feeling too nervous, and you guys already mentioned them, we have Midi and Kaboo, and during our media days, we got to interview a few of these players, Midi being one of them, so let's see what he has to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We are back with one of the veterans of NA West. It is none other than Midi. What's going on, my guy?
What's going on, Panda? How you been?
So tell me a little bit about you. When did you really get into Fortnite?
I started playing like casual Fortnite, playing with some like PS4 friends that I met online, and then one of my friends made like $100 off the Cash Cup right before World Cup, and then I was like, oh, Dad, I can make some money off this too. Give me a chance. And got me a PC, and I paid it off to him in like a month after playing and competing. So that's how I really got into it.
What are you liking so far about this season?
I'm liking the permanent movement. I've always loved like permanent movement, like geysers back when there was the volcano, but now having like cannons in the game and the blimps for rotation, always having like, if you're like getting storm fought by a team, you can always have a chance of getting back into the game with the permanent rotation.
What are you doing in preparation for this FNCS?
I'm just scrimmaging with my teammate, and then I'm also VODing a lot because, I mean, there's like a lot of knowledge that people don't know about the game right now. People don't know how to use the cannons and fire them directly onto enemies, you know, and sometimes those are free eliminations if you use them correctly. So yeah, I've been VODing a lot, you know, focusing on just learning about the game.
So we got to talk about, obviously, the changes to mobility mechanics in the game this season. Tactical sprinting and mantling. Out of the two, which one's your favorite?
Sprinting. I think sprinting endgame and just trying to get across like those 10 tiles of zone you need to get to is 10 times easier. It's more efficient. Mantling, I don't use as much. I only use mantling when I'm running out of materials. So once I'm out of materials, I'll switch to mantling. If I have to drop down layers, you can like mantle on the walls, you know, negate fall damage, all that.
Let's talk about the last FNCS. You guys did pretty well, right? You made it to finals.
Yeah.
What are you going to do different this FNCS to take one of those top spots?
Definitely gonna. I mean, I VODed our last grands. It didn't go too well. I mean, like at least we made it to grand finals. That's still an accomplishment in itself, but I expect better from myself considering I've gotten top 10 in the past 5 other ones before that. So. But I'm just gonna keep scrimmaging, make sure I'm on top of my game. I mean, placement last season was my fault. I didn't play as much as I should have. But I at least want to get top 5 this season for sure.
Well, Midi, thank you so much for hanging out with us here in Raleigh. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Let the people at home know where they can find you.
You guys can find me at MidiFPS on all socials.
Awesome. That's gonna be it. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Always love to hear from our pro players there. And you know Midi is feeling good right now, representing Team 33 with his teammate. And they got first place out of round 3. So Clay, I mean, this is the team to look at, right?
Oh, it definitely is. And I've been waiting for Midi to come back and pop off because, like you said, he didn't play as much last season, but I've seen him put in the work this season. I've seen him on social media trying to make things happen. So I'm excited to see what they do here at Command. And they actually are dropping off to the side of it. So this area to the right that you're seeing here, they're going to be on that side. They're not trying to contest the inside of Command and that blimp. They are staying out and just trying to be that team that kind of comes in after the fact and then gets all the eliminations.
Wow, a whopping 161 total points. That is massive for this team. Now remember, again, we haven't really seen Midi Kaboo make it to this last round here leading up to this moment, but Midi was very confident during media day. He said, you know what, Panda, I feel like this is going to be a great season for us. We're definitely going to claim a top 5 spot. So I see this being the start of that momentum forward here for them. But it all comes down to this, Qualifier 3. And I believe they're actually one of the teams that might be on the cusp of not making it to semifinals if they don't get one of those top 5 spots, Kelly.
And my concern for it is Command Cavern. Clay, you did say that they're going to be landing a little bit offside of it, but there's, I think, 3, maybe even 4 teams landing, as always, going to be landing there. So how is that going to be affecting their gameplay?
As long as they stick to not trying to go in right away, they should be fine. because there's enough loot out there for them to get their initial loot up, grab shields, get to full HP, and then go inside command if they really want to. They also have some of those IO cars that are out there that they can just use to get away if they don't want to get involved in all that mess.
My only concern, though, Panda, is that they got a 20th place average placement, which isn't very good. It's not bad, obviously, but it's not the greatest that you would want. And actually, their first 2 games that they had in round 3 were pretty weak. So what exactly happened there, and how did they kind of improve their gameplay?
Well, my statement for you there is now that we're in round 4, elimination points, 3 points per elimination. It's all going to be about that average elims, right? We saw Re and Rex, obviously, they won a game there in Qualifier 1, but it was mainly on the back of those elimination points that they were able to get to make up that big difference there on the leaderboard. So I feel like that's going to be a similar situation here for Midi and Kaboo.
Yeah, we saw Re and Rex get first place right from the get-go and then pretty much not leave the top 5 the entire day. But shifting focus onto another team, we're going to be looking at Pars and Rays. A great team, of course. They ended off round 3 in 5th place, also going Command Cavern, Clay.
Yeah, and they're actually going inside, right? Their goal is to get into the middle, try to get down there and get all of that excess loot, all of the excess ammo. So they're playing a little bit different from Midi and Kaboo. This is where we typically see teams go for those eliminations, and this is a much better spread. And we're looking at average placement of 12.75, total points of 140 there. That is amazing there for the average placement. That's what you want to see coming into this last round, right, Panda?
It definitely is, and it's all about balancing both placement and eliminations, right? Well, obviously 3 points per elimination is huge, and getting a lot of eliminations is going to be very valuable in this format. Placement is still also important to balance. If you focus way too heavily on one or the other, you're going to find yourself falling behind, and I think that's one of the issues we've seen with teams like Arkham and Epic Whale up until this point, where they just haven't been able to find that clear balance between the two. So for them, for Pars and Rays, that's going to be the focus today, is really finding that balance, and according to that round 3 stats right there, it looks like they have a good game plan going into the day, Kelly.
Oh yeah, they may not have grabbed any victory royales, but they did grab 3 second place finishes. So who needs a VR when you're able to make it to the end game that frequently? One final team that we're going to be looking for, and of course if you're a fan of NA West, you've definitely heard of them. It's Landjock and Punisher, and they're going to be landing southwest of Greasy Grove. Panda, tell me a little bit about this team and where they're landing.
Obviously the veterans in Landjock and Punisher are going to be an interesting pick here. We actually saw them last finals land in this same area, so this is not a spot they plan to leave anytime soon, and clearly it's working for them. A VR, average placement 14.25, but the average elims is one thing I really want to focus on with this team. They've never been a team that just gets 20 bombs, 15 eliminations, whatever the case may be. They're not those high elim teams, but Clay, I think they have potential to do well here today.
Yeah, they really do, and we've talked about this before, I think all of us extensively, as that they're kind of the old guard of Fortnite, right? They play a slower game, they wait for those placements, and like you said, Kelly, if you get to the end game 4 out of the 6 games and you're getting second, third, first place, if you don't have a lot of elims, it doesn't really matter because you're still getting those points.
So we obviously looked at a few teams here, and we are going to be looking at some off-spawn fights. But for right now, I just want to focus on drop spots around the map. This is the last chance these teams have right now. So Panda, what POI do you think is undervalued?
Ooh, that's a really good question. It's tough to say. I think obviously Quinn landing over there at the Daily Bugle, while he's been landing there contested, he's not had really any kind of off-spawn issues. So I believe even another team could potentially not only take that or take that area around it, but could be successful in that region too. So it'll be interesting to see what they can accomplish. But man, there is so much stuff to look at, so many other POIs to kind of evaluate here. It's going to be interesting to say the least, Clay.
Yeah, I'm thinking more the Joneses and Sanctuary area. That's kind of one of my favorite spots to drop, and I feel like it's just enough out of the way that you don't have to worry about too many players rotating into it. And for me, that's where some of these players could really look to get a good start out of.
Yeah, we actually had Keto and Russo, our third place team out of round 3, going to be landing uncontested at the Joneses. So maybe some of our teams are going to be paying attention to you, Clay, and looking for that POI, because because the semifinals are just around the corner, and there's going to be a lot of teams fighting for viable POIs. Speaking of POIs, we're going to be looking at a lot of off-spawn fights, everyone. And the first one that we're going to be looking at is Log Jam Lumberyard. It's going to be Jagveer and Chris versus Trashy and EXE. I mean, two huge names, Panda.
Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting engagement, right? Obviously, Logjam is not a large POI, to say the least. Obviously, the material is great here, so getting material really quickly, early, could be a huge key to one of these teams being successful here. But again, it's going to be tough, especially for how close these teams played. It's hard to gauge which team is going to have a bigger advantage, because when you look at the spread, it's literally the total points off by 1. They both got 1 VR. Their average placement is within 18. I mean, average elims within 4. So literally, it's very tough to call which team might be more successful here. But hey, I'm excited. These two teams definitely have potential to be in the top 5, Clay.
They do. And you know, last week I talked about how I didn't like Log Jam Lumberyard as a POI for fighting early, but that completely dispelled it because it's one of the better ones because you don't really have anywhere to run. It's all open area around it, right? You have that lake that you could swim through, but you don't really have the ability to hide like some of these other POIs. So that's advantageous because you can end that fight super quickly if they do try to disengage. And we all know you don't want to be fighting on spawn for too long.
Well, that actually brings up a good point. And before we talk about our next off-spawn fight, I want to talk to you guys because we've seen huge teams like Arkham Rex and Epic Whale during Chapter 2 have issues because they were uncontested. So Panda, in this situation where you need to get as many points as possible to be able to even make it into the semifinals or finals, do you want a contested drop spot to get those much-needed Storm Surge tags, or do you prefer having an uncontested kind of easy start to the game?
I think it really depends, and we're actually going to see that factor in today because Arkham and Epic Whale are contested, it looks like, this time around, which this will be the first time in all 3 qualifiers that they've been contested. So we'll see if maybe that will play into a more successful game plan for them. But if it's anything like the finals, it's going to be a struggle for them because remember, last finals, Arkham Epic Whale contested, and that was the first finals where we didn't even see a top 10 performance or top 5 performance for that matter. So it's like, it's one of those things that we have to be super aware is going to be a big factor in their game plan. But I do believe contested drop spots do have a lot of value. They just have to play it correctly, Clay.
Yeah, it has to come down to, are they getting what they want, and if not, how well are they adapting around that? Because a lot of these players will be like, oh, I want this spot of the POI, and then the other team lands there and they're not planned on that, and so they just have to come up with something on the fly. And that, for a lot of these players who practice hours upon hours landing at the same POI, the same routine, is very hard to adapt to.
Oh yeah, adaptation is the name of the game. We have seen teams cannibalize each other because they refuse to leave the POI, and then as soon as they leave, they have a much more successful game. I mean, we all know the caddy corner issue that we had last year. No one refused to leave that spot. Another spot that might not be left is going to be our next off-spawn fight. That's going to be in Sleepy Sound. We have Noah Untypical versus Remy and Ryuk.
Yeah, you know, Sleepy Sound, I've seen some teams have some success here. I've also seen teams on regions not have too much success. Scented Cold, a good example of last season where they struggled to make Sleepy Sound their own. So it'll be interesting to see how these NA West pros are able to take advantage of it, but there definitely is some potential from here. I will say, exciting to see Typical Gamer making it to a round 4. He has obviously been around the block quite a few times here, Clay.
He has, and Sleepy is one of those POIs, and I've talked about this a lot throughout different seasons. You can see when a POI is designed for the ability there to naturally be split, right? So one team can land on the top, one team can land on the bottom, and what I think ends up happening with a lot of these teams that do end up landing here is that they try to go for each other when they don't need to at all. They can just disengage and not see each other at all. But concerning right here on this screen, even though Typical Gamer did have a little bit more points there, they had no victory royales, and we know when it comes to this round, you're really going to need to step that placement up.
You might need to be a little worried about Remy there. The highest point game they had was 355. Ooh. So I know a lot of our teams are going to be looking to them. You know, it's all fun and games here, and obviously a lot of our players and teams take it seriously. So we love it during our media days when we get to have a bit more of a fun, casual interview with them. And so that brings me to our next segment, everyone. We have a game called Don't Say It, NA West.
Today we're going to be playing Don't Say It, and basically what Don't Say It is it's a game where I'm going to be telling you about a weapon or a consumable in the game, and then you're gonna have to guess it with how I describe it. Okay, so you can use this to grab loot.
Harpoon.
Yep. It can be used for you and your duo at the same time.
Campfire.
And you heal with it.
Campfire.
No.
Slurp or splashes.
No.
Med mist.
No. It generates shield. It zaps you.
Stone Surge.
Yeah. They are completely useless, and you get it out of ice coolers.
Small fry.
No.
Thermal fish.
Yeah. It came in this season. You can use it on anything metal. And then if you use it on wood, it catches it on fire.
Repair torch.
Yeah. You get this if you eliminate someone mid-game. They might have it. They get it if you, how do I say this? I don't know how to say that without saying it. It's Victory Crown.
I think you did alright, but like, you could have done better for sure. Okay, old drop spot. Alpaca. Alpaca.
I don't know what that is, bro.
An alpaca. You don't know what an alpaca is?
No.
Your old
llama?
drop spot.
Oh, the llama drop spot.
Yes. Flying in the air.
Gliding?
Comes down. Free stuff.
Oh, spider.
Yeah. Really bad POI. Near like the big statue. Oh, shoot. Fast. It's in pubs. You
Grenade launcher?
No, you put stuff in it. You can like put loot in it and then get it like another time.
10.
Yeah. They recently added it this season.
What color is it?
It could be any color. It's a gun. It's a gun.
It's a gun?
Yeah.
Sniper?
No, it's like it's semi-automatic.
Gosh, this is so hard, bro. What is it?
Thermal.
Oh, that gun is good.
No, it's not. That gun is bad, but it was a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be to get you to guess these, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I expected.
Thank you, Batman Booga, and I think you guys did great, honestly. So, you know, no hard feelings about missing some of those words there. But guys, it is now time, of course, your favorite part of the show, chat. It's predictions time. We got to talk about who we think is going to be walking out on the top spot, first place spot. And remember, the top 5 teams from today are going to automatically move forward into the finals. But we're not looking for top 5. We're looking for that first place spot. And I went to Defiable and Quinn. They had a great performance during round 3. They got 4th place. They may not have grabbed any VRs, but they grabbed 12th place average placement there. And most of that was due to the fact that they had a ton of top 5 finishes. So I know you guys are talking a lot about heavy eliminations, but we've seen it over the last week and during qualifiers 1 and 2 that a lot of it came down to how well they were able to make it into the end game and how well they were able to place. But Panda, going with my pick from last week, I see.
Yeah, you know, I was looking at the spread, right? I was looking at the teams that qualified, and I was very close to picking Midi and Kaboo. But then I thought, you know what? This team has continually performed better and better throughout the qualifiers, and they're actually a newly forming team. They've only been together a few weeks here now. And so I had the confidence going into this saying, you know what? Krypus, Thoric, this is going to be the team to walk away on top. But Clay, picking Midi and Kaboo, honestly, a good choice as well.
You know, it wasn't just because they came first overall. It's just the history of Midi. He's been getting better, right? And Kaboo just seems like a player that fits him well and fits their play style perfectly. And so when I saw that they got that first overall in round 3, I was like, I have to pick them. Jacob and Takata also picked. I think this is the first time we've all picked different picks, by the way.
Right.
But Jacob and Takata, Jacob going with Epic Whale and Arkram. He is going with them, and you know, hey, he's got to redeem himself eventually, right?
Can I just say, he's picked them Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, and I don't think we've ever seen Arkram and Epic Whale perform this way, to say it nicely. But listen, Takada's pick, a very solid pick. Doritos, Kytrix, this is a team that definitely has some notoriety here in NA West and definitely has some potential to climb up. So all great picks across the board. Jacob, hopefully that curse is broken today here. But Kelly, I think this is it. I think it's time for game one.
I agree. I would love to hear it from Takada and Jacob, what they think of their predictions and, of course, what they think about game number one, which is going to start real soon.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. And the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And after today, I'm hoping I'm not going to be insane. Hopefully the curse is going to be broken. Arkham, Epic, well, please do me some justice.
I mean, Jacob, I was thinking about it. I was going to support you on your pick, help you out, go Arkham Epic, but I did that last qualifier, and, you know, we're not going to talk about it, all right? So we've all got our each individual picks. I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling confident. I mean, Jacob, we're going to be getting into game one here. This is the last chance to qualify, right? This is the third qualifier, so you really have to make it count.
Yeah, like you said, last chance, last moments for those to get the top 5 and the series points as well. Luckily for everybody at home, we don't have to wait long because like Takada said, game one starts right now.
One last shot to make it happen. The first match of the day here. 6 total games. This is where the players got to show their dominance, show their opponents what their plan is, how they're going to drop. And on the screen, we have a familiar face here, Jacob. Typical gamer. Noah plays. We also have Vanillas and Fluffy Dolphin, which is Wavy Jacob. So, I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Wavy Jacob in general. Vanillas, and you parted ways with Wale, but they were kind of on the come up. And honestly, though, you can't blame them for splitting ways, but they are on the outside of the series point bubble. So even though they don't get top 5 here, they still need to have a fantastic day.
Typical gamer getting a combat SMG to start it off here. Gonna see if he can just farm up those materials. But my kind of question is, do you think they're gonna play aggressive, right? Are they just gonna loot up, get their mats, keep it going? Or are they gonna go for that storm surge, right? We saw how powerful it was in the last qualifier. So it's very important to do as much damage as they can here.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though. There's so many other teams, the team directly landing with them, that's React and Remy, who are honestly having fantastic qualifier process, just unable to really get above that hump as well. But over here, Greasy Grove, the same spot where Reet and Rex were uncontested. They qualified by a long shot without very many teams really putting up that fight. But this time around, it is going to be contested. So that loot is going to be split between these two teams. But that's nothing to really scare you away because these contested drops really yield a lot of results. It gets you the storm surge, it gets you the damage, just like that. Epic peeking through the window, trying to put down the shots. And this is the early game skirmish I was looking for them to have.
Speaking about contested drops, Jacob, Arkham and Epic Whale here in the Coney Crossroads. They're trying to show what they're worth, right? What they can do here, as Arkham and Epic do have the effective HP advantage. You're gonna play aggressive here. Gonna look for a bit of real estate onto the building here. See if they can knock down one of the opponents, make it a player advantage. But Arkham looking to see if it can connect an angle, looking to see if it can connect the shot, but be careful. Does not want to get caught off guard here.
Yep, see explosions already happening, trying to twist and turn, toss him upside down as Arkham just peeking through, taking his time. And that's the thing here. I would love for them to have all the patience in the world, but on a contested drop like Coney, you take the fight a little bit too long. So many other teams are going to start disrupting and try to get their own piece of that pie. But Epic, Arkham sticking close together, side by side, making sure nothing goes down. But Epic, well, his HP is going to get dropped. So is Arkham, but both teams are going to get a piece of that as Arkham's going to get dropped. He's going to get taken down. It's all up to Epic with the game on his back.
Polar Bear, Clue now, feeling happy, having that player advantage here now. All they have to do is take out Epic Whale, and he's not looking too healthy at all. Maybe a total of 40 effective HP. So if Polar Bear and his duo partner here play this right, they should have this elimination. But I mean, they're against Epic Whale, right? He has more than enough experience in these 2 versus 1 situations to come out on top. So let's see if he can make it happen here, Jacob.
Yeah, it's going to be a real test, but as you can already see, Polar Bear not really getting his shield back up, and you see Scary as well, so it's got to come down to consumables. They just don't have what it takes, so this is going to be a real situation here, Takada. Do you go ahead and continue playing aggressive, or do you take the little moment, the little victory, and start to rotate on out? this is going to be a long day. 6 straight games, so kind of throwing it all into one moment right here, I don't think is going to be the smartest choice, and that's why you're seeing them backing off little by little.
I mean, yeah, you can see they can tell, right? They don't want to take any risks here. They do have that player advantage, but if one of them gets eliminated, right, and it turns into a 1 versus 1, I mean, the nerves go up, the stress goes up, but this is the first game, Jacob. If they can come out on top in game 1, eliminating both Arkham and Epic, I mean, that's going to be a strong push forwards for the upcoming matches.
And this is what our 3 Musketeers on the analyst desk were talking about. Initial fights are great, you get the surge, but once they take too long, you start to see other players creep into the fray and get their own piece. They want to get the surge just as well as Scary and Polar Bear want to get this last elimination onto Epic. And there's a ton of time for Epic to wait around to get Arkham's card later on in the game, but that's only going to matter if they give him that time, because they can sit, they can camp the card and make it hard for Epic to go ahead and get any sort of thing achieved here.
I mean, that's the scary part, right? I mean, Epic, he's up right now, but what is he going to do, right? It's not going to be easy to get out of this situation. He can farm up. He can try and loot what's left in that building, but once he goes outside, once he tries to make a move, I mean, Polar Bear is right on top of him here. And while he's been farming, Polar Bear has been getting shields. His duo Scary has been getting shields as well. I mean, as time goes on, the advantage for this duo just keeps getting higher.
Yeah, Epic right now is just kind of bait somebody down towards his position to where he likely has a lot of the pieces controlled. He's going to be able to weave in and out of the covers, pop some shots as he pleases. And that's why you can see Polar Bear and Scary, I wouldn't say hesitant, but more mindful about what they want to do here and how they want to attack this situation. But timing is definitely of the essence. The stone isn't forcing them out just yet, but it's definitely forcing every other team in the lobby to kind of rotate around and pick a different spot.
I mean, the problem here, just like you were saying, Jacob, the more time they spend waiting, the more, the higher of a possibility it is that another team comes in for that third party and looks to see if they can get a piece of the pie. So, I mean, Scary and Polar Bear, I'm going to be honest, they got to make a decision here, right? I don't think they can wait it out all game. Do they go for the elimination, or do they back out, continue to rotate, and continue farming up?
It does look like for a moment they're going to try to get on out, but there's so much action going all around. I saw Blizzard in the elimination feed, and this is what we missed. They instantly get in the box, and that's the type of fighting that I like. They're hip by hip. It's like they're tying together, going in, making sure that if one of them's going to take damage, it's only a sacrifice for the greater good.
Look at these veterans, though, Jacob. Landshock and Punisher, they've been dropping in the same spot the whole season. I mean, I'm sure they've got almost every situation planned out and even tested throughout these tournaments. Taking a look at 40R, though, and Caden here, dropping quite contested in Tilted Towers, so I'm glad to see they were able to make it out here, and they have a decent amount of loot. What's worrying me, though, is that AR ammo, right? Yeah. You've got 48 shots, and I mean, if you need to do damage, if you need to get those tags, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, about 2 clips or so. Something around. You better hope your teammate has something there. As Epic will also trying to loot on up, and it begs me to ask the question, with how much time was used there, not necessarily him, but Scary and Polar Bear around, just making sure that he can't travel too far. I wonder if he even was able to get Arkham's card, because that is big. If he can get the card, it'll follow in tradition of West. 3.3 reboots per game, just under the EU region at 4.3, well above East, 0.67. You can see that East not really keen to teamwork there.
Problem is, the longer Epic waits here, the more difficult it's going to be to get that reboot. So you can even see there's a reboot van close to Epic right now, but there's also 4 duos close to that reboot van. So if he tries to take a shot at it, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to make it a successful one. But we have Cabo here alongside his duo partner, farming up, getting a good position early, which is crucial, especially if you want to get that damage done.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here. Immediately you got Kaboo building the high ground with the brick, and then you got some re-farming going down low. Not too much, because Midi still has to get in his position as well, but it's recycling those resources, re-farming up for later on in the game. They know exactly what they need to do, just right there, Midi. And then as soon as Midi gets what he wants, they're just going to swap positions. Kaboo's going to go down and farm. Midi's going to go for the shots. They just want to set themselves up here with as much storm surge damage as possible, so they don't have to worry about it as everybody gets congested closer and closer together.
Taking a look at Landshock and Punisher again. They did have rifts at their drop spot, but what they choose to do is rotate with a vehicle, because that rift will get you that first zone rotation done, right? But next zone, you want to be able to use a vehicle here, but be careful as they're going to come across a duo here. They have to pick their fights correctly, because if they end up getting their vehicle exploded, I mean, that's going to make it a lot more difficult to rotate.
I know before this started, I said Batman Booga is emerging as my favorite player, but before Batman Booga, it was Tavern. It was definitely Tavern, welcoming me into his stream, open arms, teaching me the little ins and outs, the intricacies, along with, you know, Bizzle back in the old days, Demo, if anybody out there still remembers his name, shout out to those guys. But it's Tavern here. Last time, during last season, they qualified in semifinals. They didn't qualify in the qualifiers, and it was in the last game that made their way to the finals. Very, very similar to Favs and Snacky, to where, yes, you guys don't see them here. They, too, are following in their own history that they played out last season, going towards those semifinals.
Taking a look here at Crew Urine Bolts, though, so far with 0 eliminations, but getting tagged here, trying to do their rotate, but they gotta be careful. Bolts is 1 shot away from getting cracked. He does have the heals, but that does give the opponents kind of a signal to keep shooting, see if they can secure a knockdown. But great use here of the shield keg. Currently in the second zone, 1 minute and 10 seconds left till it starts closing. And I mean, so far, duos are going to be getting boxed up, getting the position that they would like. And I mean, if they already have an elimination, then they're going to be feeling good with Storm Surge. But if they don't, they might have to play a little more aggressive or look for a little bit more of that damage. And that might be exactly what Baka and Delta are looking to do.
It almost makes me wonder if that lone player down there on the minimap is that Epic Whale. Did he not get the Arkham reboot just yet? But he's going to get out of zone first. You see Baka and Delta from that last qualifier. They, too, were actually getting pretty aggressive. They know how to exchange in these off-spawn battles. Winter, though, and his duo, also one of those teams. But there goes Epic. Well, I tell you, he's actually on the top side near Shifty Shafts. Tavern and Nico unable to get Arkram up. So for him, any points he gets here in this game as a solo are going to be big points. And honestly, even though Arkram is just kind of watching on the sidelines, that is something that would pump me up.
Look, what I'm thinking here is he's right beside that reboot van, Jacob, but the problem is there's a duo close by. If he waits it out and does have Arkham's card, he could try and get the reboot. You can see he hasn't rotated already. It makes me really think that that's his plan. There's only 3 seconds left until zone starts closing. So once this duo leaves, he can get that reboot. The issue is if he even manages to get the reboot, Jacob, I mean, 1 mini, 120 shots left in that med mist, and I don't even want to know how many materials he has. So he's going to go for it. Starting to reboot Arkham. I mean, could this be the comeback, Jacob?
Oh, I saw them, Tavern and his duo, Nico, look back. They know somebody is behind them, but this, like we were talking about, they have to go and move with the zone, so it's not going to be an opportunity just yet for them to look towards their hindsight and try to figure it out, but hopefully that med mist is going to be enough to kind of get these guys enough time to go through the storm, surge shift these shafts, the surrounding locations to get the loot, because you're talking about the loot on just Arkham not looking healthy. Now, I'd say Epic Well, but now Arkham's respawning with absolutely nothing.
I mean, we talked about the probability, right, of making a comeback from a reboot, getting the victory royale. It's low, but if a duo's going to do it, it's going to be Arkham and Epic Whale. Taking a look, though, of people who got into a little bit of trouble here. Evol on the bottom right, playing as a solo, only 39 above Storm Surge. Actually playing a bit aggressive here, seeing that he's a solo, but, I mean, you got to get that damage. It's so important, and Evol knows it.
Yep. Even as a solo, you still got to find a way to continue your plan and the reboot. It did go through, like we were talking about, but 66 below the Storm Surge threshold. These guys know their job is not done, but finding some extra bandages, the med mist that we talked about. I think the biggest thing besides the resources is finding some shields, because even though Epic Whale is sitting pretty on 100, you got to think they're going to have to get the surge. They're going to end up in some exchanges of fire.
Taking a look at Landshock, too. Duo partner Punisher, 48 above. They've done a bit of damage, but they got to get the rotate in. And Arkham and Epic Whale at the bottom right, they're still trying to make it to zone here. And each second they rotate, their Storm Surge just keeps going more and more below. But I looked at Krypus there that got an insane shot onto Punisher, actually knocking him down, now giving them the player advantage. And they go right in on that elimination, see if they can secure it. But Landshock now looks like he's kind of made a run for it as Punisher got knocked down. Gonna try and recuperate his shield here, but that was a crazy beam from Krypus.
That's what you just gotta watch out. Over peaking sometimes can be disastrous. Still 7 below. Landshock has to figure out how to just get one shot here, but the shield keg is running under him, so he doesn't have to peek. It will out-heal the Storm Surge. For now, he's going to be forced to use the second one. There's so many teams around him, so the potential to get the shots that you need to go above the damage threshold is there. But that's also that double-edged sword, because it's going to alert people to your focus that you are a solo, and it could be very, very disastrous.
And that's exactly what's happening for Arkham and Epic Whale here, as Arkham is actually going to get knocked down. Epic Whale has a solo again, finally getting eliminated there. They had a good run, though. Got the reboot, almost made it to zone, but now eyes are on Landjock. Punisher has been eliminated. We saw how that happened. 113 above. Now is going to try and recuperate that shield and, I mean, make a comeback, right? It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely possible.
Especially here in this situation. See Russo, Keto, another one of our kind of top teams coming from that round 3. They finished in 3rd, about 149 points, so they did get that warm-up round 3, figure out what they want to do and how to perfect it. But sitting below the damage threshold, we see it week after week, qualifier after qualifier, as Russo just gets beamed down.
Beam after beam of Keto now. Gonna try and help him out here as Raisin Pars, who came in a top 5 finish in round 3, are going to try and make something happen here as they're already top 4 on this leaderboard. Looking to up those elimination points, and now Keto, I mean, he's got to make something happen. He's going to have a duo looking back at him in zone. Has to go in, though, as the zone keeps closing. Now 30 HP to work with. Going to see if he can make something happen here. Down to 25. Now makes it to the zone, but it's not going to be enough as Raze takes him out there. Raisin Pars now feeling good with those extra points they just secured.
Yeah, they've been one of the most consistent duos since me really joining the broadcast. They were almost FNCS champions last season. They got in 2nd place. They were on the run in game number 6 until everything just came crumbling down as Landjock, we saw him lose his teammate Punisher early on, but still faring very, very well, finding a way to try to get inside zone, but hearing everybody behind him cry Pistoric and just allowing them to go ahead and progress forward. So even though he doesn't have the HP style of consumables, he could still sacrifice some more HP to get a safer spot into the zone, as long as nobody looks back.
I mean, the issue I'm seeing here with Landjock is he only has 18 builds.
Ooh, I didn't even notice that.
His material count is low. He can't use too many to get into zone here, so he's going to try and recycle some of his opponent's builds. Looks like he's going to make one box here up top, but if he gets held here, you can see 5 builds. Now his box gets knocked down. He does too. Landjock and Punisher out of this game, but the next zone has appeared, and I believe it even pulled to this side of the map.
Yeah, and honestly, the Landjock, that was a brave play. I know, like, when it comes to his loadout, his resources, he needed a refresh. It wasn't looking good, but just a box on top of a player, just really make the lobby look at you. That one, you need gusto for something like that. Something I don't think I would ever try to make a play like that. But Source and Wale, they performed very well during that last qualifier. And I was talking about Wale splitting up from Vanillas as something that surprised me, but very respectfully so. They knew, you know, the time is done. They've had their run. They've had their chances. They needed to split up here as Midi and Kaboo. They're split up for just a short moment, but that's Kaboo just trying to get them a sweet spot in short zone, building it wide, but still under fire through multiple teams in the lobby. They're going to looking like they're trying to hold it down, but it looks like so many players are making them the focus.
Under fire, under pressure, same thing that happened to Landjock, but Kaboo and Midi, they have the materials needed to come out on top in this situation. The problem is, all those materials they just used, those could have been 2 more boxes in the next zone. Ooh, so now they might have to get a refresh, but I heard that too. I believe someone might have just got rebooted, Jacob.
Yep. Wonder who it was. Because I know that statistic of nobody winning a game after the reboot, I think it ended today during our EU qualifiers. Everybody knows anything EU, West can do better. Like that's just fact. That's set in stone. One of the commandments out there is Caden Knox, 40R Storm. I've seen them towards top of leaderboards in the past, but it's this season right here. It's not necessarily they're struggling. They're just not finding the stride that they would have normally seasons ago, but sitting 89 below the threshold, they're going to have to be proactive to look for the shots they need.
I mean, that's exactly what they're doing, right? Holding angles, looking to see if they can connect those shots as 40R is unable to get a connection here. Now only 35 seconds until the zone closes, so they don't want to start panicking yet, but they definitely need to start doing some damage as Chris here and Jagveer 150 below as well. Gonna have time to pop those minis, but only 20 seconds left until this Storm Surge starts ticking. I mean, they gotta get a big, maybe shotgun shot off here, or they gotta make something happen.
using a lot of their consumables to try to out-heal with 15 players needing to go down. This one is going to be scary. If I were them, I would want for them to look for shots, but also sitting very low towards the low ground. They're going to have to make their way up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, Nigel goes down. That's going to give them some damage, but it's not going to be enough to go above the threshold. It's also going to make them a focus right now, forced to drop down low. It is going to go at 111 above the threshold, but the siege, the fire from other teams in the lobby have not slowed down.
Amazing job, though, from Chris and Jagger. The question is, though, are they going to be able to come out on top with all the pressure being applied to them? They got the elimination. They got the damage they needed, but now they've also got the pressure from the lobby. You can see another duo. It's Wale, it's Source. They're right beside them, one box away, but is it worth it to go for those eliminations as opposing duos will just keep raining fire onto them?
Oh, you see in the elimination between Crypus and Thoric go down to none other than Polar Bear and Scary, who caused the complete destruction of the early game of Arkham and Epic. So they are on a run very, very early on, but they need to be able to execute later on in the game as well. Only time will tell if they can keep up the consistency that they need, but Evil still as a solo. That's something that you called out very, very early on in the game. With only 2 players needing to go down, this is the few situation where I would say, yeah, go ahead, out-heal it, because it's only a matter of time before those 2 players fall.
I mean, Evil's doing a great job, too. You can see he's refreshed almost all of his materials here. Only issue is he doesn't have any more shields to tank that Storm Surge, right? Only 1 player has to be eliminated, but it could take a while before that player gets eliminated, and that player could even be Evil if he doesn't make something happen here. 142 below, looking for angles, looking for shots, but it's just not able to connect here, Jacob. 1 player has to go down, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
He's just peeking through the walls still, and he's not finding anything. Just 1 more tick is all it's going to take, and he's going to be that last player going down. He stopped there for a moment. Sometimes you know when the battle is going to come to an end, but everybody else still standing strong, waiting for the next zone. I said standing strong, but Kinchi and Salco, maybe not them. Maybe they're going to be looking for a refresh here soon.
I mean, Evil, the battle might have ended for this match, but there's still 5 more games to go after this one. This is just the beginning, and we're going to take a look at Midi here. Kabu seems to have gone down, actually. I mean, we've seen a lot of solos trying to clutch it out here, and maybe Midi could be one of the ones to make it happen here, as we also have Doritos and Kytrex with a semi-high ground here, pulling it to the first, moving. The question is, are they going to try and hold on to it? It looks like they will here. My prediction, Jacob, but I'm feeling pretty good seeing this.
I'm glad you're feeling good about your prediction. I'm still a little worried, scared, but 210 above the damage threshold. I can see why you're feeling good. They're trying to build out, but I don't think they should hold on to it this long. They need to figure out a way to connect, because going and wasting that many resources could be something that you don't want to have happen as Midi trying to look for the damage, trying to find somebody and catch him off guard, but it's he who gets caught off guard, shot in the side, taken down. Midi back to lobby.
Oh, we have Ankel 2 going straight to the low ground. Kytrex and Doritos are going to try and hold on to that high ground, as we have Noah and Typical Gamer getting a nice little rotate here on the mid ground, taking shots, getting damage done. But so far, they're doing a great job. Already have 3 eliminations. Looking to see if they can pick up some more as Tavern trying to rotate the Typical Gamer. There is Nico also. This is the duo, Nico Tavern, 327 above. Getting blocked off, though. They got to make it to zone.
Yeah, you see Nevit, Scary, Typical Gamer, Crimson. So many players getting knocked down and or taken down. Noah Play's going to have to do it by himself, but 16 points so far. We're above the damage threshold. Polar Bear in that same siege trying to get the refresh. The Siphon, the heals are there. The splashes are going to be needed for him to get out. And if you look beneath that wall, this will continue. He has so many heals to choose from. We'll see where he's at later on the game, but Noah Plays this solo, 19 points, trying to break into a box, because sooner or later, those bats will run out.
Oof, Typical Gamer did go down, but Noah might be able to clutch it up here. He has 1 elimination. He wants some more. Doritos and Kytrex, though, they've been dominating that high ground since first moving. You can even see the builds at the back. Noah here wants to play it slow. Only 6 builds needs to make something happen here, as Nico and Tavern, they're feeling a little better here with their materials. 29 points to their name, 14 duos alive, but it looks like they're going to go for a refresh here. Nico going to box up in the zone, play it safe. Tavern is close to him.
Yeah, I like the way they're playing backside of zone, but now it's moving forward. They're taking so much damage. Even though they have the heals, they have to find a second outside of zone to really utilize, though, as Victor V picks up a big one. Bolts as well, taking a piece of that pie. Angel, so many solos disrupting this duo game.
Ooh, Angel trying to see what he can do here as Tavern and Nico go down. Now I just see Kytrex on the high ground, but Doritos is close by, seeing if they can pick up a little bit of extra eliminations as Noah is actually going to get an elimination here now, moving it up to 3. That's already 2 more eliminations as a solo here, as Ankel now with 4, looking to see something, see if he can make something happen here. Has secured the low ground, but there are duos still alive as Noah takes another one down. That's 4 eliminations for Noah, and he's still going strong.
Coxie getting taken down. Chris is out. Doritos and Kytrex building, holding on, not taking my advice, and that's what you got to do here as Bolts gets taken down to only 13 HP, trying to battle it out. He's even spreading deep, but he runs out of resources. Back to the lobby he goes. This one's going to come down to a 2v2. Delta and Baka, who are getting fired on from above. Kytrex and Doritos not letting up off the gas here, and that's exactly what they have to do with the high ground, with the amount of heals that we have. With Baka, 2 splashes, gets the shot on Kytrex from behind. His teammate gets dropped, and he's going to chase one. He's going to get it. 1v1 Takata. This is coming down to the wire.
Doritos versus Baka. Who's going to be able to take it? Doritos does have that elevation advantage, but Baka, you saw the shot he connected on Kytrex. He can make it happen again as Doritos here trying to find an angle. Baka now only 2 more builds to work with, trying to get a drop down on Doritos as he might be the one that's going to be dropping down here as he has 0 more materials to work with, but gets a nice shot off the Baka. Is it going to be enough? Baka returns the shot. Doritos missing 1, and now Baka is going to be able to finish it off alongside Delta, securing the victory royale for game 1.
That was a massive victory for these guys because they've been in both qualifiers so far, Takata, not having the greatest of luck, but game number 1, look at coming out strong, fighting from the low ground and really just pushing it to the limits to take it all, and that's going to boost them at the leaderboard, but it's also going to boost their confidence as well.
I mean, they were only one of the only duos on the low ground there in the late game. We had Noah playing it as a solo. There was another solo there kind of going into those engagements, but just being able to stay alive as a duo, having that player advantage really got them that victory royale.
Yeah, it really was a test really at the end. Kytrex, Doritos taking that high ground very, very early on, expending every single resource. You see them run out at the very end, but that's not going to matter because they still take the game overall, Takata, and that's a huge boost of confidence. You know as well as I do, our West Pro for the desk, that's just amazing.
I mean, we saw it all. I want to give a huge shout out to Noah as well. He clutched it up so much there as a solo. I'm actually curious to see what the desk has to say about that. So Kelly, Panda, and Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob. And I truly thought that it was going to be a solo finish there, but it actually came down to the 2 duos. Of course, you had Kytrex's team on height, and then we had Baka's team low ground, and it went down to Baka's VR there. 7 eliminations, getting him 53 points, but right below them, it's Noah and typical gamer. Noah with that incredible solo clutch, going to bring them up to 2nd place. Of course, Bolt and Courier had a great performance as well, going to be sitting in 3rd. And then we have Jartrex and Kytrex, although you guys know him as Dorito, taking that 4th place spot.
Yeah, it's definitely a really solid start to these games here. And this was a really interesting decision here by Kytrex and Doritos, right? They had high ground. They were dominant from pretty much the start of the end game. And then unfortunately, at just some point, they made that decision to attempt to drop down and try to finish it early, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out in their favor, Clay.
Yeah, well, and you see them have to because they didn't get a lot of refreshes up on the high ground. The eliminations that they kept grabbing were too far below, so they ran out of materials really early. Doritos hits an amazing shot there on the Delta, but unfortunately, right here at the very end, you see just missed shotgun shots are not going to be enough. And then I don't think he intended to jump down there and just unfortunately messed up just a tad bit.
So what would you have done differently if you're Dorito in that situation? You see that you're running out of mats. You know that you have to make a play. Clay, what would you do?
I try to stay as high as you can. You've got the advantage there. You saw when he fell into the water, it was just a little bit harder to track that player. So when he made that edit on the cone, just try to stay up there instead of jumping down.
So Panda, then, would you say that that was kind of an issue with the zone that we had? Obviously, anytime we have a water zone, things tend to get a little slippy.
No, I mean, it definitely is a decision you kind of have to make in those moments. I think utilizing the mantling there, you saw actually Dorito use a ramp there, so meaning that he found material in those final moments. If he had just mantled there and then maybe taken a shot and dropped back, then maybe used the ramp, he could have taken some kind of advantage. But it's tough to call, obviously, knowing what's going through those players' mind there. But that was an incredible way to finish it off, an incredible way to start, too. The second place in a game is not bad, Kelly.
No, and I want to focus a little bit on the solos that we got to see there, because we got to see Angel solo grab 4 eliminations towards the end game. And Clay, obviously, when you're put into a solo situation, things get a little tricky. Are you going to be going for the aggressive, trying to grab as many eliminations before your inevitable downfall? Or are you going to try and be behind, maybe the back of the zone, watching everyone else?
Depends. If it's early game, obviously you got to wait a little bit. If it's mid game, you got to wait a little bit. When you get to that end game, though, go for all the elims that you can, because at the end of it, if you just get another placement point by eliminating someone, that's not just an elim point, that's placement on top of that. And that's where those points start to rack up. If you get 2 elims, that's 2 elim points, or rather 6, plus those 2 placement points. And just take a look at Baka and Delta here, who got that Victory Royale. This is their stats from round number 3. I mean, 2 Victory Royales, their average placement was 24th. So obviously they were going very hyper aggressive, going for those elims. But, I mean, the strategy that they brought into round 4 is paying off for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. This is definitely a different level, or a different side of them that we didn't see in round 3, right? Obviously, the average elims were a little bit lower, and now they're stepping up the plate. They had 7 eliminations, the most eliminations in game number 1, and adding the VR on top of that is just solidifying the top spot on the leaderboard. Now, if they can remain consistent, that's where it's all going to come down to. But looking at the separate POV, you got to love it. Baka able to clean it up there in those moments, and that's why they have claimed the top spot, Kelly, so
Honestly,
far.
the tracking there was so good. Baka knew exactly where his opponent was at all times and played that so well. And I kind of think that speaks to their low ground play. A lot of the times, if you have the advantage, you're going to take height, but then it becomes more about looking at everyone down below you and kind of just trying to take a few shots. If you're on the low ground as a duo, you control the game.
You really do. And taking a look at where some of these players placed, Noah W players and Typical Gamer, who are second place, played the low ground. That's where Noah kept getting those elims, because everyone kept dropping down into his box. And for them to come out second place after game number 1 is really, really great.
It really is. It really is. What a great way to start NA West Qualifier 3. Honestly, I'm super excited to see what happens next. But for teams like Arkham, Epic Whale, or even Thoric and Co., this is your moment, right? You might not have had the game 1 that you were looking for, but that's okay. It's time to turn it around, change those game plans up, and make something happen here, because it's almost time here to get into game number 2, Kelly.
That's right, Panda. I have to just echo what you said. This is just game number 1. A lot of these teams, a lot of these players are just kind of feeling out how the rest of the competition is, because in round 3, there's hundreds of teams competing. Now this is a set lobby. Round 3 tends to be very different than round 4, and that is exactly what we saw right there, with big teams like Arkham and Epic Whale going down early. But how are they going to adjust their play style? They do have a contested drop spot, so maybe taking a bit more of a safer approach at the start. We saw them kind of in zone. 1 went down. They got the revive. So I'm thinking we might be seeing a little bit more of a passive start for them, but we're going to find that out real soon, everyone, because game number 2 is ready to go. So Jacob and Takata, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. I actually want to speak about a little bit about what Panda was saying regarding that the average eliminations were low in that first match. I mean, we saw Haritos and Kytrex. They had height from first moving, but they were playing it a bit safe, right, Jacob? They were actually 4th place on the leaderboard, even though they got 2nd, because they did not want to play too aggressive. They didn't want to go for those eliminations, but it's 3 points per elimination, Jacob. I mean, they're so important.
Yeah, you got to find that perfect balance of getting aggressive, knowing when to play placement, because you could see so many teams go ahead and try to play placement very, very heavy, and they kind of fall out of that top 6 for teams that are not getting the placement, but getting a high number of eliminations overall. But this is only game number 1, Takata. You know as well as I do, West gets wild as can be, just like game number 2. It's going to get wild really quick.
Game 1 down and heading right into the second match here. The battle bus is just starting to get warmed up, getting ready for these early game engagements. Jacob, in the first game, we saw Arkham and Epic Whale being contested in Coney. We saw Noah and Typical Gamer being contested in Sleepy. The question is, who is going to be able to take these off-spawn engagements in Game 2?
Yep, React and Remy towards the top screen. They're going to be one of our teams that did go through Qualifier number 1, Qualifier number 2, and they're the team that is contesting Typical Gamer and Noah over towards Sleepy Sound. And Clay kind of broke it down. Sleepy Sound almost meant for splitting the loot if you go towards the top half and the bottom, but this is a direct contestation with Typical Gamer losing half his HP off the start.
But I believe the player that actually took shots at Typical Gamer was not the duo that's contesting them. It almost seemed like it came from the left side here, looking at the screen now, so I'm wondering if there's another duo that drops close by and maybe has some angles onto these players here. But Noah and Typical Gamer gonna start off with a little bit lower HP now from those shots, but I'm wondering what happened in the last game, if they ended up taking this engagement in the early game or if they just looted up and played it out later.
Yeah, it almost looks like the team that went north to the lighthouse portion might have been the one to get those shots. And honestly, if React and Remy might have known he was half HP, they could have got aggressive right off the start. 2 Stinger SMGs, minis, big pods. That's a recipe for success. That's a recipe to take advantage right off of the initial. But what you don't know, you can't really react off of it, so they're going to have to continue their path as Etzo and Busy over on this side, trying to get that early surge damage on their opponents who are looking to try to have a little bit of a safer game. They're playing placement as can be.
Etzo Busy, 2 players from Mexico competing together. Excited to see what they can do here. Currently in the 15th place spot, but I saw them in that late game. They did secure an elimination, but they're going to look to do a bit more here in this next one as we switch over to Rocky Reels. We have Blizzard here and his duo. Meanwhile, Arkham and Epic, they're getting into that Coney Crossroads engagement again. And you can see that with 0 points, they want to make something happen here in this game too.
Yeah, immediately taking the high ground, but Winner and Blizzard, they won this fight last time, but it was Blizzard in a 1v2 situation, I do believe, or at least he got both of the elimination. He's trying to make it happen again. Takes out King of Kings. His partner gets dropped, so he's going to have to drop down low, not only to finish off that battle, but get that reboot card. And he has to get it quick because look at King of Kings is only down. The revive is going to happen sooner rather than later.
Blizzard here going up above, trying to see what he can do here as Beast might just be able to get his partner up here. I mean, he's already been picking him up for a while now. I believe he might actually get it off, and he does now. Blizzard just put himself into a 2 versus 1 situation. He does have that effective HP advantage, but for how long as he actually gets cracked here now? Only 86 HP to work with. Gonna be able to pop some minis, but there's another duo taking shots now. Blizzard with 0 materials is not in a spot I'd like to be in, and there it is, getting knocked out in this early game.
I think they're about 1-1. Game 1, like I said, Blizzard getting both of the eliminations. Game 2, it looks like Beast is going to get both of the eliminations, but the help at the perfect time. And I call it help, using the word very, very loosely. It was just another team trying to take part and get some of that damage from the Storm Surge. But Epic Whale building high as possibly can be. This is what we've seen them do. Day number 2 of last season's FNCS Finals against Victor V and Blizzard. Once they started losing it on day number 1, they were building up. They were getting more aggressive, but once you build up, you really make yourself a target. It's like a shining light from the lighthouse on the other side of the map saying, hey, look at me, look at me.
And the more time you wait, Jacob, the more teams are going to be close by. And that's what Epic and Arkham know as they start to disengage a little bit here. I wonder if they're going to fully disengage, though, or if they're going to try and kind of wait it out, see if they can take out their opponents here that have been contesting them. The problem is, though, you can see at the bottom right on the mini-map, the zone hasn't closed in the Coney Crossroads, but it's pretty close. So if they decide to do a little bit of a late rotate, it won't be the end of the world, but they want to farm up. They want to get to mid-zone. They want to make something happen here as we're taking a replay here, looking at Noah and Typical Gamer. What did they do?
It doesn't even look like Noah was able to recover off of that initial drop. But maybe it's just an extended fight with Typical Gamer trying to be the hero. Remy and React, they were the ones safely kind of looting up off of that initial drop. They were the ones farming around, and they're going to be the ones to get the early 2 eliminations. That's 6 points to start their game.
Taking a look at Delta and Baka. I mean, we saw what they did in the last game, Jacob, clutching up that victory royale. It was nerve-wracking. I mean, the back-to-back Ritos and Baka had just really had me at the edge of my seat. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep that up, right? Maintain that consistency. That was game 1. There's 6 total games, 5 to go, including this one. So see if they can keep it up as Baltz here and Kruger are going to be heading over to the Daily Bugle, who are actually Defiable and Quindrop, our first place duo from round 3.
But this is the thing that we were even talking about. Daily Bugle, especially through the first 3, maybe even 4 games, even though it is a contested drop, they kind of split the loot, they play safe, and they go their separate ways. So Kruger and his teammate a little bit late to the party, but as long as they stay on the path, I do believe they're going to be able to get the shots they need, as long as they don't fall too far behind the zone. Evo won it on one, and Evo, honestly, he lost his teammate very, very early on, and On1 is really looking to have a much better performance in this game, because once you see your teammate perform so well as a solo, that's a different style of boost of confidence. Like, oh, hey, we can really do this. I just need to play a little bit better.
I mean, 100%. You know, Evol, too, he's feeling good about what he did last game as a solo. So now that he has his duo partner, it just bumps up that confidence, right? And I'm sure they can make something happen here as we're looking at Wolfpack, though, and Paolo, who have built up in the Greasy Grove, trying to see if they can get some tags probably on the opposing duos that might be rotating through here, as they do have 0 eliminations. What I'm wondering is if they took shots on the duo, which is kind of contesting them, but Paolo's actually going to get cracked here from a third-party duo. I mean, that's not something you'd like to see.
Nah, because they're just consumables, I should say, whether if it's the shields or the HP, are looking a little thin, probably going down low, picking up some extra of what is on the ground. And honestly, they're looking for anything at this point. There's a few open slots as Baltz and Kruger picking up the scraps of the Daily Bugle before making their way out. And honestly, it makes me wonder if they know another team's on their side, because that's damage they were looking for is back on board. Arkham and Epic Whale still over towards Coney Crossroads, but the thing is, there's way more teams than there was moments ago.
Epic Whale here has that elevation, has that positional advantage, but is it really a positional advantage when you have duos rotating close by that can see you? But Epic Whale, he's not scared of that. He's the one you want to be scared of, as he's taking shots at these duos that are close by. Now dropping down a bit lower. I feel like they really want to get these eliminations, Jacob, from the last game and what happened. I mean, they really want to bring that right back and see if they can eliminate them.
Could be a great start, a momentum style of fight to where you win this one, it starts to build your confidence, it starts to build your thought process here. It is a such prolonged fight, and you see more and more people in your mini-map trying to take the shots, trying to get their own surge damage so they don't have to worry about it later in the game. And I'm trying to count like 2 duos directly there, a third one on the outside, 4, 5, 6 possible duos with a 7th maybe solo player, and B-Dog's gonna get dropped. He wasn't even the original player there, and that's what happens when you overstep your boundaries.
Epic Whale gonna see if he can come out on top here, as B-Dog did go down, so now they have that player advantage. But Jacob, just like we're saying, even if he gets this other elimination, there'll be another duo right beside them, and they might come into that action. But it looks like Epic Whale has this one down. He's already cracked his opponent here, looking to see if he can still continue the push and get that elimination. And he's just 1 inch away from securing it. Puts himself at the zone, but shouldn't be an issue as it's close by.
B-Dog here is probably just wondering what happened. They were the ones sneaking in, and now they're the ones going down, because the players that Arkham and Epic were originally fighting used that as their own escape route. Let's get out of there. Now they have much more. Epic Whale already had almost max mats moments before, and now with 2 more eliminations, that's going to get them even more. As Delta, Baka, great spot here towards the high ground, but they're not in zone, so they're going to have to start to rotate towards Greasy and pick another high ground spot to get their damage.
I was actually wondering, I was seeing Delta and Baka, and I'm like, why are they built in wood, right? But they're not even in the zone, so it's kind of like a temporary base, right? If you know you're not going to be there for a long time, you don't have to use those hard materials, that brick or metal. You can just build a quick wood base, you know, wait it out, see where zone closes, and then make your rotate. But speaking about long early game engagements from the Coney Crossroads to Greasy, here we have On1 and Evol, who really want these eliminations here. Looking to see if they can pick one up.
Yeah, I like the idea to go for that piece control early, using the splash instead of the big pot, because your teammate did need some shields as well. And you know as well as I do, we've seen it a lot last season. We've seen it through the first 2 qualifiers. All they're looking for is a moment of separation, which is there. Paulo and Wolfpack, if they can go ahead, or say Evo and Alma can go ahead and just progress onto one player, just try to get in the box with those Stinger SMGs or whatever you have on you, they could find themselves in a 1v2 situation, and then the timing is definitely on their side.
And that might be just what Hanwhan's gonna do here. You can see he's got the edit ready. He's waiting for that wall to be open, for an edit to be made, and it looks like he might get right into the action if that ends up happening. I feel like Evil here might be trying to bait it out, right? Get Wolfpack to open up that wall that Hanwhan's waiting on, and then jump right into the box and see if he can get that elimination. But so far, Wolfpack, he's standing his ground, Jacob. He's not opening edits. He's just holding it down and waiting it out.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, though. When you know your situation, you know you don't need the damage, you know your teammate and you are separated, you just have to play as close to the game plan. Leaving the cone right now, this is their chance to reunite, but it's also the chance to get caught off guard if Evo and On1 kind of combine together and use their force. But the high ground right now, Apollo and Wolfpack, that's going to be their only advantage in this fight.
Actually, one of the opponents here got cracked. It just shows, you can even see in the bottom right how many duos are close by here. It's a very dangerous place to be getting into an engagement, but Stormchairs has appeared. I mean, they're going to see if they're above or below. Currently 122 above, so they're feeling good, but they'd feel a lot better if they secured these eliminations. Evol here, still trying to apply pressure, still trying to look for a shot. But I mean, the good thing is, Jacob, they are in the zone, so they technically don't have to rotate yet.
Yeah, but I don't think they can stop being proactive and doing what they're doing here. 165 below the Storm Surge threshold. That is so much cause for concern, especially when it's 17 players that need to go down. That's not something you're going to out-heal with 3 big pots and a mini. Honestly, it's not something I think you should out-heal. You need to figure out a way to get the shots, and oh my gosh, Evo finds every shot under the sun, but he's still below the damage threshold.
182 below, gets dropped quickly to 74 below. Now, they can just hit one shot from this striker pump shotgun. It could be huge, as Zone is going to close in 55 seconds. So he's got a bit of time to make something happen, but the Storm Surge just keeps getting higher and higher. Now 116 below as we look at Epic Whale has got himself into another engagement here, and they're going to go down early.
It wasn't my fault. Come on, give me more credit. There's still 4 more games left. We can all do this, boys. As Evo1 is doing it big right there with the help, and that's what happens. Paulo and Wolfpack, they never got together hip to hip, but more duos are trying to insert themselves into the fray. They're forced to play defensive and try to back out of this one because they're still in zone, though, Takata. As long as they play calm, cool, collected, they're good, but I honestly want to see them try to get the ammo that they need. You see, Evo has no more light SMG ammo, 98 medium, 13 shotties, so even though they don't necessarily need a ton, they need the refresh.
Ooh, and Wolfpack is actually going to get taken down by Victor V here. So they did get Paolo, but that's only one elimination. 27 above, and Evol almost getting knocked down here, but On1 gets a nice trade. Big shot onto Jaden X there. So they're going to keep kind of trading shots, doing the damage they need to do. I mean, that striker pump shot was big. Put them 130 above, but Victor V and Jaden, they're not much above. They're only 17, so they're going to try and get into the action, trying to get a shot onto their opponents here, as we also have Kruger on the right side, seeing if they can clean up an engagement.
Yep, see K-Knox going down. You got, I think it was Pars or Raze at least getting a knock onto somebody. Damage towards the backside. Kruger needed the refresh, but he's going to get knocked. Storm damage is going to be a little bit too much. Bolt's now under siege as well. It's ticking for 2, so time is definitely not on his side. He's just going to try to beeline it to zone, and that's going to be his only hope for survival here. With shots coming in, his shield's getting dropped. Timing is there. 13 HP. Is he going to be able to make it out? Oh my gosh, I do believe he is going to have one chance. 1 HP and a dream.
Can he make it happen, Jacob? He's made it into zone. He has 271 damage above the Storm Surge threshold, but what he doesn't have, Jacob, is health. 1 HP, making it out of zone. And I believe the duo, I mean, they saw him barely make it in. They were taking shots, so the question is, are they going to hold him, right? You can see how many duos are surrounding him on the mini-map. I mean, he's got to rotate in 5 seconds, Jacob. I don't know how he's going to do it.
Well, that goes my question I was going to ask you. How is he going to rotate out of this mess? Honestly, because I wouldn't know myself. But step number 1 would be to get as many resources as possible, especially when you only have 46 to your name. as it looks like he's going to try to out-heal it on the right side. I love you, Wolf. How do you do it? Shield Keg's going to go down. Medkit's going to be popped. He did get his teammate up, who's also utilizing those same heals.
I'm loving the confidence from Bolts, too. I mean, he's a solo, but he's wall replacing. He's looking for shots, looking maybe even for a knockdown here. I think he wants to make these opponents rotate earlier so he can recycle their builds. But the problem is there's another duo behind him. So even if he recycles these builds from Quinn and Defiable, the other duo might just get a piece of the action. So he's really got to make a rotate happen here. It looks like he does want to kind of get a little bit close there to Quinn and Defiable, as he could save a lot of materials, but it's so dangerous that he's not really sure what play he wants to make. You can see he's still got a good amount of distance too before he makes it to the zone here, and just so much is going on from people launch padding, people rotating, people even in engagements here that there's not really anybody looking at Bolts.
Yeah, it almost seems like with a decision, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's just working out. You go too far in the open, you become a focus of the lobby, you get too close to other teams, they want to fight you, but Bolts making the perfect play, sitting towards the edge of zone with that 1 HP and the dream we were talking about below. But that game number 1 victors, they had as many elims in game number 1 as they did in all 6 games during Qualifier 2. That is a huge adaptation for these guys and a huge boost of confidence. Once you have that early game, you can go ahead and do wonders, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and this is only game number 2.
I mean, what better way to have a game like that than the first match, right? That just sets you up for the rest of the tournament. Doing more elims in the first game than you did on all of Qual 2, I mean, they must be feeling happy, just like you were saying. But another team that might be feeling a bit happy here is Scary and Polar Bear. Their loot is looking pretty strong. They're not in the zone, but I'm sure they can get a pretty easy rotate here. They're close by. The issue is a majority of the duos are also close by, and they're going to be rotating, so it can get dangerous very quickly. As you can see the amount of names here on this side of the zone. You have Busy Etso above them as well. I even see Kytrex and his duo Jartrex, also known as Doritos. So see who can kind of come out on top here in this rotate.
And you guys read that right at the top of your screen. It might be a little bit my fault, just a little bit, but Polar Bear and Scary Clue 2-0 against Arkham and Epic off spawn, whether it was the quick one in game 1 or the one that took all day in game 2. But at the end of the day, that's a boost of confidence, taking out former FNCS champions who you got to take advantage of them at any moment that you can. Defiable Quinn trying to make their way in towards zone. Quinn with the 2 eliminations. They don't have to worry about Surge right now, as it looks like they're going to find a great amount of resources on the ground, some heals that they could utilize later on in the game. And when it comes to their wood, they're looking thin, but everything else looking cool as can be, as Quinn ends up in a little skirmish. He's going to back down that one, as Quinn is a player that we know him not to get too aggressive unless he has to.
Nigel and Angel, though, 43 below. They don't got to sweat it too much. They've got 45 seconds. They've got the time. The issue is there's quite a lot of trees here kind of blocking their LOS, their line of sight. So they really got to find a duo that's rotating, see if they can get some tags, as we have Crimson here and Jeffers getting some tags onto Etso Busy, making the damage happen, but will it be enough? 35 above. Meanwhile, we have Wolf here on the right side, 260 below. And Crimson actually getting cracked alongside his duo partner. Might get knocked down here, 7 HP to work with. Has to hold his builds, hold his ground as pressure is being applied left and right. And there it is, they go down. Polar Bear gonna get that elimination alongside Scary.
Yep, from 6th place before those elims, bumping themselves up to 4th, skipping 5th all the way as they get that refresh, and they're continuing on, building that confidence and inserting themselves as one of the top teams here in the qualifier. As Polar Bear, he's gonna get stopped short and trying to use that big pop minis all around as well, but players are going to try to get into that box with Storm Surge being active, especially Wolf on the right side. 273 below, only in mid-best. You have to start getting proactive.
6 players have to be eliminated here. 5 now for the Storm Surge to no longer be active. I mean, the number's going down quick, but the question is it going to reach 50 in time for Wolf here, as he has the med mist. He's using it as much as he can here. 287 below. It looks like he's just given up on getting damage done, and he's going to try and out-heal it.
Very, very risky move, but it's something we saw them try to do, and he lost Dippy along the way during the last Storm Surge that hit in the same exact game, which is why you see him out of those consumables and about to run out of the med mist as well. Time has come. You have to start getting proactive, but with only one more player to go down, you have achieved it. But now what do you do with nothing left to your name?
Looks like he's trying to see if he should recycle a launch pad, but he already lost a good amount of HP, so he's not going to do that. Looking over at Merc, though. Trying to see if he can do a low ground rotate here with his duo partner. I always say in this zone, the majority of players are going to be using a launch pad. So if you can go full low ground, you might just be able to do it without losing too much shield.
Just like one of those teams I mentioned, they too, Compalomp and Siri, they're outside of the series point bubble. They need a big day today and gather as many series points as they can. So no matter if they get in the top 5 or not, they advance towards the semifinals to try to claim themselves a top spot. As Zuko, Remy picking up some eliminations. Wolf finally does go down. Kaboo picking up 2 as well as he takes out Zuko in digital. Chris takes out Remy. The elimination feed is just lighting up right now.
Delta and Baka, they're playing it slow. I'm surprised how stable they've been in this game too, right? They won the first match and they haven't done anything too risky, right? They're playing calm, collected, getting the rotates done, only getting aggressive when they have to. And now they're already in the first moving. They have a launch pad still. They have material still. They have shield. They have everything they need to get a big game too.
Delta Baka's still gonna have to make their way towards zone. It looks like they got a pretty far pull. Some of the other duos might be a little bit luckier in that mix, but Crypus and Thor are going to have to go through them. Baka, Delta, peeking through the cone, and that's what I always like to see. Getting the information as early as possible so you know how to rotate. Punisher, Landrock, not wanting to go through all that mess, using an early launch pad. Drew and Josh following suit, using and recycling that same launch pad.
Compalomp here trying to see if they can do another low ground rotate, but they're only 5 above. Gonna have to do a bit of damage here as the opposing duos are gonna be taking shots as well. Find a nice path though. We have Siri here looking for the angles, looking for the rotates, and so far doing a great job.
Ooh, you blink, you might have missed it. Compalomp gets caught off guard. Siri now has to have a big game here as a solo. Pick up as many of those points as possible here. Sitting in 5th place, you have to be able to hold on to that one. And with no hills to your name, possibly looking for a gift card gonna be sided. That's Pars, that's Raze. He's gonna hop in. He's gonna better pay for that Uber.
Oh, look at the high ground too, though. We have multiple players, multiple duos looking to see if they can take it. Landjock was looking for it at one point, but Siri finally getting knocked down here now. Looks like Psy-Razor and his duo partner have the high ground. Landjock Punisher on second height. Question is, though, are they going to be able to hold it for the rest of this match?
Psy-Razor, another big one. They've been in all of the qualifiers so far up until this point. It's finding the consistency you need because you've seen big moments just like Baka and Delta in game number 1. Looking to kind of replicate that here. Already 60+ points and counting. Kaboo's going to have to do it by himself. Mini got set back to the lobby already. Nevitz goes down. Crypus is going to go down as well. SMG and Psy-Razor still holding on to the high ground for a moment, but they're going to drop down low. So the high ground's going to go to Kimchi and Salco.
We've got so much action too happening on the low ground there. It's so busy. Pars, Raze, they're going at it here as Raze knocks down Busy, but now Kaboo, 2 eliminations. Looking to see if it can make this rotation happen. Does have over 90 builds, but he can't get knocked down without using all of these materials. He still has such an opportunity to clutch it up as a solo as Delta and Baka. Looking to see if they can make it happen here again for the round 2.
Can they go back-to-back? If they go back-to-back, I'm putting on the cover of Lethal Weapon right here, right now. But there's so many top teams here looking to end their run, and one of them's going to be on the high ground, Wale and Source. I've seen them perform well in that last qualifier in certain games, but Kaboo under siege. He's going to back out. He got the damage he wants, the look that he sees, but it's going to come to an end there as he's going to be forced to rotate out.
Delta, Baka keeping calm, doing exactly what they have to do to get to this late game. 13 duos left as Wavy Jacob turns around, looks to get the shots onto Punisher, but isn't able to connect enough as Vanilla's here with 1 elimination. Has a great angle onto Pars, but Raze wants to get him down, get him eliminated, and he does. Raze and Pars are still up, and they're still going.
Poyo getting in that one. Poyo performing so well in Qualifier 1 in multiple games as a solo. He's going to have to do it here again. 2 eliminations as a solo, 4 as a team, but that run comes to an end as they get in the box. Wale Source still raining fire down from the high ground. SMG is going to get dropped, but his teammate is still in as a solo as well. 6 teams remain.
Delta and Baka get a nice little bit of piece control onto their opponent there, but unable to get the elimination as Pars finally takes down 1 here. Psy-Razor gonna play the med miss, play the zone. Zuki's though still up with his duo partner Bacon. There's 5 duos up, 9 players. I mean, this is anybody's game right now. Wale has the high ground. Delta and Baka here. We saw what they did game 1. See if they can make it happen again in game 2.
Low ground, they have so many mats as well. Might be wood, but hey, something is better than nothing as they're traveling through, trying to stay ahead of it all. The pieces are trying to become theirs, but that's Delta, I believe, and Baka right above them, trying to claim it as their own. Wale and Source back on towards the high ground, jumping up from 12th to 11th. Not finding the eliminations, but the pressure they're putting down is insurmountable.
Suki's here and Bacon trying to get through the whole builds, right? Don't want to get trapped in the storm like C3S2 almost was there, but he is one of the only, if not the only solos up right now. Also out of materials, trying to see what he can scavenge here from the trees, from the rocks. Keep it going. Now Pars is up as a solo as Race has been knocked down, has been fully eliminated. C3S2 here gets a huge shot onto Pars, taking him down now. 2 eliminations to his name. See if he can make it 3 here as another duo boxes them up. Will he be able to take them out though as he goes up? Tries to disengage from that engagement, but there's another duo on high ground.
They just will not let him escape. They're just shooting into the covers, dropping him down, but he found his moment to breathe. 5 builds, but the breathing comes to an end. Wale drops down low, gonna take him out. 3 duos remain, full duos at that, but Delta, he's getting chopped down, but he's gonna be able to take down Bacon. 1v1 versus a full duo. Baka with the Menmis, he's gonna try to out-heal it towards the backside, and the only duo remains is gonna be Wale and Source, and they pick up the victory royale.
Wale and Source playing that high ground, took it perfectly, not taking it too early, but doing it just when you need to secure that victory royale. But also huge props to Baka and Delta from winning the first game to now getting 2nd place in game 2. That's what I call consistency.
Yeah, that is some wonderful gameplay. And Bacon and Zooks, they got in this spot not only because the 6 eliminations as a team, but they were the ones firing on that Coney Crossroads fight that we're talking about in the early game, getting themselves to surge so they could pick that perfect spot at the end of the day. And honestly, if you're Wale and you split up from Vanilla as a player that you've been teaming with for so long, you have to feel on top of the world, realizing, hey, I can make magic happen no matter who's sitting next to me.
I mean, that just shows how important it is to be healthy through the early and mid game, right? Get the damage you need to get, and also get the materials and loot you need, because if you get into that end game and you're not prepared, you're gonna have to go for refreshes and you might get eliminated a bit too early.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a real surprise to see who's on the leaderboard. Big game from Baka and Delta yet again, even without the victory royale. There's only 3 people, Takata, that can break it down and let us know where everybody stands. It's the desk.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takata. And you guys had it there. Baka, a great performance there. We know that consistency is key. So, you know, with that VR and then, of course, this end-game finish, his team is going to be at the top of our leaderboard right now. But, of course, we have to talk about how they even made it that far, Panda.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I mean, look, they've done a very good job of being patient, methodical, and getting the damage where they need to early and mid game, and then in the end game they just show up and show out. And this is just a perfect example of that. Now Delta did get knocked here, but Baka ended up holding on, and that's why they've held on to the top spot and now have a pretty large lead over the 2nd place team, Clay.
Yeah, I want to look at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th though. Look at those deltas right there. Up 11th, up 12th, up 29 places there from Wale and Source. That is what we're talking about when we say, hey, it's only the first game. Still play well, still play the game. You want to play just because you had a bad start doesn't mean anything, because look at that.
Whew, Source and Wale climbing all the way up into 4th place now with 52 points. And you know it is because of that height take. They didn't grab it at Zone 6. They didn't take it at Zone 7. No, they held it at Zone 8, which honestly might seem a little late, Panda, but that is why they got the win.
It is. And look, high ground is a vital part of this game. If you're not understanding when to take it, how to take it, and how to utilize it, you're definitely going to fall behind, especially in a meta like this. And that's why we see Wale, Source just dominating from the high ground. They're doing a really good job of controlling the pace down low, which is leading to eliminations and additional placement points for them, and now leading them to start climbing this leaderboard. Again, like Clay mentioned, it's not about necessarily how you start, it's about how you finish. And that's what we see from some of these teams shifting here on the leaderboard. Another team I got to talk about, it's my pick, my prediction, it's C3S2. They are now in 10th place. They jumped up a significant amount there to climb into that 10th place spot. But now looking at the second page of the leaderboard, so many other names we have to pay close attention to. Bolts, Crewyor, You got Jagbeer and Chris. You have Midi and Kaboo. All incredibly talented names here, Clay. Still not quite in the top 10.
Hey, but look how close it is, right? This is an 8-point spread on the second page, so it's still really anybody's game right there. As you saw Midi and Kaboo at the bottom in 20th place right now, that's fine. They're still within, it's 48 points, and we saw them at 30-something, so that's a victory royale, and then they're into the top 5, so they are chilling big time there. And I want to point out a great play from Source and Wale that not a lot of people talked about is they left Source on the high ground. He had 2 med miss in his inventory. They secured the heal off while they made sure Wale got the Elam points because they want that first place. And going for heal off, you got to make sure you get that final Elam.
You know, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see Midi right there. They had a great end game, although it was Kaboo as a solo for quite a while. I'm surprised to not see him in our top 10.
Yeah, I am as well, but hey, you know, we'll get to see it right now. Look at them get, they got 2 refreshers, they got the Elams, but from there, it was pretty much a car, right? They used it pretty well, and then as you see, not so well. Luckily, they were able to get back in it, and they didn't have to worry about that much coming through, but unfortunately, they did get caught with an edit there, and that's where Midi ended up going down. And really, in these moments, having Midi to lead Kaboo is really where you wanted to be, because as you see, Kaboo did get eliminated by going for a layer change that definitely should have planned to drop down on, so it's okay. They still got this. They got 4 more games. I'm excited. They're warming up a little bit there. You know, they got time.
And Panda, just real quick, Pars and Rays also had a great performance in that game right there. And I feel like this qualifier especially, we're seeing them kind of shine and stand out.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Another consistent top 5 performing team, right, throughout the years of NA West performances. So this is another team we're going to have to pay close attention to as we get ready for the next game. But Kelly, I believe it's almost time.
That is right, everyone. 2 games down, 4 more to go here for NA West, everyone. This is the final qualifier, the last opportunity for these teams to either take that top 5 spot or to get those much needed series points. With that being said, everyone, let's hop on over to our casters for game number 3.
Thank you guys so much for breaking it down. And one of the biggest things that I've heard them talk about, Takada, is many teams being consistent after 2 games. But it is a marathon and not a race. There's 6 games, 4 more to go. How long can they hold on to that consistency?
I mean, just like you're saying, you can get those first 2 games down, but I mean, you can even clutch it up in 2 games at the end, right? So it's all about that consistency. Early game, mid game, late game, they're all crucial to that final score. Can you get enough Storm Surge in the early game? Can you get enough materials in the mid game? And will you be able to make it to those last moving zones in the late game, Jacob? It's all question to how these duos perform, how these duos adapt and change their playstyle based on their mistakes in the previous matches. And I'm curious to see if we see some of that happen.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be very, very curious to see which duo remains to be consistent. And we don't have to wait long because game number 3 starts right now.
Two games down, heading on to the third, almost halfway through this last qualifier, Jacob. This is qualifier 3. This is the last chance some duos might have to make it to the semis or make it straight to the finals. The question is, which will be those duos, Jacob? Who will take that golden ticket, go straight to those finals? Is Arkham Epic Whale. They're going right back to the Coney Crossroads, and they're still contested.
Yeah, just like me, we go again. I'm basically the third on their trio at this point. The way I'm kind of rooting for them, and half of it is for them. I want to see them perform well. They're historically some of the best players in West, but at this point, it's for myself. But he finds the auto shotgun. The damage is going to be there, but not a lot to kind of work off of, or at least not a lot for now. Great striker burst, getting the resources up as they're going to split Coney Crossroads, or at least for now.
Scary clue here, Polar Bear. They already know their route, they know the buildings, they know what they've got to loot and how they have to loot it. We've had some interesting engagements here. I mean, neither duo has been able to finish off a fight very quickly. I mean, in game 1, they were able to eliminate Arkham off the bat, but Epic Whale stayed up through the whole early game engagement. But switching over to Daily Bugle as we have Ventorius here and Coxie, who are going against Defiable and Quinn, and looks like so far it's going quite well for Quinn here as they pick up an elimination, giving them the player advantage. Now it's a 2 versus 1 against Notorious.
I absolutely love the idea to get aggressive very, very early, because you don't usually see this from a Quinn-led team until games 4, 5, or 6, depending on where they're at in the leaderboard. But he doesn't want to put himself in the hole. They said, right now we're in 16. That's not good for my liking, as they're trying to hunt down the very next player who's left as a solo. The piece control does go over. The edit is in, and the player is back to lobby. That's Notorious and his duo, which leaves so much loot for Quinn and Defiable at the Daily Bugle.
That's 2 eliminations for Quinn and Defiable. 6 points right off the bat. You know, they're feeling good about that. But look over at Sleepy Sound here on North Side. We have Vanillas and Wavy Jacob, and there's actually another duo which has taken the pirate ship over, it seems. And I'm kind of curious if they've been taking shots at the players here in Sleepy, or how that's kind of being used as they managed to actually get into a boat here, take some rocket shots at one of the players as Vanillas here has been cracked.
I love that idea. They realize they're separated because of the shot he put down with the pistol. So they know he's by himself, using the boat to start it off, get the pieces, and now they're just chasing Vanillas down. And Wavy Jacob cannot get there in time to save the day. Vanillas will drop, and he's going to have to do it as a solo.
They do manage to take down Vanillas, but this is like game 1 situation with Arkham and Epic, right? Wavy Jacob has an option now, right? Does he wait it out, go for that reboot card, or does he try and play out the whole game as a solo? It's a difficult decision. I mean, he can get that reboot, but is it really worth it if he gets it later in the match as we switch over to Arkham and Epic Whale back in Coney Crossroads? And just like we were saying, Jacob, this engagement hasn't been finished quickly in any of the matches, and it looks like it's going to be the same here for game 3 unless something interesting happens.
Yeah, last game you saw Zooks and Bacon really disrupt this fight from the right side of Cody Crossroads, but in consecutive games, Arpic and Eckham have never received 0 placement points until today. There's only one thing in history that has disrupted anything, and that has to be me.
Look, Jacob, I mean, I really hate to say it. Like, I'm with you, right? I'm casting alongside you, but your predictions, man, I don't know if you're cursed or what's wrong, but something happens every time you predict the duo, man. But let's see maybe if they can make the comeback, right? Because it's not even close to over yet. We've only played 2 games out. Still have so much more action. And Arkham Epic, I mean, I'm confident that they will definitely be able to make a comeback here if they can figure out this early game as Epic Whale trying to connect some angles, connect some shots here onto his opponent. Scary, though, getting a nice peek with that combat SMG, but it's not enough as his duo partner, Epic Whale, does get cracked, but Arkham takes down Polar Bear. Now they have the advantage.
And this is the start I was looking for. Honestly, after arching Arkham last night, He's been going through it. I don't know what he ate, but he was kind of going sick through round 3, not feeling the best. So it's great to see that it's not necessarily affecting it, I would say, too much, especially when it comes to their game plan, breaking in. And finally, with a capital F at the beginning of that one, they come out on top and they win their first off-spawn exchange.
I mean, that's what you'd like to see, right? When they have the player advantage, it wasn't like game 1, right? They played that quickly, instantly, going for the 2 versus 1 engagement, getting that final elimination, and you know they're feeling good now. This could be the start of their comeback, but taking a look at a replay here in the Rocky Reels, King of Kings looks like they might have came out on top here, might rename themselves to the King of Rocky Reels soon, as they're doing pretty good.
That was a nice shot right there. Polar Bear just hits the other side even. I don't think he takes as much damage, but Wavy Jacob looking like he's going to probably try to go back for the reboot card. And I like this idea. There's so much time on those cards. You can go ahead and leave, get the resources, try to loot up, and kind of give yourself enough time to go back for it later in the game, assuming it is going to be uncontested. And what's not uncontested is Command Cavern. Honestly, I don't think it'll ever be uncontested.
I mean, this is the most contested spot, literally. I mean, you have Tilted Towers that is quite a popular drop spot. See a lot of duos there, but the Command Cavern, I mean, you can see it on the mini-map. Duos on the north side, south side, east side, west side, even on the hills that are further out from the Command Cavern. I mean, you got duos, you got players everywhere, as Par and Rays are in the lower part there, but switching over to an engagement here that could happen with Landjock and Punisher against Evol there, and their duo partner. It looks like they got on the aggressive side of their duo as they're pushing them quite strong here.
Yep, does look like they want to try to utilize the Rifts or the IO car that Punisher and Landdrop keep finding themselves in possession of, as Evo's just going to try to chase them down. And honestly, this could be a big play here to start off big, because you saw they were kind of on the back foot last game with the Storm Surge through some of it, not all of it, but this is definitely a way to kind of start off early as they're trying to chop down Evo, prevent him from taking the high ground, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to get it for now, but how long can he hold on to it, especially with so many other duos that might try to insert themselves into this fight?
Oh, looks like they do have a shield keg running. I was going to say, I don't see a shield on Landjock there, but now, as he recuperates it slowly, they're looking to see if they can get a counter shot here. Punisher taking shots, holding builds, but look at On1, just like you're saying. Going to try and drop them both down. This could be a huge play for Evol and On1.
Oh, it's connected somewhere. Oh, no.
The ramp up top. Evo doesn't see it. There it goes. He edits it.
Evo just finished that one off. He just needs to kind of break it down.
It's still connected, though.
Oh, yeah, it's connected to the zip lines. Oh, my gosh. They didn't see that one coming there, but that's great thinking from Landjock and Punisher, thinking for the future, but finally it's going to get chopped down. Landjock takes some fall damage. Punisher does not, and honestly, that's not a ton of damage overall. They can still fight this.
But it's enough damage for them to want to get aggressive here as Evo looking to see if he can get a bit more with that combat. SMG is on one. Getting a bit of real estate here, getting a bit of walls, looking to see if he can get that shot with the striker pump shotgun, as he does have a legendary one currently. He can hit very hard with that if he connects the shot correctly, but on one actually going to get cracked here now, leaving it up to Evol, going for the box fight. Meanwhile, his duo partner heals up.
Taking the piece control, trying to get those edits in to chop down piece by piece. They have so many chug splashes, they have floppers, so many heals to go around. On both sides even, you see the med kit being passed around, but that med kit, you have to kind of stay idle for 10 seconds while you pop it, and that's not time you want to give up to your opponent to try to get aggressive, but the shots continue to fire off from both of these teams, but I think it goes over to On1 and Evo because of those splashes.
I mean, this engagement though, Jacob, like, is it really worth it at this point? You can see at the bottom, right, the zone. I mean, it's coming to a close in 25 seconds. They're already so far out, and I think they're realizing this. I mean, even if they take this engagement and come out on top, they'll secure those eliminations, but will they be able to make it back? I believe there are some rifts here to where Evol is running to, so they'll have the rotation, but, I mean, just from this engagement, they've kind of been set back a little bit here.
You say Rifts or an IO card. They're looking for one of those two things, as Wavy Jacob, also known as Fluffy Dolphin.
Love the name.
You guys, I mean, it is a good name. I like to see the original names, but if you're going to name yourself a Fluffy Dolphin, I like it overall. And honestly, dolphins eat fish. That's why he has the flopper. So, I mean, he's staying true to his name.
I mean, thinking ahead, right? Gotta, you know, make it happen, right? You got the name, got the combination in the game. But look at Azuki's here with Bacon. Looks like they like this position. I feel like they were here last game, or maybe game one, looking for some shots here. The Butter Orange, seeing what they can do, right? Seeing what they can make happen. And speaking about making things happen, we have the fluffiest of the Dolphins here. Gonna get a reboot on Vanillas.
What are the odds? There's nobody around them at all. That's that North team trying to get themselves a center spot. They go off of here, and that goes on over to Wavy Jacob and Vanillas, who have that second chance as a duo. Bacon and Zooks here, though, that's going to be the biggest thing. They always get that early surge on the Coney Crossroads team, but they never go over onto that side of the rotation. They like to go south and then to west. They never like to directly cross paths, because right after Coney Crossroads, you know it's going to be tilted. It's contested spot after contested spot.
Yeah, that's just not a situation you want to put yourself into, right? You got to plan ahead, figure out your rotates, especially depending on the duos which are in your lobby. That's why, you know, doing your research is so important for these matches, because you know the 50 duos you're going against. You can try and figure out where they're dropping, right, and how you plan your rotate depending on that. If you want to get more tags, if you don't want to get into engagements, you can kind of try and make a plan, right? And that's what these top tier duos do going into these round fours, into these semis, into these finals. As we have Jartrex here and Kytrex looking to see if they can get some tags.
Cross map, not too much. NA West has averaged the fewest eliminations during Zone 1 and 2. Honestly, does that surprise you as all? We're known as the Wild Wild West.
I mean, we're known as the Wild West, but also the Wild Storm Surge West, right? I mean, Storm Surge always is incredibly strong, especially in the first matches on the West region. So seeing that we also have the fewest eliminations for these first few matches, I mean, it makes sense.
Does it make sense right now with Baka and Delta? I don't know what happened to Delta, but 14 below the damage threshold after 12 above. He has all the heals in the world right below him. He just needs to get the shots, and honestly, right now is the time to get it while you have those heals below you, but it does look like he's going to try to rotate to a higher position before he starts trying to fire off.
What's impressive, though, is that Wavy Jacob and his duo here on the right side, although he had to get the reboot, he was still able to get enough damage to be above, even if it's only by 2 damage. At least they're above right now, and they have a bit of time here to look for some more tags. Is now 29 above, but Baka here, 16 below. Really, I mean, has time to look for shots, but if he doesn't make something happen soon, that damage is going to keep increasing bit by bit.
Especially since he has to rotate out further and further away. He's just trying to build some height and get some information. He sees partially built boxes all around, but nobody really showing their hand. But there goes the peak that he wanted. He knows that somebody's trying to climb that mountain. He's even looking backside of zone where a couple teams are also at, but it's just about being patient enough to get the shots, and that's exactly what Baka's going to do. Be patient, calm, cool, collected, especially after the first 2 games. Your confidence has to be at a high.
Boyer here, though, on the right side. You can see 154 below. Gets nice shots, though, onto his opponent, dropping that down to 98, but wants to get a bit more here as Baka is in the zone. Has 101 above, Jacob. I mean, we saw those tags happen, but he's going to have to get the rotation done here in a bit. As Boyer, though, is now only 2 below as he's knocked down Punisher. Landshark and Punisher, we saw them in there early. They had to rotate a little late, so now seeing the Punisher gets knocked, it's going to be very difficult for Landshark.
Yeah, they've been kind of not having the best days so far. So many teams they have to go through on that bottom left hand, and if they don't get that IO car early and start to rotate on out, it's looking like it's going to be a trek for them, a journey, especially if they get that far pull as Pollo throwing down the first of 2 shield kegs to try to get him and his duo as much shield as possible, and that's where you got to get it. Use that to take the damage, but no, I didn't mean actually take the damage from the side. You got to start putting some of your own as they're 56 below.
Victor now gonna get cracked, actually taken down to 28 HP, but gets a huge striker pump shot into his opponent, manages to get the finish, but gets knocked down ultimately to Storm Surge. Just Boyer here now, 56 below, taking shots onto Landshark, trying to see if they can secure a bit of damage. They have the shield keg down. Great use of it during the Storm Surge ticks, but Landshark looking for an angle, gets the shot onto Boyer, but it's not enough to knock him down as he pops so minis, and now Landshark has to make this 2 versus 1 happen if he wants to keep going.
They're out healing for 4 Surge. That has me so shook right now because that's so many consumables that they're using. And even if they get this refresh onto Landshark, I don't think he's going to have the items that they're looking for, but Pride-Fist, Thoric, they might have what you're looking for. And this is the aggression that Pollo needs to have here, sitting in 12th place. But if you think about it right now, they do not have a ton of builds, and with that knock, that's going to give them the green light.
Green light to keep pushing forward, looking for more, as now they're in a 2 versus 1. Arkham also got knocked down on the feed. Hopefully they're doing well here as Boyer trying to get that finish, take down the knock, and there it is. Gets the Siphon back now. 86 shield, but be careful as Crypass finding the angle from behind, cracking Boyer, but his duo partner here making it happen when he needs to, gets the damage done. But now the zone's closing, Jacob. They gotta make a rotate.
Yep, pop him in. He knows he has the med miss, so he can take some of that storm surge damage or storm damage. Gonna recycle the launch pad as well. At least he's gonna look for it. Finally, he's gonna find it after a couple of extra ticks there. Gonna get to reunite with his teammate. Or, I mean, you can ask me if this is a great play. Go ahead, try to get yourself and your teammate a great spot.
Looking to see if he can use that nice slide mechanic to get into zone. And look at Baka too. Actually used one of the cannons to rotate into zone. Delta, just like you said, is up as well, but now 49 above. They have the materials, they just don't really have too many shields. Hopefully, Baka here can connect some shots and play it out safe.
I like the way he's not getting too greedy. And that's where the consistent gameplay comes from, knowing that in a lot of these situations, it's not as dire as it may seem, especially with so many other teams in the lobby here. And I like what they're doing as well. I don't like the position completely over water, but since they have no other place to go, they're just building a tunnel, a safe rotation as possibly can be, and then waiting for the next zone. They're not going to overbuild here. They're going to wait for the next zone to pop and try to figure out where they need to go.
Grippy, though, going to be dripped down to 18 HP as Storm Surge finally going to take them out here, but Baka now seems to have made a tarp into the zone. They've actually gotten enough damage as well. But now, can they make that comeback, right? Can they break the curse of the reboot in the NA West region? Get a victory royale after doing so, as Quinn also going to take down an opponent here. Wavy Jacob, now we saw him in the early part of the game, trying to make the rotate happen here. on the more dead side of zone. You can see on the mini-map there's not too many duos here, but there is one duo that's applying pressure to them.
Yep, just using the builds, recycling the builds, just trying to make their way towards zone. Instead of just beelining it, taking the damage and running through it, they're ready to pause. They're ready to take their time. I see Bacon and Zook second place, and they're taking their time as well. They're getting the early damage off spawn, whether it's Coney or everybody else on the map, and then they try to make their way towards zone, and they're continuously building towards the high ground in different zones to continuously get that damage. Even though they don't have a high number of eliminations, they don't have the pressure of Storm Surge on their back.
I mean, Zuki's and Bacon, if you're in their position now, I mean, you just want to stay consistent, right? Second place on the leaderboard. You really just want to get to that late game. So if they can get the damage from afar, get those tags without risking anything, really, that's what you want to do. As we look at Wale here and Source, though, who are close to the #1 duo right now, Baka and Delta. The thing is, though, they're not looking too healthy here, Jacob. 25 shield, 29 HP to work with. Have to rotate on the water here. Not too many mats. I mean, they've got a decent amount, but is it going to be enough for the next zone?
Yeah, they're in the position what they are in mats is because they just built up into this point from the edge of water right behind them that's in zone. So even though they're expanding and they're using a lot of the resources, they just need to get themselves towards the edge and find the shots as they're 99 below the damage threshold. That's scary for them because they don't have heals if they get shot back.
Look, it's doable, though, Jacob. I mean, I'm seeing this situation.
If you say it, I believe it.
And I'm thinking it's doable. The problem here is the HP, right? They can get the damage. They have enough builds to maybe build close enough to a duo to take an engagement, but it's just the HP, right? 29 HP, 25 shield. It's just, you're one burst away, one striker pump shot away from getting eliminated. So you really have to be careful. As we see Bacon on the right side, only 31 below, in a lot better of a situation here than Baka and Delta. Don't have to do as much damage, don't have to risk as much. But Baka, I mean, he's doing a good job here, getting the tags.
Do I say it or do I not say it? That's what I'm asking myself right now. We saw Arkham go down early. Epic Well was able to get the reboot. I saw Arkham and Epic go down again.
Ooh.
3 straight games where they're not having the best time of their life in Qualifier 3. Very, very similar to the first 2. But honestly, if anybody's going to be able to do it at 3, it is going to be them. But they have to think of a monster game plan as Bacon and Zooks. They get themselves a zone, a sweet spot at that. And they're just going to build up and try to command that high ground pressure.
Ooh, Baka going to get knocked down here. Now it's all up to Delta. Storm Surge is ticking. Sees to see if he should pick up his duo partner. Look for damage. Trying to kind of decide what's the best option, what's the best plan here. Well, as Delta and Baka finally going to be eliminated there to Storm Surge. Switching over to Bacon quickly, though, who's playing alongside Zuki's here. They're in the second place spot, looking to take first, but they got to be careful as the pressure is on them. Bacon gets taken down here. Now it's all up to Zuki's. 28 HP to work with. Storm Surge is no longer ticking, but Storm Surge doesn't protect your feet as he gets taken down to fall damage.
Man, I don't know who that was, but y'all just bully Vanillas. That wasn't even nice. You know how hard Wavy Jacob worked to get him back in the game? They just take out his covers and immediately slice him down. But honestly, again, Wavy Jacob's one of those solo-style players. If anybody can get aggressive and pick up a good number of points as a solo for this duo, it is going to be him.
He's also got one of each consumable. I mean, one flopper, one mini shield, one med kit. Will he be able to use them, though? I mean, what's he going to be able to do here? He has the ammunition, 78 shots. I mean, it's enough. He can really make it happen. Just like you're saying, if a player's going to do it, it's going to be Wavy Jacob here. As we have Source and Wale, you have to make a rotate. They actually have a vehicle still in this 5th zone, Jacob. So we might see a first moving vehicle rotate if they could perform this correctly.
Ooh, they have a ton of consumables, including the shield keg, which honestly they probably want to pop first sooner rather than later, depending on the situation that they're in. But man, they're going to have to, honestly, don't really have to do anything with that car. They're going to be able to kind of save the mats, the resources later on in the game. They just need to be able to hop out at the perfect time, not take the damage when it explodes.
Wale here, looks like they are going to be revving the engine of their vehicle here, preparing it, getting it warmed up. I mean, they are in the snowy area of the map, so it takes a little bit longer to get that car going. No, I'm just kidding. But looking at Pars and Rays here, 2 eliminations, 60 points. Have almost full materials here, Jacob. They want to make something happen.
Yep. This is a team that I'm just slowly but surely always coming a believer in. And honestly, I don't think anybody in this game wants to hear me say I'm a believer in them, because that leads me to picking them. And you know how that one goes, is everybody flying through the sky. Midi, Russo, Kaboo, Pollo, Wale, and Source finally using that IO card that they're just waiting. They're just waiting until Storm's on their back, so that way they can just beeline it towards the zone and not waste any time waiting for the zone to actually get there.
We have combat right now, looking to see if they can take the high ground here in the first zone, but then you see Wavy Jacob, you see Pars Rays, they're flying around. I'm sure Wavy doesn't want to risk anything here, so not going to go for that high ground, going to land directly in the front side of zone, only 25 above, so has to get some damage, and look how well Wale and Source here are rotating in the vehicle. I mean, they're doing exactly what they were prepping for.
And look at the resources that they're saving, the heals that they don't have to use, and honestly, like I said, just hopping out of the car at the perfect time. They're going to save the health from it exploding and taking them down, but they're going to expand, try to build out, and force other players with their backs up against the wall, and it's going to work out even if they didn't get the elimination themselves.
Look at the high ground too. We got a new duo who's taking it. Kaboo and Midi here, 51 points. Gonna want to up that number here if they can hold the high ground, as we have the opponents using launch pads, rotating here for the 7th zone, as Wavy Jacob's still up, and he's still going.
Yeah, he found at least one elimination. Got only Siphon match, though. Nothing to really brag home about. Bolt's Crew still trying to have a game. Bolt's, honestly, when it comes to an individual, he is fantastic, and I'm learning exactly what he can do in and out, as Sorts and Wale, 2nd place. Even though they don't have ultimate height, they're still putting pressure down from above.
Elevated Ignite as a duo. Pollo and his duo here in 5 eliminations. So many players, so many opportunities, as Kytrex and Jartrex also taking a nice corner side rotate here, but Kaboo and Midi seem to have the high ground.
Man, from rebooting Vanilla's going down, and then being a solo again, he's picking up so many points as an individual, including some eliminations, as Pollo picks up one as well. The top half of the screen, Midi and Kaboo holding onto the high ground. Pars and Rays right below him, but they're getting pressured down, and they're going to lose Rays along the way.
Pars now is a solo. Kytrex is a solo. Wavy Jacob is a solo. So many solos, but Wavy gonna go down here. Crewyor looking to get another elimination as he gets knocked down. Bolts now playing it as a solo. 2 eliminations. Trying to see if he can get one more here. Taking the builds down. Taking the zone route to try and stay up as long as possible as he gets into his opponent's box. But look at Pollo with 6 eliminations already, Jacob. He's popping off.
Yep, that's 9 as a team so far. 27 of their 83 points come in this game off straight eliminations, and you see the resources getting tossed down below. That's Wale they're putting the faith in.
Kytrex trying to make something happen there. Great effort as Pars coming in right behind him, seeing if he can secure some eliminations on the duo, making the edits happen. Has a bit of materials to work with, but it's only wood. No hard mats as Source and Wale, they're still up as a duo. 1st place spot, 102 points. Actually gonna take down the tree. Massive play there, but Kaboo and Midi, they've been able to hold this high ground for so long now. They might just be able to take it home.
Yeah, unfortunately, not ultimate height. I just wish he had some sort of combat or stinger, but that's neither here nor there, as another elimination is going to be picked up. 10 as a duo, 8 on the back of Source alone, as Pars also trying to stay alive. Going to be out of consumables if he uses the next one, but it's about the placement point. He knows the situation. Even though he's going to get taken down, he sees it as a huge success.
Wow, 8 eliminations just for Source. 10 as a duo, like you were saying, but look at Akito here with 4. Nice zone positioning here, getting themselves up quickly before their opponents. This positional advantage might just be enough, but Wale and Source, they're so healthy. They have so many eliminations. They're so confident. They're on fire right now. I could really see them taking this home as Midi and Kaboo decide to get a bit aggressive, take some shots, trying to do some damage here.
Take down Russo first. That's going to leave it to a 2v2v1. Keto falls as well. That's going to be on Kaboo. Coming down to a 2v2, but Midi and Kaboo still have a good amount of possession of the high ground, especially as it begins to travel up the mountain. That's going to make it a hard journey for Source and Wale, but because of the IO car, they've been able to save the resources, and they have a good chance at building upward. They're gaining inch by inch, piece by piece, but sooner or later it's going to get blocked off as they're now taking damage from the storm. Source, he might be forced to use the men miss if they give him the opportunity. That's going to be the biggest thing, is not allowing them to heal towards the low ground, and they're giving them the space. They're giving them the time. Source gets dropped. Wale gets taken down. Midi and Kaboo take game.
Great positioning there from Midi and Kambu, making use of that high ground, making use of the elevation, especially when the zone pulled up a mountain. But great job there from Source and his duo partner. I mean, I'm not sure how many eliminations they ended with, but they got a huge amount of points from this match.
Yeah, from Baka and Delta, back-to-back consistent games. Now Wale and Source also having a back-to-back consistent game here. But Kaboo and Midi are going to be the ones to take it home all the way. Game 3. But it leads me to believe I didn't see realistically how many eliminations they had, because one trend we're seeing so far is that high ground team that holds on to it is putting the pressure, is getting the damage, but they're not getting the elims.
And elims are so important. 3 points per elimination. I mean, I'm sure the second place duo here, just by having that many eliminations, secured more points than the duo that won the game, Midi and his duo partner. So the question is now, what are the standings looking like? Let's throw it to the desk, throw it to Kelly, Panda, and Clay. What do you have to say?
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob and Clay. Yeah, I see you nodding over there. I know you are feeling good with your team coming out on top with that VR. And all of that came down to them grabbing height at the exact right time. We saw it in Zone 6, at least 10 different teams flying up, trying to claim their spot there. And it looked like there was maybe Bolt and Courier doing it, but Combat and Bozo had it for a second. But Clay, it came down to Midi and Kaboo.
Well, and the reason they were able to queue for so long is, look, that's a refresh right near high ground, and they're able to go down and grab those mats. 28 increase for Kaboo there. He had about 2 left. So all the elims that they were grabbing were near high ground, so they could get those easy refreshes on the mats. They also got lucky, we'll say, with the zone pulling back to them and then up the high ground. And this was perfect for Midi. He has a 63 effective HP, but he's still able to take down a player, and that's when Kaboo comes right behind him. That's perfect teamwork. That's what we want to see at these higher levels. And look, a jump up of 16 placements there for them.
That's huge. I mean, that is huge. Now, obviously, Wale and Source are still up at the top here, or actually now climbing up to the top, but this leaderboard continues to shift. So I don't think there's any kind of certainty in what we're looking at, because a lot of these numbers are still very, very close. But Midi, Kaboo doing big things. That is what you love to see. And elimination is playing a key factor, I think, in that jump there, Kelly.
Well, if we're going to be talking about big things, then of course we have to talk about Source and Wale, but more specifically Source ending that game with 9 eliminations himself, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's no easy task, right? We talked about the elimination record held here on NA West with Re and Rex there in Qualifier 1, and now Source and Wale trying to challenge that. They heard us talking about 16 eliminations being the record, and they're getting close, and it's impressive to see. Like, these players are out in full effect, getting these eliminations left and right. You see it on Russo there, and just quickly cleaning that up. That is actually impressive, to say the least. And with 17 eliminations, they're going to top the leaderboard, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, and let's just take a look at the rest of the leaderboard. 3rd, 4th, and 5th all jumped up double-digit placements there. We see, unfortunately, Vanilla's and Wave Jacob did fall a little bit. They're still right there. It's still super close between everybody that did fall out of that top 5. Bacon and Zoo did drop 6 places, but they're still at 73 points. Top 5 being not 8 points away. So, like Panda said, it's still all there for a lot of players. We go to the second page. Look at Ignite and Elevated, up 20 placement points there in 15th. It's still very close, right? We've played a couple games. It's still close. Defiable and Quinn, with their movement up the leaderboard as well into the top 18th. You do see Krabus and Dark, who did go down a little bit there, but it's okay. Everyone can take a little bit of a breather. If your team's not doing that well, your favorite team's not performing, it's all right. They got time, and we all know NA West likes to wait for game number 6, right, Kelly?
Yeah, although I will say I was a bit surprised to see such a shakeup in our leaderboard after game number 3. That's usually something you see in game number 2, but this is still the halfway point. I do want to talk about one more team, though. Pars and Rays doing a great job. We saw them do, obviously, phenomenally after game number 2. And this one, it looked like they kind of had a plan in mind, Panda, but they just weren't able to execute it the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, this is a team like we talked about before. They're consistently in the top 5 season over season, whether it's trios, duos, etc. They're an incredible team, right? This is where they actually made a bit of a misplay. They try to go for high ground. Rays goes down here. Pars now as a solo player, still kind of trying to challenge high ground a bit, and unfortunately just unsuccessful and goes down, obviously, before that he would like. But realistically, they still have a lot of games left. We're at the halfway mark, so to speak. So lots more opportunities to climb this leaderboard and Kelly, it's almost that time.
I know, everyone. In just a few moments, we're going to be jumping into game number 4, but I have to give one more shout out. Pollo had a great performance there. I think he had 4 eliminations with Zio, and we really don't give this team enough credit as they are deserved. So to see them jump up in our top 10 leaderboard, I'm glad to see it. They definitely deserve a spot there. And honestly, at the start of that game, a lot of top teams seem to have some issues, and that's why the leaderboard shook up so much. And with only 3 games left, this is when they have to make a play. This is when they're going to have to change things because there isn't any more qualifiers after this. Yes, you can get series points, but it is so much nicer to get into your top 5 and automatically qualify into the finals. And we're going to find out right now, everyone, while we hop into game number 4.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Great breakdown from the desk, as always. But Jacob, I want to talk a little bit about eliminations, about the high ground, right? I mean, we've been seeing these duos on the high ground secure the victory royales, but ultimately, the duos that are coming out on top in terms of points are the ones that are getting these eliminations, right? So I'm wondering if the duos that secure the high ground, maybe are going to change up the play style a bit, play a bit more aggressive, right, when it comes into that last moving zone and try and pick up a bit more elims.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think the key is if you're going to play that high ground, not get a lot of elims, but pressure on, you need to consistently find yourself towards those end games. Once you falter and stutter once or twice, that's when it gets exponentially harder. And these teams towards the low ground, Wale and Source, for example, recycling every single thing underneath the sun, the IO cards, the builds, the siphon. And that's the type of game that you have, that tight, calm, cool, collected. But the battle bus is ready, and so is game 4.
3 out of 6 games down. We have reached the halfway point, but there's still so much to be unfolded, so much to happen as we're going to get straight into the 4th match here. We have Arkham and Epic contested. We have Noah and Typical Ranger contested. We have so many interesting off-spawn engagements that I just can't wait to see who really comes out on top.
28th place, Arkham and Epic, 19 points versus 13th. Polar Bear and Scary. Honestly, it was like the game 1 where Polar Bear and Scary just kind of taken it in stride at one place or another. I think it might have been sitting in the top 10, but this fight is going to be so important here to both of these teams' game, because if they put themselves to where they're in a prolonged fight yet again, this could honestly hurt both of them regardless of who wins the actual fight.
Arkham and Epic here did manage to secure a good amount of shields, but will they be able to secure those eliminations like they did in the last game? It's 6 points, but it's also that confidence, right? Put yourself ahead of their opponent, set yourself up for the late game, get the damage needed, as it looks like Quinn has done exactly that. Have they taken down one of the opponents now? 2 versus 1. Will they be able to get the back-to-back victory in this off-spawn engagement here in the Daily Bugle?
This is almost a reverse of what we normally see from Quinn and any teammate he's with. Usually they play the long game towards end game. They don't fight too many early game skirmishes. This time around, this is the 2nd time in a row we see them not only go after the fight, but win it against Coxie and Notorious.
Great job. I mean, they did it last game, doing it again this game. They're definitely feeling better now. After getting those back-to-back wins off spawn, I mean, just really quickly change up your focus, figure out the mid game, figure out the late game, and now with those 2 elims, they have a good amount of damage for that mid game, so they really don't have to worry too much on tags and more about positioning, right? Setting yourself up for those moving zones. And so we take a look here at Tilted Towers. Haven't seen a lot of the early game in Tilted today, so I'm curious to see how 4DR and Caden have been doing it, as they already have 1 elimination.
Yeah, it does look like it might be that player in the middle, because, you know, over towards the soccer field, that's an NPC, and so there's so many players just I want to say kind of waiting in the wings, but no, NPC's actually gone. I forgot that for a moment, but Jeffers is the one who lost his teammate early. That's something you got to watch out for. Victor V, Jaden trying to put shots on Russo and Keto, who are trying to take the long rotate, who also need to be careful because there's a team over towards that Mighty Monument.
Victor, seeing what he can do now, has that elimination. Great way to start. I mean, we've seen a lot of duos here, starting with elims, right? But there's only 10 players that have been eliminated, right? 90 players alive. 47 duos going, and it looks like Epic Whale and Arkham want to change that number as the engagement has begun.
Need to watch out, those Zooks and Bacon over towards the right side. Bounces up, almost taking even more fall damage than he would have before, and he's reconnecting along with Arkham, but they need to be careful not to separate too far. And honestly, this is how it's been going. Arkham Epic take the high ground. They force Scary and Polar Bear low, who are forced to try to recycle, and it just goes piece by piece, second by second, as Epic and Arkham know to take their time.
Trying to see what they can find, but is taking the time really the best option, Jacob? I mean, we saw what happened in the first matches when they delayed this engagement. The zone closed. Other duos started coming in, joining the party. And now they're kind of deciding, right? Is it worth it? Do we just go quickly for these eliminations, or do we just trade shots, take our time? What's really the best play here is Epic Whale trying to get an angle, trying to get some walls, but a little bit of piece control onto his opponent here, but so far they're playing it a bit safe.
This exchange is just so important because either one of these teams are going to be forced, because this is game 4 and games 5 and 6, to try to get elimination points with the placement to try to back it up. So even if you win this fight, you need to be able to make it towards that end game. You see the elimination feed, Paulo, Wolfpack, players going down left and right. Busy's going to follow, Zuko as well. And that just goes to show how long this fight takes and how defensive both of these teams are taking it.
I mean, there was 90 players up when this begun, and now there's 81. You can see that the players just keep getting eliminated. As time goes on, Arkham almost gets caught off there, but changes it to an advantageous shot there, 85 onto his opponent, and Scary now gonna be forced to pop some mini shields. But the question is, how many does he have? How many times can you recuperate that shield from the shots landed on you as Arkham has been cracked?
Yeah, I was about to say, who was that? I refuse to believe it was Polar and Scary. That means these teams are beginning to move in from the outside. And that might have been Zooks. That's the one you see over towards the Odes and Corny Crossroads. But he never actually enters in towards Coney unless they like what they see. As Epic Well enters the box. 6 HP in a dream. He's going to be the last one left. He only has 6 HP. Didn't get the siphon towards the low ground. So that's going to be Scary popping those minis and trying to get, I would believe, towards 90 HP in shields.
Scary actually has the HP advantage here. Looks like they might trade a pickup here on their partner, but I don't know. Scary's kind of looking like he wants to get an angle here, but you hear the footsteps. The third party comes in here. 8-bar, gonna take down Scary as Epic Whale gets his finish on Polar Bear, and now Arkham and Epic Whale are put into this sticky situation, but the good thing is Vex and his duo partner, they don't know if Arkham and Epic Whale are healthy or not. They don't know that Arkham has 0 shield right now and is literally 1 shot away from getting eliminated as Vex continues on getting that high ground position.
Yeah, 35th place, 10 total points, and they're outside of the bubble of overall series points. I feel like their back is so far up against the wall, they have no other choice but to pick up some elims, try to balance that out, and shoot yourself up to as high up to the leaderboard as possible, honestly, because those series points mean oh so much to this team that is just fighting for a chance to even make it to the semifinals. We're not even talking about finals at the end of the day. No, not top 5. We're talking about making it through series points.
Boyer here looking to get some tags, but we can see what else has been happening around the map too. Look at some replays, see where the action has been as we have On1 and Evol taking home possibly some eliminations here in Greasy. Great job there with his duo partner, getting in just in time and finishing off that engagement a lot quicker than they did in last match.
They just entered the box and made it theirs as Wale and Source, the IO, just trying to get themselves that sweet spot in towards zone. That is one of the greatest things I've ever read at the top. Source is trying to make his first FNCS finals. And honestly, I should have picked Source because my boy Bane was actually telling me about them, and I was like, I don't know, man. I just need to go for a top pick. Arkham, Epic. I should have listened to him. I should have listened. Bane and my boy Biscuit, they're the ones who are coaching me on who to pick. I'm just not listening to them.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, Jacob. That's really how it is, right? After you see things unfold, that's when you want to change it up. But, I mean, anybody can take it still. This is game 4. We're only halfway through this Qualifier 3, so anything can still happen. You can even see the Source had the most elims, 9 in game 3. So, you know, going into game 4, they're probably going to be playing a bit aggressive here in the late game. See if they can continue that wrath of eliminations as Boyer here. Getting into the zone pretty calmly. I mean, I'm looking at the minimap and I don't see a single duo.
No, not a single one. Sitting in 3rd place here. I don't know if that's a good thing or necessarily a bad thing. Depending on where they're at in the surge, damage is going to be my big overall question. Even though it's a lot less players, only 10 players need to fall if Storm Surge even pops, as West is getting a little bit more wild here in game 4.
Saw on the feed that Epic Whale got knocked down and eliminated, so now Arkham is going to be playing out as a solo. But Pollo here and his duo partner, they are actually using a lot of builds, probably confident that they can refarm up those materials close by, as Kaboo here in midi feeling pretty happy from that victory royale. Now gonna play it a bit slow here in the early game.
this is their first round 4 this season, Midi and Kaboo. And they're sitting 4th place, just coming off of 1st in that round number 3. Honestly, for them, they're just trying to play their game plan. And that's what a lot of duos need to do, because sometimes you see, you know, something far and it's not a part of your game plan, but you try to adapt and go after it anyway. These guys are sticking as close to what they practice as scrims as possible, and which is going to be a great thing here, because you want to try to thin out Commando Cavern as much as possible, because you got to think you have Batman, Booga, and Wheels that are going to land towards that spot, and a whole bunch of other teams that are going to try to threaten your final game if you make it there.
I mean, Command Cavern has been dangerous throughout the whole FNCS this season. So many duos love landing there. And you could even see just from this round 3 or round 4 of the 3rd qualifier how many duos have been landing there. But looking at Arkham playing it out as a solo, hopefully has Epic Whale's reboot card, but I mean, that's not what you want to, that's not the situation you want to be in, right? Having to reboot your duo partner, get into zone late, not having a good amount of loot or materials. So let's really see if they can make something happen here, as Bacon and Zuki's are going to be rotating towards Arkham, actually.
Yep. And that's going to be an opportunity there, but Arkham just needs to watch out. And honestly, his options are very, very slim in terms of safe options, so it's going to be a risk anytime he leaves that box to try to rotate in, especially if he lets every other duo go above him, as Wale, or not to say Wale, his former teammate, but Vanillas and Wavy Jacob trying to get themselves the damage that they need on the cusp of that top 5 bubble. But this is game number 4. As long as they have the confidence to do it, and I know Wavy Jacob does, he just did it as a solo, I wouldn't worry about it, and I wouldn't force any big plays.
I mean, yeah, I'm with you there, Jacob. They've been doing what they had to do, right? They're in the 6th place spot, but that's a great place to be in. It just, one big game is what they need, really, to put themselves into that top 5 spot, as Landjock now, with his duo partner down, needs to make something happen here. But 11 of the teams today still have yet to qualify based on series points, Jacob. So this could be a huge match for the players that really have to make that comeback.
I'm just looking at, because I followed Landjock on the minimap, even though we're looking at Buzz Zone Combat. I think he's over towards the reboot, maybe just trying to farm up, get himself a good spot in zone. But if he gets that reboot off, that is going to be one daring play, considering the amount of teams just sitting around and inside Greasy Grove. That includes number 2, former number 1 team in the game, Baka and Delta, who honestly at this point, 66, now 43 above the damage threshold. They have the kind of cushion to not worry about it in the immediate future, but they need to be looking for the shots.
I mean, we've seen a lot of duos, right, that are like barely above Storm Surge threshold, right, in the 20s, 30s, even 40s, and you're only safe for so long. You have to keep that pressure going, keep that damage being dealt out to your opponents, as that's exactly here what they're doing. Ankel, though, and Nigel, 94 below. They're a duo that has to get a little bit more stressed out here with only 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. I mean, they've got a bit of time, but they also have quite a bit of damage to go. So if they can get some tags here before Storm Surge starts ticking, it's going to be very helpful, as they won't have to use as many materials and won't really get as stressed out and scared.
I just wish I would see them peek for those shots while the shield keg is actually active, because you're going to see the shield keg is going to go away, then they're going to try to peek out for the shots, and if they take those shots, I feel like that's just not effectively using the shield keg to the best of your ability. But that's neither here nor there, because honestly the options of targets are looking slim to none.
Even though it Helix gonna get almost annihilated there. 28 HP to work with here, as they're getting shot from afar, but Angel doing a great job there, is connecting his shots, now 15 above. They got the damage they needed, but they have to hold it now. 100 above does still have another shield keg, so although they used one, they've got another one in their inventory ready to go, as we have to do here. And Helix 103 above, placed right below an opposing duo team here. The question is, are they going to get a little aggressive, maybe try and drop them down, or are they going to feel happy with the 103 damage they've done?
Hopefully they don't get too content. Even if they're content to not go ahead and poke the bear that is above them of that other team, they still need to be looking in the distance. And even more so now that they get a far pull, they start gathering the information. Where are these duos boxed up? Who is moving first? Who needs to move second? And then what situation do I finally go? There's so many questions that have yet to be answered, but luckily with Storm Surge being active, we're not going to wait long.
Remy and Rake here, 32 points, 79 below, and they're using the shield keg to stay put here while the Storm Surge is being active. Looks like they're going to play the tanking game, right? Also see Noah and Typical Gamer had a great game 1. Now look at to see if they can replicate that. But Remy and React here, I mean, they're pretty calm, to be honest. Using the shield keg, great way to outlive the Storm Surge, but is that the best play, Jacob? I mean, 79 below. Really just has a few shots here they need to connect, and they won't be getting ticked anymore.
And lucky for them, they're not getting ticked and in Storm like they were as soon as they entered Tilted, but you can see them trying to go up layer by layer to try to claim some portion of the high ground, to try to fight back against this Storm Surge, and that's Bacon and Zooks who are going to be above them, 7th place, and you know they don't have a worry about Storm Surge because of their plan. I honestly think they have a solid Surge plan on their side.
And they actually did a great job disengaging quickly. They know if they take that engagement against Remy and his duo, they might lose a bit of HP there and actually give the damage to the opposing duo. But if they wait it out, I mean, they only have so many shields, right? They can only heal up for so long as Storm Surge keeps ticking. Only 7 below. Just one shot would be enough here. Drake going straight into his opponent's box here. Now 62 above has done the damage, but do they want more? Or will they leave it here and keep the rotate going?
You hear the shield keg being used. Trying to strike while the iron's hot, but a little bit of a bait as they throw the shield keg, reposition out. While in source, also going for tags around the map. 103 above, dropping down to 100. Even though that it's like a moment to where you don't have to force peak for any of these shots, it's still a position to where you know Storm Surge is going to be prevalent on your side unless you get the shots that you need.
70 above here for Source and Waylay. I mean, we saw how confident they were in the last game, securing Elim after Elim in the late game, but now it's 0 eliminations. It seems like they're playing for that consistency, right? They're not going for Elims if they don't have to, but when they're in that late game, that's when they really let loose. They unleash themselves and secure as many as they can here as Boyo and his duo partner. Also in a nice position. Nice centralized zone here. Looking to see if they could get some tags from afar, but they don't want to do anything too risky, especially here in the 3rd zone. I mean, going down now without any placement points is quite dangerous, quite crucial to your place on the leaderboard.
Especially after every single game so far, for the most part, you've seen so many double-digit jumps up the leaderboard. It's insane. It goes to show that no matter where you're positioned, you still have a chance to really come out on top and have that big game. As Poyo, they were performing well as solos in 2 different qualifiers, and you can see how that changes up as Nico and Tavern looking like they're going to go down. Tavern fall already. I'm just waiting to see the confirmation on Nico.
Looking here that Vanillas and Wavy Jacob are the only duo that's placed top 10 in every game. I mean, that's consistency. And speaking about Vanillas and Wavy, Vanilla's actually going to take down Nico there. And you can see that, you know, they're feeling calm here. 6 splashes for Wavy Jacob. Has minis, has bigs. Duo partner Vanilla also is looking healthy. And I saw Arkham actually still up there. So I'm not sure if he got the reboot on Epic, but he might just be playing solo. No, he did. There it is. Arkham and Epic, they're back in this, Jacob.
I felt a sigh of relief myself on that one. You see Noah plays, just trying to kind of move up into position. Typical Gamer along with him as well. Yagvir and Chris. When it comes to heals, I like it, the shield keg, but you want to me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like as soon as we get in towards moving zones, that's when the effectiveness of the shield keg goes away. So I'm going to be looking at them to try to use it within this zone or the next zone, maybe get a refresh and kind of interchange that item out.
Baka, though, going to get cracked here. Our previous crown duo, the duo that was in 1st place, now in 2nd, still doing great, but they get knocked down here. It could be pretty tragic. However, they got out. They're feeling good. Playing it safe here. Just have to get that rotate done. As Epic Whale now is the one playing it as a solo, but might just be able to pick up Arkham 140 below. But this is going to definitely stagger them here as he has to pick up his duo partner. Then after, look for some tags. And in the meantime, they've got to heal up as well. I mean, this is very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be, honestly, a real scary one for them. As you continue to watch, you see the elimination feed, B-Dog going down, and a couple of other players out as well. Splash is going to be used along to get them up to 100. So honestly, even though they did go down, you see the pre-edits getting built out. I wonder if they're going to try to go and take a team's box piece by piece, as Epic, well, I do believe has that pre-edit out, waiting to be used at the perfect moment.
186 below, so they really do have to make something happen. Go for the pre-edit here as Epic Whale gets the first wall. but it's not enough. Looking for more. Looks like they do get it, though. 33 right. That's so much damage done onto Quinn and his duo partner. Now only 31 below. Really just have to connect one more shot, but I think they want more. They want those eliminations as they get the pre-edit down. Gonna look for an elimination here on Defiable, but they don't have it yet. Defiable and Quinn doing a great job of getting out here. Actually building up, going higher up, but Epic Whale, he's hungry. He wants that elimination.
Oh, paces the cone above him. Storm Surge now becoming a factor here into this one, but not on Arkham and Epic. They've done just enough to get above the damage threshold of 131, like you just said. And then like them, backing down, not chasing and forcing this play. So they give themselves time to heal, but taking Surge on the other side. Bolts and Crew Yor, they have plenty of heals if they want to try to out-heal it, especially considering only 5 more players need to go down.
Oh, it hurts to see. Only 4 below. Just one little whistle, little blow onto an opponent, and they can get enough damage, but they're just getting kicked bit by bit now. No shield to work with here. Vaults has even been tagged white. Gonna put the focus onto them here as he has to use one of his floppers. Only one flopper left, but he gets the damage. Question is, are they gonna make it to zone, Jacob?
He got the damage and fell. I'm about to say fell even further below the threshold. That goes to show how active the lobby is right now. He's gonna get dropped. Crew Yor has to do it as a solo, and he doesn't look healthy. Not the most resources. 0 consumables. They get the HP and shield back up. I think those armored walls might prove to be a little bit on terms of defense, but I don't know how he's gonna make this one happen. He's gonna need a miracle.
I mean, he's gonna need a miracle and a refresh if he wants to make something happen here. 24 builds, no consumables like you were saying here, but we've got some opposing duos here down below that also don't have consumables, and they're even 30 below, so they've got to make something happen here. Jacob, as he gets a nice striker pump shot into his opponent, 116. It's enough for the Storm Surge, but it's not going to recuperate his HP as he's only at 39 HP here. Gonna see if he can find a refresh. See if he can find something to recuperate that. Maybe a siphon from an elimination.
I like the way he doesn't have to worry about rotation, at least for now, because he does have that launch pad. As long as he makes it a little bit of a short pad, don't fly too high in the sky and make yourself kind of a flying target from everybody in the lobby, that could be a great rotational tool to get yourself further in towards the zone. We see Jaden, Victor V, they use the armored wall, but that one's getting chopped down by Pollo and Zero. See, they get the max pull, though. This is going to be an interesting rotate for them, but it could also be not as interesting considering they do have a launch pad if they want to use it early on.
I mean, this moving zone does cross a little bit of a stream here, which has water, so if you decide to rotate on the low ground, it could get risky, but Kaboo here, gonna get some nice shots onto what seems to be a duo trying to use a launch pad here. Arkham gets taken down to Storm Surge. Now Mini and Kaboo doing a great job here, maintaining their damage. Looking great on loot. I mean, this could be another amazing game for them if they don't make a big mistake here. Wale goes down, On One goes down. I mean, so many players are putting themselves into risky situations here on this 6-zone rotate.
Zero looking so fine just moments ago. Loses Pollo, has to do it as a solo, but these guys have done wonders this qualification through 1, 2, and even here in the third one, 1100 above the damage threshold. The only thing he needs to worry about is getting into the zone as fast as possible and figuring out how he's going to get there as his resources are looking a little thin, looking a little light. Not what he wants to see is now he's under siege, under pressure, forced to get out, bob and weave to figure out where he's going to go, because now he's going to go back to the lobby.
Tried making himself through the labyrinth, find an exit into the zone, but couldn't do it successfully as Psy-Razor now on the high ground with his duo partner. Gonna build up a little more to feel a little bit more safe here as there's so many duos using launch pads. But so far, Jeffers here has 3 eliminations, has a decent amount of mats, and even though he is a solo, he could still make that clutch happen. As Defiable playing right under the high ground team, but it just might not have been the play as he ultimately gets eliminated there. Now Vanilla's another solo. So many solos here in this late game as Bacon gets taken down, leaving his duo partner up here. King of Kings, though, trying to make it happen. 15 HP on Vanilla's, 93 points, but still so much more he can achieve.
Yep. So far, every game they have placed into the top 10. Last game was off the back of Wavy Jacob. Can Vanillas do the same? He's finding the great rotations in, building the pieces out, but under siege players, that's Remy and Rexy trying to drop him down low, but he goes a layer forward. That's Kytrix and Haritos. No matter where he goes, he sees an enemy.
Jartrex getting a huge shot onto his opponent there, taking him down. C3S2 still has the high ground. Midi and Kabu are still up as well, tarping it out, but they need a refresh here. Only 89 wood on Midi, and they're going to try and make something happen. Look at the low ground is right. Gets a nice box onto his opponent, taking one down. Now it's all up to Noah. Will he be able to clutch it up like he did in game 1? Looking to see if he can escape here. Typical gamer getting finished, and Rake here looking for more.
Midi drops down low. What a prize for React, who immediately fires on. Kaboo as well, but under siege. Midi's gonna drop. React does it yet again, but he's trying to go play defensive backtrack. He knows the elimination is gonna set in as the final 9 duos remain, and one of them is your pick, Haritos and Kytrex.
Kabu, though, trying to see if he can get the angle here. React is still up as well. We have Remy, we have Nigel, we have Burritos. Kytrex is Kabu. Gets a huge shot to get that elimination on Nigel, wanting to get a bit more, though, as React here. 4 eliminations. Remy with 3. They're already at 7. This could be such a big game for them as Kabu is still up and going as a solo. 119 points. Getting into a little bit of a bush there. Nice job getting the cover. 32 HP, though. Oof, this is anybody's game, Jacob.
Anybody's, including Kaboo, who's going to go ahead and try to get those builds down low. Gets in the cone, but that run comes to an end as he goes back to the lobby. 4 teams remain. Remy gets under siege. He's going to get dropped thanks to SMG, who's also known as Fortnite player, along with C3S2 at the high ground. They've been in every qualifier so far, but unable to achieve the top 5 for the instant qualification to finals, just like Yagvir. Shots from above. The pressure is on. He's the only solo remain, and honestly, it's looking like his run is going to come to an end. Down to a 2v2, but I spoke too soon. React is also a solo towards the low ground against C3S2 and SMG.
React has 7 eliminations just by himself. His duo partner Remy with 3. He's looking to see if he can clutch it up here. 1 versus 2, C3S2 and Fortnite player versus React. React, though, he's got that confidence, going for the high ground, going for those builds, that elevation. Question is, Jacob, can he make it happen? He has the drum shotgun. Gonna look to see if he can take them out here in the 1 versus 2.
He does have some builds to kind of keep that cushion on. Great shots from above. Drops the shield down, but there's only so much one man can do. The game goes to C3S2 and Fortnite player.
I mean, I love the confidence, right? He went straight for that high ground, straight for the build battle, and actually got it. But it was difficult. It's a 1 versus 2. I mean, you got to play flawlessly if you want to come out on top there. But props to C3S2 and his duo partner. They got a nice elim. Victory Royale. Actually, I believe it's going to put them very high up that leaderboard, maybe even the first place spot. So ultimately, they did an amazing job.
Yeah, that was an amazing job overall. They played through the first 2 qualifiers, unable to achieve that top 5. But honestly, Takata, better late than never. In game number 4, getting a big victory royale. We all know it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
It's how you finish, and we're going to be seeing the end here shortly, right? That was game 4, so now there's only 2 matches left. It's really up to these duos to change what has been going wrong for them so they can really pop off and make the most out of these last 2 matches. So I'm curious to see what changes these duo makes. I mean, what these duo make, because there's a lot of teams getting contested and a lot of teams that are having trouble on the rotates in the early and mid game. So I'm curious, like, what are they going to change? What are they going to do to make this qualification happen?
Yeah, I'm just as curious as you are, and I don't have to think about it because I have 3 of the best analysts in all of Fortnite. Kelly, Clay, Panda, please make some sense.
I mean, Jacob and Takata, you guys said it yourselves. There's only 2 more games left, and even with a great performance, we can see teams only getting around 40, 50 points. So there is a possibility for 80 to 100 points for any of these teams if they do really well in the last 2 games. Speaking of really well, though, of course, we have to look at C3S2 and the generic Fortnite player, but you guys also might know him as Zinx, and grabbing that VR there, Panda, they gotta be feeling good.
They definitely are. You see from this moment, they knew that they had a bit of control in the game. Now, obviously, if you're looking at Fortnite players' inventory, right, the builds were lacking. That refresh that he got there in that moment was huge for him, and that's exactly what he needed to continue to feel confident here on the high ground. Now, for C3S2, though, C3S2 just needs to continue to build ahead, and he does just that. You see the pacing here from this team is actually very impressive, Clay, and honestly, that's why they did so well.
Well, in all honesty, if Zinx didn't get that refresh, they lost high ground.
Yeah.
Right? They went from 10 builds to 70 total there. That is game-changing. And so that allowed them to go for these elims. But just take a look. Zinx had all the elims up until this final moment where C3S2 was able to grab one. Even that one went over to Zinx. So you see them jump 8 spots up into second place to tie first place, by the way, in both points and victory royales. It's going to average elims right now, which is why Source and Wale hold the lead over them. But it's very rare that we see a double tie there in Fortnite, and you have to go to that average elims.
Yeah, you're totally right. However, I want to look more towards that 5th place spot. Remember, chat, the top 5 get to move automatically into the finals. And look how close 5th and 6th place is, Panda.
Yeah, it's very, very close. And I mean, look, 2 points off is not much, right? So Jaguar, Chris still have a potential, but we also got to look at the second page of the leaderboard. There it is, Crypus and Thoric. They keep kind of bouncing around the 17th to 19th spot. It's not necessarily the performance they're hoping for, but they put out on socials. They said, you know what, the second half of this tournament is coming back here, so it's going to be interesting, Kelly.
And something that's very interesting too, although they are still in first place, Source and Wale went down a little early in that game, and that's why we see C3S2 and Fortnite player jump up there. So Clay, what exactly happened here?
Yeah, let's take a look at it. We're in that half in, half out, just about to close. They do get a little aggressive going for some peaks, right? That's not something that we haven't seen for them. And it's right here, we see them get an elimination, but they get a little distracted with that and forget that the zone is going forward. And so you see Source try to get in, will get the siphon, but at this point has already used so much of their materials and is so far behind zone, they cannot catch up to it. Wale went down in that rotation. So unfortunately, they didn't choose the right time to go for that pick. I think Shio seasons ago called it measured aggression, right? They didn't measure it properly there.
And another top team that we have to look at, Kaboo and Midian. Kaboo going down to just 2 HP and then grabbing a much needed elimination.
Yeah, I gotta give them some props here. Look at how well they're fighting together. They're hip to hip, they're box to box. This is exactly the style they needed to work on in the previous qualifiers, and they're bringing it here in the last one. This is why I was confident going in. Look at Kaboo, 12 HP. Finds an elimination there onto Nigel. What a beautiful play. He's down here at 12. I think breaking that, obviously, you can see hindsight's 2020, not where they wanted to be, but hey, jumped him up into 3rd place, only 3 points behind first. I'm feeling pretty confident right now.
And I'm sure a lot of other teams are feeling quite confident, especially if they're in our top 10 right now. But Panda, we already said it, I'm going to say it again, 2 more games left. What are these teams that are just on the cusp, just on the precipice of making into the top 5? What do they need to do? What are their priorities going into game 5?
Well, number one, they need to stay alive. They need to make sure they're getting the damage early and mid-game, so Surge no longer is an issue for them, because we have seen some teams really suffer from Storm Surge. Now, the last tip, and probably the biggest thing, is when you are in the end game, you need to make sure that you're getting eliminations. Again, with each elimination being 3 points, the value there is just massive, so you cannot kind of slow down there once you get into those final moments, because those final moments are so crucial once it comes to those eliminations.
Ryuk and Remy definitely were not slowing down towards the end there. 9 eliminations total. I'm really excited to see how they're going to be performing in game number 5, which is about to start right now, everyone. So let's head on over to our casters. It's Jacob and Takata.
Didn't I tell you they were the best analysts in all of Fortnite? The way Clay, Panda breaking it down, the way Kelly is just kind of leading the charge to kind of lay the foundation of what we've seen throughout the past 4 games. But the biggest thing that stood out to me is they talked about pressure. And pressure makes 2 things. Pressure will either make you crumble like a soft-baked cookie, or pressure will make diamonds. And some of these guys are going through the ringer, and they're hoping to become a shiny diamond at the end of the day.
I mean, diamonds is what we want to see, right, Jacob? Now with only 2 games left, I mean, you've got to give it your all. You got to change up your strategy if you're not doing too hot right now, and you got to make it happen. But if you're in that top 5, it's about getting to that late game, right? All you got to do is get a bit of points, get a bit of eliminations. Panda was saying how important it is to secure those elims in the late game. So let's see who can do it, right? Who can make it happen.
Yeah, and honestly, we were kind of talking throughout that one. This is the closest I've seen the leaderboards in such a long time. You're still seeing double-digit jumps. You're still seeing players get tossed all around. And after that big victory royale, they moved into 2nd. But who's going to come out in game number 5, which starts right now?
Game 5 of Qualifier 3, the last qualifier. This could be one of the last chances these duos have to get that golden ticket to the finals or just get enough series points to play in the semifinals. I mean, you have this match and just one more after it, so you've really got to give it your all as we're starting off strong with Epic Whale and Arkham contested in the Coney Crossroads.
You know what's possible right now? They can get into the top 5. They just need two, not one, they just need 2 10 Elim victory royales. It's definitely possible, but C-Winner going down early is going to make it hard for Blizzard to come back as he only gets a med miss off of respawn. And this is revenge after that last game with Typical Gamer and Noah trying to pick up the early game eliminations and get the early points.
Great job from Typical Gamer, getting that elimination quickly right off the bat, putting them in an advantageous position. But the problem is that the solo now is not part of the other team, which is on the west side of Sleepy. So if they go for that solo and try and get that extra elimination, the third party might just come in and it could be too risky of a play. So curious to see what Typical Gamer and Noah decide to do here.
See, I thought it was going to be a revenge, but then it's Winner that went down. That's a whole nother team landing at Sleepy Sounds, but you see, that's because of where they're at in the leaderboard. You get forced to have these big elimination-style games. Even though I was joking with Arkham and Epic, it is still possible with 2 big victory royales with big elimination games, but it starts right here. It starts right now, and they have to start getting proactive and winning this fight before other teams start to rotate in and get a piece of that pie.
I wonder if Epic Whale and Arkham here are going to continue taking the engagement, right? Because they could, if they have enough loot, you know, continue rotating, but it is so important to get those elims, right? And they need such a big game that I'm sure they see it as worth it. It's Defiable and Quinn. We're able to get the last 2 games here for the early game engagement, but will they be able to make it 3 times in a row here, securing the 2 eliminations in the Daily Bugle as they got Notorious. They got Coxie here, kind of boxed into this building, and they're just looking for angles.
Yeah, they always find a way to separate these 2 players, and when that separation happens, Coxie and Notorious usually does end up going down as Defiable, just trying to find that sweet spot, the angle. Talk about measured aggression on the desk. They definitely brought their protractors.
Looking here as Defiable gets some nice edits here, trying to just get any angle possible to maybe hit one of those striker pump shots or maybe even a little bit of a beam with his Stinger SMG. But be careful, there's not too much ammunition to work with, but it's enough for Defiable to get the damage he needs. But just as we've seen before, a third party here in the Daily Bugle getting shots taken from a backside. So now they've got to really decide if they want to keep pushing here or if they want to back off.
Yeah, it's Apar and Vexes who are needing those eliminations just like everybody else, and timing is definitely not on their side. And that's why you see Arkham and Epic game after game getting a little bit more aggressive each and every time because they know the threat of that third party waits around every single corner. And Epic Whale right now is seemingly going through this fight a lot by himself, but he's doing a good job of keeping his distance and not making it seem like he is an actual solo here.
I mean, this engagement's been played out so many times now. I mean, every game, it's basically Arkham and Epic just looking for angles, right? As Scary and Polar Bear sit inside this building and see if they can get that first shot, right? Get that first elimination like they did in game 1. Polar Bear playing a little sneaky here, crouched up, seeing what he can do. But Arkham and Epic Whale, they're hungry. They're like sharks here, and they're looking for their prey.
Yep. Saw Zooks kind of peek in on the mini-map for a short moment. First place team, Wale and Source. Still trying to continue on. They're separated for now, and this could be a moment if their opponents know they're separated to try to get aggressive, especially with the shots coming from the high ground if they spot Wale towards the low ground. But this is where Source and Wale usually does pick up that early game damage as 51 shields just gets ripped off of Source in this moment.
What I like is they kind of have a double angle flank going on here, though, right? As Wale is on one side here and Source is on the opposite side. So they do have the angles, but what scares me is if this duo kind of groups up and pushes Wale very quickly, it could end up poorly for our #1 team here. Epic Whale and Arkham, though, they do get an elimination in Coney Crossroads, so they made that a 2 versus 1. But looking at Wale here, might actually decide to disengage. You can see at the bottom right in the mini-map, I mean, they're not in zone. And oh my gosh, Jacob, tell me you saw the feed.
I mean, I saw it, but did I want to see it? 2v1, Arkham and Epic go down yet a game.
Wow.
The 10 elimination victory royale possibility has just gone down the drain.
That, I mean, look, the back-to-back victory royale has gone down the drain, but they've still got the last game, Jacob. You got to keep your hopes up. They can still make it happen, right? They've got to get that 15 elimination victory royale, but I'm curious to see if we can get a replay on that because I want to know what happened. How did that 2 versus 1 end up? But let's look at Source here and Wale, who are still trying to get the shots in, right? Get those angles, but I mean, his zone closes. They've got 3 minutes, so they've got the time, but I'm curious to see how far away that zone is, right? Because I can't even see it on the mini-map.
I'm interested to wonder why they haven't gotten pushed, because they're consistently getting shot from different angles as a duo. But now that Source knows that they're separated, this is exactly what they should have done long ago. He's trying to cut him off. The piece control goes on over, but Troll barely makes it through in the nick of time back into his safety.
Source get the shots, but quickly just disengages over to his duo partner. I mean, I'm wondering if they really, really want these eliminations or they're just trying to get some damage before the rotate, right? And once they have that damage, they'll move off. But I want to see this replay, Jacob. Let's see what happened in Coney.
Yep, you asked. You shall receive. Man, well-played shots on the first one. They 170. Polar hitting headshots only, brothers.
I mean, talk about the aim training, right? Polar clearly does that every day because the shots he just landed, I mean, almost max damaging his opponents with those striker pub shots, taking out one after the other. I mean, you know he's feeling happy, feeling confident. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it to this end game and they get a huge game.
Yep, and finally, this is something that you were talking about. Because of that far pull, they're both trying to get towards the high ground. I don't think they're going to let that team out of their eyes any bit, but they're definitely going to try to stay ahead of zone and prevent that team from getting there as Lynx and Razor moving in first place now. After that leaderboard, they were sitting, I do believe, in second, so that early game elimination because of the tie is going to give them that first as Mitty just hops into the car. Oh no, where you at, Salco? What is going on here? We playing musical chairs out here?
I was gonna say, reminds me of something here when they're hopping out of the car, hopping back in. But great play there from Mitty. I mean, you could tell he didn't want to let that player get away, gliding right into his vehicle there and ultimately getting that elimination. But now they're still in the command cavern. They came back for an extra bit of loot, right? Max up their shields, max up their splashes, and then keep the rotate going. I mean, there's nobody else around here as the zone's already closing, and they do have a lot of utility here they can rotate from, so I'm pretty confident that they'll make it into zone safely.
It's very, very early on. Things can change on a whim, but right now we have 2 teams tied, possibly 3 teams tied for first place at the moment. The Source and Wale still having yep, I do believe we have 3 teams tied for first place. And that just goes back to the first thing I said to start the game. This is the closest I've seen competition here on West in such a long time. Anybody in the top 10 can get towards that 5th place. I do believe there's some other teams on that second page of the leaderboard can still earn their spot.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. It's not just close in the top 1, I mean, first, second, and third place. It's even close in the cutoff, right? Like top 10 to top 5 is really not that big of a gap. So it is going to come down to these last 2 games. I mean, we're in game 5 now. These duos can make something happen here, and then they're just on the last match after this. So, I mean, I'm super excited to see who takes this because there's not a single duo that's clearly in the lead. If we have Source here and Wale actually being contested while in the zone here, only 10 seconds left until it closes. And he might be able to just get an angle here. A big shot onto one of his opponents. And no! Uses mantling, but he does get the 100. Strike pump shot, but he's only at 26 HP now. He has to survive. He has to wait for his duo. Misses the second one, but uses that combat SMG to take down his opponent, getting the Siphon with just 1 HP left. And now they have the player advantage. They have the HP advantage. They're going to go straight back into the action.
Man, that could have went so bad for Source, but Wale is there. He even has the splashes to get that HP back up when he needs them. But for now, he's just trying to get aggressive, stop the player from healing. I do believe that's Source who's actually going to go down, so the splashes are needed now more than ever as his HP begins to dwindle.
Going to use those splashes, keep his teammate up, but also recuperate a bit of his health here. The question is that opponent Pearly going to give him the time to pick up his duo partner. You can see him healing a bit. He has the shield keg up. I think he's even using bandages here, and he actually let it happen. Wale and Source, they're back up as a duo, and they're going to keep that aggression going.
I like the thought to try to take down the shield keg and at least go directly in its position, but the piece is going to go over to Wale's enemy and drop him down low. Definitely has enough resources to try to reposition, but you see them attacking from different angles, not letting off the gas, but Source gets dropped yet again.
Now it's all up to Wale. He picked up his partner once, but now he's going to have to do it again as he gets that elimination, but at the same time, Source goes down. Issue is now, how far are they from zone, Jacob? There's 40 seconds until the zone starts closing, and I'm not sure how far they gotta go. I mean, he might be able to get that reboot off as the van is just there, but will they be able to make it back at the zone? That's the question.
Yeah, it's going to be a big question. I do believe they got some bandages. And I say some because you saw they were already being used before. I do believe he did go down, but C3S2, Fortnite player, also known as Lynx, dropping down towards second place along with Midi and Kaboo. That's because of Source and Wale picking up that elimination. That's only 3 points of separation between first and the tied teams in second, who are also looking for that surge. And looking at Kaboo's loadout, it's looking pretty solid. He has the Striker Burst, he has the Striker Pump to go ahead and get the damage, but he also has so many heals, followed by 2 launch pads.
I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? In these last 2 games, if you're in the top 5, you're in that cutoff range, so you really just want to get to the end game. The last thing you want happening is getting eliminated in the early to mid game. So they're going to play it safe, focus on damage from afar, get their Storm Surge, and then once they're in that late game, just do the best they can, as Boyo here already has more than enough Surge, 432 above. Now looking to see if he can secure a drop here, but be careful. I mean, there's a lot of duos taking shots, looking at him. It's might be a little bit too risky. I mean, it really depends what loot he gets.
Yeah, you see him trying to expand outward with his metal material, make it hard for them to kind of shoot through, keeping the roof open. That way he can kind of grab that drop as soon as it is going to be available. But I do believe, I'm a little surprised that teams are kind of letting this one go away, but it's also because of the metal, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting decision, right? It's really, it can be worth it or it can not be worth it going for a drop, right? Especially when you're so high up on the leaderboard, and if you start getting focused, it's just kind of a risky situation to be in here. But 11 below, Horitos and Kytrex, I mean, they're looking for tags. I mean, Horitos is literally on top of his builds here, not even window peeking, just looking at the whole map, trying to find a single player standing. Just one shot is what he needs to be above here. 35 seconds until the zone closes and Storm Surge starts ticking. So, I mean, I think they'll be able to get it, right? Just one shot you have to connect, but I don't want to jinx it.
And you could literally see how quick he's thinking. Those are his thoughts all around him. You see that aura? That's him thinking where to go, who to shoot at, where the tags are going to come from. But he go ahead and receive some tags himself. But he's going to go ahead and pop 16 above the damage threshold, which isn't anything to scoff at. He knows his job is not done just yet. Seeing cars explode into a distance, he's going to continue to try to put those shots down and get themselves good amount of damage from Storm Surge. So that way when they make their rotation, it could be just that, a straight rotation.
As we look at Wale and Source, we saw what they had to go through to make it to this zone, but will they be able to do it as they're using a vehicle to rotate? There's a duo holding them. They got to use some of this mountain, some of these hills to protect themselves from their opponents, but just as they make it in, they're low on shield, they're low on health, and the opponents, they're feeling aggressive. They want to get that damage, they want to get those eliminations, but so far, they're staying up. I mean, if he can get this medkit off and help Source, this could be it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do, what you said. Kind of, Wale's going to use the med kit while Source holds the covers. Then I do believe Source is going to try to use a med kit while Wale is putting out the shots, even getting that Storm Surge damage for later on in the game, because you know them. They like to position themselves good and be able to hold the high ground to where they don't have to worry about eliminations. They want to force players down into the same layer, so that way it's them fighting each other. But Source, a common drum shotgun and a common pistol with 2 med kits. You are definitely going to have your work cut out for you.
That's not what you like to see on the 3rd zone, Jacob. Hopefully, I mean, this chest can give them something. I saw splashes. Yep. I mean, I'll take it. We got Bacon too and Zuki's. We got Baka and Delta. We saw how strong they started off. Now in the 6th place spot, just on the borderline of qualifying. Making it to the zone, though. They're close. Even have a shield keg there donated to them. I mean, don't need too much shield, but everything helps, right?
Yeah, and that is exactly why I said it's a marathon and not a race. And this is the same trend that Favs and Snacky kind of fell victim to through the first qualifiers. Qualifier 1, they win game 1. Qualifier 2, they got 2nd with a large amount of eliminations to give themselves such a big lead over the rest of the competition. But throughout each and every game, they found that lead kind of slipping through their fingers and eventually out of the top 5 and out of this qualifier as well. So you're going to see Favs and Snacky in the semifinals, because I do believe with their performances, they might have achieved enough series points to make it there.
But is series points in the semis what they want, right? I think they want that golden ticket straight to the finals, and that's what they're going to go for, Jacob. So they're going to make something happen in this last game. They want to show what they're capable of. As we have Bacon here, and Zuki's in the 8th place spot. But looking at the points, I mean, they're right beside the 5th place. It's literally just a few eliminations, and they're in the cutoff. So right now, looking at C3S2 inside their box, looking for their own tags, 123 points. They've got the loot. They've got the shield. Now it's all about the positioning, where this zone's going to close. 25 seconds, and we will see the 4th zone appear.
Yeah, and Lagana and Vax that are right below C3S2 and his duo, they're outside of the bubble of series points. And so they need, even though they're in 35th place, and I think getting top 5 is out of reach, they need as many of those placements as possible so they can gather as many of the series points as possible so they can advance to the FNCS finals. Otherwise, I don't even think they're going to make it to the semifinals.
I mean, if they want to make it, they've got to make something happen in the last 2 games. So see what they're able to do as Kaboo here at Midi. 123 points. I mean, just looking at all these duos and then looking at their points, you saw it in the leaderboard after game 4. I mean, it's just neck to neck. It's anybody's game. But they do have that vehicle. The question is, are they going to use it? You can see the smoke coming out of it. Could be a little dangerous as Wavy Jacob Vanilla's using a bit of that environmental coverage inside a bush to get some tags here. I love it.
Yep, getting top 10 every game, but last game with a launch pad and definitely sitting in 7th place, just on the cusp of that bubble that we keep talking about. It is oh so close. One turn of a tie can be all it takes here. Even if they don't pick up the eliminations, the placement points could be the difference, as honestly, this looking like a hard rotate off of the island. Good luck to you.
Really, just sometimes it's kind of puts you in that tough situation when the zone closes, right? I mean, one second you're on high ground, you got a great zone, and then the next second you got to rotate through a river, through some mountains, through a giant statue, right? I mean, anything can happen, but you got to be prepared for it. As I believe Kytrex just took down Quinn there. Not sure if he got the elimination, but he at least got the knock. As now Wale and Saurus have made quite a good comeback, Jacob. I mean, seeing from where they came from, outside of the zone, barely any loot. I mean, if they can make it into the zone here and get a refresh, this could be huge.
Honestly, I'm really excited for this end game because look at where the zone is at now. Now imagine where half and half goes, and normally you like to be on the bottom layer to recycle as many of the builds as possible, as Wale and Source going for piece here. Don't have enough minis to get that shield and HP back up, but they have the splashes necessary as they continue to progress forward, only 3 above the damage threshold. That's not where they want to sit, but they're definitely comfortable at any position.
Definitely. I think they're going to go for elimination here, Jacob. I mean, they have a decent amount of mats, but what they really need is a refresh, right? They don't have any shields, and now that they're almost both at 200 effective HP, if they can just get one refresh that gives them a bit of loot, that could be enough, as Jartrex, though, in the 4th place spot here, might go down early, as Kytrex has been eliminated, and this launch pad is incredibly risky.
I don't even know if he heard Wale coming, but it almost looked like the lights are on, but no one home as he gets a free tag, free damage. But they know since he already put that shot down, they're going to continue to get aggressive, but get too aggressive. Wale's going to get dropped. Source, no shields. He's going to go out as well. First place is up for grabs.
Jartrex now 142 below, is going to have to make something happen here. Only 2 players, though, have to be eliminated, so he might just decide to tank this one out, but that's exactly what the other players are thinking as well. So if 2 people don't get eliminated, this could be bad for Juritos here, as Kaboo and Midi, they also need to do a bit of damage, but so little, just 1 tag could be enough.
I do believe Vanillas and Wavy Jacob are on that island with about 3, 4, 5 other duo teams that honestly, anything short of a launch pad is going to cause a lot of those players to use so many resources, so many consumables, so many different items that they would want to save for later on in the game. So I'm just hoping a launch pad is over on that side. But towards the bottom half where you see 2 duos, it's going to be much easier to progress along that side because I don't think there's going to be much interaction between them 2 because they know the position that they're in.
I mean, it really depends on where the duos that are in the zone end up looking, right? Are they going to look at that south island? Are they going to look at the majority of players that are rotating straight in front of them? So it really is up to these duos to decide. Do they want to use a launch pad, or do they want to maybe try and swim it, right? How many duos are going to be looking in the water is the question. Is now Kaboo here. Actually, I believe went for a drop down onto his opponents, but unable to get it as typical gamers up. Noah, though, actually went down here now. It's all the typical, playing it as a solo.
As we have about half the lobby left in the game. Half the players as well. Kaboo, Midi trying to drop down a player, but they're going to get loot regardless, so that is going to be a little bit of a victory. Not going to be the most massive one in the world, but it's definitely be something that you can kind of hang your hat on and use those resources to progress yourself later on in the game and further up the leaderboard.
Chris and Jagby here. I mean, 4th place spot, but there's so many duos right now in the top 10 that are still up here in this late game. Second to last game, and I mean, the nerves are high here. Last qualifier, one of the last chances you have to make it to the finals or the semifinals. 25 duos up, 47 players. Right now, looking at Jagby and Chris with 110 points. They have that elimination, but they're going to need a lot more if they want to make it.
Yep, so many teams, both at the top leaderboard and on that bubble, still going to be alive, including Wavy Jacob and Vanilla, Cyrazor, and Lynx coming off of a big victory royale. Have to be feeling confident here, trying to let every team bypass and figure out, do we recycle? Do we continue forward? Is Victor B, Jaden trying to get first side of zone so that way they have less to worry about if they can make it there? And I do believe they are, but Poyo and Zero, I do believe they're just trying to look backside of zone, try to pressure on multiple players here so that way they can find the refresh to get themselves even more resources.
I mean, they have the damage, right? 167 above, but Victim and Madden here, they've got the high ground. They've got this game. They need it if they want to get back up on the leaderboard. But Kaboo, Midi, 193 below. Looking for those eliminations as Midi got 2, but they want more. They need that damage. They're going to look for a rotate here. Looks like they want to go up. Be careful, though. Second height could be dangerous, so they're going to stop here. Going for a piece onto his opponent. They're unable to get it, though. Looking at the high ground. Going to do a quick short pad. Kaboo, Midi. They're going to keep it going.
Yeah, I like how even though they're 193 below the damage threshold, they're not getting greedy. They know these eliminations are going to come left, right, and center for everybody in the lobby, as about 3 players instantly do go down. Yasir and Kevin. Last time I really saw them last season, they were having fantastic elimination games, but this time around, they've been unable to achieve that same type of progression as Kaboo and Midi still making their way through, but far below the damage threshold. They're going to drop a team down, hopefully to get that damage, but they're going to get nothing so far.
6 players have to be eliminated for Storm Surge to stop ticking, and they still have to do 207 damage. You can see that the nerves are running right now as Kaboo and Midi are just constantly looking for damage with those combat SMGs, those Stinger SMGs, but can they make it happen? I mean, still 200 below. They're just getting hungry here for eliminations, but Kaboo gets 180. Striker pump shot onto Physics, knocking him down. Now, gonna look for that finish as Storm Surge stop ticking. Gotta keep rotating, though. They're now in the back of zone, doing a great job, though, making it to the front as Poyo has 4 eliminations. Looking to make it 558, but it's not enough as Cyrazor and his duo partner clutch it up here on the bottom right.
Yep. Even though Cyrazor does go down, his teammate does pick up 3 more points, make it 6 as he gets 2 knocks towards the backside. He's finally going to go down, but the points are definitely going to set in. For now, it's Midi and Kaboo holding on towards that first place, recycling builds towards the low ground, and they are running out, almost clean out right away as Midi finally reunites with Kaboo.
Victim on the high ground, B-Dog on low. You can see all the action being unfolded here on the low ground as Victim and Madden have close to 3 eliminations here. Kaboo, though, now being forced to play it as a solo, just 1 tick away to getting eliminated to Storm here. Has to be very careful with how he plays it out, trying to see if he can get a sneaky little angle onto one of the solos here. He spots his opponent, but is unsure if he's going to take that shot as he finds one. Gets knocked out, though. Now it's all up to Bolts here, trying to box up his opponent, trying to get that elimination. Has 2. Looking to make it 3.
Looking for that 3rd one that you spoke about. Trying to get in the box with Crimson. I like how he immediately aborts the plan when it's not working out for him, but he's taking damage. Too much at that. 1 more tick before he goes, and he's going to live with 7 HP and a dream. He has the shield, but he doesn't have the time, and he's back to the lobby.
Bacon getting that elimination, but Madden and Victim, they've been able to hold this high ground almost for the whole late game as Jaden gets a huge shot onto 1, but unable to get the 2nd elimination there. Bacon goes down. B-Dog now using those splashes to maintain himself in Storm, and look how much heal Zuki has from the splashes to the med mist to the floppers. Now with 5 eliminations, gonna try and tank it out. He's the last solo up here. We have Victim playing as a duo. I mean, you can see they're feeling happy. They're dancing. They're getting the moves on. Wow, the solo's just in Storm tanking as long as possible.
Yep, looks like Zooks is finally running out, but no, he just doesn't want to let it happen. He's getting ready to go on towards the next game, as it does look like Victim and Gas are going to outlast the heels and take the victory royale.
interestingly enough, I mean, we've seen a couple times now where the duos that get high ground, even from first moving, are able to hold it all the way to the end. So great job there from Victim and Madden, who did just that, but also secured 4 eliminations. So that's really going to boost up their confidence for this last game. I mean, now, if they can get that back-to-back victory, they have a shot at it, Jacob.
Yeah, and normally in that situation, I would love to see the player continuing to out-heal, continue to try to the very last wire, but that's one of those victories that's just, it's not going to come through. It's inevitable, so he's ready to go on to the next game, and that's what I want to see, players that realize how close the leaderboard is, and they're just ready to put it all on this final game, number 6.
I mean, I don't want to waste any time, Jacob. We're going to be getting into the last match of the last qualifier. This is literally the last shot to make it to the semis, or maybe even get that golden ticket to the finals. So who better than Kelly, Panda, and Clay to take it away?
Takata and Jacob, thank you so much. And one of the things that we love about NA West is that a lot of newer teams get a chance to shine, and that's exactly what we saw right there from Gasman and Victim grabbing the VR. And again, taking from height. I think, you know, this seems more like it's chapter 2 than it's chapter 3, where if you have height, then you have a solid chance at just taking a win, regardless of if you're getting eliminations, regardless of the angles that you're taking. Why is height so much more important in this qualifier, Panda?
You know, I'm actually curious, right? We obviously saw in Qualifier 1 and 2, it was a very different story, right? It didn't matter what layer you won. There was teams winning from each station. But looking at Victim and Madden here, they just knew that high ground was going to be such a powerful key to their game plan, and they were executing on it pretty well. Again, this was a big climb back game for them, as you saw going into this final moment. They weren't necessarily on the top of the leaderboard, so having a huge successful game like this is going to help them climb, Clay.
Yeah, this is the game to do it, right? The game, the perfect setting. It's the last qualifier, game number 5, setting yourself up so well going into that 6th place game. And that zone, again, we've seen a couple favorable zones, but still, like Kelly said, these players are finding the right moment every time to go ahead and take that high ground. But I want to talk about who is taking that first place right there. Now, albeit not by much going into the final game, but Midi and Kaboo.
Yeah, I mean, Midi and Kaboo in first place right now, but only by 6 points. And then 3 points below that is Bacon and Zooks with a huge jump up. That is right into our top 5. That's how volatile these final games are. Source and Wale dropping down to 5th place, just on the edge of not auto-qualifying. But I do want to reiterate that although, yes, the top 5 do automatically make it into the finals, the rest of the teams still have a chance if they had enough series points. But looking at Zooks and Bacon right now, Panda, a great performance.
A great performance indeed. This is what you love to see here. When you're in that contention to qualify onto the finals, now you just need to be consistent, right? And that's what we're seeing here from Bacon and Zooks. They just continue to play this very effectively here as a team. You see them pretty much hip to hip. Despite Bacon going down there, they still were able to get 6 eliminations. Again, count it, 6 eliminations going into that and then walking away with 2nd place. So really, really good game from them, climbing now 6 places on the leaderboard going into 3rd. But listen, with 1 game left, there's still so much left here for these teams to conquer, Clay.
Yeah, and on top of that, that was a great play because he denied them that point, right? He didn't give an opportunity for those 3 points to go over for the elimination. So it was a very smart play, and we always talk about denial of resources. That's a really big one, especially for it being the last qualifier. But I also want to point out, I would love to take a look at the second page as well, because 150 is only 41 points from that top 10. That's well within anybody's capability of a victory royale. Because we've seen victory royales with 10 eliminations already, that's 62 points. So taking a close look all the way down to really 15th, that's in contention for the top 5 right now.
Oof, just looking at some of the rest of these teams right here, Unwashed and Crimson jumping all the way up. Pars and Rays dropping down 6 placements right there. And you know that's going to be rough. And with 1 game left, there's not that many opportunities. But I want to talk about another team that we saw, Pollo and Zio, grabbing 1 elimination pretty much from the start of the game. But it kind of didn't work out for them towards the end there, Panda.
Yeah, it didn't. You know, listen, in these high pressure situations, every moment, every step that you take is going to be super vital to the way that the success of this game plays out. And unfortunately for them, you see them struggling here a bit. They find themselves pushed back to the edge of the zone. They do pick up a few eliminations, but for Pollo, it just wasn't enough to hold on. He tries to get that last exchange, that last siphon, but he just couldn't stay up on his feet and unfortunately goes down. However, that again, with one game remaining, there's still some opportunities for these teams to come back and make something happen.
And you know, there's an opportunity for us to recant our predictions and see how they're doing. And Clay, you got to be feeling pretty good right now with your team, Midi.
I am. It's looking good. Hey, you know, they're in first only by a couple points, right? By 6 there. But look at their standings overall. 5 matches plays, 150 total points. They're averaging 3.6 elims per game. But it's that average placement that I'm really impressed by coming into today, 9.8. Because we saw the performance in round number 3, and it was not 9.8 placement.
Can we talk though? What was going on in that last game where Midi and Kaboo were below threshold for like 3 zones?
Yeah, that's definitely going to need to be fixed going into this last game, because if they want to take first overall, they're going to have to get some surge, because let's be real, if you go down to surge in the 6th game, that first place, it's not yours.
First, second, third, fourth, and fifth are what these teams are looking for, because that will punch their ticket into the finals in 2 weeks. But for the remaining teams, they are trying to grab those much-needed series points so they can duke it out in the semifinals for one more chance. One more game, everyone. And with that being said, it's time to toss it back to Jacob and Takata.
Ooh, just one more game, Jacob. You heard Kelly saying it. I mean, this is the moment where you really have to make it happen. We've had 5 games played out, but now it's the last chance, the last shot to show what you're capable of.
Yeah, and if you don't make it clearly into the top 5 here, you have to go through that grueling semifinals, to where you're going to have teams interchange in and out, and it's going to put so much pressure because that different qualification scenarios throughout that all. So it's going to be really interesting to see who really steps up to this final game and knocks it out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, today it's 50 duos, and it's going to stay 50 duos for the whole day. But when you're in the semis, you got duos coming in, changing out. You might be conned one game, on-con the next game, conned again 2 games after. I mean, it's going to be a lot more difficult, and we're really going to be able to see who is prepared the most for those semis. But enough talk about semis. The battle bus is ready. Let's get to this last match.
Qualifier number 3, game number 6. Some would call this a finale of all finales, to where one team is really going to claim that first place spot, but there's going to be plenty of teams trying to threaten that top 5 bubble. Arkham Epic not having the best day, but honestly, these are the moments where you finish strong on game 6 here. That's going to allow you to boost your confidence going into that semifinal.
Actually, looking at Arkham here, taking a different drop than the previous matches, and it could just work out as Polar Bear only has a harpoon, but he might make it happen with that harpoon. Call it the Clay Classic here as Polar Bear is able to survive. Arkham now gonna see if he can make something happen here as Epic Whale getting to the engagement, takes down Polar Bear and takes down Scary too. That's 2 eliminations for Arkham and Epic Whale.
I was looking all around, trying to figure out, hey, how did that even happen there? But honestly, I'm not too mad at that, because Arkham and Epic are so far down in a hole right now. You have to think of something unique, something new, and what better than the good old-fashioned 50-50?
Ooh, a great way to start off this last match. We still have a lot of quick early engagements though. Noah, TG, typical gamer here in the Sleepy Sound. We have Richomi Quinn and Defiable in the Daily Bugle. I mean, there's so much action that happens in the early game, and this is the most stressful part, right? The last match of the day. If you get eliminated now, I mean, you're going to be playing it out possibly in the semis, finals, or in the upcoming season. So Bacon here alongside Zuki's, they're playing it pretty safe here outside of the Daily Bugle. This could be a danger, though, to Quinn and his duo partner. This could be a third party if they end up lasting too long in their engagement.
Especially depending on when and where they hear it. And it does look like they're just right now just going for their kind of patented strategy. Just go for the builds, just try to set yourself up with as many of the resources as possible, and then slowly but surely move in to go for those third-party shots that you were talking about. Baka and Delta. Man, this has been something to kind of watch. After starting off so hot on the day, a first place, a second place, falling outside of the bubble has to be something that has them worried, or at least some sort of cause for concern.
And you can see there on the info that the cutoff for Qualifier 2 was 155 points for top 5. And I believe for Qualifier 1, it was 166. So anywhere between 150, 165, maybe even 170, this cutoff could end. But, I mean, it's not going to be an easy path, right? This last match is what it comes down to. The players that are already in that cutoff threshold just have to get to the late game, but the players that maybe are a little bit more below, they're gonna have to get not only to the late game, but also gonna have to secure eliminations and get a decent placement. So let's see who can really make it happen here as C3S2 and his duo partner have the loot path down. I mean, they're running through these materials and loot.
Yeah, they know exactly what to do, and since it's not an actual POI, I feel like they have very few possible chests and areas that they know they're going to loot, so they know to beeline it, go directly there. And this is what you got to do when you practice. It's not only your actual drop, it's everywhere around that you need to kind of execute to perfection, as you see Chris just trying to using the vending machine to get the extra medium ammo bullets. You see him over 300, Yagvir with about 180, so combined over 500 medium ammo between the two.
And that's huge, right? Especially if you don't want to risk too much about, well, when you're getting Storm Surge, right? Because you can do it two ways. You can get it from afar, use a lot of that medium ammo to get that damage done, or you can do it up close, right? Taking a box fight, but that's a lot more risky because if that box fight goes too poorly for you, you might just end up getting eliminated, and that's exactly what you want not to happen in this last match. So looking at Source and Wale, who, I mean, luckily enough are getting out of this position a lot sooner than they did in the last match.
Yeah, using the IO car. That's one thing is IO cars are so fruitful to anybody's game plan, no matter what you practice. You see Vanilla's taking down typical gamer in the elimination feed. And you see they're just trying to get the high ground. They're right now just going up the mountain, trying to get information all around so that they know where do we rotate, how quick do we rotate there, and then what do we do afterwards? Is it somewhere we could set up, position ourselves with the high ground to get even more surge? Because that's been their plan so far.
Jartrex here and Kytrex, my pick in the 10th place spot. I mean, they're cutting it close here for this 6th game, but I have high hopes for them. We saw them get high ground game 1, and I'm feeling that they're going to make it happen here in the last game, right? First game, last game. That's how you want to make it happen here, as we do have Jeffers, though, in Tilted Towers with 100 points in 11th. I mean, it's so close, every placement here. But be careful, as there's a duo crouched up hidden, and they want the action.
Careful for those bushes, because they definitely fight back. And talk about that action. They're trying to hold the covers and kind of not allow the team in, but the pieces are going over one by one. That's going to force them to kind of expand outward and use their resources. So hopefully it's going to come with an elimination on its side, because right now it's being used, resources, consumables, everything. As soon as on the right side, you see Kaboo going down. This is not the time you want this to happen, as Middy's going to have to do it alone.
Yeah, Lumber took down Kaboo with the tree there. Now all up to Middy, who's seeing if he can actually get out of this situation. It's Pars and Rays who took out Kaboo. Now Middy has to decide what's the play here. Remember, the cutoff for top 5 in week 1 was 166, and in week 2 it was 155. So Middy right now is at 150. He still needs a little bit of points based on the previous qualifying weeks. So I don't know if he's going to play that as a solo, try and get out here, or maybe play it solo, get back later for that reboot card and try and secure the last bit of placement that he needs. But Jeffers here in Tilted, we saw how they got kind of ambushed a bit ago, and now they're still up. They're still going strong.
Yeah, and I don't think a team's going to kind of let them escape. You see, it's pretty stacked over where they're at, or at least a couple teams. And honestly, I'm seeing Delta go down. This is not what you wanted to see. I might have saw, and I don't have confirmation on the entire duo going down, but if they went down, they're already in 6th place. They've missed the bubble after such a hot start to the day. Oh, that's going to be haunting them for the full week.
72 players up, 38 duos. You can see C3S2 here trying to kind of get out of the action as they're in 2nd place, and they don't want to take an engagement so early on. Their vehicle is going to get given up, but they might have just been able to get out with the sacrifice of that vehicle. Baka also going to be getting knocked down. They were doing so good at the start, but still has that duo partner Delta to see if he can clutch it up. And now C3S2 going to take that environmental coverage in the bush.
Hey.
Will he stay, though?
Look who it is. Arkham and Epic, haven't seen. Oh, look who it is indeed. Lynx with the sniper shot, kind of keeping him at bay, and that's something you really don't see every often for the past couple of seasons. The utilization of the actual sniper, but every single time we see it at least in one FNCS, the sniper having a dangerous impact and on a dangerous team who's looking to be on the hunt.
Cyrazer, though, they know that they're on the hunt, right? They know Arkham and Epic Whale, they're hungry for those eliminations, and they do not want to be a part of that. So they're going to keep running, keep trying to disengage here, but as other teams catch on and start taking shots, it just gets more and more risky for this duo.
They're smart. Look at the minimap. They're still hot on their heels, especially knowing those shots are coming in. They have them partially weak. The only thing they don't know is the consumables, that they don't have a big pot to get back to 200, but they do have everything else, and they're still on the run, and it comes in. The confirmation indeed. Baka and Delta eliminated in 38th place this game, and honestly, that's not what you want to see. Depending on where they finish overall, that could be a nightmare for them.
It depends how this plays out in these last moments here of the last match. As Cyrazer and his duo partner have been on the run now for what feels like an eternity. But Arkham and Epic Whale, they're back to where they started in the Cody Crossroads. They're feeling like they're at home here. And that's not a place I'd want to get an engagement with against them. So Cyrazer here, crouched up. What a great position, though. Look, he's taking a shower mid-FNCS, Jacob.
Yeah, but it's only big enough for one of them, so if anybody's going to be seen, it is going to be Lynx here. And that's a big if, as Arkham and Epic going back to the usual fighting style. One of them or both of them take the high ground and they slowly work their way down, taking away piece by piece. But since it's not the initial drop, it almost makes me wonder if they're going to solidify their position at the top and then go from there. But with Zone pulling away, no matter it's here nor there, Cyrazer or Epic Whale, everybody's going to be forced to rotate out.
Ooh, look at it, Midi, though. We got Clay's pick here. Gonna see if he can get that reboot onto Kaboo. Seeing where he is right now on the map, I'm pretty positive he's got the reboot card, but there is a duo kind of hidden inside there, and I'm not sure if he knows. If Midi tries going for the reboot now, this could be tragic for their last game, but it seems that Midi might even just know that there's a duo there as he's not moving forwards, and he's kind of playing it slow.
Yep, using the med miss, saving the splashes. 200 IQ play there. Splashes way more fruitful than the med miss in a lot of different positions. But depending on how many splashes he has left, you can see him trying to go back for him. That reboot's going to be there. But Tavern, Nico, they travel up the mountain. But do they see him? Yes, they do. Now they're going to be on the hunt themselves. They want to get this elimination, the Siphon, boost themselves up the leaderboard. Their series points mean oh so much as Midi under siege, forced to build outward, use a lot of his resources, but he does have that med miss. He does have 2 different variations of shield, so getting back up to 200 isn't a worry.
Midi getting cracked here. Does have enough shields to recuperate to full, but the question is, does he have the time, Jacob? Using a med mist here might just make Tavern and Nico disengage, as this engagement has already become a bit risky, but instead of disengaging, they make the play to drop him down. Great job there, cracking Midi again, now trying to pop Midi, but he doesn't have time. Needs to take a shot here, cracks one of his opponents. Will he be able to clutch this up, the 1 versus 2?
Although to say, if that splash didn't go off, I saw Nico and his health beginning to dwindle down as Midi pops a mini, and he's going off right now as Nico gets dropped. That's a possible refresh to come in. You see him using the med miss for when it finally does. That's going to give him the shields on over. Tavern and Nico may have made a grave mistake, not knowing they're going up against the #1 team in Qualifier 3 as of the moment.
Midi was playing it so safe as a solo, but Tavern and his duo partner came across him, but oh, using the mantling to his advantage there to save himself from fall damage, as Midi now just needs 1 big shot to connect here, and he can take home this 1 versus 2.
Still has 15 in the med miss. The Siphon comes in onto Nico. Doesn't have to use it just yet, but without any resources, he's gonna have to find a position towards low ground, back to where he started in his build. Midi takes the 2v1!
And not only that, Jacob, I believe he's gonna have time to get a reboot onto Kaboo. This could have just saved his whole tournament. 152 points now after those eliminations. 155 was the cutoff for week 2. They might just be able to do it as Cyrazor at the end ultimately gonna be getting knocked out there. I mean, the shower, he got cleaned up, but was it worth it?
I can just imagine now if this was like in a stadium, the whole crowd just chanting Midi, Midi after that one, because that is just a play that is definitely going to be in everybody's qualifier number 3 highlights at the end of this one, as Bacon and Zooks got themselves a spot towards edge of zone. No matter if they look inside or outside, they're going to find multiple players trying to claim themselves a spot that they're comfortable in.
Taking a look at Poyo. Zuki's here. Zooming into Poyo, though, who's playing it with that drum shotgun. I mean, so strong up close, but it's getting up close, which is the issue. You got to get into the box of your opponent if you really want to make use of that shotgun. As Pars and Rays here, looking to see if they can get some damage done here, possibly some eliminations. You can see at the bottom right, though, minimap. Third zone has appeared here, and it's not too close to them, so kind of got to decide if they want to keep this engagement going or maybe slowly start rotating in.
Sitting in 4th place right now. This is where a team like this has to be very, very careful of the moves that they make. They have to stick as close to the game plan as possible, because 4th place with so many teams waiting in the wings to snatch that spot away from you is just right around any corner. But I'd like their loadouts, both of their loadouts to be exact, as Midi and Kaboo, he got the reboot off. You said it yourself, that was a huge possibility, and it comes to fruition.
I mean, this could be a clutch of the century, Jacob. If Midi and Kaboo get into zone here, somehow make it to the end game, somehow get a victory royale, I mean, we could be seeing history here from that 1 versus 2 clutch to now possibly making it to the zone. Is, I mean, seeing that they have a cannon here, I think it's almost certain that they'll make it in. The question is, though, is there a duo close by? This cannon could be risky. He's gonna go for it, though, landing just east of the fortress here. A little bit more south, actually, but I mean, looks like they've done it. Now they can kind of just hope that the zones are on their side.
Yep, finding some cabbage. The only thing they do lack right now is a good amount of shield variations. They do have minis, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to kind of last you, as there's a good number of zones left. But I do like the spread here when it comes to what we see currently in the circle. There's a good amount of distance between every other duo, but once everybody finds themselves in towards Tilted, that's when it's going to get a little bit more dangerous, as you see Ben and Exy trying to put shots onto Yagvir and Chris, because they are right above them, just 1 layer away.
Yagvir trying to kind of see what he can do here, right? Go for a drop, maybe. Just go for a shot. Depends what he's feeling. 7th place right now, 118 points. I'm sure he doesn't want to do anything risky, especially seeing that he's mid-zone now. Almost has a guaranteed 4th zone from his current positioning. I mean, they really just want to stay put here, especially if they have enough damage.
Vanillas and Wavy Jacob still doing pretty good when it comes to 1 elimination. 8th place. Still have a shot to get in through that bubble, but I do believe it's going to have to come with a couple more eliminations, and that's me basing it off of the amount of top 5 teams still alive in the game.
I mean, anything could happen here. Getting close to that end game. It's really getting my nerves up, right? Who's going to make it? Who's going to be able to clutch it up?
Oh.
As Pars and Rays might have just gone down there. See it in the replay. But Wale and Source actually only having 1 elimination, so not really sure how this has ended up. But 27 duos, 52 players. Storm Surge is definitely not going to be as strong as it has been in the previous matches, but what is going to be strong is these duos looking to get into that top 5 cutoff, as Boyer now does not pull zone and is going to have to make a rotate.
Yeah, especially that rotate from Tilted. They're either going to have to use some resources to kind of chain building to hold on to the high ground, or they're going to have to give up a lot of that high ground and try to go up the mountain into congested sides, left or right. See multiple teams finding their way towards the center. Midi and Kaboo also trying to find that perfect rotate. You're seeing things get marked out. You can see a lot of where these players' heads are at currently.
Jeffers getting a nice little spot here on the corner of the zone, just in case he's able to pull that 5th one would be great, but you never really know. So Midi here and Kaboo, I mean, every time I see them on the screen, I get a little bit hyped up just from what's happened so far in this match, and they're not too healthy, right? They've got 4 minis. Here's some splashes going, but it's not for Midi. Gonna compart a little bit of the shields here, split it up. Kaboo throwing it over to Mini. Hopefully he can get him healed up here, but this is gonna be a very difficult game, Jacob. They're gonna need a refresh, and it's gonna be hard because they're not at 200 effective HP.
And the duo right next to him, they're dangerous when it comes to fighting. I think once they kind of round out the rest of their game, they're going to be one team to really look out for. But when it comes to straight fighting, this is a team to kind of watch out. And Midi and Kaboo, they don't know exactly who they're going against as the fight is going to start trading up shots. Neither is really going to land any damage, but that's the pieces that are going over towards Midi. With that drum shotgun, though, he gets his shields dropped way down low, and only 1 mini to his name. That's only going to give him about 32 shields.
I mean, the issue is they can't recuperate shield as much as their opponents, right? They can trade shots, but they're not going to be able to recuperate as much shield as their opponents, so they've really got to pick those shots carefully as they kind of got to take it all or nothing, right? Either they go for those eliminations or they back off, because if they keep trading shield, it's not going to be enough, but Midi actually going to go down, and Kabu right behind them there. They get eliminated, but they get eliminated in the first place spot, so now they just sit back, relax, grab some popcorn, and hope that not that many people pass them on the leaderboard.
That's going to be a big one for them. It's going to be nerve-wracking if they see some of these teams begin to perform well, mainly those from second to maybe 8th place, maybe 7th place, trying to go in and bump them out. We've seen it happen before with Arkham and Epic in a previous qualifier, starting in 3rd in that final game and slowly getting bumped out to 6th place. As Bacon and Zook sitting in 3rd, 144. That is going to be a great threshold for them to be at for now, as you see them waiting for a zone. And man, what a gift. What a gift. Nice zone for them.
Great zone for them, but what I'm looking at here is Jeffers and Crimson, who are going to have to pick up. Well, Jeffers is going to have to pick up his teammate here as he's having pressure applied to him. So although he did get the zone, the question is he going to be able to get his teammate back up, because sitting in the 11th place spot, he's going to need a pretty good game here to make it to that top 5, as he just keeps getting pressure applied. Doesn't even have any jug splashes that he can use to recuperate the HP on his teammate here. So he's really just holding on as long as he can, but they see his duo partner down and they want it. They're hungry. They want that elimination.
Yeah, and honestly, yeah, it's going to be a hard choice here with his teammate kind of going down. He's forced to kind of hold the pieces. You see 2 different players trying to aggress in towards the box, and they aggress with just enough time for him to kind of not be able to get the revive. That elimination and the siphon is going to kind of go on over, forcing Jeffers to rotate on out. And honestly, I like the way he was quick to act. Not waiting, not letting the shots continue to come in. He just acted in the blink of an eye.
Made it out. But will he make it happen here? 10th place spot, got 1 placement. Wants to get 5 more, though. Now it's a solo as well. He's going to have to clutch it up. You can see physics here. Bacon, Zukis. So many players, so many teams will lay Source in the 4th place spot. I mean, they're really playing their qual right now. 140 points for Pollo. I'm not exactly sure how many points Midi and Kaboo ended with. I'm pretty sure it was close to 160, maybe 155, 156. So
something like that.
They're pretty close. I mean, any of these duos can really take it.
Yeah, that #1 spot, even though it's top 5, that qualified, that's a confidence booster, that's bragging rights. That's something to really set your eyes on going into the finals, honestly, because then you would get that instant qualification that we keep talking about if you're in the top 5, as Wale and Source, man, have the mighty have fallen from 1st to 5th place. They really need to lock in right now so they can go ahead and hold on to it, along with Zooks and Bacon. They're seeing what's happening to a lot of these teams falling early and what it does to your overall game.
You can see the players here. We got Lanjak Pun, we got Nvets, and Clutch there on the high ground, but the zone pulled opposite side. It's pulling east side tilted. All these players, you have to figure out how they rotate this. Go through builds on the low ground. Do they use a launch pad? Do they recycle a launch pad? Jagvir and Chris, though, they seem to kind of know what they want to do here. You can see kind of looking up, maybe gonna open that edit, use a launch pad. But I think even a low ground rotate could be good for them here, as Lanjak Punisher do have the highest elevation, but they're gonna take the rotate.
Another team started off pretty good on the day. I do believe they got a Victory Royale under the belt, or at least a 2nd place, now sitting 390 below the damage threshold. With honestly not too many teams needing to fall in these moving zones, it's definitely going to be possible for them to out-heal it. It's a matter of that what you want to do or not, because then once you out-heal it, you're going to be down to nothing, forced to get a refresh. To see Punisher, the high ground's going to get taken away, but at least he gets an elimination with 3 more points.
7 players have to be eliminated for Storm Surge to start ticking. Well, Lane Source only 9 below, but Doritos and Kytrex over 300 below. So many players in different situations here. I'm not sure who has the high ground currently, but Wale playing second height, actually taking down an opponent already. They might be able to look up, but no, gets dropped down. Looks like they don't want to contest the high ground here as Kytrex eliminates Vanilla's. Epic Whale goes down. Wale now trying to survive here, holding his builds. Gets grouped up with his teammate here, and now Andy and Chicken in the air, gliding down. Looks like they're going to take height.
It's so hard to really utilize the shield keg, has to drop it down and continue moving past it. But that's exactly what they have to do, is sitting literally in 5th place. You see the team right below them, 14 points shy. If Source and Wale go out here, so could their dreams of that instant qualification, as Yagvir trying to hit up and pick up a big shot. And he's going to land at least one as he continues on his terror. There goes Landrock, Punisher out early on as Yagvir doing it.
Oh, Yagvir currently on the cutoff in the 5th place spot. Just needs to get a few more points here as he's already been knocked down to 6th place. Cannot get eliminated here if he wants to qualify to the finals. 132 points, making the solo clutch happen. We also have Kytrex and 8th still up. We got Chicken on the high ground. Zuki's now taking that 1st place spot from Midi and Kaboo here. 157 points, but the materials, they're lacking. Jagvir, 6th place, 132. Really needs to clutch it up here.
And I believe an armored wall was above his head, so getting towards the high ground is going to be absolutely impossible with Zone moving in. Source and Wale from 5th to 3rd. They're moving in. Zooks and Bacon taking away that 1st place spot. They want the bragging rights. They want that instant qualification, and anything is possible here, just like Andy and Chicken holding on to the high ground.
Andy Chicken looking to make it happen here, but Jagvir, 133 points in 6th place, goes down 134, but now Kytrex in 7th. His teammate Jartrex is down, looking for that elimination. 103 gets the crack, but will he be able to get it? Oh no, I don't know if he got it, Jacob. 7th place spot, 130 points. Gets a nice elimination. That's 3 more points from Source there. Kytrex now with 2 eliminations. Is he going to be able to clutch it up, Jacob?
And did Source and Wale clinch the spot? They got 2 eliminations and immediately went down as Kytrex, he's trying to get himself into that bubble. 6 teams remain, 9 total players. So many duos still intact, but except for Chicken and Andy, who get separated for just a few moments. But that is all it takes as they're trying to put the pressure down from above.
5 eliminations for Andy and Chicken. They have the high ground, but you can see they're getting aggressive. They want more, but Sedna, Physics, 4 eliminations, looking to get into that action on the low ground as Vex, his duo partner, goes down. Vex now going down as well as Andy has a great angle here on an EXC, taking him out now. Physics, Sedna versus Andy and Chicken. It's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, series points up for grabs here, ladies and gentlemen. Series points that can qualify you to the semifinals next week as Andy and Chicken get dropped down into the water. No builds to climb their way back up, except for on the back of Chicken, who's going to spread those thin. The team is staying back in towards zone. Physics trying to out-heal it. I don't think it's going to be a possibility. Sedna takes a big shot. He's going to get dropped as Chicken and Andy take the final game underneath their belt.
Vamos, Andy Chicken, getting that victory around the last game, showing what they're made of, securing a good amount of extra series points. I mean, they might have just qualified from the semis by winning that last match.
Yeah, there was a good number of teams, not only on the bubble for that top 5, Takata, but they were also on the cusp of not making it to the semifinals through the placement, through the series point. So anything here towards the end, no matter if you're 1st or 50th, every single moment matters.
Well, I mean, was it enough? I mean, we'll just have to find out, Jacob. Will that victory royale be the clutch for Andy and Chicken to make it into the semifinals? I mean, there was so much action going along. So many solos trying to clutch it up. We had Kytrex there surviving until the last moments, Jacob. I mean, I don't know how this leaderboard's going to look.
I don't know either. We saw Midi Kaboo go down. 1st place went over. We saw teams bump in and out of that top 5. But Takata, you know as well as I do, there's only 3 people we trust. Panda, Clay, and Kelly. Please tell us who qualified.
Jacob and Takata, thank you so much. And Takata, I know you're proud of Chicken and Andy there representing Latin America. Congratulations for that VR, but Panda, I'm sorry, I'm going to skip over you because Clay, we have to talk about that 1v2 from Midi. Just break it down for me.
It was tournament saving right there for Midi. Look at this. Madness comes out at such a clutch spot. Midi is 17 builds at this point. This is when he gets a big shot there on a Nico, almost knocking him essentially right there. That made them back off, and Midi will get the knock there, which means he can securely play safely to get that siphon. He also still has essentially a siphon of Medmiss. So he just waits for the siphon, goes down because he knows he hears the player dropping, just gets the last couple shots, and boom. Elim on to Turtle Tavern. And now that was even more important because the rotate they had after that, they found a mending machine, which granted them 5 total med kits. So they were easily able to make it into zone.
It was absolutely unworldly, honestly. It seemed like they were aliens playing in the competition. Panda, let's take a quick look at our top 5 right now. Source and Wale jumping up to first place, 166 points. But Bacon and Zooks are right behind them with a 2-point difference. Below them, we just talked about them. It's Mitty and Kaboo with that incredible 1v2 in the final game. Of course, Razor and Zinx has 145 points. And then just one below that, it's Zio and Poyo. These are the final 5 teams that will be making their way into the finals in just 2 weeks. But we have more highlights that we need to talk about because there were so many teams on that cusp that were just about to qualify. We had Jagveer and Chris. We had Wale and Source, of course. You can see them up there now in that first place spot, confirming it. I mean, Panda, walk me through this play right here.
Yeah, I mean, look, the entire time Wale and Source were playing, right? They were playing close together. They were playing for high ground, and they were playing every layer that they took effectively. It's kind of interesting, right? This is a team that is obviously newer to playing together. We are so used to Wale and Vanillas playing together, but now that they're like kind of getting this synergy, they're finding this groove that we just hadn't seen with Wale in the past. So this is definitely the right team for him, and obviously it shows here in Qual number 3 walking away with that top spot, Clay.
Yeah, as we can take a look at the rest of the standings, look at how close it was for Jagveer and Chris. 4 total points. That's 2 elims and a 1 elim and a placement at that, of a tiebreaker not going in their favor. Unfortunately, they're going to have to play through semifinals there. But let's look at what almost got them that qualification. They played so well. Again, Elam came through. You saw them drop down there from 6th into 7th. Now they're back up into 6th place. This was the back and forth that we were watching as they were playing. And just look, unfortunately, Chris going down there, leaving Jagger with 17 HP was just not enough. He did manage to get a med kit off and did manage to heal all the way back up. But as you see, wasn't able to get that Elam there. Did get the one on the Landjock and did reap the rewards of it, but unfortunately went down right after. As you see, 21 HP, not much you can really do there. So props to them for staying up for so long, getting that 6th place, because again, for them, like Kelly's been saying, it's about those series points.
Exactly, and you know that momentum as well is going to be impacting them into the game. But we have to take a quick reminder, everyone, of our predictions. And Clay, I know you're feeling good. You got Mitty and Kaboo right there. I had Defiable and Quinn. We had Kripus and Thoric for Panda there as well. Jacob's Epic Whale and Arkram. Hopefully he'll never pick them again. And then Takata's team, Dorito and Kytrex as well, just barely missing out. But I mean, Clay, you're clearly the champion of today with that Mitty and Kaboo pick.
Hey, I'm enjoying it because my picks in the last couple weeks were not top 5, so I'm really excited that they didn't end up making it all the way to the top 5.
Everyone, we thank you so much for joining us here on the final
Wait. Is that? No, this is green screen. Don't even worry about it.
It's just some movie magic that we have going on here, everyone. But once again, thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of our European and North American East team, everyone, the qualifiers are done. This is it. We have the semifinals before we find the final 35 teams that will punch their ticket into the finals. Who's it going to be? Well, you're going to have to join us next week and during our semifinals to find out. But on behalf of Clay and Panda and myself, thank you, and we'll see you next time.